Section 1. Level up and draw a new entry. Author, a ladle of tofu soup. Synopsis. Heaven rewards diligence. Effort will surely lead to progress. Spiritual eyes understand changes, know the timing of heaven, and know the advantages of the land. Fantasy medicinal soil. When spiritual herbs are planted here, their effects are amplified 10,000 times daily. Super recovery. Your status recovers by 0.01% per second until fully recovered. As a transmigrator from the lower levels of the Qingxuan Sect, Chen Guan climbs step by step to the pinnacle of cultivation by drawing new entries. Chapter 1. Golden Heaven rewards diligence. Qingxuan Sect, 100 Herbs Peak. This place is rich in spiritual energy, the ground is filled with spiritual light, and upon closer inspection, medicinal gardens can be found throughout the mountains. At the foot of this peak, inside a stone house, a young man dressed in green sits cross-legged on a futon, concentrating his energy, his brows furrowed, his body surrounded by spiritual light. Several hours later, the spiritual energy has been contained within the young man's dantian, and the surrounding spiritual light has disappeared. Ding! Host has reached Qi refining level 1. Number of entries to be drawn x1. Chen Guan was interrupted by the sudden sound, and a phantom panel appeared in his eyes. He suddenly burst into laughter. He. I truly am a genius, 1 in a million. All of this is the result of my own hard work. All, or nothing. Call me the gambler. I draw. Thump. Golden light covered Chen Guan's eyes. It's the golden legend. Heaven rewards diligence. Heaven rewards diligence. Diligence can compensate for lack of talent, and hard work will surely be rewarded. Entry found. Heaven rewards diligence. Panel open. Host, Chen Guan. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 1, 1%. Technique, Qingxian technique, 5%. Spells, none. Entry, Heaven rewards diligence, gold. Note, entries are divided into white, green, blue, purple, gold, and Xian qualities, with Xian being the highest. Awesome! Ha ha ha. Chen Guan burst into laughter, laughing for a long time before finally stopping. Chen Guan looked at the panel, calling out in his mind, system. He called several times, but received no response from the system. No system? Good. Chen Guan glanced at his panel. Percentage? My Qingxian technique has reached 5%. No wonder it took me almost a year to master it. Chen Guan's earlier outburst was naturally for a reason. After being diagnosed with water, wood, and fire spiritual roots at the age of 8, he was sold by his parents to the Qingxuan Sect, where he studied and learned to read until he was 14. Then, the sect assigned Chen Guan and others a task to cultivate qi within a year and become a cultivator. Failure to complete the task would result in becoming a menial servant in the Qingxuan Sect. Completion would make them outer disciples. Chen Guan was just a few days short of the required time, barely reaching the first level of qi refining. Spiritual roots are very important, and Chen Guan's spiritual roots were in the awkward position of having 3 elements. Single spiritual roots and 5-element spiritual roots are both extremely powerful. One has a single attribute that absorbs spiritual energy quickly, while the other has 5 elements that circulate continuously. Chen Guan, however, had 3 elements, neither here nor there. At the foot of 100 Herbs Peak, in the menial servants' quarters, a 2-story building constructed of fine wood, with a faint fragrance wafting from within. Chen Guan entered the building. What brings you here? An old man sat at a desk inside, his gaze fixed on Chen Guan. Elderly, I have just entered the first level of qi refining and have come to report. Li Chengjia chuckled, good luck indeed. What's your name? Chen Guan. Not bad. Water, wood, and fire spiritual roots to become an outer disciple? Looks like you must have endured a lot of hardship. You have perseverance. The old man gently wrote a name on the table with a pen. You are now an outer disciple of 100 Herbs Peak, entitled to 1 mu of fertile land. You will be assigned to residence number 13 in Yaishan within the peak. Li Chengjia took out a token from a bag. Then, his fingers glowed with spiritual light, and he quickly engraved 2 characters on the token. Chen Guan. Here. Li Chengjia tossed it to Chen Guan. Chen Guan caught the token, bowing with both hands. Thank you, elderly. Li Chengjia waved his hand. No need to be so polite. I'm just a steward elder in charge of miscellaneous tasks. And your clothes. He took out 3 light blue robes. These are the outer disciples' robes. Yes. Chen Guan picked up the robes with both hands. Let's go find your new place. Chen Guan, carrying the token and clothes, arrived at the mountainside. This was the shady side of 100 Herbs Peak. Number 13, Yaishan, this is it. Not much land. A small stone house with tiled roof, and a small plot of land. After a quick tidying up, it was past midnight. Chen Guan, I didn't expect you to become an outer disciple. A beautiful young woman in light blue clothes approached, her high ponytail tied with a blue ribbon. She had fair skin and a slightly round face. You meow meow, long time no see. Chen Guan smiled and nodded. This was his classmate from his school days. I was lucky, I successfully inducing qi into my body in the last few days and became a cultivator. How have you been? Chen Guan asked politely. Yumi Miao's lips curled into a smile. Of course, that's great. Outer disciples have it easy, they can freely enter and leave the mountain gate. I've already gone down the mountain to see my parents. Chen Guan, would you like to join our alliance? Could you explain in detail? Chen Guan asked earnestly. They must team up, because a lone wolf who isn't strong will only be bullied even more. Section 2. That is, the Yaishan Alliance. All the Yaishans are on the shady side of Bao Peak, so everyone can help each other. How do I join? Chen Guan asked. It's simple. If you want to join, I'll just tell the alliance leader. The alliance leader is a senior brother at the 5th level of Qi refining, and he lives in Yaishan number 1. Good. Thank you for your trouble, fellow deist you. Chen Guan smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. You meow meow burst into laughter. Fellow deist Chen, you're welcome. She followed suit with a bow. Alright, I'll continue down the mountain. I'll inform your senior brother about your matter. Chen Guan watched her leave. Everything should be alright now. Let's test the effects of heaven rewards diligence. Chen Guan entered the house and closed the door tightly. He sat on the futon, cross-legged, and began to circulate his qi, channeling the Azure Profound technique. Wisps of spiritual energy gathered towards his danshan. One night passed. Chen Guan glanced at the panel. Host, Chen Guan. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 1, 1%. Technique, Qingxuan technique, 5%. No change at all? Am I not working hard enough? Chen Guan wondered to himself, why were the golden attributes so underwhelming? He'd cultivate for another day. The next day. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 1, 2%. Technique, Qingxuan technique, 6%. Not bad, there's been some progress. Chen Guan was delighted, this was the true function of golden attributes. He, Chen Guan, was about to unleash his cheat code. Fellow deist Chen, are you inside? You meow meow called from outside the door. Yes, fellow deist you. Chen Guan got up and went to open the door. You meow meow saw Chen Guan, disheveled. Fellow deist was cultivating just now, did I disturb you? It's alright, Chen Guan smiled. That's good, you meow meow breathed a sigh of relief, smiling, you've joined the alliance. There are 10 people in the alliance now, including you. Tomorrow is the Spring Festival, and our alliance will have a banquet at Yaishan number 1. Otherwise, the new year will be lonely. Chen Guan nodded, no problem. Being lonely during the new year isn't important, what's important is that he can get information there. Another day passed. Chen Guan straightened his collar and left his house. In the courtyard of Yaishan number 1, before Chen Guan even entered, he heard laughter. Chen Guan, you meow meow waved and called out. Yes, I'm here. Greetings, fellow deists. Chen Guan smiled and cupped his hands in greeting to everyone. Everyone returned the greeting. Junior sister meow meow, is this your classmate? A man asked with a smile. Yes, senior brother Zhao. Hello, my name is Zhao Yueming. Hello, senior brother Zhao. Alright, that's about it. I'll go cook. I won't wait for her. A man stood up and said. Chapter 2 Arriving at the outer sect, making friends with fellow disciples. Fill your stomach first. You meow meow picked up a skewer of roasted meat from beside the campfire and handed it to Chen Guan. Thank you. Zhao Yueming narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile, Junior sister meow meow, you and Chen Guan have a good relationship, right? It's alright, senior brother Zhao. After all, we were classmates. It's not easy to get together again. Really? Junior brother Chen is Yaishan number 13, right? Yes. Chen Guan nodded. He was a little surprised. Zhao Yueming seemed to have feelings for Yu Miao Miao and even seemed to harbor a hint of hostility towards him. Junior brother Chen's aptitude almost landed him a menial job, he must work harder. Hearing this, everyone looked at Zhao Yueming. What was going on? Haha, I'll go help out. I'll go try out the new piece I learned. Someone laughed, avoiding the conflict. Yu Miao Miao said with a smile, actually, he's been working very hard, senior brother. He and I both have 3 elemental roots, so I know how tough it is. Absolutely, junior sister is right, Zhao Yueming agreed. Chen Guan glanced at the girl with surprise. She did have some discernment, but he had no interest in finding a deist partner or being jealous. Zhao Yueming, you're almost 30, and you're still jealous? Finding a 15-year-old junior sister. You'd be better off focusing on your cultivation. How old are you? The person cooking the dishes retorted directly. Zhao Yueming, caught off guard, gave an awkward smile, no, nothing like that. He scratched his head, feeling incredibly hot and embarrassed. This person was the alliance leader, his senior brother at the 5th level of Qi refining, a middle-aged man with a beard. Senior brother, I don't have any plans to find a cultivation partner right now, Yu Miao Miao said to him in a childish voice. Really? Zhao Yueming was even more embarrassed. Haha, I was just concerned about the new junior sister. A slightly chubby man approached Chen Guan. Junior brother Chen, ignore him. He's just a character, a grown man, and he's always thinking about the new junior sister. He doesn't mean you any harm. Thanks for the reminder, senior brother Song. Chen Guan laughed. It's understandable that I didn't have a good impression the first time I met him. Haha, that's just how he is. He's actually a very nice person. Eat some meat, your skewers are getting cold. Chen Guan picked up some meat and ate it, then sat down by the campfire to warm up. Senior brother, how do you manage your fertile fields? Chen Guan asked. Song Haiming chuckled and said, naturally, we rent it out to the laborers. It's too much trouble to grow it ourselves. The harvest can be split with the laborers. The land in Yaishan isn't good. A year's worth of spirit rice is only worth 10 spirit stones. Jiashan is better. Only a small portion of it is spirit land, most people have fertile land. At most, the spirit rice they grow is better than ours, and their income is double. Chen Guan thanked him. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Ahem. Song Haiming's smile faded, he coughed twice, and his gaze passed through Chen Guan, looking behind him. Chen Guan, curious, turned around and looked behind him. A young woman, with prominent bone structure and a high ponytail, exuded a chilling aura. Sitting down since you're here, it's almost ready, said the middle-aged man cooking. Section 3. Song Haiming whispered in Chen Guan's ear, this is senior brother Ji's deist partner, Su Changjin. But their relationship isn't very good. Su Changjin responded softly to the man cooking. 2 new faces have arrived, junior brothers and sisters from Yaishan. Senior sister Su, Yu Miao Miao greeted with a smile. Chen Guan also greeted her, senior sister Su. Sit together, everyone. It's time to eat. We'll set off fireworks afterward, Ji Ming said with a smile. 10 people sat around a table, slowly eating. Ji Ming and Su Changjin didn't seem like deist partners, they seemed more like friends. After almost finishing their meal, Su Changjin said, I won't watch the fireworks. Fellow junior brothers and sisters, even though we've been assigned to Yaishan, we'll eventually have a chance to rise above our circumstances and become foundation establishment cultivators. Don't give up. I'm going back to cultivate. She left. Chen Guan only felt that she didn't seem to like Ji Ming very much. Ji Ming, his gaze deep and unfocused, sat by the campfire and began drinking with his fellow disciples. Chen Guan didn't drink, he planned to continue his cultivation later that night. Ji Ming, drunk, shouted, junior brothers, let's set off fireworks. Remember, find a mortal woman as your deist partner, marry and have children. Having seen the women of immortals, how could they possibly settle down to live with those of us who can't even reach the foundation establishment stage in our entire lives? Brother Ji, you're drunk. I'm not drunk. I don't blame her. I only blame myself for not being talented enough, for being afraid of death, and for only wanting to stay in this corner of the Qingxuan Sect. She even wants to become a foundation establishment cultivator, sigh. Glug glug. Ji Ming was completely drunk, but he kept pouring more wine. Brother Ji, stop drinking. Zhao Yueming snatched the wine from Ji Ming. Fireworks bloomed, their reflection shimmering in Chen Guan's dark eyes. Yu Miao Miao approached Chen Guan, fellow deist Chen, senior brother Ji and senior sister Su don't seem suited to be together. Chen Guan sighed, fellow deist Yu, let's not discuss other people's affairs. We've already embarked on the path of cultivation, we should clarify our Dao hearts. Senior sister Su did the right thing, and senior brother Ji did the right thing too. The world is wrong, birth, aging, sickness, and death are just that cruel. How could Chen Guan not understand Ji Ming's thoughts? This year of cultivation had dulled too much of his spirit. Every time he cultivated, he kept asking himself if he could successfully guide Qi into his body by the end of the year. Cultivating and improving while constantly doubting oneself is inherently difficult. Ji Ming's spirit was gone, but Su Changjin's spirit remained. She couldn't give up on the path of cultivation. Fellow deist Chen, the fireworks are beautiful. Chen Guan nodded. The fireworks lasted for almost half an hour before ending, with fireworks exploding in the sky above the section. I'm leaving now, fellow deist Yu, and fellow senior brothers, I'm going back first. Chen Guan picked up a skewer of grilled meat and slowly left room number 1 in Yaishan. Junior sister Yu, what are you looking at junior brother Chen for? Do you like him? A senior brother asked with a chuckle. I don't know, I just think he's so composed, more composed than any of you senior brothers. Ha ha ha, that's because he just met us, so he's a bit reserved. Once he gets along well, he'll be playing happily with us. A few days later, there was a knock on Chen Guan's room. Knock knock knock. Is senior brother there? Chen Guan calmed himself, relieved that he was just cultivating normally, otherwise, being disturbed would likely have caused him to suffer a stroke. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 1, 3%. Technique, Azure profound technique, 8%. Who is it? Chen Guan spoke, then opened his door. 2 disciples in gray robes smiled and bowed, saying, "Greetings, senior brother Chen." They bowed respectfully, but their cultivation levels were subtly revealed. Qi refining level 4, Qi refining level 3. A menial disciple? Was this an attempt to intimidate him? What is it? Chen Guan asked in a deep voice. He suddenly felt a little scared. Currently, he only possessed the Azure profound technique, he had no fighting techniques. Facing a menial disciple at Qi refining level 4 and Qi refining level 3, he was powerless to resist. What if he were bullied? Senior brother Chen, my name is Li Yushan, and this is by Erlong. Senior brother, your land is just lying fallow anyway, why don't I, your junior brother, lease it? How about we split the annual income 50-50? Chapter 39 Spirit Steps. Rent, of course. Chen Guan laughed. How many spirit stones are you willing to spend? Li Yushan looked slightly embarrassed. Well, senior brother, we'll help you cultivate the land, and then we'll split the harvest 50-50. If there are 200 caddies of spirit rice, we'll each get 100 caddies. Chen Guan asked, you also lease this land in Zone B of mine, and how many spirit stones do you usually earn per mu? Li Yushan hesitated for a moment, then slowly spoke, in District B, 1 mu, approximately 0.16 acres, of land usually yields 200 jin, approximately 100 kilograms, of spirit rice. 100 jin of spirit rice is worth about 4 to 5 spirit stones. Senior brother, is there anything else you want to ask? We'll tell you all at once. Chen Guan smiled, since the land in District B is generally like this, how about this, I'll charge you 3 spirit stones. Whether you make a profit or a loss in the first year depends on your luck. This, Li Yushan and Bai Erlong exchanged a glance. Senior brother, let's discuss this for a while and then give you an answer. After Li Yushan finished speaking, he pulled Bai Erlong away from the doorway. They walked away and then continued their conversation. Chen Guan currently needed spirit stones. The entire sect traded spirit stones, and as a newcomer, he had no income from them. He only had this fertile land, but it would take a year to harvest. Therefore, Chen Guan decided to take a loss and get the spirit stones first. They waited for quite a while. Li Yushan and Bai Erlong approached, smiling. Li Yushan chuckled, senior brother, we've reached an agreement. This field of yours will be cultivated by junior brother Bai. Here are 3 spirit stones for you, senior brother. We'll come to your place at the spring equinox to begin planting. Chen Guan nodded. Yes, I won't interfere with the crops in this field. Li Yushan took 3 spirit stones from his robes and handed them to Chen Guan. Chen Guan accepted them. Li Yushan smiled and said, senior brother, since that's the case, we'll take our leave. Yes, farewell. Chen Guan cupped his hands in farewell to the 2. Watching their retreating figures, Chen Guan thought to himself, even Qi refining level 3 and Qi refining level 4 are being so polite to me. Status is so important. Luckily, I haven't given up on cultivation. With the 3 spirit stones in his hand, Chen Guan's mind began to wander. I'll go check out the library halfway up the mountain. He took his token and headed towards the mountainside. A main road appeared, lined with stalls on both sides, where many senior disciples had set up their businesses. He walked towards the book pavilion beside the road. Greetings, elder. Chen Guan entered, showed his token, and bowed respectfully to the old man at the front desk. The old man glanced at the token and asked, a new disciple? Yes, elder, Chen Guan replied respectfully. You may choose 1 spell from the first floor for free. Section 4. After you've chosen, hand over the token for me to process. Yes. Chen Guan hadn't expected this kind of benefit, he'd always thought a perk was a piece of fertile land. There were many spells on the first floor. Body refinement. He glanced at the titles of the body refinement books and shook his head. Although he wanted a balanced development, he didn't have the money, so body refinement was out of the question. He'd better just honestly choose a spell. Gentle breeze step. 3 leaps technique. Of the 36 stratagems, running away is the best. In the Qi refining stage, footwork is still very useful. Chen Guan carefully selected the fastest and least energy-consuming footwork. 9 spirit steps. That's it. Chen Guan picked up the book. He also chose a basic sword technique and a fireball spell. It's normal for a cultivator to use a sword, right? Besides, the Qingxuan Sect's main peak is Sword Heart Peak, so he was following the mainstream. The fireball spell is a standard spell, just like the basic swordsmanship, it only costs 1 spirit stone to take away. Chen Guan went to the front desk and placed the 3 books on it. Elder, I've made my choices. I chose the 9 spirit steps. I'll purchase the basic swordsmanship and the fireball spell with spirit stones. The 9 spirit steps cost 30 spirit stones, which Chen Guan couldn't afford right now. I know. Give me the token. Chen Guan handed the token to the elder, who merely tapped it and said indifferently, you can take them back now. The swordsmanship is excellent, but our 100 herbs peak focuses on medicine. This disciple understands. I was just a little curious and wanted to try it out. Chen Guan spoke respectfully, taking 2 spirit stones from his pocket and handing them to the old man. The old man accepted the spirit stones, then released the seals on the 3 books and waved to Chen Guan. Alright, you can take them and leave. Yes. Chen Guan took the 3 books. After leaving the market, Chen Guan thought to himself, I have 1 spirit stone left. My silver is running low. I must exchange this spirit stone for silver. I still need silver to buy necessities. Chen Guan left the market and headed down the mountain. Near the sect's entrance was a money exchange. He exchanged the spirit stone for 300 taels of silver and bought 100 caddies of ordinary rice. He also spent a little money to have fresh meat delivered daily to Yishan number 13. Necessities, food. Even someone at the first level of qi refining couldn't escape the necessities. After buying an ordinary iron sword, Chen Guan took it up the mountain. Yishan number 13. Upon returning, Chen Guan began studying the 9 spirit steps, condensing the 9 qi, moving the 8 directions. Thousands of positions within it. The opening lines on the first page were like this. Chen Guan read intently, familiarizing himself with the operation of the 9 spirit steps, and then began practicing. During practice, his legs seemed to have a mind of their own, appearing quite comical to outsiders. Night. After practicing for half a day, Chen Guan sat cross-legged in meditation. The 9 spirit steps he had practiced that day had consumed a great deal of energy, and it hadn't yet appeared on his progress bar. He wasn't discouraged, because he hadn't yet mastered the 9 spirit steps. The night passed uneventfully. At Yishan, no one came to Chen Guan's residence, and he practiced for several days. Host, Chen Guan. Cultivation level, qi refining level 1, 4%. Technique, Qingxuan technique, 10%. Spell, 9 spirit steps, 1%. Seeing the words suddenly appear on the progress bar, Chen Guan understood that he had entered the first stage. I really am a genius. The 9 spirit step isn't just about having legs, it's about seeing 100%. Chen Guan was overjoyed. The next day. Spell, 9 spirit step, 7%. Progress is fast. I should be able to reach 15% today. Chen Guan practiced the 9 spirit step. However, a beautiful woman arrived at his residence. She wore a light blue robe with a white lining, her black hair styled in a bun, a jade hairpin faintly visible. Her appearance was extraordinary, and her demeanor was aloof. You are disciple of Yi Tian number 13? Yes, senior. Chen Guan bowed respectfully. He had just seen that this woman was flying on a magical artifact, so she must be a foundation establishment cultivator. I am Shen Jinshi, a true disciple of Elder Lingyu from 100 Herbs Peak. I've requisitioned this field of yours. I'll give you 20 spirit stones a year. Shen Jinshi casually tossed Chen Guan 20 spirit stones. Chen Guan caught the spirit stones and heard Shen Jinshi say, I'll need them for the next few years, so don't touch my fields. Yes, Chen Guan replied respectfully. Now, he needed to find the menial disciple, Li Yushan, to return the 3 spirit stones. The menial disciple's quarters were at the foot of the mountain. Chen Guan searched for a while and found Li Yushan. Li Yushan. It's senior brother Chen, what's wrong? Li Yushan laughed. Chen Guan returned the 3 spirit stones to Li Yushan. Senior brother Chen, what's the meaning of this? Li Yushan frowned. Didn't we agree before? Chen Guan said, a senior from above came and requisitioned my fields, so I have to return your spirit stones. From above. Chen Guan whispered, foundation establishment, a true disciple. Upon hearing this, Li Yushan cupped his hands and said, thank you for informing me, senior brother Chen. Could it be that this senior has taken over all the other parts of Yishan? Chen Guan chuckled, I don't know. Li Yushan, I have other matters to attend to, so I won't keep you any longer. Chapter 4 Purple Entry Fusion. Chen Guan practiced the 9 spirit steps for another day. The next day, when Chen Guan woke up, he found his field enveloped in a white mist. Such a grand gesture. This is just a piece of fertile land, yet they've used an array to conceal it. Chen Guan was astonished by Senior Shen's wealth. It was the first time he had directly experienced the riches of a foundation establishment cultivator. He didn't understand, but this was for the best, at least he knew there was a boundary. The remaining area was Chen Guan's territory. Cultivation technique, Azure Profound technique, 10%. Spell, 9 spirit steps, 21%. The 9 spirit steps are progressing very quickly, I must grind it to 100%. Both his spells and cultivation techniques have improved. Previously, it took him a year to grind the Azure Profound technique to 5%, but now it's different. In less than 10 days, his proficiency has doubled. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, activate. Section 5. I wonder if I can still draw cards at the second level of Qi refining. Chen Guan cleared his mind of his restlessness and focused on improving his 9 spirit steps. Compared to his stagnant cultivation level, he preferred to quickly gain combat power, at least enough to escape quickly. A dozen days later, Chen Guan continued practicing the 9 spirit steps. His steps were like a shadow, his spiritual energy under complete control, each step perfectly executed. Suddenly, Chen Guan felt a flash of inspiration in his mind. He was momentarily dazed, the inspiration arriving abruptly. Chen Guan's 9 spirit steps became even more effortless, his footwork natural, each step's energy consumption and control flawless. Realizing this, Chen Guan stopped and silently recited the panel. Host, Chen Guan. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 1, 12%. Technique, Azure Profound technique, 15%. Spell, 9 spirit step, 100%. So you've broken through to 100%. No wonder it felt like a sudden epiphany. Chen Guan's lips curled up, brimming with confidence. I really am a genius. I have the footwork, I'll add the basic swordsmanship and fireball technique to my progress quickly. Before that, I'll try to see if I can further improve the 9 spirit step. Chen Guan continued practicing for the afternoon, but didn't feel any progress. He glanced at the panel again. Spell, 9 spirit step, 100%. Okay, no wonder it's only gold quality. Diligence can make up for lack of talent, but it can only reach 100%. If it were profound quality, could it be improved infinitely? Night. Chen Guan was reviewing basic swordsmanship moves in his room. Learn the basic sword techniques first, then the combos. It doesn't look too difficult. He picked up the book and the iron sword and began to practice with great clumsiness. This disciple from District B is very diligent, a rare find. It's just a pity his talent is too poor. Shen Jinchi watched this disciple practice swordsmanship for a long time within the formation. To be honest, this was one of the few consistently diligent disciples from District B she had ever seen. Most of the other disciples were asleep at this time. The disciples here didn't have much focus on cultivation. Perhaps it's because he just became an outer disciple. Shen Jinchi withdrew her gaze. She would never cross paths with a disciple like this in her lifetime. His talent was too poor, like an insurmountable chasm. But Shen Jinchi didn't know that more than 10 days later, this disciple's swordsmanship was perfectly natural, the sword moving at will, reaching a state of perfection. Chen Guan let out a breath. Perfected again. Every time I achieve perfection, it feels amazing. Host, Chen Guan. Cultivation, Qi refining level 1, 24%. Cultivation technique, Qingxuan technique, 23%. Spells, 9 spirit steps, 100%. Basic sword technique, 100%. 2 techniques are perfected, only the fireball technique is missing. 1 day later. Fireball technique, 5%. Looking at the proficiency on the panel, Chen Guan felt the dwindling spiritual energy within his body. Never mind, I'll take my time with the fireball technique. From that day on, Chen Guan only went out to practice the fireball technique a few times each day, then went into seclusion to cultivate. 3 months later. Fellow deist Chen, fellow deist Chen. A woman's voice called from outside the door. Host, Chen Guan. Cultivation, Qi refining level 1, 97%. Cultivation technique, Qingxuan technique, 78%. Spells, 9 spirit steps, 100%. Basic swordsmanship, 100%. Fireball, 100%. Just a little bit more. Chen Guan frowned. He was supposed to break through to the second level of Qi refining today or tomorrow. This visitor at this time was really annoying. Chen Guan pushed open the door and stepped out with a smile. It's fellow deist Yu. Is there something you need? Fellow deist Chen. Today is the day Senior Wang is giving a lecture at 100 Medicine Peak Square. Aren't you going? Yu Miao Miao asked. Chen Guan hesitated for a moment. This. Fellow deist Yu, could you tell me about the benefits of Senior Wang's lectures? Fellow deist Chen, have you been cultivating all this time? Yu Miao Miao asked in surprise. She explained, Senior Wang is a golden core elder of 100 Herbs Peak. He only lectures once a year. Any disciple with cultivation questions can show their token and ask an important question. Since you don't understand its value, I'll take my leave. Yu Miao Miao smiled, cupped her hands, and left Chen Guan's door. It's only been a few months, but you seem much more mature, Chen Guan thought to himself, watching her retreating figure. A new environment can indeed accelerate growth. But for Chen Guan, there were no problems with his cultivation. It will happen today, or tomorrow. Chen Guan closed the door and continued his cultivation. The next morning, as the purple aura rose in the east, Chen Guan's cultivation broke through, spiritual light permeated his body, and his aura rose another level. After absorbing all the spiritual light, he exhaled. Qi refining level 2. He was in a very good mood. Ding! Host has reached Qi refining level 2. Number of times to draw an entry times 1. Hearing this voice, which sounded like celestial music, Chen Guan exerted all his strength, unable to suppress the smile on his face. So it's 1 draw per minor realm. I'm really going to become a genius. Drawl. Chen Guan silently chanted, "Give me mysterious." A purple light appeared. Fusion. Fusion, you have 1 chance per month to fuse 2 items together. The success rate is 50%. If you fail, the items disappear. Is this a concept entry? If there were no time or item restrictions, it would definitely be comparable to a gold entry. If the success rate were 100%, it would definitely be a mysterious entry. Entry, Heaven rewards diligence, gold, fusion, purple. Now I have 1 chance. What should I fuse? 2 spirit stones fused together? Chen Guan currently only has spirit stones and an iron sword, nothing else. Let's fuse the iron sword and the spirit stone. I'm so curious. He took out the spirit stone and the iron sword, silently chanting fuse. The 2 items in Chen Guan's hand transformed into a white light before him, then collided and fused together. Section 6. A while later. The white light dissipated, and a sword appeared in Chen Guan's hand. An iron sword with spiritual energy? No way, so crude. Chen Guan was both amused and exasperated. He had pondered the sword for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. This purple attribute was mediocre. After all, it was limited to items, with only 1 chance per month and a success rate of only 50%. So. I'll try again after I break through to the 3rd level of Qi refining. Chapter 5 Qi Concealing Technique, 4-Season Swordplay. Chen Guan went to the market again. He searched for a long time among the stalls and finally found one selling the Qi Concealing Technique. Senior brother, how much is the Concealing Qi Technique? 10 spirit stones. Although it's difficult to learn, it's effective. With a mastery of the Concealing Qi Technique, cultivators of the same level won't be able to sense your aura. The senior brother chuckled and said, if you're interested, you can buy it and try it out. It's only 10 spirit stones anyway. Chen Guan hesitated. Although he really liked the Concealing Qi Technique, who was he supposed to be wary of? He hadn't offended anyone within the section. His gaze shifted to the other spells on the stall. Sword Techniques. Chen Guan spotted a book titled The 4-Season Sword Technique. Senior brother, how much for the 4-Season Sword Technique? This is very difficult to master. It belongs to the Qingxuan Sect. I heard that those who can master this sword technique have all become golden core cultivators. I'm being generous, I'll sell it to you cheaply, just 10 spirit stones will do. Chen Guan shook his head and said, forget it. Such a difficult sword technique to master, and you're still charging me such a high price? I don't think you can sell even 1 copy of the 4-Season Sword Technique. Who says so? The senior brother at the stall said, some people can master it. Shen Ruyu from Sword Heart Peak mastered it. This thing is very rare, okay. Chen Guan smiled and said, how about this, senior brother, sell me the Qi Concealing Technique, and I'll add 2 spirit stones to see this 4-Season Sword Technique. Hey, junior brother, are you taking advantage of me? The senior brother asked, puzzled, looking at Chen Guan with displeasure. Senior brother, is it possible? I'm short on cash, but I'm curious about this 4-Season Sword Technique. No, I can only sell you the Concealing Qi Technique. Chen Guan looked disappointed and sighed. Never mind, I'll just wander around a bit more. Chen Guan turned to leave, thinking, stay, call me back. But after walking about 10 steps, the senior brother didn't call out to Chen Guan. Chen Guan felt frustrated. Isn't this how bargaining works? I see others doing it this way, why can't I? Fine, the Concealing Qi Technique isn't something you can buy at just one place. Chen Guan wandered around for a while but didn't find another shop selling the Concealing Qi Technique. He was about to enter the bookstore. Junior brother. A senior brother waved to him, gesturing for him to come over. Chen Guan was somewhat surprised. Junior brother, I'll sell you the Concealing Qi Technique. Add 2 more spirit stones, and I'll give you the 4-Season Sword Technique. Chen Guan laughed. Senior brother, why the sudden change of heart? Ahem, he said seriously, it wasn't to take care of you, junior brother. Chen Guan chuckled, not pressing the matter. This senior brother must have seen him trying to enter the library, which is why he stepped forward to stop Chen Guan. No problem, thank you for your generosity, senior brother. Chen Guan handed over 12 spirit stones to the man and took the Concealing Qi Technique and the 4-Season Sword Technique from his stall. He immediately examined the 2 books. Junior brother, don't worry about looking. Since I can sell techniques here, I can definitely withstand the sex tests. I usually sell techniques here. If you ever want a technique, just tell me, and I'll find you a cheaper one. Instead of earning spirit stones for the bookstore, why not let senior brother earn some? Chen Guan asked with a smile, what's your surname, senior brother? No need for formalities, Zhao Xianhua, just call me senior brother Zhao. Zhao Xianhua smiled. What's your name, junior brother? Chen Guan. Chen Guan asked, senior brother Zhao, do you usually sell your cultivation techniques here? Yes, I come often. If you need anything, remember to patronize my business. All right. Chen Guan nodded, cupped his hands, and said, senior brother, I'll be going now. Zhao Xianhua said with a smile, take care, junior brother Chen. Remember to patronize my business. Of course. Chen Guan left the market and returned to his house. The concealing qi technique. It can avoid trouble, although some seniors might notice. If seniors notice, that's fine, because the gap between them is too great. But what about cultivators like him? Or cultivators who are close to Chen Guan might see his rapid progress and become jealous of him? The concealing qi technique is a technique to ward off backstabbers. Once he reaches the late stage of qi refining, he won't need the concealing qi technique anymore, but he needs it now. Qi and blood are in harmony, yin and yang reverse, control is perfect, and the spirit is subtly contained. Chen Guan read the cultivation manual and, having learned the method, began his practice. The 4-season sword technique will be discussed later. 2 months later. Host, Chen Guan. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 2, 79%. Technique, Azure profound technique, 100%. Spell, Qi concealing technique, 100%. This Qi concealing technique is truly difficult to practice. Even with my strong talent, it took me 2 months to perfect it. Looking at the yellow leaves falling in the distant mountains, Chen Guan realized how quickly time had passed. Autumn had arrived again. 100 Herbs Peak was different, due to the need to cultivate spiritual herbs. The mountain climate was basically like spring. Chen Guan smiled. Less than a year, and I've broken through 2 minor realms. If I showed off, the senior brothers in Zone B would probably go crazy, right? In another month, he'd break through to the 3rd level of Qi refining and draw another entry. The 4-season sword technique. He took out the sword technique he'd bought 2 months ago from the table. The name's not bad. Upon opening the first page, he saw a line of poetry. Spring's gentleness, summer's exuberance, wondrous changes. Autumn's gathering, winter's gleam, the cycle of life. The sword's unpredictable forms command the 4 seasons. Its intent, like surging water, grinds away the soul. Ancestor Tai Xian. Chen Guan continued flipping through the pages and found numerous comments on this sword technique, using terms like ancestor and true self. They all said it was extremely difficult, but the swordplay was exquisite. At this moment, Chen Guan felt a surge of excitement. I wonder how far my heaven rewards diligence can go. Thinking this, he focused on learning the moves of this sword technique. After reading it, Chen Guan frowned and remained so for a long time. It's indeed very difficult. There are no sword techniques or combos, only methodology. It's still a methodology based on fundamental sword techniques. The key to practicing this sword technique lies in the sword intent. Spring is gentle, summer is exuberant, autumn is subdued, winter is radiant. Section 7. Slow and rising refer to the speed of the sword strikes. Converging and radiant represent different fighting styles, one primarily defensive, the other primarily offensive. These 4 sword intents, layered and interwoven, can generate countless sword techniques. This is the 4-season sword technique. So difficult? Is this a sword technique I can practice at my current level? Practice. I've already mastered it, what am I afraid of? Chen Guan didn't hesitate at all. He was a man of action. He immediately picked up his sword and went out to practice. He practiced step by step, slowly mastering the movements of the 4 sword techniques first. Spring slow. Chen Guan silently recited, slowly executing the basic sword technique once. Summer rising. The basic sword technique became faster, each strike incredibly swift. Autumn converging? At this stage, Chen Guan frowned. Primarily defensive? How to defend? How to practice defense? This requires real combat. Chen Guan's heart sank. Real combat means revealing one's strength, and now is not the right time for him to reveal his full power. This sword technique is so profound. It seems I should focus on cultivating it. He could only wait until next year, when Senior Shen would give him another 20 spirit stones, to buy some techniques he could practice. Chapter 6 Qi Refining Level 3, White Entry. This 4-season sword technique will have to be put on hold. However, I can practice the fast and slow sword techniques more. Diligence can make up for lack of talent. What if I can actually master it? Chen Guan planned to do this, but he would wait until his cultivation reached Qi Refining Level 3 before attempting it. A dozen days later, a ball of spiritual energy gathered in Chen Guan's danshan, continuously nourishing his body. after he inhaled and exhaled a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Cultivation, Qi refining level 3, 0%. Checking that the host has reached Qi refining level 3. Number of entries to be drawn times 1. A melodious voice rang in his mind. Chen Guan grinned. This time it's going to be a close call, right? I'll draw. Chen Guan silently chanted, drawl. Thud. A dazzling white light appeared in his eyes, and his face immediately fell. Holy crap! Am I not a genius? It gave me a white one. White attribute, drunkard. Drunkard, if you don't get drunk after your first sip of alcohol, you will not get drunk after drinking anymore. White, looks pretty good. But I don't drink alcohol, what am I going to do with this thing? Chen Guan was incredibly frustrated. What a useless white attribute. If it could be used in combat, that would be understandable, but why is it a useless drinking attribute? Why didn't you give me a Xiangrade attribute? Chen Guan sighed deeply. Forget it, with enough practice, I can still become a numerical monster, still a genius. With the heavenly reward for diligence as a safety net, every subsequent draw is a reward. Humph. He quickly adjusted his mindset. A black quality affix depends on luck, something unattainable. Next time, he'd try for a white quality affix, a reverse approach. After all, the probability of drawing a white quality affix is the same as drawing a black quality one. With 6 qualities of affixes, even with the worst luck, I can get a black quality affix in about 10 draws. With the heavenly reward for diligence, my path is already wide open. Chen Guan calmed himself. Practice fast and slow sword techniques, hone them slowly. He picked up his sword and continued practicing in the open space outside. Even if the 4-season sword technique is incredibly difficult, he will persevere and carve out his own path. It's just a white entry, he needs to keep a calm mindset. Several months have passed. Chen Guan has been cultivating. However, due to his aptitude and the insufficient spiritual energy of the mountain peak in Zone B where he resides, even though Chen Guan's Azure Profound technique is perfected, he still hasn't broken through to the 4th level of Qi refining. Host, Chen Guan. Cultivation, 3rd level of Qi refining, 88%. Fellow deist Chen, let's celebrate the new year outside senior brother's courtyard, Ji Ming invited with a smile. Alright. Chen Guan's temperament has become much calmer. 2 years of arduous cultivation, avoiding arrogance and impatience. Even with a cheat code, it's not like Fangling Yuying, who can reach the peak with a single tap. Still 12% short. 1 more month of cultivation, and I should be able to break through to the 4th level of Qi refining, reaching the mid-stage of Qi refining. It's important to know that the mid-stage of Qi refining is far superior to the early stage. There's a significant gap between the 4th and 3rd levels of Qi refining. Furthermore, the most exciting thing is that Chen Guan can draw more skill entries after his breakthrough. Sector B, number 1. Good New Year's Eve, fellow senior brothers and sisters. Junior Brother Chen. Junior Brother Chen, quickly take a seat, let's have a drink. Song Haiming called out with a hearty laugh, inviting Chen Guan to sit next to him. Song Haiming's round face seemed somewhat fitting. Chen Guan didn't hesitate and sat down next to Song Haiming. Junior brother, are you hungry? Have some roasted meat to fill your stomach. A skewer of roasted meat was placed in front of Chen Guan, who had no choice but to pick it up. Thank you, senior brother. You're welcome. I've had good luck this year. Senior Shen acquired my land for 20 spirit stones. That's enough for us to keep a few concubines and have a few children in the city down the mountain. Junior brother, after this year, will you be of marriageable age? Yes. Chen Guan nodded. 16 years old, the age of marriageable age, he's considered an adult. My mortal wife has a distant cousin, beautiful, generous, knowledgeable, reasonable, and very sensible. Let me introduce you. You're not young anymore, it's time to settle down. Yumi Miao's ears perked up. Senior brother Song, Chen Guan and I have only been practicing for a year, why are you already finding him a wife? We cultivators should pursue immortality, not romance. Sai Song Haiming shook his head, that's a misconception. Junior sister you, those of us with low talent rarely attract the attention of women who have embarked on the path of immortality. Unless one reaches the late stage of Qi refining, then one might be noticed by an outstanding woman like yourself. For example, would you be interested in junior brother Chen Guan? Song Haiming asked with a smile. Yu Miao Miao blushed and said, I don't want to talk about love right now, I only want to pursue immortality. Section 8. I am innocent with fellow deist Chen. Stop talking, junior sister you're making things worse. Ha ha ha. Song Haiming laughed heartily. The other senior brothers also joined in the laughter. Chen Guan smiled and said, fellow disciples, fellow deist you is right. She and I truly only wish to pursue the path of immortality. After all, we've only just embarked on the path of immortality. Marrying and having children is too early for me, isn't it? Junior brother Chen, my wife's cousin is quite lovely. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A senior brother with a square face approached with a grin. Come on, junior brother Chen, you're still one of us. How can I let a mortal woman choose you? Junior brother Chen, can you drink? No. That's good. You'll learn after a few drinks. Come, come. Chen Guan took a flask of wine. All right. He took a sip. It wasn't spicy, and had a slightly sweet and fragrant taste. The wine was quite good. The group laughed and drank, chatting and joking around. Junior brother, you don't know, but no one from Yishan is coming this year. I know, no new faces. Let's not talk about that. I, your senior brother, have seen a dragon before. Do you want to know what it looks like? Come on, you've seen a dragon? You'd be lucky not to be killed by its breath. I've even seen a real dragon. Hey, Fang Mingyuan, are you deliberately trying to sabotage me? So what if I am? The two started glaring at each other. Behave yourselves, behave yourselves. Not long after, Su Changjin arrived. Senior sister Su. Almost everyone greeted her respectfully. No need for formalities. It's the new year, so let's be happy. Su Changjin sat down to one side. The food is ready, let's eat. Ji Ming smiled and sat down next to Su Changjin. Come on, let's drink, eat meat and vegetables. Cheers! Chen Guan laughed heartily, drinking and eating with his senior brothers, almost blending in with them. The fireworks faded, and after a few rounds of drinks, dawn broke. Senior brother Song, senior brother Fang, senior brother Zhou, wake up. Weren't you supposed to be able to drink a lot? Chen Guan, his face flushed but unusually energetic, patted the group of people slumped over the table. No more, no more. Song Haiming's fat hand shook weakly, then he slumped face down on the table. Senior brother Ji, drink. No, no. We still need to take care of our junior brothers, junior brother Chen. It's almost dawn, let's stop. Chen Guan sighed with a smile. Not a single one of you can hold your liquor. Next time you call me to drink, you can't use a drinking contest. Chen Guan stood up, cupped his hands, and said, thank you for taking care of our senior brothers, senior brother Ji. I'll be going now. Take care, junior brother. I'm not drunk, Chen Guan smiled. Fellow Deus Chen, would you like me to see you off? Yu Miao Miao asked with concern. Not drunk. Chen Guan waved his hand, indicating there was no need to worry. He walked straight and swaggered out of the courtyard. Chapter 7 Sect Sword Formation. Several days later, Chen Guan held a very heavy piece of iron in his hand. Finally fused it. The probability was too small. The iron in Chen Guan's hand was no ordinary iron. It was an iron block that he had fused many times before succeeding once. While the weight remained the same, the quality of the iron changed. Originally, a 50 jin, 25 caddies, iron block, after 3 fusions, still weighed 50 jin, but its volume shrank to a quarter of its original size. Is this considered refined iron? 3 successful fusions in a row, truly remarkable. Chen Guan weighed the iron block in his hand. This thing should be worth spirit stones, right? At this moment, a faint voice came from outside. New outer disciples of 100 Medicine Peak within the past 2 years, assemble at the Peak's Plaza at 9 a.m. Although it sounded ethereal and uncertain, it resonated deeply with Chen Guan. Before 9 a.m., Chen Guan had already arrived at the 100 Medicine Peak Plaza. Many fellow disciples had already gathered there. Fellow Deist Chen, over here. Yu Miao Miao greeted him with a smile. Chen Guan nodded and walked to Yu Miao Miao's side. Yu Miao Miao touched Chen Guan's shoulder and asked with a smile, Chen Guan, do you know what happened today? Chen Guan shook his head. No. I told you, I found out we're going to learn the sect protecting sword formation. It seems every outer disciple needs to learn this sword formation. Today we also get a free magic weapon, isn't that great? Yu Miao Miao asked happily. Chen Guan nodded. It is indeed great. Since it's a sword formation, our magic weapon should also be a sword. Of course, our Qingxuan Sect is based on the sword path. It was the hour of SI, 9 to 11 a.m. An elder arrived on a sword. He looked ethereal and otherworldly, with long, thin white eyebrows that fluttered in the wind. Disciples, assemble. Everyone gathered together, then bowed and greeted the elder. No need for formalities. I am Bai Mengxian, a foundation establishment elder of 100 Herbs Peak. You may call me Elder Bai. Entering Qingxuan, you must learn sword formations to protect our section. Including today, I will explain the wonders of sword formations to you for 3 days. Later, I will arrange for other disciples to practice sword formations with you. For you, the path of cultivation has only just begun. Do not slacken. The sect protecting sword formation contains the 36 transformations of the Heavenly Dipper. However, you do not need to learn such a profound sword formation. Listen carefully, start your qi in your danshan, let it flow from your heart to your yintang, then forward to your huiyan, and finally to your mingmen. Bai Mengxian carefully explained the secrets of spiritual qi circulation, then picked up a sword and began to practice. An hour later, Bai Mengxian stopped lecturing, glanced at the outer disciples present, and then his gaze lingered on Chen Guan. Now, begin roll call. Long Hezong, present. Ya Hearan, present. Section 9. Yu Miao Miao, present. Chen Guan, present. Chen Guan raised his hand and said, "Disciples whose names are called, line up in an orderly fashion to receive your sect's spirit sword." Chen Guan and Yu Miao Miao lined up at the back. How embarrassing, we're Yaishan's disciples and we were recognized immediately, Yu Miao Miao whispered. Chen Guan smiled calmly, it's no big deal. We have everything we need. Chen Guan was the last to receive his spirit sword, and Yu Miao Miao wanted to wait for him to go back together. However, Bai Mengxian transmitted his voice, Chen Guan, wait for me in the main hall later. Yes, elder. Chen Guan received his spirit sword and then left Bai Mengxian's presence. Yu Miao Miao said, fellow deist Chen, let's go back. Chen Guan shook his head, fellow deist you go back first, I have other matters to attend to. Bai Mengxian's summons was clearly not unexpected, it was probably related to his concealment of his cultivation level. Alright, fellow deist Chen, I'll head back now. Yu Miao Miao smiled and turned to leave. Chen Guan went to the main hall inside the peak to wait. After waiting for a while, a voice rang out, why are you so dense? There are so many people in the outer hall. Do you think I'd let you wait here? Come into the inner hall. Chen Guan obediently went into the inner hall. Bai Mengxian, his white hair flowing, stood before a table. You've arrived. Greetings, Elder Bai. Chen Guan bowed and said, what's the story behind your cultivation level and the qi concealing technique? This junior has achieved enlightenment in the Azure Profound technique, and the cultivation method is complete. To avoid the jealousy of my fellow disciples, I cultivated the qi concealing technique. And the qi concealing technique is also mastered. Bai Mengxian found this absurd. Yes, right and wrong are not determined by words. In the blink of an eye, Bai Mengxian appeared before Chen Guan, his aged body giving Chen Guan an unparalleled sense of oppression. Bai Mengxian placed his hand on Chen Guan's shoulder, a domineering aura emanating from his hand and circling within Chen Guan's body. The pure Azure Profound technique is correct, and the water, wood, and fire spiritual roots are also correct. I'll give you one chance. Come with me to the heart-testing array to prove your innocence. Bai Mengxian forcefully dragged Chen Guan to a secluded spot, where a very obvious array stood before them. Go through there, and you can hide your cultivation level without any problems. Yes. At this point, Chen Guan could only obey Bai Mengxian's will. He entered the heart-testing array. After being questioned several times, he was finally able to escape the array. Bai Mengxian smiled at this moment, haha, not bad. Chen Guan, right? Yes, Elder Bai. With a clean background and the sudden enlightenment you've achieved, even with your water, wood, and fire elemental roots, you have a place in Foundation establishment. I advise you to start earning contribution points from now on. Once you reach qi refining perfection, your contribution points will be enough to exchange for about 10 Foundation establishment pills, and Foundation establishment will be within reach. Bai Mengxian patted Chen Guan on the shoulder. Alright, let's go back. A short while later, Bai Mengxian led him back to the inner hall of the 100 Herbs Peak main hall. Alright, leave now. Bai Mengxian waved his hand and flew away on his sword. Chen Guan bowed respectfully, turned, and left the main hall. The only downside to hiding your cultivation level is this. Chen Guan, having a clean record and having passed the heart-testing array, was considered to have passed this hurdle. Almost at the 4th level of qi refining, I hope I can get an entry for concealing my aura. Chen Guan desperately wanted an entry for concealing his aura at this moment. The concealing qi technique was still too rudimentary, how could it possibly fool a high-level cultivator? Chen Guan returned to his house and sat down on a futon to cultivate. 3 days later, on the plaza of 100 Herbs Peak, Bai Mengxian said, I've taught you the sword formation 3 times. Today, I'll arrange a team for you. 6 people per team, your senior brother will be the team leader. At the same time, you 6 must form teams for 3 years to participate in sect missions, participating in at least 1 mission each year. These are the sect's rules. Bai Mengxian picked up the list and began announcing the teams. To the very end. Captain, Wan Chen, teammates, Zhang Hao, Zhao Yide, Su Jingxiu, Yu Miao Miao, Chen Guan. Team assignments complete. Captains, find your teammates and practice the Heavenly Gang sword formation. I am Wan Chen. Junior brothers and sisters, come here. Chen Guan and Yu Miao Miao walked over. Wan Chen raised an eyebrow. Oh, there's another pair? No. Yu Miao Miao blushed and shook her head in denial. Chapter 8 Purple Entry, Spiritual Eyes. We're not deist partners. Chen Guan nodded in acknowledgement. Fellow deist, you and I are classmates. You should all understand why we're so close. Ha ha ha, I see. Wang Chen said with a laugh. Everyone, I'm Wang Chen. Why don't you introduce yourselves? Everyone nodded. A tall, handsome man said, hello everyone, my name is Zhang Hao. A shorter man with a light stubble said, everyone, my name is Zhao Yide. Chen Guan thought to himself, thank goodness his name isn't Zhang Yide. A pure and pretty woman said softly, hello everyone, my name is Su Jingxiu. You meow meow. You meow meow greeted everyone with a cup fist salute. Chen Guan mimicked, cupping his hands in greeting. Wang Chen said, now that we've all gotten to know each other, let's practice the Heavenly Gang sword formation here. Come here, everyone. With me as the center, hold your spirit swords, and activate the Heavenly Gang sword formation. Yes. The group formed a sword formation around Wang Chen. However, in just a breath, the rhythm was broken. Wang Chen frowned. Zhang Hao, right? Watch your breathing. For the next 3 years, we'll be doing sect missions in teams. We must master the Heavenly Gang sword formation to ensure our safety. The Heavenly Gang sword formation will not only enhance my strength but also protect you. Continue. Senior brother Wang, I'm out of spiritual energy, Su Jingxia said, her face pale. Hearing this, Wang Chen let out a sigh. Alright, that's enough for today. You should be at the first or second level of Qi refining, limited spiritual energy is normal. Section 10. Let's disperse. We'll continue practicing here tomorrow at 9 a.m. Wang Chen sheathed his spirit sword at his waist and turned to leave the plaza. Fellow deist Chen, let's go too. Chen Guan nodded and left with you meow meow. They still say they're not a couple, Zhang Hao muttered. Yeah, even going back together, so conveniently? Zhao Yide's voice was a little sharp, sounding sarcastic. You too, I'm leaving too. Su Jingxiu cupped her hands and left the plaza as well. Fellow deist Chen, do you still have a lot of spiritual energy? Quite a bit used up, a little more and I'll be out. Chen Guan's words were vague. He couldn't very well say he was about to break through to the 4th level of Qi refining, could he? Me too, you meow meow smiled. I'm so tired today. I have to cultivate again when I get back. Fellow deist Chen, we can't let our guard down. I heard that even a slight mistake during a mission can lead to death. Only by improving our cultivation can we better protect our lives. Chen Guan listened to Yu Meow Meow's earnest words. He didn't argue, just smiled and nodded. I understand. I've been diligently cultivating. Fellow deist Yu, I'm almost at my courtyard. Yes, see you tomorrow. For the next month, Chen Guan had to go to the Peaks Plaza every day to practice the sword formation with them. Spell, Heavenly Gang sword formation, 19%. Therefore, Chen Guan was very familiar with sword formations. In the group, besides Wang Chen, he was the cultivator most familiar with sword formations. Wang Chen said, alright, everyone stop. We've become increasingly coordinated over the past month. The day after tomorrow, we'll be heading to the outskirts of the Luyun Mountains for a training exercise. I'll lead the team, and you'll all participate in a real battle. See you the day after tomorrow, fellow disciples. Wang Chen left with a flourish. Chen Guan sheathed his sword and looked at Yu Meow Meow. Fellow deist Yu, let's go back. Yes, let's go back. Chen Guan and Yu Meow Meow left. A hint of envy flickered in Su Jingxia's eyes. They knew Chen Guan and Yu Meow Meow came from Yaishan. They weren't envious of Yaishan, but rather of having a companion. Even a companion going back together would make them envious. Which young man or woman wouldn't want a companion they could talk to, even just someone to travel with for a short while? And Chen Guan and Yu Meow Meow had, quite by fate, achieved just that. Fellow deist Chen, shall we go to the market tomorrow to buy some life-saving pills? Chen Guan replied, my spirit stones are almost used up, I don't have any left to buy pills. Go buy yourself. Alright, I'll go by myself tomorrow. Yu Meow Meow's tone was disappointed, she really wanted someone to accompany her shopping. Chen Guan ignored her and continued walking. Different paths, different goals. Disagreements are bound to arise regarding matters involving spirit stones. Moreover, Chen Guan had something very important to discuss. Host, Chen Guan. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 3, 99%. That is cultivation. He's about to break through. The next day, as the first wisp of purple Qi appeared on the horizon, Chen Guan exhaled spiritual energy, and his danchan swirled with spiritual energy. Suddenly, a burst of spiritual light erupted from Chen Guan's body, propelling his cultivation from the 3rd to the 4th level of Qi refining. Spiritual energy surged into his body, making him stronger and more energetic. Host has reached the 4th level of Qi refining. Number of terms to be drawn times 1. Chen Guan smiled faintly. System, let me see your limits. Drawl. Instantly, purple light filled Chen Guan's eyes. Purple? Not bad. Spiritual eyes, understands changes, recognizes the seasons, knows the terrain. When the term appeared, Chen Guan felt his eyes begin to itch, a sensation that lasted for half an hour before subsiding. Phew! This term is good. Now, the world Chen Guan saw was completely different. The heavens and earth were vibrant with color, and the flow of spiritual light filled his vision. Can I turn it off? Chen Guan murmured, and gradually, the world in his eyes returned to normal. It's good that it can be turned off. After resting for a while, Chen Guan decisively opened his spiritual eye. Instantly, various changes in the world came into view. Chen Guan endured the discomfort and tried his best to observe everything. Even the changes in the flow of spiritual energy around my body can be seen so clearly. Truly peculiar. Chen Guan had to adapt to this new change. After he had adapted somewhat, he sat cross-legged to cultivate again. He also found that his inner vision had become incredibly clear, and even the slightest fluctuations in the spiritual energy within his body were clearly visible. The purple inscription is indeed different. The fusion is already unreasonable. With the spiritual eye, my control over spells has become stronger. Chen Guan focused his mind. Currently, he needed to consolidate his cultivation. One more day passed. Chen Guan arrived at the 100 Herbs Peak Plaza. Chen Guan, over here. Yu Miao Miao waved. Chen Guan walked in. Only Su Jingxiu was absent. After waiting a while, Su Jingxiu arrived. Wang Chen immediately said, "Follow me." The group followed Wang Chen and arrived at the foot of 100 Herbs Peak. Su Jingxiu asked, "Senior brother Wang, where are we going?" Wang Chen said impatiently, "Nonsense, of course we're going to the Falling Cloud Mountains." Su Jingxiu asked uncertainly, "Walking there? How could we?" "We're going to Pill Cauldron Peak. There are cloud boats in the plaza of Pill Cauldron Peak. We'll take a cloud boat to the Falling Cloud Mountains." Chapter 9, Falling Cloud Mountains. Section 11. Danding Peak Plaza. This plaza is twice the size of Baiyao Peak Plaza. Around the edge of the plaza, many people have occupied space to set up stalls. It looks much more lively than Baiyao Peak. This is also Chen Guan's first time visiting Danding Peak. It's huge. Why is Danding Peak even bigger than our Baiyao Peak? Zhang Hao exclaimed. Wang Chen said calmly, "Stop looking around, come with me. Continuing to look is a waste of time. Let's go." Wang Chen led Chen Guan and the others to the edge of the plaza. A cloud boat was moored there. This cloud boat is heading to the Luo Yun Mountains. Each person pays 1 spirit stone. A middle-aged man on the cloud boat said calmly. Wang Chen took out a token and showed it to him. The other party was surprised. Another year has begun. Never mind, let's board the cloud boat. The cloud boat departs at noon and will take a day and a night to travel. Wang Chen looked at Chen Guan and the others. What are you waiting for? Board the boat. Okay. The cloud boat was quite large. Chen Guan and the others each had their own private room to rest. The cloud boat started moving, traversing the sea of clouds. Through the window, Chen Guan saw white clouds drifting by, the sea of clouds boundless. At night, he even saw a silver ribbon of stars, brilliant and vast. Cultivating immortality, it's truly enchanting. The next day, after one night, the cloud boat docked at a city. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of a gong rang out. A voice followed. We've arrived at the Falling Cloud Mountains. Everyone, please disembark. Chen Guan and the others left the cloud boat. Wang Chen said calmly, let's go to the city and get something to eat. We'll enter the Falling Cloud Mountains this afternoon. After eating and drinking their fill, Wang Chen led them to the Luyun Mountains. The Luyun Mountains were rich in moisture, with lush vegetation. Looking up, the white clouds in the sky seemed to have fallen onto the mountains. This training trip, as is a tradition of 100 Herbs Peak, is to have you identify medicinal herbs. Also, it's to find demonic beasts to hone your combat skills. The trip will last 7 days. After 7 days, we will return to the section. Zhao Yide asked, Senior brother Wang, won't we be in danger? Wang Chen replied irritably, how could there be no danger? If you want to avoid danger, go back to the sect now and become a menial disciple. Menial disciples don't need to experience danger, their lives will be the same. Now, obey my orders. Let's go. Everyone remained silent, following Wang Chen into the mountains. Chen Guan silently activated his spiritual eyes. Entering a dangerous place, he had to be extremely vigilant. See that white spirit grass over there? Senior brother Wang, we see it. Zhang Hao nodded. Tell me how old this white spirit grass is. It should be less than 2 years old. The white spirit grass's leaves only have one white stripe. That's right. Go pick it. Wang Chen carefully instructed. After Zhang Hao collected it, Wang Chen asked, do you know how many spirit stones this white spirit grass is worth? Everyone shook their heads, even Chen Guan. He really didn't remember. Although he had learned it, after 2 years of arduous training, he had basically forgotten everything. It's like a college junior asking him about high school knowledge. He might only vaguely remember some things. A year's supply of white spirit grass is only worth 1 spirit stone. I know you're short on spirit stones. Remember, the falling cloud mountains are full of treasures, but also dangerous. Let's go, let's keep searching. 1 spirit stone? For these cultivators who have just embarked on their cultivation journey, it's a considerable fortune. After all, they can't earn spirit stones on their own right now. Along the way, they found 3 kinds of spiritual herbs. Each herb was less than 2 years old, worth at most 3 spirit stones. It's getting dark, let's find a place to camp, Wang Chen said. February in the falling cloud mountains is very cold, especially with the high humidity. The night wind feels like being attacked. So cold. Yu Miao Miao curled up. She was only at the first level of qi refining, and her ability to withstand the cold was completely insufficient. Even Su Jingxia was so cold that she huddled with Yu Miao Miao for warmth. Senior brother Wang, why don't we light a fire? No, don't you know the wilderness is most dangerous at night? But lighting a fire is the only way to scare away wild beasts. Zhang Hao was puzzled. The book explained that fire could drive away some demonic beasts. Wang Chen chuckled. Heh, you think the danger comes from wild beasts? It's from people. Those unscrupulous cultivators are like jackals, they see fireworks as a piece of fat meat. If you're cold, just bear with it. We're here to train. I advise you to sit cross-legged and cultivate to resist the cold. I'll keep watch tonight, tomorrow night I'll arrange for you to take turns keeping watch. Chen Guan didn't say anything, taking his spirit sword and starting to carve a pit in the ground. 3 incense sticks worth of time had passed by the time he'd carved it. Fellow deist Yu, fellow deist Su, you two should hide in the pit, it'll block the wind. Is this for us? Yu Miao Miao asked in surprise. Su Jingxia was a little embarrassed. Go warm up, Chen Guan nodded. Fortunately, his cultivation was high, and he was strong enough to dig the hole quickly. The 2 girls didn't care about getting dirty, they had been cold for so long and just wanted to warm up, so they quickly went to the bottom of the hole and curled up. Seeing this, Zhang Hao and Zhao Yide followed suit and started digging. But after digging, they became puzzled as to why Chen Guan could dig so fast. Let me help you, Chen Guan joined the digging team. He finished digging and jumped out of the hole. Wang Chen leaned against a tree, a smile playing on his lips. Junior brother Chen is truly chivalrous. He also has strength and skill. Why don't you dig another hole to block the wind? Chen Guan, holding his sword, said, I don't need one. Wang Chen asked seriously, Junior brother Chen, are you really Yi Tian's disciple? It seemed Wang Chen was beginning to doubt his identity. Of course. Chen Guan nodded, and to dispel the other's speculation, he added, how much weaker is elder by compared to senior brother? Section 12. Wang Chen chuckled lightly, you jest. Elder Bai is a foundation establishment cultivator, while I'm only at the late qi refining stage. How can you compare? Wang Chen understood the implication and stopped probing, only reminding him, Junior brother, there's a sect competition in 3 years. Disciples who participate in the competition have a chance to catch the elder's eye and receive a true discipleship. The sect competition is held once every 10 years, you absolutely cannot miss it. Senior brother, I'm a disciple of Yi Tian, you must have mistaken me for someone else. Wang Chen gave a light chuckle and remained silent. The night passed, and dawn was approaching. Chen Guan found some dry firewood nearby and lit a campfire. Wang Chen opened his slightly squinted eyes and called out, Junior brother Chen, you're so thoughtful. Junior brothers and sisters, get up. Come closer to the fire to warm yourselves, eat some dry rations, and then continue your journey. The group, who had been cold all night, quickly got up. They huddled around the campfire to warm themselves and ate their dry rations. Everyone's opinion of Chen Guan changed. It seemed he was hiding his true strength. While they were all shivering from the cold, Chen Guan remained unaffected, seemingly unaffected by the night's chill. He seemed too unusual. Chen Guan, is your cultivation level very high now? Yu Miao Miao asked softly. Everyone pricked up their ears, wanting to hear Chen Guan's answer. I'm just at the first level of qi refining, aren't I? I'm just more resistant to the cold. I grew up in a poor family, we didn't have many clothes, and we just endured the winters like that, I'm used to it. Chen Guan laughed heartily, his words mostly true, but only partially true. Chapter 10 The Power of the Spiritual Eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't know you had such a miserable childhood. Yu Miao Miao bowed her head apologetically. Chen Guan laughed. The past is the past, I don't care. Otherwise, why would I bring it up? Chen Guan spread his hands. Fellow deist Yu, even if I had a miserable past, I'm still a member of the Qingxuan Sect. Don't think of me as particularly miserable. Wang Chen ate his dry rations and said calmly, "Let's go. We can chat on the way if you want. But watch your surroundings and your footing." After eating, the group extinguished the campfire and continued their journey. When they encountered herbs along the way, Wang Chen would share his knowledge with everyone. Gradually, everyone developed respect for their senior brother who was leading the group. Even Chen Guan felt that senior brother Wang was very competent and approachable. There was no scheming or backstabbing among the companions, or any life or death struggle over trivial matters. Not long after, they entered a mountain forest shrouded in clouds. Chen Guan was deeply immersed in the clouds, visibility was extremely low, and he could only see everything clearly using his spiritual eyes. "Senior brother Wang, could there be anything good here?" Chen Guan asked. He had spotted a thin, green band of spiritual energy that was slowly moving. It was a living thing. "I don't know. I sense the spiritual energy here is quite strong, there might be some herbs." Cough. There seemed to be movement in the treetops. In an instant, Wang Chen stopped, and everyone else halted. "Junior brother Chen, have you discovered something?" Wang Chen became alert. He sensed the surrounding energy but found nothing unusual. "Senior brother, there's something in the tree. It's getting closer to us." Chen Guan sensed it was a giant serpent, because the green spiritual energy band shifted rapidly, instantly multiplying by hundreds of points that converged on it. "Gathered together, form the heavenly pivot formation," Wang Chen said solemnly. The group quickly took their positions, swords in hand, forming the heavenly pivot formation, one of the heavenly gang sword formations. "Wind spell." Wang Chen flicked his sleeve, and a gust of wind blew from his body. The clouds dispersed considerably, revealing a figure in the tree. It was a wooden vine serpent, its body shaped like a twisted vine. A black vertical stripe ran down the center of its green head, and its tail had a blade-like leaf that reflected a cold light. "Not good, it's a late-stage chi-refining wooden vine serpent. It's targeting us. Stabilize the sword formation, we'll retreat slowly." "Yes." Facing a late-stage chi-refining demonic beast, the group dared not be careless. Even Chen Guan cautiously observed the wooden vine snake. But after everyone took a few steps back, whoosh! A whooshing sound rang out instantly. The wooden vine snake had lashed out with its tail, the sharp leaf blade striking in a flash. Clang! Wang Chen, leading the charge, stabilized the sword formation and, wielding his spirit sword, blocked the fatal blow. But apart from Chen Guan, everyone else's faces turned deathly pale. Clearly, defending against this attack had drained too much of their spiritual energy. Su Jingxia said weakly, "Senior brother Wang, I'm almost out of spiritual energy. Hold on for one more breath." Gathering spirit sword. Without a word, Wang Chen, empowered by the heavenly gang sword formation, transformed his spirit sword into the shape of the Big Dipper, instantly slashing at the wooden vine snake's head. Swish! The blade easily sliced through the wooden vine snake's head, splitting it in two. It looked utterly dead. Just then, the heavenly gang sword formation dissipated due to everyone's spiritual energy being exhausted. Chen Guan noticed a very obvious green spot of spiritual light on the body of the wooden vine snake hanging from the tree. "Senior brother Wang, do late-stage chi-refining demonic beasts have demon cores?" Chen Guan asked doubtfully. "This is just a late-stage chi-refining demonic beast, where would it get a demon core? But this snake body will fetch a good price, especially the tail. We've made quite a bit of spirit stones today. We'll split it 50% with you later." Wang Chen laughed. "Let's carry the corpse down the mountain." With the crisis resolved, Wang Chen relaxed. Chen Guan, however, looked at the green spiritual light beating like a heart, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Just in case. Chen Guan didn't speak to Wang Chen, but used the 9 spirit steps to reach the spot of spiritual light on the snake's body in one step, and with a single sword strike, pierced the spiritual light spot on the wooden vine snake. Hiss! The severed snake head hissed instantly, its body trembled, and then it slumped limply. Wang Chen was stunned. He narrowed his eyes, glancing at Chen Guan and then comparing him to his fellow disciples. Zhang Hao, at the second level of chi refining, was now sitting on the ground, slightly panting. The other 3 were even more pale-faced, sitting on the ground, breathing heavily. Only Chen Guan still had considerable strength left. He had even discovered that the wooden vine serpent had feigned death. If they were to actually move the wooden vine serpent's corpse and revel in their triumph, a moment's carelessness could lead to someone's death. The wooden vine serpent's tail was no joke. Even Wang Chen couldn't say he could defend himself against a sneak attack. "Junior brother Chen, you truly delight me," Wang Chen grinned, praising him. "Senior brother Wang, I don't like men." Chen Guan sheathed his sword and smiled. "Ha ha ha." Wang Chen burst into laughter. "It's not that kind of liking, it's admiration. You're such a rascal, where did you get such thoughts? I remember the sect strictly forbids reading such books. Looks like I need to be wary of you." Chen Guan also laughed. "How could I possibly like men? It's all the other senior brothers' fault for talking to me about worldly matters." Section 13. Wang Chen said, you all, circulate your cultivation techniques to recover your spiritual energy before we talk. Junior brother Chen, you should recover your spiritual energy too. We need to be careful going down the mountain. No problem. Chen Guan still had 70% of his spiritual energy left. While that was enough, it was best to maintain his peak strength. He sat cross-legged and circulated his energy to recover. After a while, Chen Guan recovered his spiritual energy. He opened his eyes and saw Wang Chen standing on a tree, surveying the situation. Chen Guan found a rock to sit on and wait. Half an hour later, everyone's spiritual energy had recovered. Wang Chen jumped down. Let's go, junior brothers and sisters, let's move the wooden vine snake. Wang Chen carried the snake's tail, while Chen Guan volunteered to carry the head. The others carried the middle of the snake's body. The wooden vine snake was nearly 20 meters long overall. After walking for a while, I'll lead the way. Why didn't you say you didn't know the way? Following you led us deep into the Luyun Mountains. Wang Chen said to Chen Guan, somewhat annoyed. Chen Guan explained sheepishly, it's all because the clouds here are too thick, I got lost. It's alright if you don't know the way. It's your first time in the Luyun Mountains. Wang Chen didn't blame him, after all, he was the captain. Let's go, down the mountain. Going up the mountain is difficult, going down is easy. Chen Guan and the others actually returned to the city before dark. Great. I want to get a good night's sleep and take a bath, Yu Miao Miao said happily. Me too, Su Jingxiu was also overjoyed. Wang Chen said, don't rush. You guys, come with me and sell the snake carcass first. This is also part of the training. Yes, senior brother. Returning to the city was much better, there was no cold wind, and no need to be overly cautious. Chapter 11 Selling the wooden vine snake, back into the mountains. Senior brother, will anyone buy it if we set up a stall in such a remote place? Zhao Yide waited for a long time, and after finding no one coming, he asked Wang Chen dejectedly, how much for the wooden vine snake? A man dressed in a black and gold robe walked over, his face gentle and refined, his appearance like a spring breeze. Wang Chen glanced at Zhao Yide, saying nothing, yet his words spoke volumes. Normal price. A 20-meter wooden vine snake, I don't need to explain, right? Wang Chen looked up and met the man's gaze. Heh, you're quite neither humble nor obsequious. Out of respect for you being a disciple of the Qingxuan Sect, I won't bother with you. A ring in the man's hand flashed with spiritual light, and a pile of spirit stones appeared beside the snake's corpse. He then took the snake's corpse and put it into his storage ring. Chen Guan narrowed his eyes. A storage ring? Judging from the man's words and tone, the person just now was probably a foundation establishment cultivator. Hey! Wang Chen chuckled and took half the spirit stones. I'll take 50%, you each take 10%, here you go. Chen Guan received 10 spirit stones. The others also received 10 spirit stones. So, the snake corpse was actually worth 100 spirit stones. Unbelievable. Senior brother, is the snake corpse really that expensive? Chen Guan asked. Expensive? It's always been this price. Don't you realize this is a late-stage qi refining wood vine serpent? Are you even at the late-stage qi refining stage? Or do you think you're capable of hunting a wood vine serpent? Even without your help, your senior brother would have a hard time killing a wood vine serpent. I think the price is too low. Wang Chen patted Chen Guan's shoulder, then said earnestly, Junior brother Chen, I brought you here to help you understand prices. You don't even know the price of a snake carcass, yet you question its value. Junior brother, it's late, you must be tired. Go find an inn to wash up and go to sleep. Tomorrow we'll continue our training in the mountains. I'll take care of selling the spirit herbs. I'll give you the extra spirit stones tomorrow. Faced with Wang Chen, who acted like a father, Chen Guan was helpless. He was speechless. Chen Guan had only asked why this snake was so expensive. Alright, senior brother, I'm going to rest. Chen Guan also felt it was getting late, and a good night's sleep would replenish his energy. Fellow Deist Chen, wait for me, I'll go with you. Yu Miao Miao jogged over. Fellow Deist Yu, I'll go with you too. Su Jingxiu followed. Wang Chen looked at the remaining people and said impatiently, you all come along too, choose the same inn, so we can meet up tomorrow. Yes, senior brother Wang. Zhang Hao and Zhao Yide also followed. The night passed. Chen Guan slept soundly. He got up early to breathe in the fresh air. Every morning, purple qi rises from the east, even if he wasn't cultivating, he needed to come out and experience it. Good morning, fellow Deist Chen. Yes, good morning, fellow Deist Yu. Chen Guan was sitting on the first floor of the inn eating his breakfast buns. Fellow Deist Yu, won't you rest a little longer? I'm used to getting up early. Yu Miao Miao said with a smile. Fellow Deist Chen, with your aptitude, you shouldn't be in Yaishan. Why did you bring yourself here? Chen Guan asked with a smile, do you know about my spiritual route? Yes. So you should understand, it's not that I wanted to come to Yaishan, it's that I had no choice but to. From the moment you embarked on your cultivation journey, you should have understood that everyone has their own opportunities. I also have my own opportunities. Chen Guan wanted to be clear, he didn't want to spend all his time dealing with a fellow deist who was prying into his life. Yu Miao Miao fell silent, then nodded. At that moment, Wang Chen also came to Chen Guan's table. Waiter, bring me a basket of steamed buns, half a jin of beef, a pot of good wine, and finally, 5 jin of dry rations. Alright, please wait a moment, sir. Senior brother Wang, Chen Guan and Yu Miao Miao called out simultaneously. Wang Chen glanced at Chen Guan and Yu Miao Miao. They really have great chemistry. How about becoming deist partners? Chen Guan laughed, fellow deist, you and I are focused on cultivating immortality, neither of us has that kind of inclination. You're such a hypocrite. Wang Chen gave Chen Guan a sidelong glance. How could someone your age not want a sweet, soft deist partner to hold in your arms while sleeping? As he spoke, Wang Chen opened his arms, giving a half hug, his face beaming. Wang Chen looked at Yu Miao Miao and said with a smile, junior sister Yu, I think Chen Guan doesn't fancy you. Don't secretly cry, once your cultivation is stronger, just force him to become your deist partner. Forced love is never sweet, but even if it's not sweet, you still have to eat it. Don't you think so, junior sister? Wang Chen teased. Yu Miao Miao, who was initially a little disappointed, laughed upon hearing Wang Chen's teasing. Senior brother, my heart is set on cultivating immortality. How could I possibly like fellow deist Chen? Don't play matchmaker. Sai Wang Chen chuckled and shook his head. Another hypocrite. How can you cultivate immortality with a clear conscience if you can't face your own thoughts? If you want something, go for it. You have to abandon the teachings of the tutors in the academy. If you don't fight for anything, then good things will just be left for others. Section 14. Chen Guan smiled inwardly. He had no romantic feelings for Yu Miao Miao, at most, he considered her a friend. Good morning, senior brother Wang, fellow deist Chen, fellow deist Yu. Zhang Hao arrived at their table, interrupting their slightly ambiguous conversation. The rising sun shone brightly, and everyone woke up and prepared their belongings. This time, they had prepared some things. When they wanted to buy sleeping gear for the night, Wang Chen stopped them. The stuff is too big. How are you going to pack it? We're going into the mountains to find spiritual herbs, fight demonic beasts, and train, not to enjoy ourselves. Carrying so much stuff will only become a hindrance when we need to escape. Let's go, let's go. Grab some rations, and we're heading into the mountains. Wang Chen led Chen Guan and the others directly into the mountains. Chen Guan didn't complain. He was a mid-stage qi refining cultivator, his physical attributes and spiritual energy were superior to the others. Going up the mountain again meant having to forge a new path through thorns and brambles. It was truly irritating. 2 days passed. They only managed to harvest a few cheap spiritual herbs, nothing more. Until they arrived at a relatively flat forest. Come on, let's go in. I found some march grass here last time. If we find it again this time, we'll be rich, Wang Chen said with a smile. Senior brother, how many spirit stones is march grass worth? Su Jingxiu asked. 300 spirit stones per plant, what do you think? Hiss. Su Jingxiu gasped, shocked by the high price of march grass. Chen Guan and the others were also surprised. The seemingly ordinary spiritual herb was actually 3 times more expensive than a late-stage qi refining serpent corpse, but they hadn't gone deep enough. The rustling of bushes and leaves filled the air. Not good, a demonic beast. Be on guard. Form the heavenly pivot formation. Wang Chen immediately ordered. Chen Guan quickly moved, forming the heavenly gang sword formation. Senior brother Wang, there's more than one demonic beast, Chen Guan said solemnly. He had to provide this information, otherwise their team might be defeated by the information gap. More than one. Let's retreat slowly and leave this place, Wang Chen quickly decided. Apart from Chen Guan, the cultivation levels of the rest of his team were too low to risk fighting. Chapter 12. The first display of power of the technique. Woof. A wolf's howl swept in, followed by whistling sounds from the woods. A wolf with blue fur emerged from the bushes, its eyes gleaming blue, staring intently at Chen Guan and the others. Chen Guan's expression turned grave. It's the alpha wolf of the late-stage qi refining Qingfang wolf, Wang Chen said, frowning. Everyone, move closer. Let's stick together and not expose our backs to them. The Qingfang wolves won't dare attack us head-on. Wang Chen frowned. Junior brother Chen, you switch positions with Su Jingxiu. You protect the back. Okay. Chen Guan looked at Su Jingxiu, who nodded in return. The two quickly switched positions. Alright, we'll retreat slowly. I'll watch the back. Several pairs of blue eyes emerged from the bushes. 5 Qingfang wolves, none of them at the late Qi refining stage, 4 at the mid-Qi refining stage and 1 at the early Qi refining stage. Chen Guan's expression turned serious. Because a mid-Qi refining stage Qingfang wolf had also appeared in front of him. Senior brother Wang, our path is blocked, Chen Guan said calmly. If he were to act, he could instantly halt 2 mid-stage Qi refining Qingfang wolves. The remaining wolves would depend on the others, but they were all early-stage Qi refining, one wolf could easily kill the rest. Stabilize the 3 breaths sword formation, I'll go and kill the alpha wolf. Gathering spirit sword. Wang Chen instantly disengaged, his sword transforming into the Big Dipper constellation, and swiftly reached the alpha wolf. Whoosh! The alpha wolf instantly spat out a wind blade. Not good! Wang Chen shouted, his sword clashing with the alpha wolf's wind blade, the power of the Big Dipper dissipating. I'll hold off the alpha wolf, you retreat if you can. Chen Guan's face darkened. Retreat? Chen Guan could retreat, but the others would die. Fireball. The fireball spell was activated instantly, flying swiftly from Chen Guan's hand to a mid-stage Qi refining Qingfang wolf. The fireball struck the wolf, exploding into flames, condensing 9 Qi, moving in 8 directions. 9 spirit steps, spiritual eyes. Chen Guan remained perfectly calm, his eyes revealing the weaknesses of each Qingfang wolf. Spiritual energy surged beneath his feet, and Chen Guan appeared like a ghost. Thrust. Chop. Slash. In a mere breath, Chen Guan moved 3 different directions, and with each new location, a Qingfang wolf whimpered and fell. Help! Fellow deist Chen! Su Jingxiu cried out. Her arm was being torn apart by a mid-stage Qi refining alpha wolf, but a faint rune protected it. Seeing this, Chen Guan moved swiftly, appearing before Su Jingxiu and plunging his sword into the back of the Qingfang wolf's neck. The Qingfang wolf collapsed, powerless. Only one Qingfang wolf remained, at the early stage of Qi refining. Zhang Hao, Zhao Yide, and Yu Miao Miao were engaged in combat with it. Chen Guan joined the battle, appearing like a ghost, piercing the Qingfang wolf's weak point with his sword, killing it instantly. Wang Chen, seeing Chen Guan's attack out of the corner of his eye, quickly praised, well done. Junior brother Chen, quickly come to my aid. Chen Guan didn't say much, raising his hand and sending a fireball hurtling towards it. Boom! The fireball struck the Qingfang wolf in the back of the neck. The timing was perfect, the Qingfang wolf was entangled with Wang Chen, and Chen Guan had precisely anticipated its trajectory, striking its weak point with a single blow. Woo! The alpha wolf whimpered, unable to rise. In the instant it lost its fighting ability. A sword blade cleaved its waist. Crack! The alpha wolf snapped in 2, blood splattering everywhere, and Wang Chen's face was covered in blood. Well done, junior brother Chen. Let's rest for a bit. You guys, clean up, we'll carry the wolf demon down the mountain later. That was dangerous. If it weren't for junior brother Chen, we would have been in grave danger. Wang Chen laughed. You're too kind, senior brother Wang. If you really want to thank me, treat me to a good meal when we get back. Ha ha ha, that's no problem at all. I'll take you to Chunfeng Tower tonight. Get rid of your pretense. Section 15. Ahem. Yu Miao Miao coughed lightly, her voice low and menacing. Senior brother Wang, fellow deist Chen isn't as despicable as you. Despicable? It's only human nature. There are plenty of proper girls like junior sister in the sect, but the girls at Spring Breeze Pavilion are quite rare for us. Zhang Hao said excitedly, senior brother Wang, actually I want to go too. Me too. Zhao Yide cupped his hands and smiled. Go away, go away. The Spring Breeze Pavilion in the city is very expensive, you'll have to pay your own way. It's so difficult to deal with a wolf at the early stage of Qi refining. If it weren't for junior brother Chen's help, you would all be dead. Junior brother Chen and I can run. Junior brother Chen, are you practicing the 9 spirit steps? Yes. Hiss. Upon hearing Chen Guan's answer, Wang Chen gasped. Junior brother, your comprehension is exceptionally high. Judging from your footwork, could it be that you've already mastered it? Chen Guan nodded. A genius. What a pity, you have 3 spiritual roots, a talent the heavens envy. If you had a single spiritual root or 5 elements, wouldn't the sect have produced another golden core cultivator? Chen Guan humbly replied, senior brother, please don't flatter me. I know my own abilities. Being able to reach foundation establishment in this life is already enough. Wang Chen laughed heartily, patting Chen Guan's shoulder, aim higher. The world is vast, and anything is possible. In the south, there is a wondrous mountain, covered in snow for thousands of miles. Within this mountain lies a naturally occurring, extraordinary fire, the Southern Bright Fire. If you can tame it, your talent will change, and achieving golden core will not be a dream. Senior brother, have you been there? Chen Guan asked. I've heard of it. Chen Guan shook his head, I've only heard of it. If such a fire truly existed, it would have already been taken by someone else. Senior brother, do you still have spiritual energy? We should hurry down the mountain now. I'm afraid the bloodlust of these wolves will attract other demonic beasts. Absolutely. Wang Chen agreed. Junior brothers and sisters, each of you carry one wolf and hurry down the mountain. 6 people, exactly 6 wolves. Chen Guan carried one wolf on his shoulder, walking at the back. Wang Chen led the way. Before the sun had even set, they were already back in the city. Today was truly dangerous, Wang Chen remarked. Without Chen Guan, he might have had to leave the mountains wounded, and the entire group, except for him, would likely have perished. If he returned alone, he would definitely have his contribution points deducted, have to undergo the heart-testing array again, and finally be confined. Junior brothers and sisters, come with me to sell the Qingfang wolves. We won't go into the mountains tomorrow, we'll rest here for a day and return to the sect the day after. That's great, Su Jingxiu breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Chen glanced at Su Jingxiu and praised, junior sister Su is good, she knows to purchase Vajra talismans to protect herself. 10 spirit stones for protection is a good deal. Remember how junior brother Chen helped you. Senior brother Wang, I will remember. Su Jingxiu looked at Chen Guan, hesitated for a moment, and then said to him, how about I book the entire Chunfeng pavilion for you tonight, fellow Deus Chen? Chen Guan was momentarily taken aback and blushed. His first time visiting a brothel, and he was actually asking a woman to pay for him? His emotions were in turmoil, he had a strange feeling embarrassment? Shame? Hey, stop! Wang Chen raised his hand to refuse Su Jingxiu's suggestion. Junior sister Su, I promised to treat junior brother Chen to a visit to Chunfeng Pavilion. Why don't you repay him in another way? Forget it, I didn't do this for repayment. Chen Guan shook his head and refused. Let's deal with the wolf carcass first. Wang Chen nodded. Yes. Junior brother Chen, you contributed a lot this time. You take 30%, I take 30%, and the rest of you split the remaining 40%. Any objections? No. Everyone spoke up. Let's split the spirit herbs equally and find a spot to sell them. Chapter 13, a relaxation after the busy day. Finally, the wolf carcass sold for a total of 140 spirit stones, plus the spirit herbs, a total of over 150 spirit stones. Chen Guan received 32 spirit stones. Everything's sold out. Junior sisters, it's getting late, you should go back and rest. Come on, junior brother Chen, let me show you around. Wang Chen put his arm around Chen Guan's shoulder and led him towards the bustling streets at night. Wait for me, senior brother Wang. Zhao Yide quickly followed. Zhang Hao coughed twice, fellow deists, it's getting late, you should go back and rest. Fellow deist you, I'll go supervise fellow deist Chen. Zhang Hao said seriously for a moment, then followed. You meow meow, feeling both ashamed and indignant, said, Supervisor? Humph, what does fellow deist Chen have to do with me? He just wanted to go. Come on, fellow deist Su, let's go back and rest. Okay. On the way, Su Jingxiu asked, does fellow deist you like Chen Guan? Who likes him? I'm just his classmate, don't overthink it. That's good. Su Jingxiu breathed a sigh of relief, I kind of like Chen Guan, and I want to find him to be my deist partner. Ah. For a moment, Yu Meow Meow felt uneasy. Was Chen Guan that popular? He actually won over fellow deist Su's heart? Yu Meow Meow felt a pang of jealousy, her feelings complicated. The Spring Breeze Pavilion had 4 floors, occupied a large area, and had many courtyards. Wang Chen brought Chen Guan here. Madam, come here. Hey, master, what kind of girl do you want? The madam, heavily made up, came over, a gust of wind carrying the scent of rouge. Wang Chen waved his hand to dispel the lingering scent, then patted Chen Guan on the shoulder. Give me a young girl. My brother here likes virgins, understand? Yes. Sir, what would you like? Me? Well, I don't need young ones. Give me 2 juicy girls, madam, you know what I mean. Understood, sir. What's the price? The madam asked cautiously. Young and juicy girls aren't cheap. Wang Chen tossed over a spirit stone. Understood? A spirit stone. The madam exclaimed in surprise. She laughed and said, understood, sir. Honored guests, please go to the 4th floor. Senior brother Wang, what about us? Zhao Yide called out. Wang Chen said disdainfully, talk to the madam yourself. Junior brother Chen and I are going upstairs. Chen Guan looked around the layout of the Spring Breeze Pavilion with curiosity. There were many men and many women. In the hallway, there were couples embracing and hugging, but they all looked rather ordinary. Upon going up 1 floor, private rooms began to appear, only the sounds could be heard, not their appearance. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the sounds of musical instruments and the coquettish voices of beautiful women urging others to drink could be heard. On the 4th floor, the young woman led the 2 men to a quiet private room. Distinguished guests, Mama will be bringing the girls up shortly. Would you like any drinks, sir? Section 16. Wang Chen laughed, the drinks are fine, but the girls must be attractive, otherwise my junior brother Chen won't be happy. Understood, esteemed guest. The girl left, and a short while later, the madam brought over 6 girls. She first introduced them to Wang Chen. Sir, these 4 girls are all very voluptuous, with large breasts and shapely hips. And look at their charming faces, how voluptuous they are. Then she brought 2 girls to Chen Guan. Sir, our 2 girls here are still untouched and haven't come out yet. Which one do you like? Chen Guan's gaze swept over them. Both girls were very beautiful, one with a chubby face, the other with an oval face, their skin smooth and white as jade. Since they were in a place like this, Chen Guan naturally didn't stand on ceremony. She'll take her, Chen Guan said, pointing to the girl with the oval face, because she fit his aesthetic. Ah, this girl's name is Runchun. Please be lenient, sir. Wang Chen, with 2 girls in his arms, sat on the couch. She's indeed very radiant. Junior brother, want a drink? Yes. Chen Guan nodded. Wang Chen patted the 2 girls' shapely buttocks and said bluntly, you have no manners. My junior brother and I will drink, one of us will play music, and the other will pour the wine. Yes. The 2 girls obeyed. One played music, the other poured wine. Runchun, who had been lying in Chen Guan's arms, obediently got up to pour him wine. Junior brother Chen, are you comfortable? Wang Chen laughed heartily, clinking glasses with Chen Guan. First time experiencing this, it feels different. Chen Guan nodded. Ha ha ha. Junior brother Chen, I'm not trying to make things difficult for you, just showing you around. You should know, if you don't have strength, the female cultivators in the sect won't even consider you their deo partner. Beautiful female cultivators are even more sought after, even foundation establishment disciples will fight over them. Like these 3, with their exquisite looks, if they had spiritual roots, they would cause a foundation establishment cultivator to fight over them in the Qingxuan Sect. Only now, they belong to us. You have no idea what that feels like. I once fell for a fellow deist from my classmate's time, but unexpectedly, she found a late-stage qi refining cultivator 30 years older than me. Later, I became a late-stage qi refining cultivator, and that guy still had the nerve to come back to me. How shameless. An old woman, I wouldn't even look at her. Humph. The atmosphere was right, the wine was ready, and Wang Chen began to complain. Chen Guan nodded. Senior brother, can't you find a young deist partner now? TCH, I wouldn't. I'd rather keep dozens of concubines in the city to bear my children than find those female cultivators. Supporting just one of them, I could support an entire clan. Wang Chen scoffed. He wasn't tempted at all now. Why would he pay an undue price for beauty? Come, let's drink. Chen Guan nodded, silently listening to Wang Chen's complaints. A group had deliberately framed him, and he'd encountered a ghost cultivator and almost died. Slowly, Wang Chen looked at Chen Guan. Junior brother Chen, never fall for a woman. In the mortal world, isn't it easy to find a beauty? Female cultivators are the worst. They love to calculate gains and losses, they wouldn't do a losing proposition. Like your junior sister you beside you, she didn't look down on you at first, but that might change now. She values your cultivation level, but what do you value in her? Her low aptitude? Or her beauty? The girl beside you is far more attractive than junior sister you. Chen Guan chuckled, senior brother, isn't there such a thing as a purely platonic friendship? Do you think there's such a thing as a purely platonic friendship? Wang Chen stared wide-eyed at Chen Guan. He saw Chen Guan's youthful face, his eyes clear, like a child who never grew up. Chen Guan smiled, like senior brother, you've been spouting all this high-sounding wisdom at me, aren't we friends? Nonsense, I'm your senior brother, I don't want you wasting your time on women. Senior brother values your aptitude, thinking of helping me when you reach foundation establishment. Wang Chen turned his head away, one arm around the beauty, not wanting to meet Chen Guan's gaze. Meeting Chen Guan felt like his eyes were being scorched by the sun. No matter what you think, it's best not to fall in love. Those who fall in love first rarely end well. Senior brother, I'm going to the private room for some refined business. Ladies, let's go. Wang Chen, reeking of alcohol, led a girl away from the private room. Runchun poured wine for Chen Guan. Master, would you like me to play a tune? Chapter 14. Strolling through the market. The next day, Chen Guan emerged from the private room, reeking of alcohol, but his eyes gleamed. Runchun was already asleep in the private room, but nothing had happened the night before. Chen Guan had witnessed things he had never seen before that night, and his desires were no longer lurking within him. Last night, Runchun had pleaded with Chen Guan to take her in, because she knew that if he didn't, her fate would be even worse. Runchun cried and cried, her face streaked with tears. She begged Chen Guan to let her be a concubine, she didn't ask for anything more. Hey, master, why are you up so early? Is Runchun satisfactory? The madam, already up, was instructing the staff at Chunfeng Tower to get to work. Seeing Chen Guan, she cautiously approached and asked. Chen Guan calmly replied, "Not bad. I'll take Run Chun. How much is the ransom?" "Master, my Run Chun has met a good man. The other gentleman from yesterday has already paid the ransom." Chen Guan smiled upon hearing this. He hadn't expected his senior brother to see through his thoughts. "Send me some breakfast." "Yes, master, I'll have it prepared for you right away." Chen Guan returned to his room, brewed himself a pot of tea, and looked out the window at the ordinary people selling their wares, silently waiting. An hour later, Run Chun awoke, gave Chen Guan a distraught bow, and left the private room. Run Chun had just stepped out of the private room when the madam rushed to her side. "Oh dear, young lady, what are you doing? I just finished our business, why are you out already? Go back in quickly and serve the gentleman inside. I've already had your things packed. Be careful what you say to him, and serve him well, understand?" Run Chun was startled, understanding what was going on. "Yes, Madam Lu, I'll go back right away." Run Chun re-entered the room. After closing the door, she immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Chen Guan. "Thank you, master. Thank you, master. I will definitely take care of you from now on." Chen Guan glanced at her and sighed. "Get up." "Yes, master." Run Chun carefully approached Chen Guan, clasped her hands together, and lowered her head, not daring to say another word. Chen Guan said, "Don't call me master, it makes me sound old. Call me young master, or young master is fine too. From now on, you are mine, understand?" Run Chun nodded and lowered her eyes. "Yes, young master, I will definitely obey. Wash your face, go outside and have someone prepare breakfast for you, go and eat." "Yes." Noon. Wang Chen pushed open the door. Section 17. He smiled smugly. "Junior brother Chen, how was last night?" As he asked, Wang Chen's gaze fell on the bed. The bed was spotless, without a trace of blood. He sighed and shook his head. "Ah, with a beauty in your arms, junior brother, do you really like men?" Chen Guan smiled faintly. "Senior brother Wang, I don't like men." Looking at Run Chun massaging Chen Guan's shoulders, Wang Chen asked, "Are you taking her with you?" Chen Guan nodded. "I'm taking her. Didn't senior brother Wang redeem her last night? Wouldn't it be a waste of senior brother's spirit stones if you didn't take her?" Wang Chen shook his head with a smile. You really don't take senior brother's words to heart, but you do take the master's words to heart. You won't be able to go far." Chen Guan stood up and chuckled. "If it weren't for that, why would senior brother have told me so much?" Wang Chen laughed heartily. "All right, enough with the nonsense. The inn is the same as before. Remember to get up and assemble before noon tomorrow. Come on, junior brother, settle your people in the inn. I'll take you to the market later. The goods here are more varied than in the sect. Although it's hard to distinguish the real from the fake, it's still good for broadening your horizons." "Okay, let's go." Chen Guan nodded, gesturing for Run Chun to follow. Run Chun naturally followed behind Chen Guan. Back at the inn, seeing Chen Guan return with a woman, Yu Miao Miao and Su Jingxia looked at him with incredibly complicated expressions. After settling Run Chun in, Chen Guan went downstairs and looked at Wang Chen. "Junior brother Chen, let's go. Those two are probably still enjoying themselves at the Spring Breeze Pavilion. Let's leave them be. The four of us will go to the market." Wang Chen led Chen Guan and the others to the market. "Look around if you find anything interesting. I won't interfere. It's hard to tell what's real and what's fake. If you buy something wrong, consider it a loss, or better yet, you'll remember it for life." Chen Guan's eyes darted across each stall. Although he was quite interested, he didn't want to ask about the prices. Wang Chen had already said it was hard to tell what was real and what was fake. How could he dare waste spirit stones here? What's the difference between this and browsing an antique market? "Senior brother, do you think the magic techniques they're selling are genuine?" Wang Chen smiled at Chen Guan. "Junior brother, didn't you earn some spirit stones? Why don't you go buy some and try them out yourself?" Chen Guan shook his head. "That's not a good idea. I'd rather go back to the sect to buy the techniques, at least then I can guarantee their authenticity." Wang Chen laughed heartily. "It seems junior brother Chen isn't foolish after all. I'm relieved." Yu Miao Miao asked, "Senior brother Wang, do you really think everything on these stalls is fake?" "Junior sister, why don't we try them?" Yu Miao Miao pouted and didn't ask any further questions. Everyone had very few spirit stones, and no one wanted to waste them. After browsing around, the four of them didn't buy anything. Chen Guan asked, "Senior brother Wang, why aren't there any storage treasures in the market?" "What?" Wang Chen exclaimed in surprise. "Junior brother, you actually want storage treasures? Is that something we can afford? Storage treasures? Those are made of void crystals. Do you know how much a void crystal is worth?" Chen Guan shook his head. "I don't know. Heh, a void crystal the size of a grain of rice costs 500 spirit stones. How much do you think the storage treasure you crafted is worth? 1,000 spirit stones? Chen Guan guessed. About that, no less than 3,000 spirit stones. Su Jingxia said, that's not much. We've earned quite a bit these past few days. If we did this every day, we could buy a storage treasure in a few years, right? Wang Chen looked at Su Jingxia with the eyes of someone looking at an idiot, and exclaimed in surprise. You mean you haven't cultivated for years, and you have a late-stage qi refining cultivator wasting your time with you? Su Jingxiu, after thinking about the whole situation, looked slightly embarrassed. Never mind what I said. Let's go back, rest for the night, and return to the sect tomorrow. The group returned to the inn. Chen Guan knocked on his in-room door, and Run Chun opened it. Young master, you're back. Yes. Chen Guan nodded. I had someone bring some food, we'll eat together later. Chen Guan was still a little unaccustomed to having another person suddenly enter his life. Night. Run Chun lay on the bed. Chen Guan, however, had no desire to sleep. Run Chun whispered, young master, I've warmed your bed. You can come and rest now. No rush. Run Chun, do you have any family? No, I grew up in Chunfeng Tower. Run Chun explained. Do you have any spiritual roots? No. Chapter 15. This girl isn't beautiful? Not obedient? The next day, Chen Guan brought Run Chun to the assembly. Wang Chen smiled, Junior brother Chen, you've disappointed your senior brother again. What disappointed me, senior brother? Chen Guan asked seriously. But you smiled at me. As far as I know, it's rare for a disappointed person to smile. Wang Chen, upon hearing this, said with dissatisfaction, can't I force a smile? Junior brother Chen, you're only looking at appearances. I can keep my emotions hidden. Chen Guan shook his head and smiled, I don't believe it. I only know that people who frequent Chunfeng Tower find it very difficult to do that. Ha! Hey! Wang Chen found this unpleasant. What are you saying? What's wrong with going to Chunfeng Tower? Going there occasionally, feeling the music, and listening to the suffering of the world. Su Jingxiu and Yu Miao Miao both rolled their eyes. Su Jingxiu said, Senior brother Wang is really shameless, and you've even corrupted fellow deist Chen. You like him? Wang Chen questioned directly. Ah. Su Jingxia was stunned, her face flushed, and she shook her head and waved her hands. No, I admire fellow deist Chen. Oh. Wang Chen smiled knowingly. He looked at Yu Miao Miao, junior sister Yu, are you dissatisfied with your senior brother? Do you also like Chen Guan? Senior brother Wang, my feelings for fellow deist Chen are those of a classmate. Seeing you corrupt him, of course I'm angry, Yu Miao Miao argued. Wang Chen scoffed, curling his lip, one says admiration, the other says friendship. Are you two junior brother Chen? Look, the beauties next to junior brother Chen, logically speaking, are all prettier than you two. Junior brother Chen likes them very much, and he even wants to bring them back to the sect. You two have no chance. Wang Chen laughed heartily. Chen Guan glanced at Run Chun beside him and smiled helplessly. Indeed, Run Chun was a beauty, much prettier than Yu Miao Miao and Su Jingxiu. Otherwise, why would Chen Guan have chosen her at Chunfeng Tower? Besides, it wasn't just me and junior brother Chen who went, junior brother Zhang and junior brother Zhao went too. Why aren't you saying anything about him, but instead criticizing me? Section 18. Zhang Hao and Zhao Yide looked embarrassed, but they both felt the girls at Chunfeng Tower were better, at least they were gentle and considerate. Never mind, Wang Chen waved his hand. The cloud boat is here. Senior brother, I don't like love and romance. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Back to the sect. The group boarded the cloud boat and left the Luyun Mountains. On the cloud boat, Wang Chen and Chen Guan watched the sky rush by from the edge. Junior brother, I just don't understand. Are you impotent? Wang Chen looked at Chen Guan suspiciously. Chen Guan was both amused and exasperated. How could that be? Damn it! Wang Chen cursed. You spent 2 nights alone with a beautiful woman, and you could tolerate it? The woman beside you is still a virgin. I can tell from her face. Wang Chen's gaze remained suspicious of Chen Guan. Junior brother, impotence can be treated with medicine, and it's not expensive. Don't fool yourself. I have a reliable alchemist, I'll talk to you about it later. Chen Guan said, Run Chun bears my karma because of his evil thoughts, so I will naturally take responsibility. Senior brother Wang, I still want a true love. Wang Chen, _? I love you my ass. Wang Chen blurted out, speaking in his native accent. Isn't that girl gentle? Gentle. Chen Guan nodded. Not obedient? Obedient. A beautiful, gentle, obedient woman who is musically gifted and worldly wise, don't you like her? After hearing Wang Chen's words, Chen Guan hesitated. In his past life, such a beauty would be 1 in 100,000, right? How could Chen Guan not like her? Seeing Chen Guan's hesitation, Wang Chen said directly, yes, so what if she's of lowly status? But for you, this is also good. She just has no money and no spiritual roots. But she belongs entirely to you. In her life, you are the most important person. You can support her, even with just a little silver, ensuring her a worry-free life and good health. Wang Chen leaned closer to Chen Guan and whispered, she's much better than junior sister Su and junior sister Yu. If you find a girl who can cultivate immortality, and you're not good enough, she'll belittle you, complain about your weakness, and think you're incompetent. Once you run out of spirit stones, it'll all be over. Women are so realistic. Your girl is different. All she wants is a stable place, food and drink, and to care if you're tired. She won't ask about your cultivation level, whether you've earned spirit stones, or whether you've learned any new skills. Wang Chen patted Chen Guan's shoulder. Have you figured it out? Yes, I have. Chen Guan nodded. No matter what you think, I don't want to say more, and I'm too lazy to ask what you think. Wang Chen was too lazy to care anymore. The friendship had reached its limit, further words were pointless. It was up to each person to understand. Chen Guan said quietly, Senior brother Wang, are you still heartbroken by a woman? Want to continue telling me, to pour out your heart? Pa! Wang Chen spat angrily. How could your senior brother, with my high cultivation level, be bound by a woman's feelings? Chen Guan asked, if there were a woman who didn't mind your low cultivation level or your inability to earn spirit stones, and was still willing to be with you, would you believe in love? Wang Chen insisted, I believe you. Isn't the girl you brought back one? Wang Chen sighed, but, what if your cultivation level is the same as hers? Yes, some deist couples can manage that, but do you think you and I can find that kind of woman? Junior brother Chen, you have good aptitude. Don't delve too deeply into romance. Focus on improving your cultivation. It's good enough now. Having a woman by your side keeps you from feeling bored. Wang Chen left. Chen Guan's lips curled up. This senior brother. Really? Chen Guan knew Wang Chen was concerned about his future. But this was Chen Guan's business. In the future, he would have more entries, and his strength would increase. An ordinary woman's lifespan would eventually be limited. Chen Guan didn't want any more entanglement with her, nor did he want to grieve for her death. Arrange for her to stay in the city at the foot of the Sex Mountain. An ordinary person, I can still afford to support her. Chen Guan actually didn't know how to arrange it. Driven by selfish desires, he naturally craved her body and beauty, but for the long term, the two were fundamentally incompatible. We can consider the future later. Such a beauty was rare even in my previous life. Let's keep her for now. Back at the Qingxuan Sect, Wang Chen said, you all rest these days. I'll find a suitable mission in the mission hall. I'll then inform you one by one. After we've completed this year's missions, I won't appear in your lives. After Wang Chen finished speaking, he turned and left. Chen Guan cupped his hands to the crowd. Fellow deists, I have others to arrange, so I'll return first. Yu Miao Miao said, fellow deist Chen, I'll go back with you. All right. Chen Guan and Yu Miao Miao walked side by side, with Run Chun silently following behind. Fellow deist Chen, are you really going to keep this woman? Yu Miao Miao asked directly. Yes, just as senior brother Wang said, she is very beautiful, and I can take care of her. Everyone has a love for beauty, fellow deist Yu, please don't be surprised. Hearing this, Yu Miao Miao's expression dimmed. She glanced at Run Chun behind her. Run Chun's face was indeed something she envied. Chapter 16. It's not like this in Gata Ge Mulai. At the foot of 100 Herbs Peak. After arranging for Run Chun, Chen Guan came here without stopping. Elder Li. Chen Guan found the old man. The old man saw that this person was wearing an outer disciple's uniform, but being old, he couldn't remember him, so he asked truthfully, who are you? Chen Guan. Chen Guan knew that the other party didn't remember him, so he didn't mind. Elder Li, I have something I want to ask you. Please speak, fellow deist Chen. The old man said respectfully. Chen Guan asked, in the city below, how much does it typically cost to purchase a house near the city lord's mansion within the inner circle? The old man explained, houses near the city lord's mansion are usually all bought up. Currently, they can only be rented. Most of them are places where inner and outer disciples of my sect settle their families. If you want to settle your family there, you must first register your identity with the city lord before you can rent a house. Chen Guan nodded and cupped his hands, saying, thank you for informing me, elderly. It's nothing, fellow deist Chen. Come and chat often when you have time. Also, just call me fellow deist Li next time. Seeing that it was getting late, Chen Guan decided to go down the mountain the next day to explain the matter to the city lord. I wonder how many spirit stones the residence will cost. I'll set aside 2 spirit stones, and use the rest to buy cultivation techniques. Chen Guan wanted a body refining technique. So, he headed to the market on 100 Herbs Peak. Section 19. Senior Brother Zhao. Chen Guan quickly found Zhao Xianhua beside the library. Zhao Xianhua scanned Chen Guan, clearly not recognizing him, but still greeted him warmly. "Oh, junior brother, is something the matter?" "A body refining technique," Chen Guan said. "If the price isn't right, I'll go into the library and take a look." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xianhua realized this man had definitely done business with him before, so he asked in a low voice, "Why don't you go into the library and take a look? My techniques are guaranteed to be cheaper than those in the library. What the library has, I have. What the library doesn't have, I dare not sell. Just let me know what you want to buy." Chen Guan didn't think much of it and nodded. He was currently in a stage where he needed spirit stones, so it was best to cherish every single one. Chen Guan entered the library and selected a body refining technique on the first floor. A more difficult one, preferably without the aid of precious medicinal herbs. He searched for a while and finally found a body refining technique that women preferred. Ice Jade Technique. Low entry barrier, no medicinal herbs required, but quite difficult. If mastered, the body becomes like ice and jade, impervious to swords and blades. Additionally, it has other effects, such as slowing down skin aging and making the skin white and smooth. Being handsome is useful, and it also increases survivability. 20 spirit stones, not expensive. Ask Senior Brother Zhao. Chen Guan left the book pavilion and found Zhao Xianhua. "Senior Brother Zhao, how many spirit stones does the Ice Jade Technique cost?" Chen Guan asked. "Ice Jade Technique?" Zhao Xianhua looked at Chen Guan suspiciously. "A grown man practicing this technique?" Chen Guan didn't explain. "How many spirit stones?" 16 spirit stones. "You're lucky. My senior and junior sisters all buy from me. The price is much lower than at the book pavilion. I happen to have some techniques here too." Zhao Xianhua took out a copy of the Ice Jade Technique. Chen Guan took out 16 spirit stones from his pocket and handed them to Zhao Xianhua. "Thank you, senior brother." "You're welcome. Come patronize my business often when you have time," Zhao Xianhua laughed. Chen Guan took the Ice Jade Technique and returned to his residence. He saw that Runchun had cleaned his residence, making it look much tidier. "Runchun, come here." "Young master." Runchun ran over and bowed awkwardly to Chen Guan. Chen Guan reached out and took her hand. It was very soft, without a single callus. He figured she didn't need to do any work. "Here, there's no need for me to tidy up." "Yes." Runchun lowered her head, feeling terrified and unsure what to do. Chen Guan was different from others. If he had taken her virginity, she could have felt more at ease. But now, he seemed like a complete stranger, and she feared being abandoned by him. "Can you cook?" Chen Guan asked. "Runchun can, my mother taught me." "That's good. Prepare dinner, cook 2 catties of meat." After Chen Guan gave the order, Runchun went to the kitchen. "Looking at that face, I really feel itchy." "Forget it, am I a person who hesitates? I'm a genius. What's wrong with keeping a beauty to make me happy?" Giving up a beauty would only make him feel more awkward. Chen Guan picked up the Ice Jade Technique, and before it got completely dark, he took a look at its contents. Condense jade energy, shape muscles and bones, refine internal organs. The opening seemed to be the general outline. Chen Guan grew increasingly intrigued. "Young master, it's time for dinner." Chen Guan put down the Ice Jade Technique. After dinner, it was already late. Runchun watched Chen Guan reading by candlelight, her gaze fixed on him. Chen Guan closed his eyes and, following the qi condensing method of the Ice Jade Technique, successfully condensed jade qi at his fingertips. Chen Guan's mind raced. Internal observation, controllable. Why is it so simple? Chen Guan observed the jade qi in his hand, consuming half of his spiritual power. My talent was mediocre before. The heavenly reward for diligence panel hadn't appeared yet, so it definitely wasn't this talent. It can only be the spiritual eye. Spiritual eye understands change, knows the timing, knows the location. Understands change? Spiritual qi condensing into jade qi, is that also a kind of change? So, I really have become a genius? Before, he was just fooling himself, now, he truly has become a genius. As expected, even fusing such a bizarre term only yields purple. This spirit eye must have some bizarre aspects too. Chen Guan withdrew the jade energy in his hand, letting it flow into his muscles and bones. As the jade energy flowed in, his muscles and bones felt nourished, and Chen Guan felt as if he were being massaged and soothed by soft hands. A little comfortable. Chen Guan glanced at Runchun, then suddenly had an idea. "Runchun. Young master." Runchun quickly walked to Chen Guan's side. "Do you know acupoints?" "Yes." "That's good, give me a massage." After Chen Guan finished speaking, he lay down on the bed, gesturing for Run Chun to begin. Run Chun came to the bedside and pressed her hands against the firm muscles of Chen Guan's back. But as she massaged, she realized that Chen Guan had fallen asleep. Chen Guan hadn't had a proper sleep for several days, and because of Run Chun's matter, his thoughts and morality were at odds. Now that he was back in the sect, he relaxed immediately and fell asleep. "Young master," Run Chun called softly, a voice probably only she could hear. "Young master?" Run Chun called again softly, a smile playing on her lips. "Don't blame me, young master, I only want to survive in this world." Run Chun gently undressed Chen Guan, then softly removed his clothes. The following content requires SPIP to read. A night of fierce wind and rain. White mist pierced the sunlight, slivers of moonlight peeked through. Chen Guan, already used to waking up at this time, opened his eyes. He felt something pressing down on him, making him very uncomfortable, unable to breathe. But when he opened his eyes, he was even more confused. How did he end up being so open with Run Chun? This wasn't how it was supposed to be in GA La GE Muley. Wasn't I supposed to be the one being pursued? How did Run Chun just go straight to base? After clearing his head, Chen Guan didn't care anymore. He hadn't even had a chance to properly experience it. The early bird catches the worm. I didn't get up yesterday, so I'll make up for it today. I have to enjoy this. Section 20. Chapter 17. The City Lord's Affairs. It was nearly noon. Chen Guan straightened his clothes and went out. A faint smile graced his face. He was as charming as a beautiful woman, and as pleased as if he were in the spring breeze. He had to leave the sect again today. Yingqing City. Chen Guan glanced at the city gate plaque, took the sect's token, and entered the city. I need to find the city lord to handle matters. Rent a room today, hire people tomorrow, and have Run Chun come to stay in the city the day after. Chen Guan had just arrived at the city lord's mansion when he saw a man with slightly graying temples seeing off 3 people. Senior brother Wang, junior brother Chen. Wang Chen looked at Chen Guan in surprise. Wang Chen approached Chen Guan with a smile. Junior brother, are you also on this mission? Are you skilled in medicine? It's not a mission. I'm here to see the city lord. I'd like to rent a house here. Wang Chen chuckled. You've decided. Wang Chen turned to the slightly graying man and smiled. City Lord Lu, this is my junior brother. He wants to rent a house. Oh? Senior brother Wang's junior brother? Please, come in quickly. My name is Lu Baran, temporarily serving as the city lord of Yingqing City. Lu Baran greeted the two with a smile. Wang Chen smiled and said, my junior brother Chen wants to rent a house. Arrange for him next to my residence, at least as a neighbor. Junior brother Chen, I have 13 wives and concubines in my residence. I'll tell them, so your concubines can have someone to look after them. Wang Chen patted Chen Guan on the shoulder. Chen Guan smiled and nodded, just as senior brother Wang said. Senior brother, what mission have you come here for? Chen Guan asked. Nothing much, just that a man and a woman in City Lord Liu's household have fallen ill with some kind of plague and are unconscious. I took a look, but found nothing unusual. City Lord Liu has offered a reward of 30 spirit stones, wanting the disciples of 100 Herbs Peak to take a look. Wang Chen finished explaining, Junior brother, are you interested? Since we're already here, let's take a look, Chen Guan said with a smile. If we can earn 30 spirit stones, it won't be a loss. Lu Baran smiled and said, thank you for your help, fellow deist. I'll arrange a residence for you quickly. The three of them followed to a place and wrote down the location of the residence. Fellow deist Chen, what is your cultivation level? Lu Baran asked. Chen Guan asked, do we need to know your cultivation level? Why? Wang Chen explained directly, being a city lord isn't easy, you have to be selective. For example, my cultivation level is Qi refining level 7, and that will be recorded. If someone in the city bullies my family, City Lord Lu will check whose backer has the strongest cultivation level before making a decision. As for what happens afterward, we'll have to go and deal with the other party. Chen Guan was both amused and exasperated, thinking to himself, it really is a world where the strong prey on the weak, but there are still rules. Qi refining level 4. Wang Chen wasn't surprised. Lu Baran, being official, recorded it. You're an outer sect disciple, right? Yes. After recording it, Lu Baran said, the house next to senior brother Wang's residence costs 1 spirit stone per year. You need to pay 10 years worth of spirit stones upfront. After that, it will be paid every 10 years. Expensive. The thought flashed through Chen Guan's mind, extremely expensive. 1 spirit stone a year was a bit expensive for him now. But thinking of Run Chun, he thought, oh well, I can earn the spirit stones back. I'll just let her live a little better. All right. I'll pay the spirit stones tomorrow, Chen Guan said. He hadn't brought many spirit stones with him to begin with. No problem, Lu Baran smiled. Fellow deist Chen, what about my son and daughter? I'll certainly go see them, Chen Guan smiled. With his bright eyes, his medical skills included observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. Observation, in particular, was self-taught. Wang Chen said, if you really have a solution, perhaps you won't even need to pay the spirit stones tomorrow. City Lord Lu has offered a reward of 30 spirit stones. You can still take 20 spirit stones. The three of them went to a bedroom. A man lay on an exquisite mahogany bed, his face and lips pale. Chen Guan could tell at a glance that this guy was anemic. Senior brother Wang, are you saying that you can't see any abnormal symptoms in him? Chen Guan asked, amused. Really, junior brother, if you don't believe me, use your spiritual energy to sense it. Chen Guan nodded. Spiritual energy sensing was the most direct method. He touched the man's hand, then channeled his spiritual energy. After sensing it, Chen Guan's expression turned strange. There really isn't anything unusual. Spiritual eyes, activate. The world instantly became vibrant and colorful. Chen Guan saw a black spot in the man's brain. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be a tiny, moving goo worm. It looked difficult to deal with. Chen Guan looked up at Lu Baran. City Lord Lu, have you offended someone? Your son has a goo worm inside his body, located in his brain. Lu Baran's face froze upon hearing this. He then looked on with a strange expression, pondering for a moment before finally shaking his head. Since becoming city lord, I've been extremely cautious. How could I possibly offend anyone? Fellow deist Chen, please take a look at my beloved daughter. Let's go, let me see if it's the same. Chen Guan withdrew his spiritual eyes and smiled slightly at Wang Chen. The two walked side by side, Wang Chen nudging his shoulder. Chen Guan looked, and Wang Chen shook his head expressionlessly. Led by Lu Baran, Chen Guan and Wang Chen arrived at a young woman's room, where a faint fragrance wafted. Please, fellow deist Chen, Lu Baran said, bowing respectfully. Chen Guan looked closely and saw that this woman also had a goo worm in her brain. Chen Guan sighed, fellow deist Lu, your daughter also has such methods in her mind. Wang Chen smiled, junior brother Chen, why don't we go outside and talk? Yes. Lu Baran sighed, only able to watch the two leave. Wang Chen whispered, junior brother, this is a mess. It's not worth it for 30 spirit stones. They've already attacked your family. If you help them remove the goo, aren't you afraid they'll attack your concubine? Wouldn't you lose the beauty you just acquired? I know, but I didn't intend to do anything. This goo is located in the brain, difficult to remove, Chen Guan said softly. That's right. 30 spirit stones is nothing. You and I can go to the falling cloud mountains and take it down in a few days. Why provoke a guy in the shadows? Let's go back. Chen Guan nodded and returned with Wang Chen to Lu Baran's daughter's bedroom. Lu Baran sighed, fellow deist Chen, is there any way to remove the goo? Chen Guan shook his head, difficult. I can see it, but it's difficult to remove. A slight mishap could cause your daughter to become mentally impaired, or even die. Chen Guan glanced at the goo worm again and asked softly, senior brother, is someone in our Qingxuan sect practicing goo? I don't know. This thing is taboo within the sect, Wang Chen replied. Could it be the work of demonic forces? If fellow deist Lu really offended someone, wouldn't it be simpler to just deal with him directly? Why target two relatives without spiritual roots? Chen Guan voiced his doubts, partly to find an excuse to earn the 30 spirit stones. Wang Chen fell silent. Section 21. Seeing this, Lu Baran seemed to have found an opportunity. He pleaded, fellow deist Chen, I'm willing to add 10 more spirit stones. Please give it a try. Chen Guan looked at Wang Chen, who nodded. Go ahead and try. If you can force the goo worm out, I'll examine its quality. Chen Guan looked at Lu Baran and said seriously, fellow deist Lu, do you know that if I make a move, the goo worm will inevitably retaliate, and your beloved daughter may die? Chapter 18 Demon Goo, Gend. No problem, go ahead and do it. If I don't act now, my child will die too. Lu Baran stretched out his hand. Please, fellow deist Chen. Chen Guan didn't hold back. A wisp of white gas appeared between his fingers. This was the jade energy of the ice jade technique. If the goo worm liked it, it could be drawn out. Chen Guan probed the woman's body with the jade energy. From his perspective, the goo worm moved. The goo worm crawled slowly towards the jade energy. After traveling for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Chen Guan seized the opportunity and trapped the goo worm with a wisp of spiritual energy. It's done! Lu Baran exclaimed excitedly. Chen Guan, expressionless, handed the goo worm to Wang Chen for observation. Wang Chen took the goo worm, frowning as he examined it. This goo worm is not simple. You can help City Lord Lu deal with it first. Chen Guan nodded. Alright, I'll be right back. I hope senior brother Wang can tell me where the goo worm came from. With the first successful example, the second one was also easily accomplished. Lu Baran said gratefully, fellow deist Chen, why don't you stay at my residence tonight? I'll prepare a feast for you, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Chen Guan raised his hand to stop him. Thank you for your kindness, fellow Deus Lu. I just want to get the arrangements for the residence as soon as possible, and of the 40 spirit stones you promised me, 10 spirit stones will be considered as payment for renting the residence. Lu Baran understood Chen Guan's meaning, and he cupped his hands, saying, I will remember it no matter what. I'll give you 30 spirit stones right away. Lu Baran left. Chen Guan jumped onto the roof and walked to Wang Chen's side. Senior brother, is there a problem with the gooworms? A huge problem. The appearance of demonic cultivators at the foot of our mountain is not a good thing, Wang Chen said. That gooworm is unique to the heavenly moon demon sect, the moon-eating worm. It likes to hide in the brain. Every 15th of the lunar month, the gooworm consumes the host's blood and energy to help them absorb moonlight, causing them to fall into a comatose state like these two. Is the gooworm dead? Wang Chen asked Chen Guan. No, it's in my hands. What should I do? Chen Guan asked. It's good that the gooworm isn't dead. Quickly grab your spirit stones, let's hurry back to the sect and report to the elders. As they were talking, Lu Baran jumped onto the roof with a bag of spirit stones. Fellow Deus Chen, these are the reward spirit stones. Chen Guan hung the bag on his waist. Let's go, City Lord Lu, we need to return to the section. Farewell. Lu Baran watched the two leave quickly. Seeing how eager they were to return, there must be something wrong with the gooworm. Damn it, I have to check my ledgers. Lu Baran quickly left, his ledgers from all these years were incomplete. Inside the main hall of 100 Herbs Peak, Wang Chen and Chen Guan bowed respectfully. Wang Chen gave a brief report, presenting the gooworms as proof. Elder Bai, that's how it is. After reporting, Wang Chen fell silent. Chen Guan frowned, thinking Wang Chen was a bit foolish. Could sect elders really be trusted? What if they betrayed us? We'd really be dead. By Mengxian's side, we already knew about this. The heavenly moon demon sect came because of the moon spirit mine. They've long been laying their trap in the southwest of our sect. It's normal to find traces of demonic cultivators in Yingqing City. You may leave. Do not make a fuss, lest it ruin everything. Yes, ×2. Chen Guan and Wang Chen withdrew. After leaving the main hall, Chen Guan whispered, Senior brother Wang, if I'd known you were going to report to an elder, I wouldn't have come with you. Do you know how risky this is? Wang Chen patted Chen Guan's shoulder. Don't talk nonsense. Our elder Bai established Gend before reaching foundation establishment. How could there be any risk? Chen Guan asked curiously, what is Gend? Wang Chen laughed. Go read a book yourself. I don't have time to explain it to you. Don't worry, junior brother, there's no risk in this. How could Chen Guan feel at ease seeing Wang Chen leave so casually? The cultivation world isn't like that. How can a sect be united? There must be traitors within the sect. So, Chen Guan went to Zhao Xianhua's stall. Senior brother Zhao. Oh, it's you. The ice jade technique is a legitimate cultivation method. Since you've already read it, I won't give you a refund of the spirit stones. Zhao Xianhua immediately clarified upon seeing that it was his junior brother who sold the ice jade technique. Chen Guan chuckled, Senior brother Zhao, I'd like to know what book contains the term Gend. Junior brother, what do you want to know? Zhao Xianhua smiled, his eyes narrowing as he sized up Chen Guan. I really want to know what Gend Foundation Establishment means. Zhao Xianhua said with a smile, alright, by one of your senior brother's cultivation techniques, and I'll tell you. Sword techniques, how about this flowing water sword technique? Chen Guan said, picking up the sword technique book. 3 spirit stones. Chen Guan took out spirit stones from his bag and handed them to him. Zhao Xianhua smiled and asked, Junior brother, what's your name? Chen Guan. A good name, Chen Guan, Chen Guan. It sounds like you have good judgment. After praising him, Zhao Xianhua explained, Foundation Establishment is divided into Ordinary Foundation Establishment and Righteous Virtue Foundation Establishment. Since you want to know about Righteous Virtue Foundation Establishment, I'll tell you. Wherever my Qingxuan Sect governs, there are righteous virtue cultivators who work for the people. When they act for the people are grateful. The more grateful the people are, the more Righteous Virtue Foundation Establishment they can condense. Zhao Xianhua smiled and said, Junior brother, is that what you wanted to know? Will Righteous Virtue Foundation Establishment disappear? Chen Guan asked. Yes. Zhao Xianhua nodded. He explained, everyone possesses spirit, energy, and vitality, including ordinary people. When they sincerely thank someone, a wisp of their spirit will attach itself to the spirit of the person they are thanking. As the amount of spirit increases, the breakthrough to foundation establishment will be much easier, and countless wisps of spirit will manifest on the spiritual platform, forming the patterns of righteous virtue. The spiritual platform is where the spirit resides. If one's thoughts are not right, the spiritual platform will become clouded, and the patterns of righteous virtue will dissipate. Chen Guan suddenly understood. No wonder Wang Chen trusted Bai Mengxian so much, he would have believed him too. Elder Bai was definitely a righteous person. Zhao Xianhua smiled and said, "Junior brother, are you satisfied with the information obtained from these 3 spirit stones?" "Yes." Chen Guan nodded. "Thank you for your explanation, senior brother Zhao. You're too kind, junior brother. We're all just doing business." Chen Guan bowed and turned to leave. Back in his courtyard, Runchun was cleaning things up. "Runchun, didn't I tell you not to clean anymore?" "Young master, I just wanted to find something to do." Runchun's face was rosy, like a peach blossom, and her slender eyebrows added to her delicate appearance. Chen Guan said, "This is my place of cultivation, there's no need for much maintenance. In the next few days, I'll arrange a house for you in the city, give you silver every month, and buy you a few maids to serve you." Section 22. Runchun was startled, biting her lips slightly, and said pitifully, "Young master, do you not want me anymore?" Chen Guan said displeasedly, "If I didn't want you, why would I take care of you? What are you thinking?" Runchun was startled and knelt down before Chen Guan. "I misunderstood young master's intentions, it was my fault. Please forgive me. Go back and rest." "Yes." Chapter 19 Settlement, New Task. Runchun obediently went to warm the bed. Chen Guan found an open space to cultivate. First, he consumed his spiritual power to condense jade energy, first shaping his muscles and bones. Spell, Ice Jade Technique, 1%. Late at night, after Chen Guan used the Ice Jade Technique again, he saw that a new Ice Jade Technique had appeared on his panel. "It's magic, not cultivation. But it doesn't seem to make much difference, as long as I can see it, that's fine." Chen Guan returned to his house. Having tasted the sweetness of the moment, he naturally embraced Runchun and then gave her a thorough Away's 18 touches. The next morning, Chen Guan felt refreshed. He went down the mountain to Qingcheng. After breakfast, Chen Guan went to the city lord's mansion. After a brief visit, he arrived before Lu Baran. "Fellow Deus Lu, how is my residence now?" Chen Guan inquired. "It has been arranged for people to take care of it. You can move in this afternoon. It has 3 courtyards and 4 courtyards. Next to yours is the residence of senior brother Wang's wives and concubines. Would you like me to show you? 3 courtyards and 4 courtyards? That sounds a bit big." "Sure. Where in the city can I hire people?" Chen Guan asked. "In the West Market, there are maids and servants who sell themselves, they'll follow you for a meal. However, if you're planning to settle down with wives and concubines, it's best to buy some strong maids." Chen Guan said, "I understand." Chen Guan was about to leave when Lu Baran stopped him. "Fellow deist Chen, wait. What did the elders say about yesterday's events?" Lu Baran asked curiously. Chen Guan said, "The elders said it's normal, the demonic cultivators are hiding in the city for other reasons. Fellow deist Lu, some things are better left unknown to us." "I know, haha. Fellow deist Chen, I'll have someone take you to see the residence first." "Thank you." Chen Guan first went to see the rented house. It was very large, covering over 1,000 square meters, like a garden. "They live better than me. I only have a few houses, a courtyard, and an acre of land," Chen Guan remarked, leaving the house. He even ordered a plaque to be made that read, "Chen Guan's family." He then went to the West Market to select a few maids to handle daily tasks. 10 maids, 8 strong ones, and 2 to serve Runchun. That should be about right. It would only cost a little more money per month. 1 spirit stone could support Runchun and the others' comfortable life for a year or 2. Afterwards, Chen Guan also bought some silk and rouge, instructing his maids to deliver them to senior brother Wang's wives and concubines, as a gesture of goodwill. After settling everything, Chen Guan realized it was already dark. Another day, and I haven't cultivated yet. I've arranged things for Runchun tomorrow, so I'll continue cultivating. The next day, Runchun carefully tidied Chen Guan's clothes. "Don't tidy up, let's go, Runchun." Runchun's surname is Zhang, and he is also called Zhang Runchun. "Yes, young master. Will you come to see me in the future?" "Nonsense, why would I support you if I didn't?" Chen Guan said, "You're a smart woman. Take advantage of your current leisure time, and with the money I've given you, learn some skills to support yourself. With me backing you up, you can do whatever you want. Even when you're old, I won't come to your place, you can still live on your own. Do you understand?" "Yes, thank you, young master." Runchun understood that she was just an ordinary person without spiritual roots. Chen Guan could only do so much. Runchun's prime years were only a dozen or so, she aged faster than Chen Guan. Furthermore, Chen Guan's talent was extraordinary, and his lifespan was many times longer than Runchun's. Chen Guan took Runchun down the mountain and arrived at the Chen residence in Yingqing City. Daya, call everyone in the courtyard over and let them recognize their mistress. Chen Guan instructed. Yes, young master. Daya quickly got to work. The maids recognized everyone and knew who to serve. Seeing things were nearly settled, Chen Guan wanted to return to his sect to cultivate. Runchun stopped him. Young master, could you stay with me tonight? Alright, the Wang family next door is my senior brother's wife's residence. If you have any difficulties, you can ask them first. That day, Chen Guan took Runchun around Yingqing City for a long time, buying quite a few things. Of course, they needed firewood, rice, oil, and salt. Runchun even coaxed Chen Guan to hire a cook. Chen Guan and Runchun spent the whole day having fun, only falling into a deep sleep the next morning. Noon. Chen Guan, with a smile, returned to the sect's dilapidated courtyard. Runchun is just like an obedient girlfriend, so comfortable. Although Chen Guan wanted to linger, his resolve was still strong. Without hesitation, he immediately returned to his sect, severing any lingering thoughts. Everything I have today is due to my cultivation. Without cultivation, how could I have a girlfriend like Runchun? It's cultivation. Chen Guan cleared his mind of distractions. He hadn't cultivated for a long time. He should focus on improving his cultivation during this period. Once he reached the 5th level of qi refining, he could draw a new skill entry. Chen Guan shook his head. Diligence is already the invincible path. Why covet a new skill entry? Cultivate. 2 months passed. Host, Chen Guan. Cultivation, 4th level of qi refining, 27%. Spell, Ice Jade Technique, 15%. Wang Chen arrived at Chen Guan's residence. Junior brother Chen, are you inside? Section 23. Here. Chen Guan exited his cultivation state, then opened the door and looked at Wang Chen. Senior brother, you must have accepted a mission today. Yes, junior brother. Meet at the square at Qinxi tomorrow. I accepted a simple mission, there won't be any danger. After this mission, we won't meet again until next year, Wang Chen smiled. Chen Guan laughed. Alright, see you at Qinxi tomorrow. Wang Chen nodded and turned to leave. Here we go again. The Ice Jade technique is too slow. I'm only at the bone shaping stage now. I heard that the internal organ refinement stage is even harder to cultivate later. Chen Guan stared at his interface for a while. I'll go down the mountain and see Runchun. Chen Guan usually goes to Runchun once a week or every 2 weeks. The rest of the time he cultivates. The next day, Chen Guan arrived at the square of 100 Herbs Peak at Qinxi. Wang Chen leaned against a pillar, waiting. So early? Wang Chen said with a smile. Yes, senior brother Wang. Chen Guan held his spirit sword, seemingly lost in thought. Junior brother, have you been to the Falling Cloud Mountains lately? Wang Chen inquired. Chen Guan shook his head. No, not at all. I have enough spirit stones for now. I'm focusing on cultivation. The spiritual energy in spirit stones is much stronger than the drifting spiritual energy within the section. Junior brother, you might as well earn spirit stones and buy spirit pills to supplement your cultivation. Want to team up with your senior brother to earn spirit stones outside? Wang Chen invited with a smile. Chen Guan shook his head. No, I feel my strength is too weak. I'll focus on cultivation. Wang Chen laughed heartily. That's true. Junior brother, you've only been a disciple for 2 years. I'll come back to find you in a few years. Chen Guan nodded. At his current cultivation speed, he'd be at the late qi refining stage in a few years. We'll talk about the rest later. After waiting for almost an hour, everyone finally arrived. Wang Chen began. This mission is simple. We've been assigned to patrol the Luoseng mine. Now, head to Danding Peak and take the cloud boat to the Luoseng mine. Yes, sir. The group followed Wang Chen to Danding Peak. Chapter 20 Initial Negotiations. Cloud Boat. Wang Chen chatted with the captain of another team. Chen Guan and the others entered the cloud boat to rest. It's relatively safe now. Use half your spiritual energy to cultivate the Ice Jade technique. Chen Guan closed his eyes, his spiritual energy slowly consuming and transforming into jade energy, gently nourishing his bones and muscles. 5 hours passed, and it was dark. Wang Chen knocked on each door. Come out, we've arrived. Chen Guan went outside and found the cloud boat had stopped. The surrounding area was filled with bamboo and wooden frames, and many miners were moving things. Mining at night, this is too tiring, Chen Guan thought to himself. Follow me. Wang Chen led Chen Guan to a courtyard with several houses. You can choose your own houses. The patrol period is only a month, it'll pass quickly. After speaking, Wang Chen walked in another direction, accompanied by another senior brother who was also at the late stage of qi refining. Yu Miao Miao asked, fellow Deus Chen, which one do you choose? At this moment, Zhao Yide, Zhang Hao, and Su Jingxiu all looked at Chen Guan, seemingly waiting for him to choose first. Chen Guan said helplessly, "It doesn't matter, I'll choose a house in the corner. You can choose the rest." The house in the corner was small and inconspicuous. Chen Guan preferred quiet, undisturbed surroundings. He entered the house, finding only a stone bed and a worn-out futon. "There's not even a blanket. The miners probably live better than us. Damn it, the environment for missions is too harsh." But before Chen Guan could rest, Wang Chen called them out again. "Let's go, we'll start the mission tonight. Patrol. Take your spirit swords." "Yes." Wang Chen walked ahead, then instructed, "Chen Guan, go through the back door. I'll go through the front. The rest of you, be on guard. Remember to report any suspicious activity or people at night." Zhang Hao asked, "Senior brother, will we be patrolling every night for the next month?" "Yes. However, these patrol missions rarely have accidents. After all, this is under the jurisdiction of our Qingxuan Sect, but we can't guarantee there won't be any danger." Wang Chen led his men on patrol, familiarizing themselves with the area around the mine. "Hey, Wang Chen!" a man called out to Wang Chen. Several people were warming themselves by a fire beside him, with a sheep resting on it. "What is it, Lu Duanshu? Come on, let's eat together." Wang Chen waved to Chen Guan and the others. "Then we won't stand on ceremony. Let's go." So, Chen Guan and the others joined the group. Across from them were 3 men and 2 women. One of the women was exceptionally beautiful, with a gentle, refined air, like a woman from Jiangnan. Zhang Hao and Zhao Yide were both captivated by her beauty. However, both of them had frequented the Chunfeng Pavilion before and restrained their gazes. Avoiding eye contact it was a matter of etiquette. Chen Guan didn't stare either. Beautiful as she was, he didn't want to be impolite. "Gentlemen, what's your name?" one of the men asked with a smile. "Chen Guan." Chen Guan and the others replied. Then, Chen Guan asked, "May I ask your names?" "Zhao Jinlong, Lu Shuwen, Qi Shan, Su Fenjian, Ji Yu." The 3 men and 2 women briefly introduced themselves. Ji Yu's name was silently memorized by Chen Guan and the others. There was no way around it. Good looks were an advantage. Among them, Zhao Jinlong was the tallest, over 1.9 meters, Lu Shuwen was shorter and had a scholarly air, Qi Shan was rather dull. Su Fenjian was quite pretty, but unfortunately, with Ji Yu beside her, all eyes were drawn to her. "Let's chat slowly," Lu Duanshu laughed. "Next, the 10 of you will patrol every half hour." Wang Chen nodded. "Yes, bring your signal flares, pull them to signal if there's danger. You'll form your own teams later, understand?" At this, all 4 members of Chen Guan's team looked at Chen Guan. Section 24. Chen Guan sighed, "Why are you looking at me? I'm all alone." Yu Miao Miao muttered, "Fellow Deist Chen, for the sake of our classmates, please team up with me. Please. Fellow Deist Chen." Chen Guan nodded, "All right." What difference did it make who he teamed up with? The strength of everyone here was roughly the same, but Yu Miao Miao's cultivation and aptitude were probably the lowest. Having Chen Guan travel with her would provide some protection. Zhao Yide smiled, "Jingxiu, sister, team up with me?" "No. I'll team up with Zhang Hao." Su Jingxiu looked at Zhao Yide with a slightly lewd expression and directly chose Zhang Hao. Zhao Yide exclaimed, "Ah, what about me then?" Ji Yu, who was usually aloof, actually teamed up with Zhao Yide in the end. This made Zhao Yide very smug, and it also made the men in Ji Yu's team decide that next time they would directly team up with Zhao Yide, letting the 2 women team up. At least they would feel more comfortable. Time passed slowly, the aroma of meat filling the air. "Have you formed your teams yet? Who wants to go first?" Chen Guan smiled, "Me and fellow Deistju, please leave me some meat. I didn't buy any fasting pills." "Don't worry," Lu Duanshu smiled, "we'll leave some for you. Being the first to patrol means more rest for the rest. Let's go, fellow Deistju." Chen Guan and Yu Miao Miao left the camp and began their patrol. The people around the campfire asked curiously, "Fellow Deist Zhang, why did you all look at fellow Deist Chen when we formed our teams? Is he very strong?" Before Zhang Hao could speak, Su Jingxia nodded, "Yes, Chen Guan is very strong. He even saved me in the Luyun Mountains." "Oh, a hero saving a damsel in distress? Interesting, tell me about it." Zhao Jinlong asked with a laugh. Su Jingxia blushed and quietly recounted Chen Guan's deeds in the Luyun Mountains. After speaking, everyone was stunned. Chen Guan was too strong. His footwork was mastered. His cultivation surpassed that of their peers. Lu Shuwen cautiously asked, "Fellow Deist Chen should be a disciple of a spirit field in Jitian, right? Our aptitude is far inferior to his." But at this moment, Zhang Hao and the others remained silent, because continuing would reveal Chen Guan's personal information. Lu Shuwen also noticed their expressions and thought it was probably not true, so he didn't dare to ask further. But then, Ji Yu asked, "Which field is fellow Deist Chen a disciple of?" "He's so powerful. The three hesitated for a moment, then Zhao Yide said, "He's a disciple of Yi Tian, as his fellow deist Yu. They're quite destined." Yi Tian, Zhao Jinlong and the other four were shocked. A disciple of Yi Tian, whose cultivation was even faster than theirs. Unbelievable. I heard from senior brother Wang that fellow deist Chen has good comprehension. Wang Chen, having overheard them talking about Chen Guan, knew this was having a negative impact on him, so he interrupted, "Ahem, eat your meat. Junior brother Chen cultivates very diligently." Zhang Hao and the other two stopped talking and picked up pieces of meat to eat. Not long after, Chen Guan returned with "You meow meow. There's still so much meat left, aren't you going to eat?" "I'm starving." Chen Guan picked up a piece of meat, cut it open, and handed it to "You meow meow, then cut off a piece for himself and ate it. Chen Guan reported while eating, "Senior brother Wang, senior brother Lu, there's nothing unusual around the mine." Wang Chen nodded, "All right. Sit down and eat your meat. We can go back to rest when the sun comes out." Chapter 21, A Beauty's Curse, Such an Unexpected Turn of Events? Fellow deist Chen, is your cultivation level very high? Ji Yuyu came to Chen Guan's side, looking at him curiously. Chen Guan felt the envious gazes of the other men. This woman is trouble, a beauty's curse. When his strength wasn't high enough, she was definitely a negative figure. In an instant, Chen Guan made a decision. "What? Fellow deist Ji is so curious about my strength? Could it be that you've fallen for me?" Chen Guan asked with a smile. His lips curled up, and he suddenly spread his arms, wanting to pull Ji Yuyu close. Ji Yuyu was suddenly startled by Chen Guan's words, then saw his action, jumped in fright, and quickly got up and left Chen Guan's side. "Fellow deist Chen, you're shameless." Ji Yuyu frowned, pointing at him, her tone turning icy. "I was just curious to ask you, why did you suddenly act so rudely towards me?" The others were also shocked. They hadn't expected the usually well-behaved Chen Guan to behave this way. Chen Guan smiled without speaking. Yu Miao Miao was astonished. How could Chen Guan be like this? He wasn't like this before. Su Jingxia was taken aback, pouting as she looked at Chen Guan. She hadn't expected him to be this kind of person, so honest with me, yet so wicked to others. Men really do judge by appearances. Zhao Yide pointed at Chen Guan indignantly, saying, "Yes, fellow deist Chen, you're too rude." Zhao Jinlong felt the same way. How could he miss such a good opportunity? "Fellow deist Ji, are you all right? Sit over here, Chen Guan won't lay a hand on you." Ji Yuyu ignored him and sat back down in her original seat, next to Su Fenjian. "No need." She frowned and glanced at Chen Guan, noticing he was still smiling, and something felt off. "Hey!" Wang Chen stepped in. "Chen Guan, how could you be so rude to junior sister Ji?" Wang Chen, his face tense, said displeasedly, "Are you deliberately trying to cause me trouble?" Chen Guan met his gaze and realized Wang Chen was trying to give him a way out. Chen Guan stood up, cupped his hands, and said to the others, "Ha ha ha, sorry, I'm a rough man. Seeing such a beautiful woman getting so close to me, I thought she liked me, and couldn't help myself. How about I patrol for fellow deist Ji later? Let's just consider it a misunderstanding, and ask for fellow deist Ji's forgiveness." Lu Duanshu's eyes flickered. In the firelight, he stared at Chen Guan for a while, then couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, you'll be patrolling for junior sister Ji from now on." "Ha!" The most disappointed was Zhao Yide. He'd finally managed to patrol with fellow deist Ji, hoping to bond, but instead, he was patrolling with Chen Guan. Wang Chen laughed. "What ha? You're so disappointed that the beauty isn't with you?" No, that's not it," Zhao Yide said shyly, not daring to reveal his true feelings. Ji Yuyu's face was also flushed. Being openly called a beauty by Wang Chen made her blush with embarrassment. Chen Guan breathed a sigh of relief. The trouble was over. He sat by the campfire, his smile gone, calmly eating his roasted meat, oblivious to everything else. "Sigh, your junior brother Chen seems to have other ideas." Lu Duanshu whispered to Wang Chen. "Such a precocious child, I wonder what he's up to," Wang Chen said irritably. "Speaking of which, what's his cultivation level?" Lu Duanshu asked curiously. "How would I know?" Wang Chen was unwilling to reveal. "He's cultivated a technique for concealing one's qi." Lu Duanshu was surprised. A newly initiated disciple had only been cultivating for a year or two. Section 25. He even has the energy to cultivate a technique for concealing one's inner energy? What's this kid up to? Who knows? Wang Chen chuckled, unsure of Chen Guan's intentions. Does he like Ji Yuyu? Or something else? Who knows? We'll just have to wait and see. Time will tell. This time, Chen Guan and Zhao Yide were on patrol. Walking on the dark road, Zhao Yide asked, puzzled, "Chen Guan, your behavior just now wasn't like you." Chen Guan laughed. "Just kidding. That was a great beauty." "Do you really know me?" Zhao Yide's words caught in his throat. It was as if he was seeing Chen Guan for the first time. Chen Guan asked, "Tell me, don't you want to touch such a beauty?" "Yes." "Then what was I doing just now?" Oh, Zhao Yide suddenly realized, but then added, "But you didn't touch her." Chen Guan said, "So what?" Zhao Yide didn't say anything more. It was even better that he couldn't touch her. Tomorrow he would probably patrol with Gu again. The two of them could cultivate their relationship during patrols, much better than a brute like Chen Guan. Winning hearts is key, brother Chen, you still need to practice. Chen Guan, of course, had no idea what Zhao Yide was thinking. If he did, he would definitely give him a thumbs up and praise him. "Keep it up, you've won over this troublesome girl." Another week of patrols passed without any abnormalities. After 2 patrols, Wang Chen said, "Chen Guan, you've patrolled twice tonight. Go back and rest." "Understood, senior brother Wang." Chen Guan didn't stand on ceremony, it would be best to go back to cultivate. The others watched Chen Guan leave, seemingly carefree and relaxed. But Chen Guan was unaware that a certain woman, whom he considered troublesome, was watching his retreating figure with a mixture of surprise and excitement. Who knew what she was thinking? Perhaps this was just the rebellious spirit of a young girl? The next day, Chen Guan woke up early and practiced breathing exercises on the rooftop, hoping to accelerate his cultivation. Everyone else remained asleep, without a sound. It wasn't until noon that someone woke up. It was Wang Chen. After waking up and eating something, he saw a figure in the distance, in an open space, wielding a sword. The swordplay was slow, yet fluid and natural. This kid is much better than these lazy bones, Wang Chen chuckled, shaking his head. Who wouldn't like to befriend someone who strives diligently, even if that person has an eccentric personality? Chen Guan practiced the flowing water sword technique, a slow sword style that relies on counterattacking, flowing like water. In the afternoon, everyone woke up, only to be surprised to see Chen Guan practicing his sword in the distance. Fellow deist Su, how long has fellow deist Chen been practicing? His swordsmanship looks quite good. Su Jingxiu's eyes were complicated. I've been watching Chen Guan practice for an hour. He was practicing when I arrived. Wang Chen chuckled. It couldn't have been that short. This kid, I saw him practicing his sword when I woke up at noon. Learn from him. You guys still like to sleep and slack off. Yu Miao Miao also saw another side of Chen Guan for the first time, completely the same as the lewd man from last night. She wondered which one was his true self. The sun was almost setting when Chen Guan finally stopped. He picked up his sword and approached Wang Chen and the others. Chen Guan smiled faintly. "What? You've been watching me practice my sword for so long?" Wang Chen said, "I've never seen anyone so diligent. It's the first time I've seen this, so of course I'm surprised. I hope you still have energy for patrol." "What are you joking about? I don't need any spiritual energy to practice my sword." Chen Guan laughed. Eat something, the patrol will start soon." After dinner, Wang Chen led Chen Guan and the others on a patrol. They gathered together again. The same campfire, still in teams. Yu Miao Miao looked at Chen Guan but hadn't spoken yet when Ji Yu walked up to him. "Fellow deist Chen, could we patrol together tonight?" "Oh." Chen Guan smiled meaningfully. "Why did fellow deist Ji choose me? Is it because I'm too handsome and you've fallen for me?" As he said this, Chen Guan was inwardly laughing. Ji Yu lowered her head and softly hummed in agreement. In the firelight, her blushing face seemed to say everything. Chen Guan was caught off guard, his face stiffening. At this moment, he seemed to hear the sound of other male disciples' hearts breaking. Chapter 22. What kind of succubus is this? Things shouldn't have turned out this way. You should have given a disdainful smile and questioned me, a toad trying to eat swan meat. Holy crap, I've acted so sleazy and infuriating, yet it's others who hate me, while you, the protagonist, are still all shy and coy, like you've been taken advantage of. Chen Guan screamed inwardly. Could it be that his genius talent had been discovered? A woman lusting after his potential? Shallow. Chen Guan smiled. Since Beauty G likes me, of course I won't refuse. Come, sit here. Let handsome Chen take a good look at your little face. The words were almost teasing, but Ji Yu reacted completely differently. She sat down next to Chen Guan and brought her face close to his. See? Ji Yu was delicate and charming, pure and alluring. Chen Guan was completely captivated by her. Damn it, he'd ventured out of the sect for training, encountered a succubus, and couldn't defeat her despite his best efforts. Crack! Zhao Jinlong snapped the dry wooden branch in his hand, his teeth itching with hatred for Chen Guan. Why? Why did Chen Guan win the beauty's heart? No, Zhao Jinlong, won't let you get the beauty so easily. Fellow deist Ji, Chen Guan is a member of Yi Tian's faction. He'll never be able to establish his foundation in this lifetime. Zhao Jinlong had already made his intentions clear. So what if he offended Chen Guan? Yes, fellow deist Ji, think it over. Lu Shuwen chimed in. If they didn't interrupt, the beauty would truly be in Chen Guan's arms. Qi Shan remained silent. He was the least handsome member of their group, so he had no intention of vying for the beauty's heart. As for Chen Guan's group, not a single person spoke. Chen Guan's strength was undeniable. What could they say? Silence is the right thing to do. Ji Yuyu frowned at the two men. Gentlemen, we're not familiar with each other, are we? We've been a team for so long, and I haven't seen either of you say more than a few words to me. In an instant, her words silenced them. They were speechless. She had already killed the game. Previously, Ji Yuyu had been incredibly aloof. No matter how they tried to talk to her, the responses were always icy. After speaking, Ji Yuyu leaned closer to Chen Guan. What are you doing? Chen Guan asked instinctively. Didn't you say you wanted to watch it carefully? Ji Yuyu tilted her head, her clear eyes looking at Chen Guan. It's confirmed, this is a succubus. Section 26. Damn it, he didn't want to fall into a trap. Haha, right. Chen Guan nodded, then opened his arms again, wanting to embrace Ji Yuyu. His hands slowly lowered, but this time, Ji Yuyu didn't flinch. In fact, when she saw Chen Guan's hand, she leaned slightly closer to him, her face flushed. Snap! Chen Guan's arm embraced Ji Yuyu, his hand resting on her shoulder. This time, she didn't flinch. Chen Guan didn't know what to do. He felt many jealous gazes upon him, making him lower his head, avoiding eye contact. But what about Ji Yuyu? She moved closer to Chen Guan, leaning against his shoulder. Fellow deist Chen, how is it? Ji Yuyu asked with a smile. Even in this situation, Chen Guan wasn't intimidated. He raised an eyebrow, turned to Ji Yuyu with a mischievous grin, and said, with such a beauty by my side, of course I look stunning. He deliberately moved closer to Ji Yuyu in a lewd manner, then took a deep breath. Beauties are so nice, even their bodies smell so sweet. Ji Yuyu's face flushed red. Fellow deist Chen, so many people are watching. Chen Guan glanced at Ji Yuyu in surprise. You know so many people are watching you, yet you still get so close to me. Are you doing this on purpose? So what if they're watching? Didn't you get so close to me first? Now you're getting shy? Chen Guan asked with a smile. No, Ji Yuyu said softly. Then, she leaned even closer to Chen Guan, almost sticking her entire body to him. Chen Guan was surprised. He'd just have to wait and see. He'd already acted so lewdly, so why was this woman still clinging to him? Things shouldn't be like this. But with a beauty beside him, Chen Guan felt quite good. She was fragrant and soft. Ji Yuyu's figure was nice, she had everything she needed. Why would he chase her away? He was just a lecherous scoundrel. Zhao Yide watched the two embracing by the fire, feeling as sour as if he'd eaten several lemons. Fellow deist Chen, you've already found a new love so quickly. That beauty from the Spring Breeze Pavilion last time, how about I enjoy her a bit? Zhao Yide was desperate. If he couldn't have her, neither could he. Let's both ruin our reputations. Chen Guan glanced at him and said coldly, I won't share my woman with anyone. Fellow deist Zhao, aren't you going a bit too far? What a great wingman. Zhao Yide, I hope you just drive Ji Yuyu away in his arms. Seeing Chen Guan's cold face, Zhao Yide was momentarily startled and quickly apologized. Just kidding, it came out of nowhere. Ah, fellow deist Chen, you have a deist partner? Ji Yuyu asked in shock. Not a deist partner, just a concubine I keep. Chen Guan shook his head, explaining earnestly. Fellow deist Ji, I'm not lying to you. You've never asked me about it. I have no resistance to beautiful women. With you sitting next to me, I naturally want to get closer. Don't be offended. Chen Guan's lips curled into a wicked smile, but Ji Yuyu didn't leave Chen Guan's side. Fellow deist Chen, it's alright. It's normal for men to have multiple wives and concubines. I have 4 mothers. Ji Yuyu said, nuzzling her face against his shoulder. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yide's mouth seemed glued shut, he was speechless. Chen Guan fell silent. Damn it, he seemed to have encountered a traditional woman. Well, no, that's not right, it's local custom. Chen Guan chuckled awkwardly, ha ha ha, fellow deist Ji is indeed magnanimous, quite the virtuous wife. Ji Yuyu blushed deeply, fellow deist Chen, do you wish to become my deist partner? Chen Guan's expression hardened, and he said seriously, I'm afraid not. We need to get to know each other better. Let me get to know your little hands first. Chen Guan said earnestly, taking her small hand and kneading it. She looked embarrassed, yet still shyly massaged Chen Guan's hands. The others watched, itching with envy, but helpless. When the time comes, who will patrol first? Wang Chen asked. Chen Guan said, I'll go first, with fellow deist Ji. Okay, but you can't go back so early tonight. Okay. Chen Guan picked up his spirit sword and stood up, then gestured for Ji Yuyu to follow. Ji Yuyu followed Chen Guan away. After the two had gone some distance, Wang Chen laughed. That kid. Lu Duansha chuckled. You're happy, he's won the heart of a beauty. I'm totally confused. What's going on with Jiyu? Wang Chen asked. The others all perked up their ears to listen to the captain's conversation. Lu Duansha waved his hand and sighed. How would I know? She's just an ordinary disciple of Koda. When I asked her about the mission, she was so cold in her replies. Why is she all sweet and coquettish in front of junior brother Chen? I just don't understand. Wang Chen shook his head. That kid, just 2 months ago, he hesitated for ages over a woman. I don't know now, his personality might have changed. On the other side, Chen Guan and Ji Yuyu were on patrol. As they walked, Ji Yuyu asked, Chen Guan, are you really in Otada? Yes. Chen Guan nodded. I heard the land in Otada isn't good, and the spiritual energy isn't as good as in Koda. Why don't you move in with me? Chen Guan was startled. This girl was too proactive. What? You want to live with me, and then consummate our marriage? Chen Guan said with a mischievous smile. Under the cover of night, Ji Yuyu's face flushed and hot. She whispered, I just wanted you to come to Koda, it'll speed up your cultivation. Chapter 23 Teasing. Hearing this answer, Chen Guan was very surprised. Now, the two of them. Chen Guan tested Ji Yuyu one last time. He grabbed Ji Yuyu's hand and pulled her forcefully into his arms. Ah, what are you doing? Ji Yuyu exclaimed, but didn't break free from Chen Guan's embrace. Chen Guan lowered his head and whispered frivolously in her ear, little girl, do you know what you're doing? No. Ji Yuyu's voice trembled, the heat of his breath making her body tremble as she instinctively wrapped her arms around Chen Guan's waist. Chen Guan felt the softness in his arms and smelled a faint, orange-scented fragrance emanating from her. He felt both annoyed and amused. If only I hadn't acted so lewdly and had just interacted with Ji Yuyu normally, maybe she wouldn't have bothered me. Contrast? Chen Guan was speechless. The femme fatale had truly become a femme fatale. She always seemed cold to everyone. How could she be like this? Chen Guan felt the person in his arms squirm a few times, and he slapped Ji Yuyu's shapely buttocks hard. Section 27. What are you doing? We're on patrol. Chen Guan placed his hands on Ji Yuyu's shoulders and pushed her away. You were the one who pulled me, Ji Yuyu complained, then walked back to Chen Guan's side. Let's patrol first. To be honest, Ji Yuyu was very charming. If it weren't for the mission, Chen Guan would have liked to start a game with her. Chen Guan, do you want to come stay at my house? Chen Guan said decisively, no. Why? Ji Yuyu's tone was very disappointed. It wasn't worth staying at her place for a little spiritual energy. Chen Guan preferred living alone. Because we both need to cultivate, we'll be competing for spiritual energy. But, Ji Yuyu hesitated for a moment, then didn't say anything more. She followed Chen Guan on patrol in a sullen mood. The two went out happily, but returned like strangers, as if something had happened. The observant Lu Xuwen, thinking he still had a chance, smiled and said, Fellow DSG, why the long face? Chen Guan grabbed Ji Yuyu's hand, pulled her to his side, and said to Lu Xuwen, what's it to you? Lu Xuwen frowned. Since Chen Guan wasn't being polite, he wouldn't be polite either. Fellow deist G isn't your deist partner, Chen Guan. Don't think that temporary progress means you can progress forever. 3 elemental roots, such poor aptitude, and you still want to pester fellow deist G. I'm afraid fellow deist G will go astray and delay her cultivation. Every word was like a sharp sword, piercing Chen Guan's weaknesses, and he was being sarcastic. Chen Guan laughed, what's it to you? Is she with you, or with me? Chen Guan took Ji Yuyu's small hand and waved it in front of Lu Xuwen. The two sat together. Ji Yuyu was sullen. Chen Guan reached out and hugged her slender waist, then whispered, you can spend the night in your courtyard. Ji Yuyu's eyes lit up. The campfire light seemed to shimmer in them. This reaction made Chen Guan genuinely smile, it was such a contrast. We're on a mission, so behave yourself, Chen Guan whispered again. Ji Yuyu nodded. Ji Yuyu initially wanted to regain her icy expression, but Chen Guan's hands continued to roam over her waist, the warm touch making her face flush. Don't move, Ji Yuyu pleaded softly. Chen Guan smiled wickedly and whispered in her ear, call me husband, and I won't move. Ji Yuyu hadn't expected Chen Guan to make such a request, they weren't even officially a couple yet. She moved coyly, then whispered, husband. I'm pleased. Chen Guan smiled contentedly. This was so satisfying. Teasing a beauty felt so good. Run Chun was so compliant, and Chen Guan knew her too well. They'd never interacted like this before. Wang Chen picked up a large skewer of grilled meat and handed it to Chen Guan. Kid, you've changed so much. You used to be so coy, like a woman. How come you've changed so much in just 2 months? Wang Chen teased. Chen Guan smiled and took the meat. Thank you, senior brother. I haven't changed, have I? Like this grilled meat in front of me, you've put it right in front of me, wouldn't it be a waste if I didn't take a bite? Chen Guan finished speaking, took a bite, and then handed the grilled meat to Ji Yuyu. Eat. Ji Yuyu obediently agreed, even taking a small bite of the flesh from the spot Chen Guan had just bitten. Wang Chen laughed heartily, that's a real man. Look, I like you more now that you're so open. Stop with the romance. We're all cultivators. Keep your voices down, we can hear you. Chen Guan smiled, alright, it's not a big deal. We'll behave ourselves. Wang Chen shook his head, muttering, just keep having fun. Sai Wang Chen sighed inwardly. Junior brother Chen, enjoy yourself while you can. I hope you don't get too caught up in it. After a while, Yu Miao Miao asked, fellow deist Chen, are you really with fellow deist Ji? Chen Guan smiled, I'll ask Ji Yuyu then. Yu Miao Miao looked at Ji Yuyu, and a hint of envy flashed in her eyes. So beautiful, such fair skin. We're going to be together. Ji Yuyu admitted. For a moment, the boys' faces fell. How could Chen Guan have gotten together with Ji Yuyu in just 2 days? The night passed uneventfully. Chen Guan decided that since there was nothing else to do on night watch, he should practice the flowing water sword technique. Spell, flowing water sword technique, 22%. It will be perfected in about 5 days of practice. Not bad. Chen Guan patted Ji Yuyu's hand. Alright, go back and rest. Ji Yuyu nodded. Okay, I'll come find you tomorrow. Chen Guan smiled. No need. If you really want to find me, bring me some food. Okay. Ji Yuyu followed the group back, walking beside Su Fenjian. Wang Chen also led everyone back to rest. After returning, Chen Guan sat on the rooftop and began to cultivate. It was the time of sunrise, when the purple aura of the sun was rising in the east. Cultivation replaced sleep. In the afternoon, Chen Guan stopped cultivating. Chen Guan, over here. Ji Yuyu waved happily as she saw Chen Guan come down from the roof. Ji Yuyu looked very energetic. Chen Guan walked over to Ji Yuyu. Food. Ji Yuyu picked up the lunchbox at her feet, opened it, and placed the food on the stone table next to Chen Guan. Chen Guan accepted it all without hesitation. After eating his fill, he teased Ji Yuyu a bit, then picked up his sword and practiced the flowing water sword technique on the nearby flat ground. Zhang Hao and Zhao Yide watched Chen Guan practice his swordplay, and they couldn't help but feel a desire to join him. Anxiety, confusion. Seeing their peers so diligent, were they being too lazy? Wang Chen also noticed their expressions. What are you looking at? You're not like junior brother Chen, Wang Chen said. Find something to do, or at least wait until after dinner and then go on patrol. He is him, and you are you. Following him won't help. Wang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, speaking earnestly. Chapter 24 Let's fight. Night fell. After patrolling their rounds, the two teams reunited. However, this time was different. Chen Guan got up and went to a distance to continue practicing his flowing water sword technique. Lu Duansha saw this, approached Wang Chen, and whispered, "What's that kid doing? Isn't he just trying to get attention?" Wang Chen whispered, "Who knows what he's thinking? Do you know what I've seen these past 2 days?" "What?" Lu Duanshu asked. "Junior brother Chen has been here for the past 2 days, and aside from rest time, he's either cultivating or practicing his sword." Wang Chen sighed, "He's truly a diligent person, much more hard-working than us old guys." Lu Duanshu was surprised, "He seems very hard-working, but I wonder if he can keep it up for a month." Section 28. Just don't wear anything conspicuous. Soon, the first patrol began. Chen Guan and Ji Yuyu were the first to go out. "Chen Guan, are you tired?" Ji Yuyu asked with concern. Chen Guan smiled and said, "Tired? Come here, let me put my arm around your shoulder." With that, Chen Guan raised his right hand and placed it directly on Ji Yuyu's shoulder. "Okay." Ji Yuyu even moved closer to Chen Guan to make him more comfortable. The two patrolled casually, but as they passed a secluded grove, a whoosh sound appeared. Chen Guan quickly withdrew his hand and then touched the hilt of his sword. "Be careful." Chen Guan looked seriously into the grove. The sky was dim, but his spiritual eyes saw 2 streaks of energy disappearing into the distance. "It's all right. It was probably just small animals, they went far away." Chen Guan relaxed. There were no large living creatures around. "Let's go, I was overreacting." After this, Chen Guan didn't want to play games during patrols anymore. One should have reverence for life. He didn't want to die without knowing why. After patrolling, the two returned. Chen Guan said, "Senior brother Wang, we found something in the woods to the east during our patrol, probably an animal. We don't know for sure." Wang Chen didn't take it to heart and nodded, "It should just be an animal. The Luo Seng mine is just ordinary spiritual materials, no other forces would covet it." Chen Guan nodded. As long as nothing happened, he reported the truth. Lu Shuwen said sarcastically from the side, "The woods are so dark, it's normal to find small animals. Do you really need to report this? Just showing off. TCH. He glanced at Chen Guan with disdain. Chen Guan also cast a disdainful glance at him. None of your business. Did I report to you? Chen Guan withdrew his hand from his. If you don't like me, come and fight me. Dare to come? Ji Yuyu pulled Chen Guan back. Let's not fight. Chen Guan retorted confidently, some people just like to provoke others if we don't fight. Dare to come, Lu Shuwen? Who's afraid of who? You're just a disciple of Yaishan, with 3 elemental roots, practicing clumsy swordsmanship, and you really think you're so great. Lu Shuwen picked up his spirit sword, looking like he was about to kill Chen Guan. Lu Duanshu, his face tense, shouted, "Fight if you want. Why are you using a sword? Swords have no eyes. We're fellow deists, from the same sect. Put down your spirit sword, let's settle this with our fists." Wang Chen also shouted, "That's right, junior brother Chen, put down your spirit sword. You can fight as you like." Chen Guan's expression remained calm as he handed the spirit sword to Ji Yuyu. "Come on, Lu Shuwen, let's see what you've got." Lu Shuwen scoffed, tossing his spirit sword to the ground. Then he charged at Chen Guan, throwing a punch. Chen Guan also threw a punch, colliding with Lu Shuwen's fist. Bang! A dull thud echoed, and Lu Shuwen staggered back more than 10 steps before regaining his balance. He clutched his right shoulder with his left hand, wincing and gritting his teeth. Chen Guan, on the other hand, stood firmly in place, his expression calm. "Humph, all talk and no action, and all you've got is strength?" Faced with Chen Guan's disdain, Lu Shuwen was enraged, yet he knew the difference in their abilities. "You brute, let's see how many more years you can be so arrogant. What kind of skill is it to suppress me with cultivation level?" Chen Guan was too lazy to pay attention to this clown. Even Lu Duanshu couldn't stand it anymore and kicked Lu Shuwen in the back. Lu Shuwen fell face first into the mud. "Damn it, I can't even listen to this anymore. Lu Shuwen, are you out of your mind?" Lu Duanshu said irritably. "Can't you see that Chen Guan is stronger than you? He's already stronger than you now. If he continues to cultivate, he'll only become stronger than you." Then, Lu Duanshu cursed, "Can't you stand Chen Guan, or can't you stand the beauty Chen Guan is with? Want women? Go down the mountain and find some in the mortal world after the mission. You can have several beauties there." Lu Shuwen clenched his fists, feeling extremely unwilling. Look at that expression. Lu Duanshu was too lazy to say anything more. He pulled Lu Shuwen up. "Come here, let's apply the ointment. You'll be on patrol later. Not only are you incompetent, but you're also jealous." Lu Shuwen stubbornly endured Lu Duanshu's restraint as he applied ointment to his shoulder. Chen Guan sat by the campfire and ate some roasted meat. Lu Shuwen's mouth was disgusting, he needed to be taught a lesson to see if he'd keep his foul mouth. "Junior brother Chen, don't take your high cultivation level for granted and provoke others. Luckily, you're only fighting with us outer disciples who have no background. Inner disciples usually have connections." Chen Guan wiped his mouth with a cloth. "I know, senior brother. Lu Shuwen keeps talking about me. Even a clay figure has some temper. I'm still a normal person. I've never provoked him. Time to practice swordsmanship." Chen Guan picked up his sword and went to a distant spot to continue practicing the flowing water sword technique. He believed in the principle of heaven rewards diligence, and he had to practice hard. Some time later, a firework suddenly appeared in the sky. "Damn it!" Lu Duanshu sprang into action instantly, disappearing from his spot like a gust of wind. Wang Chen shouted, "Go help!" 2 senior brothers at the late-stage Qi refining realm quickly ran off. The patrolmen were Qi Shan and Su Fen Jiayun. Chen Guan and the others also ran over. When they arrived, the matter was already over. Qi Shan and Su Fen Jiayun both had injuries. There was also an unfamiliar person among them. "What are you standing there for? Call Elder Tang," Wang Chen said. "Elder Tang." Everyone bowed respectfully. Elder Tang was actually a woman, with a voluptuous figure, like a ripe peach. "Alright, 2 wolves at the early stage of Qi refining. Don't make me handle these kinds of things personally in the future." The 2 captains were bitter, they had only been there 2 days, and there hadn't been a moment of peace. "Yes." Wang Chen and Lu Duanshu bowed in response. After Elder Tang flew away on his magical artifact, Wang Chen and Lu Duanshu smiled wryly. Section 29. "Alright, go help them up, let's go back together." Ji Yuyu ran to help Su Fen Jiayun up, and Zhao Jinlong helped Qi Shen up. Chen Guan waited for Ji Yuyu to come over, then asked, "Let's go." Back at the resting camp, Wang Chen and Lu Duanshu gathered the team together. "Everyone, for the next patrol, will go every half hour, taking turns with them. We can't trouble Elder Tang a second time." "Yes." Everyone understood that the original plan of patrolling in pairs was to slack off. Chapter 25. Are you humiliating me? No, absolutely not. Wang Chen refused outright. Lu Duansha grumbled, why are you so stingy? I don't care, I don't make the decision, go ask him yourself. Just as they returned to the campfire, the two captains started arguing. Chen Guan and the others all looked at the two arguing. Just as everyone was curious, the two captains' gazes turned to Chen Guan. Junior brother Chen, my team is short-handed tonight. Qi Shan needs to rest, and Lu Shuwen's hand is injured. That's why I was thinking of having you join our team on patrol tonight. What do you think of this? Lu Duansha smiled, it'll be good for keeping junior sister Ji company, won't it? Wang Chen said, junior brother Chen, you decide for yourself. Chen Guan nodded and chuckled, of course, senior brother Lu has invited me, how can I refuse? It's only for one night, Chen Guan can certainly help with this small favor. Ha ha ha, I knew junior brother Chen understood my difficulties. If something really happens, my fellow junior brothers and sisters probably wouldn't be as useful as you. Lu Duansha laughed heartily, walked over to Chen Guan, and patted him on the shoulder. Not bad. I won't disturb your time with junior sister Ji. Chen Guan nodded. After resting for a while, he continued practicing his sword. However, this time, he joined the patrol every half hour. The night passed uneventfully, the wolf incident was merely an accident. Afterwards, every day was uneventful. During these days, Chen Guan also perfected the flowing water sword technique. When circulating his spiritual energy, the sword moved like flowing water, it strikes slow yet powerful. He didn't practice the flowing water sword technique anymore. At night, boredom, Chen Guan asked Wang Chen, senior brother, is there a market nearby? I want to buy a cultivation technique. A market? Wang Chen frowned, pondering for a moment. Junior brother, the cultivation techniques in the market might have flaws, which you don't know. I think it's better to wait a month, and buy one when we return to the section. Absolutely right. Lu Duansha nodded in agreement. Weren't you practicing swordsmanship? Why haven't you practiced for several days? Chen Guan remained silent. If he said he had perfected the flowing water sword technique in just a few days, they would think he was lying. Seeing Chen Guan remain silent, Wang Chen pondered for a moment before slowly saying, outside the Luo Xing mine, there are no markets, but there's a small town. In that town lives a family named Ye, who are skilled in trade. Perhaps they might sell some scattered magic techniques. Chen Guan was extremely disappointed upon hearing this. Cultivation wasn't suitable during missions, but doing nothing would be a waste of time and talent. Alright, it seems I'll have to go back and buy magic techniques. Thinking this, Chen Guan glanced at his heavenly gang sword formation again. This sword formation isn't perfect yet, perhaps it can be practiced. Thinking this, Chen Guan looked at Ji Yuyu. This girl was the most obedient, she'd probably agree to practice the sword formation with him. So, Chen Guan approached Ji Yuyu. Give me a hand. How? Ji Yuyu asked. I want to practice the heavenly gang sword formation with you. You just need to stabilize the formation's operation, Chen Guan said. No problem. Ji Yuyu agreed without hesitation. Chen Guan smiled at this moment. Thanks, little girl. So, in the eyes of onlookers, Chen Guan and Ji Yuyu were doing what looked like a public display of affection, practicing the heavenly gang sword formation together. But after a short while, Ji Yuyu exhausted her spiritual energy. My spiritual energy is all used up. Chen Guan was silent. Ji Yuyu seemed to only be at the first level of qi refining, even practicing the heavenly gang sword formation was so difficult for her. Lu Duanshu, with his keen ears, raised an eyebrow at Chen Guan upon hearing this. Junior brother Chen. Junior sister Ji is out of spiritual energy. You'll have to help with the patrol later. No problem, Chen Guan nodded. Your heavenly gang sword formation is already quite proficient. Why do you still need to practice it? Lu Duanshu asked. Just want to become more familiar with it, Chen Guan sighed. The four-season sword technique is too difficult, he hasn't even grasped its essence or reached the beginner level yet. Why bother practicing with them? You should ask us first. Don't you respect us? Lu Duanshu said with a chuckle. How could I dare? I just didn't want to trouble my senior brother, Chen Guan explained. Wang Chen said, if you want to familiarize yourself with the heavenly gang sword formation, you can come to me. I have plenty of spiritual energy to practice with you. Forget about them, the spiritual energy is too scarce. After returning from patrol, Chen Guan didn't trouble Wang Chen and Lu Duanshu. Chen Guan, sword in hand, began practicing basic sword techniques and the flowing water sword technique again. He activated his spiritual eye, slowly trying to grasp the essence of the four-season sword technique. The spiritual eye granted him the ability to perceive change, and the four-season sword technique was directly related to change. He hoped to use this ability to begin practicing the four-season sword technique. In the days that followed, Chen Guan practiced the four-season sword technique for 10 consecutive days, but still without any progress. The four-season sword technique should belong to the practical combat category. I currently lack practical combat experience, so it's normal that I can't grasp even the basics. However, his inability to even begin made Chen Guan extremely frustrated. He glanced at Ji Yuyu, then suddenly saw Lu Shuwen laughing and talking with Zhao Jinlong. Chen Guan's lips curled into a smile. Hey, Lu Shuwen. Lu Shuwen and Zhao Jinlong's smiles vanished instantly. Lu Shuwen glared at Chen Guan with displeasure. What? Do you hate me? Humph. Lu Shuwen didn't reply. He couldn't say that out loud, or he'd seem petty. How about this? I'll give you a chance. You practice swordsmanship with me. I won't attack, I'll only defend. How about that? If I get hurt by your sword, it's my bad luck. Ji Yuyu was the first to disagree. No way, I'll practice with you, Chen Guan. Chen Guan shook his head. Sparring with Ji Yuyu was always useless. She held back and didn't dare use her full strength. What Chen Guan needed was real combat experience. Lu Shuwen, however, was different. Hearing about such a good thing, he naturally wouldn't let it pass him by. You said your injury was your own business. Yes, I said that. Let's go. Section 30. I'll see just how arrogant you are, actually challenging me to practice your sword techniques. Lu Shuwen drew his sword and walked to the open space where Chen Guan was practicing. Come on. Wang Chen tried to dissuade him, but Lu Duanwen pressed down on his shoulder. Let junior brother Chen try. Anyway, I brought medicine, it's fine. Alright, Wang Chen sighed. On the other side, Lu Shuwen attacked Chen Guan with his sword, his moves chaotic and without any pattern, yet incredibly fast. Chen Guan was experiencing the terrifying power of a sword's edge for the first time, and he retreated several steps to dodge. Lu Shuwen shouted, You challenged me to practice your sword techniques, and all you do is dodge. Chen Guan calmly replied, I'm not injured. Continue. Faced with Chen Guan's nonchalant demeanor, Lu Shuwen's anger flared. He unleashed powerful, sweeping sword strikes, wanting only to injure Chen Guan once, to teach him a lesson for his arrogance. Sword flashes frequently, and Chen Guan, amidst the chaotic swordplay, found a pattern. Blocking the sword, dodging the sword, blocking the sword again. Chen Guan's swordplay became increasingly skillful, while Lu Shuwen, on the other hand, was panting heavily. Even using his spiritual energy, he still couldn't touch the hem of Chen Guan's clothes. You bastard, are you trying to humiliate me? He shouted angrily. I already told you to practice swordsmanship with me, and you agreed. I didn't retaliate. When have I humiliated you? Chen Guan said calmly. Humph, you're impressive. After fighting for so long, Lu Shuwen had to admire Chen Guan. Facing the guy before him, he truly felt the vast difference between their cultivation levels and techniques. I'm done fighting. I'm exhausted. I have patrolling later. Lu Shuwen left immediately, not wanting to continue sparring with Chen Guan. As he walked back, Lu Shuwen's hands were still trembling slightly. Chapter 26 Treatment. Chen Guan, I'll practice swordsmanship with you. Zhao Yide volunteered. Seeing how well Lu Shuwen wielded the sword, he wanted to try it himself. Alright, let's do it then. Chen Guan naturally wouldn't refuse. If it weren't for Zhao Yide, Chen Guan would have asked Ji Yuyu for help. I'm coming. Zhao Yide's sword was already drawn. He quickly came to Chen Guan's side and thrust his sword. Chen Guan twisted his body, dodging the thrust. Zhao Yide didn't think much of it. He flicked his wrist, intending to slash horizontally, but Chen Guan deflected it with his sword. Clang! Zhao Yide felt a thud in his hand, the sword had fallen to the ground. What strength! Zhao Yide shook his hand. I couldn't control myself, Chen Guan said. Fellow deist Lu used the same force just now, I thought you were the same. Zhao Yide said, he's that strong? Then I'll try too. We're both at the first level of qi refining, how could I be weaker than him? Zhao Yide picked up his sword and said to Chen Guan, let's continue. He continued his attack, and Chen Guan continued his defense. This time, his strength was much less, he was only trying to deflect the sword. But after a moment, Chen Guan's sword had become useless. He could easily dodge Zhao Yide's sword strikes with simple movements. This wasn't the effect Chen Guan wanted, so he continued to parry. But even this action made Zhao Yide begin to fear. He hesitated to draw his sword. He was under immense pressure. Every time Zhao Yide drew his sword, it was blocked by Chen Guan. He tried to change his move, but Chen Guan anticipated and blocked it again. Hurry up and draw your sword, don't hesitate, Chen Guan said. Chen Guan noticed that Zhao Yide seemed hesitant to attack. Even though he was the attacker, and Chen Guan wouldn't actually strike him, he was still so indecisive. Alright. After attacking several more times, Zhao Yide hesitated again. Chen Guan called out, alright, fellow deist Zhao, you're tired. Rest now, we still have patrolling to do later. Wang Chen, sword in hand, stepped forward, twirling his blade. Junior brother Chen, why don't you spar with your senior brother? Chen Guan's eyes lit up. He gripped the hilt of his sword, blade facing down, and bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you for sparring with me, senior brother. Should I attack?" Wang Chen smiled. "Just practice normally," Chen Guan said. Wang Chen laughed, "Then be careful, my sword is much faster than yours. You strike first, I'll take it easy." Chen Guan smiled, "Then I'll make my move." Chen Guan's eyes narrowed, and his sword flashed instantly. A thrusting thrust was launched, Wang Chen parried upwards, Chen Guan changed his move, dodging Wang Chen's blade, then thrusting his sword upwards from below. Wang Chen took a step back, dodging the attack. Not bad combat instincts, but it's a pity, junior brother Chen, your combat experience is too lacking. Wang Chen smiled slightly, "Junior brother, let me show you the difference between the late stage and mid-stage qi refining." Wang Chen's sword became even faster, and Chen Guan was forced into a defensive stance, his clothes even tearing. Unconsciously, Chen Guan began to use the flowing water sword technique to defend. Seeing this, Wang Chen laughed, his sword attacks continuing unabated. Even as the sword tip pressed against Chen Guan's brow, a trickle of blood still flowed from it. "Such a fast sword, senior brother, what kind of swordsmanship is this?" Chen Guan smiled bitterly. He, a master of the flowing water sword technique at its peak, was still no match for it. Wang Chen's reaction speed was too fast. The difference between the late stage and mid-stage qi refining realms was quite significant. "Junior brother, you didn't even dodge. Where's your perfected 9 spirit steps?" Wang Chen also sheathed his sword, looking at Chen Guan with surprise. If Chen Guan had used the 9 spirit steps, Wang Chen wouldn't have been able to touch him at all. "I'm saving my spiritual energy, I still need to patrol later," Chen Guan said. "I'm confident senior brother Wang won't kill me." Wang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, complaining, "You were too scary. Swords have no eyes." Luckily, it only pierced the surface. "It's nothing." Chen Guan waved his hand. "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. I do have many shortcomings." Wang Chen sighed, "You're very strong, but you lack practical experience, and constantly playing defensively isn't good. I'll practice with you again after patrol." "Okay." Chen Guan nodded. But then, a firework appeared in the distance. No way, even Lu Duanshu couldn't solve this. Wang Chen immediately rushed over, and Chen Guan quickly followed. Only Zhang Hao and the others ran off in a panic. When Chen Guan arrived at the scene, only Lu Duanshu was barely able to stand. The rest were all lying on the ground. Tang Yujing pointed to the black-clad man's corpse on the ground and said, "Wang Chen, dispose of this man's body and hang it in the most conspicuous place in the mine. I forced most of the toxins out of the others' bodies, you can take care of yourselves." "Yes." Wang Chen bowed to Senior Tang. Tang Yujing flew away on her sword. Chen Guan immediately located Ji Yuyu, using his spiritual eyes to observe the changes within her body. There was still poison present. Chen Guan pressed on her chest, channeling spiritual energy to force out the toxins. Puffed. Ji Yuyu coughed up blood. Seeing this, Wang Chen said worriedly, "Junior brother Chen, don't move around. I'm just forcing the toxins out of her body," Chen Guan said. Wang Chen's expression turned strange, but remembering how Chen Guan had treated Lu Baran's family, he cheerfully said, "Junior brother Chen, then help them out. We're all fellow disciples." Section 31. All right. Chen Guan touched each person's body. Zhao Jinlong, Qi Shan, and Lu Shuwen all coughed up blood, but when he saw Su Fen Jiayun, Chen Guan hesitated. "Senior brother, this isn't appropriate," Chen Guan said, pointing at Su Fen Jiayun. "What if she wakes up and clings to him?" Lu Duanshu sat on the ground and sighed, "What nonsense are you talking about? You're a doctor now, healing and saving lives is your job. Why worry about relationships between men and women? If junior sister Su's meridians are damaged by the residual toxins, she might never be able to cultivate again. I'll explain to her when she wakes up." "Fine." Chen Guan didn't hesitate and quickly touched Su Fen Jiayun's body. She also coughed up blood. Wang Chen held a severed head, a horrifying sight. "Junior brothers and sisters, take them back. I have other things to do." Lu Duanshu picked up one person in each hand and said, "Let's go, I need to go back and rest too. I'll tell you what happened later." Chen Guan carried Ji Yuyu back to the camp. He checked on her condition for a while but didn't think much of it. Lu Duanshu returned, placed the 2 unconscious people on the ground, and patted Chen Guan. "Junior brother Chen, not bad. Interested in teaming up with me? We can earn some contribution points by doing quests." "No, I want to continue cultivating." Chen Guan shook his head. For Chen Guan, the benefits of improving his cultivation level were greater. Drawing affixes, if he drew a Xian quality affix, he would instantly soar. Alright, remember to tell your senior brother whenever you want to earn contribution points. Lu Duanshu smiled. Trying to poach my talent again? Junior brother Chen is someone I've set my sights on. Wang Chen returned. Lu Duanshu laughed heartily. What's the use of us liking them? The main thing is that junior brother Chen likes us. Right, junior brother Chen. Chen Guan said, how dare I look down on you two senior brothers? I just really want to cultivate. Ha ha ha, don't be so polite. Wang Chen sat down and said to Lu Duanshu, what just happened? It's a long story. Lu Duanshu's expression was complicated. Chapter 27. There are still people. At that time, we were on routine patrol when a man in black appeared before us. He didn't look like a miner from the mine. Just as I was about to give chase, he threw poison powder in our direction. The powder, blown by his wind, hit us all. They collapsed from the poison, and I was poisoned too. I first released my heavenly flower, then barely managed to exchange a few blows with him before Lord Tang appeared and killed him with a single sword strike. Lu Duanshu sighed, that guy's poison is truly terrifying. If it weren't for my decent spiritual energy, I would have been killed by him before Lord Tang arrived. Hearing Lu Duanshu's words, Chen Guan seemed thoughtful. Fellow deist Chen, would you like some soup? Yu Miao Miao asked. Yes, thank you. Chen Guan nodded. Yu Miao Miao handed Chen Guan a bowl of soup, glancing out of the corner of her eye at Ji Yu leaning against him. Seeing this, Wang Chen said sarcastically, Junior sister Yu, why are you asking junior brother Chen instead of your senior brother? I had some soup recently, Yu Miao Miao said. Now I really want some soup, Wang Chen said with a smile. Yu Miao Miao, having no other choice, picked up a bowl of soup and handed it to Wang Chen. Senior brother Lu, you have some too. Thank you, junior sister. Lu Duanshu smiled and took the bowl of soup. A quarter of an hour later, Ji Yu woke up and nuzzled Chen Guan's shoulder. Chen Guan held her in his arms. At this time, the others gradually woke up as well. Ha! Ji Yu also woke up with a start, because she was actually in someone's arms. She struggled to sit up, and for a moment, she met Chen Guan's gaze. Seeing this, Ji Yu fell back into Chen Guan's arms. What just happened? Ji Yu asked, puzzled. Nothing, it's all taken care of. Chen Guan didn't explain. That night, Chen Guan lost his will to practice swordsmanship. Because another team was injured and needed rest, they patrolled all night. They cultivated during the day, and in the evening, everyone gathered together again. Wang Chen and Lu Duanshu both looked grave. Chen Guan asked, Senior brother Wang, what happened? Wang Chen, lost in thought, replied to Chen Guan's question, no, nothing. Our team will go on patrol first. Chen Guan's heart sank. Had something bad happened? He needed to be careful later. The two team leaders patrolled with extreme vigilance, and a week passed in this manner. Wang Chen and Lu Duanshu's minds began to race. Chen Guan asked Wang Chen again, Senior brother, what happened the other day? You and senior brother Lu seemed so nervous. Wang Chen chuckled, the guy who died before wasn't a rogue cultivator. Lord Tang told us he was a demonic cultivator. He came to our Luo Xing mine, wanting to cultivate a star iron insect. We were afraid that demonic cultivators might have their own kind, of course we were nervous. Telling you wouldn't have helped, it would only have made you worry, so of course we didn't want to mention it. Now it's different. In a few more days, our mission will be over. Telling you won't affect you anymore. Chen Guan suddenly understood, so the guy who died before was a demonic cultivator. No wonder his two senior brothers were so nervous. However, Chen Guan felt a pang of sadness. With such low cultivation, he didn't even have the right to know about the danger. Ha ha ha, don't worry, we'll be back in a few days. Wang Chen patted Chen Guan's shoulder. Chen Guan nodded. Senior brother, let's spar. All right. These past few days, Chen Guan had been finding people to spar with. Practice makes perfect. Fighting demonic beasts is completely different from fighting humans. 2 days later, at night, Chen Guan and the others patrolled as usual. We can go back the day after tomorrow. It's been really tough working in the mining area, Su Jingxiu said happily. Haha, it'll be so much better back home, Wang Chen laughed heartily. Junior brother Chen, how about we go to Yingqing City together after we get back? Chen Guan thought for a moment and nodded. Of course. But we need to tell Ji Yu. He hadn't seen his concubine for a month and really missed her. During their casual conversation, Chen Guan suddenly stopped Wang Chen and the others. Chen Guan put his index finger to his lips. Keep your voice down, someone's around. Chen Guan immediately pulled them into the shadows. Wang Chen frowned, glancing left and right, but found no one. Chen Guan pointed in a direction, and everyone looked in the direction he indicated. They saw two men in black quietly enter a grove of trees in the distance. Wang Chen frowned. He glanced at his junior brothers and sisters, but did not act rashly. Section 32. After several breaths, Wang Chen asked softly, "Are they far?" "They're gone." "Should we continue patrolling?" Chen Guan asked. "Let's go, of course we'll go. They've all left, they definitely don't want to be discovered, and they won't be back so soon." At this point, Wang Chen also took the lead, deciding to at least finish the patrol first. On the way, Wang Chen asked curiously, "Junior brother, did you see it, or did you smell it?" Chen Guan laughed. "When I was little, I ate a poisonous fruit. After recovering, I could see a little bit of spiritual light." "Damn, those are really good eyes," Wang Chen said enviously. "It's comparable to practicing a kind of pupil technique." Chen Guan laughed heartily. "It's all a coincidence. If you weren't really hungry, who would want to eat a fruit they don't understand?" Chen Guan sighed. Hearing this, the others didn't want to talk about it anymore. After all, normal people don't want to rub salt into someone's wounds. On the way back, Wang Chen said to Chen Guan, "Tell fellow deist Lu about this. I'm going to find Lord Tang." "Okay." Wang Chen left, and Lu Duanshu and the others looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guan explained with a smile, "We encountered 2 men in black while on patrol, but we hid and avoided them. So senior brother Wang went to report the situation." Lu Duanshu exclaimed in surprise, "Someone actually dared to come. They're truly courting death. But you guys are very lucky. We didn't have your luck last time." It was all fellow deist Chen who saw through it, Su Jingxiu praised. For a moment, everyone in Lu Duanshu's group looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guan smiled faintly, "Just a little trick, nothing to brag about." Lu Duanshu sighed, "Junior brother Chen's methods are remarkable. With your skills, everyone would want to team up with you." After chatting for a while, Wang Chen returned. "We reported the matter to Lord Tang, and he told us not to patrol. We'll go to the mine tomorrow to see what the demonic cultivators have done here," Wang Chen explained. "No way, we're leaving the day after tomorrow, and we still have something to do tomorrow." Lu Duanshu sighed. "If only we'd chosen a shorter demon-slaying mission, at least we'd know there's danger." Wang Chen shrugged. "We're just unlucky. These kinds of mine-guarding missions, we haven't seen anything like this in years. You tell me how unlucky we are." Sigh. The 2 men sighed together. Chen Guan stretched. "Senior brother, I'll go back first and get some rest." "Everyone, let's go. Who doesn't want to get some rest?" Wang Chen also patted his behind and left. "Fellow deist Chen, wait for me." Ji Yuyu followed Chen Guan. Chapter 28 Avoiding Trouble. The next day, Chen Guan got up early. He tidied himself up and went outside to cultivate on the rooftop for half an hour. When Chen Guan stopped cultivating, everyone woke up, even Ji Yuyu came over with a food box. "Chen Guan, breakfast." "Yes, thank you." Chen Guan had only chatted with Ji Yuyu for a short while last night before letting her go home. Nothing happened. There were still things to do today. Once he finished, he could leave the Luo Seng mine tomorrow morning. After preparing in the morning, Wang Chen said, "Today's task is to search the mine for anything unusual during the day. Report immediately if you find anything. Junior brother Chen, I hope you can find something." Chen Guan nodded, "No problem." Wang Chen led Chen Guan and the others to search one mine shaft, while Lu Duanshu and the others searched another. "Senior brother, what if those people haven't left?" Chen Guan asked. "If they haven't left, then proceed with caution." Chen Guan asked, "Senior brother, what do you think of Senior Tang?" Wang Chen hesitated. He turned to look at Chen Guan, who was looking at the miners inside the mine. "I think Senior is very capable and beautiful." Chen Guan nodded. "I haven't found anything either. I just feel that the mine is different from what I imagined." "How is it different?" Yu Miao Miao asked. Chen Guan chuckled. "I imagined mines to be tiny, the kind you had to squeeze into." Wang Chen smiled. "Junior brother Chen has seen ordinary mines before, it's good to have an impression. Luo Sing mines are usually encased in stone. Mining such ore is more difficult, but it doesn't collapse easily." Chen Guan understood now. He nodded and glanced at the interior. If a battle broke out inside, they would likely be injured. After a quick walk around, no one found anything unusual. Wang Chen said to the group, "I'm going to report to Lord Tang. You all shouldn't wander around. Wait for me to return." Chen Guan and the others obeyed his order. A short while later, another team arrived, and Lu Duanshu went to report as well. Ji Yuyu approached Chen Guan, smiling as she whispered in his ear, "Will you come to my courtyard tomorrow night?" Chen Guan shook his head. "No, the night after tomorrow." "Huh? Why?" Ji Yuyu asked, looking aggrieved. "I'm going to Yingqing City to see my concubine," Chen Guan explained frankly. "Oh, can I go to Yingqing City with you?" Ji Yuyu asked. Chen Guan nodded in agreement. "Sure. I'll be in Yingqing City with senior brother Wang then." Chen Guan could only be honest with Ji Yuyu, otherwise, he would feel guilty towards this woman. He wanted her to understand, to know. A short while later, Wang Chen and Lu Duansha returned. Let's go, we still need to patrol tonight. Wang Chen walked to Chen Guan's side and patted him on the shoulder. Junior brother Chen, shall we go somewhere to talk? Sure. The two walked into a grove of trees. Did you just see something? Senior brother Wang, I didn't see anything. Chen Guan laughed. Wang Chen chuckled. You little rascal, you suspect me? I'm telling the truth. I just asked one more question, and you suspect me. Why would I suspect you? Chen Guan's lips curled up. Wang Chen shook his head and sighed. Oh well, this is fine too. You're quite wise, kid. What are you saying, senior brother? How can telling the truth bring great wisdom? Chen Guan feigned ignorance. At this moment, it was best to pretend not to know. Section 33. It's best not to mention this back at the section. For a foundation establishment cultivator, eliminating a qi refining cultivator is incredibly easy. Disrupting their interests could lead to their demise. No one knows who's involved in this chain of interests. Chen Guan doesn't know, and he doesn't want to interfere. If it weren't for this senior brother choosing this mission, Chen Guan wouldn't have encountered this situation. Inside the mine, Chen Guan used his spiritual eyes to observe carefully. There were 7 miners with cultivation levels. The deep blue power within them was similar to Wang Chen's, indicating they were all in the late qi refining stage. These were blatantly demonic cultivators. How could Chen Guan dare say anything? Senior Tang only needed one glance to tell these guys were demonic cultivators. Chen Guan didn't dare meddle. Alright, senior brother, I didn't see anything. Let's go, I want to rest a bit longer until the evening patrol is over. Chen Guan stretched and lazily emerged from the woods. Wang Chen followed. Nothing happened. Nothing happened during the patrol that night. It wasn't until dawn, when the sun was just beginning to rise, that things settled down. Everyone, pack up, we're going back to the sect. Wang Chen clapped his hands to attract attention. Lu Duanshu added, yes, let's go back and pack our clothes, we're going back to the section. Chen Guan breathed a sigh of relief after boarding the cloud boat. What are you thinking about? Ji Yuyu naturally hugged Chen Guan's arm. Chen Guan smiled and said, thinking about going back to the sect makes me happy. I'm happy too, hee hee. Ji Yuyu leaned closer to him, as if wanting to burrow into Chen Guan's chest. All right. Chen Guan patted her bottom. How long do you want others to watch? Are you scared? Ji Yuyu asked with a smile. We'll talk about it when we get back. Several hours later, they returned to the sect. It was already afternoon. Chen Guan brought Ji Yuyu to Wang Chen. Oh, she's coming with you too? Wang Chen raised an eyebrow and asked. Looking at Ji Yuyu, who was clinging to Chen Guan's arm, Wang Chen was puzzled. What was it about Ji Yuyu that she liked Chen Guan? Chen Guan smiled and said, let's go, senior brother Wang. If we don't go down the mountain soon, it'll be dark. All right. Ying Ching Cheng. Wang Chen and Chen Guan arrived at their respective residences. Junior brother, let's leave it at that for tonight. I want to go back and rest. Yes, farewell, senior brother. It was already late. Come in, this is the house I rented. Chen Guan said to Ji Yuyu. Oh. Although the door was closed, this residence was basically only for keeping out honest people, not scoundrels. A short while later, a servant came to greet Chen Guan cautiously, and Chen Guan also had the servant prepare dinner. Run Chun hurriedly came over and saw Chen Guan with a woman. She quickly bowed. Greetings, young master. Chen Guan nodded. Sitting down to eat with us since you haven't eaten yet. Next to me is my fellow disciple, Ji Yuyu. You can call her Lady Ji. Yes, Lady Ji. Ji Yuyu looked at Chen Guan displeasedly, then said, isn't she my sister? Why should she call me Lady Ji? Faced with Ji Yuyu's answer, Chen Guan chuckled and teased, fine, tonight you and your sister will serve me. No way. Ji Yuyu quickly refused, her face flushed as she whispered, I'm still a virgin. I want to be with only you. Chen Guan just wanted to tease her. How could this girl be so different? Alright, I'll go back to the sect to cultivate tomorrow night. Tell me when you're ready. Run Chun, standing beside him, served Chen Guan food, her face beaming. Chapter 29. A lecherous thief? The night passed. Chen Guan was still lying in his arms, unwilling to leave. There was a knock at the door. Master, someone has come to visit. He says he's your senior brother, his name is Wang Chen. Wang Chen? Calling him so early in the morning? Chen Guan reluctantly got up and Run Chun followed, wanting to help him straighten his clothes. No need, you continue to rest. I'm going out for a bit. Chen Guan washed his face and went to the reception room. Senior brother Wang, why are you looking for me so early in the morning? Don't you want to sleep a little longer? Wang Chen chuckled. I thought you were still in your habit of morning cultivation. I didn't expect that. The gentle embrace is still too tempting, junior brother can't resist. Chen Guan said irritably, I finally finished the mission, I should rest for a day. Senior brother Wang, looking for me so early obviously means it's important business. Wang Chen nodded seriously. It is indeed important business. Senior brother, have you had breakfast? Chen Guan asked, stretching. Not yet. Then let's talk while we eat. I've had the servants prepare it. You can tell me now. Wang Chen said solemnly, last night, I heard something important. What? There's a lecherous thief in Yingqing City. Wang Chen said. What? Chen Guan exclaimed in surprise, thinking he had misheard. The lecherous thief is a serious offense in Yingqing City. Don't forget, most people here are relatives of Qingxuan Sect disciples. With this incident, didn't all the Qingxuan Sect disciples come to handle it? That's right, the lecherous thief broke into a fellow deist's residence last night. A fellow deist happened to be passing by and heard his cries for help, but when he arrived, the deist's wife and daughters had been raped and murdered. Overnight, Yingqing City was placed under lockdown. So, we can't return to the sect today, Wang Chen explained. Chen Guan frowned. Does that mean the lecherous thief is still in Yingqing City? Yes. The deist whose wife and daughters were murdered rushed here from the sect overnight. He's also a late-stage qi refining cultivator. Wang Chen sighed. He's really unlucky. At this moment, a servant came to Chen Guan. Master, breakfast is ready. Chen Guan nodded and waved for the servant to leave. Senior brother, why don't we go get some breakfast? Chen Guan said. Let's go. Section 34. Oh, junior sister's here too. Wang Chen chuckled, turning to raise an eyebrow at Chen Guan. Chen Guan nodded to her. She's staying here tonight. Chen Guan really couldn't do anything with Ji Yuyu. Last night, this girl insisted on choosing the room next to Runchun's bedroom, and it seemed she was eavesdropping. Senior brother, continue. What should we do next? Chen Guan asked, sitting down. What should we do? Since things have come to this, let's have breakfast first. Wang Chen sat down and started eating. Ji Yuyu, sitting next to Chen Guan, playfully squeezed his hand. However, she still offered to feed Chen Guan. A short while later, Chen Guan and Wang Chen had almost finished eating. Yuyu, go somewhere else first. I want to chat with my senior brother. No need to be shy. Wang Chen raised his hand. The more you know about the lecherous thief, the better. Wang Chen said, the Qingxuan Sect disciples in the city have all gathered to search for the thief's whereabouts. They should be here soon. They're searching one by one, from highest to lowest cultivation level. After Wang Chen finished speaking, a servant came over. Master, an esteemed person is looking for you outside. Chen Guan said, bring them here. A moment later, two cultivators entered. Senior brother Wang Chen, fellow deist Chen Guan. The two were surprised that Wang Chen and Chen Guan knew each other and greeted each other. Please, gentlemen, have a seat. Have you had breakfast? I'll have my servants prepare some for you. No need, we've already eaten. Fellow deist Chen Guan, our purpose in coming here is to find you. Would you be willing to join our team to find the lecherous thief in the shadows? Chen Guan nodded. That's no problem. I also deeply abhor lecherous thieves. Please come to the city lord's mansion for a chat. We have other matters to attend to. We still need to find other fellow deists in the city. Take care, I won't see you off. Chen Guan said with a smile. After the two had gone, Wang Chen asked, you agreed so readily. Chen Guan smiled and said, what else could I do, senior brother? If you hadn't agreed, remember to guard my courtyard for me. Alright, your senior brother is always afraid of that kind of situation. Wang Chen nodded. My family has over 80 members, and many wives and concubines. I'm afraid if they go with me, and a lecherous thief breaks in, things will get complicated. It's just a favor to keep an eye on things for you. Should I go with them? Ji Yuyu asked. No need, Chen Guan and Wang Chen said simultaneously. Ji Yuyu's cultivation level was too low, going wouldn't be of any use. Their simultaneous words made Chen Guan and Wang Chen exchange a knowing smile. Junior brother, we're quite in sync. Let's go, let's leave here together. Chen Guan left the Chen family, and Wang Chen returned to his residence, jumping onto the roof to survey his surroundings. City Lord's Mansion. At this moment, a considerable number of qi refining cultivators had gathered. No one paid any attention to Chen Guan, a qi refining level 4 cultivator. Upon seeing Chen Guan, Lu Baran was overjoyed and bowed respectfully. Fellow deist Chen, I didn't expect to find you in Yingqing City. You're too kind, City Lord Lu. Lu Baran sighed. Fellow deist Chen is a capable person, he should be treated with courtesy. Yingqing City has suffered this calamity, dozens have died. Alas! Lord Lu, what skills does my junior brother possess? A man looked at Chen Guan with displeasure. His expression was gloomy, as if he harbored hatred for everyone. "Oh, this is Chen Guan, junior brother Chen, the one who treated my beloved son and daughter. He has excellent eyesight. This is Zhang Jinai, my senior brother who is in the late stage of qi refining. Enough with the nonsense. The person who treated your family is skilled, but where can we find the lecherous thief? We need to find the lecherous thief now." Zhang Jinai had a fiery temper, speaking through gritted teeth, like a furnace about to explode. "Our senior and junior brothers are guarding the city gates. Don't be impatient," Lu Baran said. Zhang Jinai didn't speak, but instead hopped away, leaving the city lord's mansion. "Lu Baran, I must find that lecherous thief within 2 days, or you can forget about being the city lord." Lu Baran sighed inwardly. After such a huge incident, it's difficult for me to continue being the city lord. Quickly, he adjusted his mindset and smiled at Chen Guan, saying, "Fellow deist Chen, why don't you come with me?" "All right." Led by Lu Baran, he entered a living room where 3 late-stage qi refining cultivators were sitting and drinking tea. "Fellow deist Lu, is this the person you've been waiting for?" Chen Guan, 4th level qi refining, nothing special. A female cultivator scrutinized Chen Guan. Chen Guan remained calm, completely ignoring her words. Lu Baran chuckled, trying to smooth things over. "This fellow deist Chen is quite capable, perhaps he can be of help to us." One of the male cultivators said, "All right, let's start planning how we're going to track down the lecherous thief. Yingxing City is so big, I'm afraid he might be hiding and trying to wear us down for a long time." Another man said seriously, "I have a method to track him by detecting his presence, but it can only be used within 100 paces. Lu Baran said, "Gentlemen, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Senior brother John probably couldn't wait and went to search first. Fellow deist Chen, this is your senior sister, Zhao Kaiqing. These 2 are your senior brothers, Lu Xianshui and Wei Zhenfa." Chapter 30 Battle against the lecherous thief. "Greetings, senior sister Zhao, senior brother Lu, senior brother Wei." Chen Guan bowed and greeted them one by one. Lu Baran took out a map and gestured for them to approach. "Our Yingxing City, your 3 families are in a very good position, with considerable manpower, and on the edge of the city. The lecherous thief obviously won't leave from these 3 locations. Furthermore, I've ordered men to guard the city walls, so that if there's any disturbance, our fellow disciples can quickly come to our aid. What's left is the poor people's quarters. This place is a melting pot, and 2 gangs have been fighting for a long time. Leaving aside the matter of keeping the gangs in check to help me find the lecherous thief, if he secretly leaves the city through the gang's secret passage, everything we've done will be in vain." Zhao Kaiqing said in a deep voice, "That won't happen. They know their limits." "You agree, Wei Zhenfa?" Zhao Kaiqing's gaze fell on Wei Zhenfa's face. Wei Zhenfa nodded. "This isn't just a lecherous thief, he's a menace to our entire clan. The gang matter is a matter for later." Lu Xianshui said helplessly, "I already used my tracking technique here last night, he's clearly not here." Chen Guan remained silent. Lu Xianshui smiled and looked at Chen Guan, "Junior brother Chen, do you have any brilliant ideas?" Chen Guan shook his head, "No brilliant ideas. There's only one clumsy method." Chen Guan asked, "Senior brother, how do you use the tracking technique? Is there anything tainted with the lecherous thief's aura? My eyes are rather special, they can sense auras." He left it at that, as long as it was clear enough. Lu Xianshui took out a blood-stained garment. "Here, take a look." Section 35. A discerning eye. Chen Guan glanced briefly at the aura on the clothing and nodded. "My clumsy method means I have to find it myself. Fellow senior brothers, do you have any good recommendations?" Chen Guan asked. Zhao Kaiqing frowned. "You're going to find it alone? Even if you find it, you won't be able to defeat it. The lecherous thief is a late-stage qi refining cultivator." Chen Guan smiled. "No problem. Once I find it, I'll just give a shout." "That senior brother Zhang is very eager to find the lecherous thief." Lu Xianshui chuckled. Oh, junior brother, not bad. You provoked a late-stage qi refining cultivator. I wonder if Zhang Jinai will come first, or you will die first." Chen Guan smiled faintly. "I'm not good at killing, but I'm quite good at escaping." Lu Xianshui continued, "Have you considered that if you escape, the nearby people will be attacked by the lecherous thief because of you? You've borne this karma now, but what about later?" "That's a good question. Junior brother humbly requests that senior brother Lu accompany me," Chen Guan said, bowing respectfully to Lu Xianshui. "That's fine. If we go together, perhaps we can work together to find the lecherous thief." Lu Xianshui smiled. Chen Guan looked at him with his bright eyes, finding nothing amiss. He seemed to be a kind-hearted senior brother. "No problem." Lu Xianshui bowed and smiled. "The 3 of you, junior brother Chen and I will first search the city using our methods. Remember to use the sky-piercing flower when we find him." "No problem." Lu Xianshui and Chen Guan walked on the rooftops. Junior brother, what kind of eye technique within the sect have you cultivated? It was an unexpected change after eating the spiritual fruit. It's not an eye technique, Chen Guan chuckled awkwardly. It's practically a semi-natural talent, quite enviable. Lu Xianshui said, last night in the slums, my tracking encountered an unexpected problem. Junior brother, come with me to try again. I want to try again. Chen Guan nodded. No problem. Lu Xianshui asked curiously, this mission doesn't offer contribution points. Why are you so eager, junior brother? I have female relatives in the city, Chen Guan replied simply. Lu Xianshui laughed, yes, me too. I have 4 daughters at home, and I'm afraid lecherous thieves will set their sights on me. Chen Guan was surprised, my senior brother Guan doesn't seem like someone with so many children. Ha ha ha. Lu Xianshui laughed happily upon hearing this. Have you heard of the beauty elixir? I've heard a little about it. I take one every 3 years, of course I look young. I'm 50 now. Chen Guan was surprised. This is a beauty-preserving technique, isn't it? However, once one's cultivation reaches the late qi refining stage, there's still a chance to establish a foundation establishment, allowing one to live for another 100 years. Senior brother already shows signs of foundation establishment. Congratulations, Chen Guan offered his congratulations. Lu Xianshui waved his hand, that's not true. I damaged my meridians 10 years ago, and they haven't recovered yet. Foundation establishment is hopeless. Otherwise, why would you have so many children to hold you back? Chen Guan didn't know what to say. Lu Suanshui's situation was tragic. He clearly had the potential to establish a foundation establishment, but because of his damaged meridians, his future was hopeless. After exchanging words for a while, the two arrived at the slums. There were no tall buildings here, most were thatched huts or simple wooden houses, filled with garbage and reeking of excrement. Chen Guan wrinkled his nose, looking at the place with displeasure. Yingqing City actually still has this land? Yes, it's not because they don't have the money to build it. The reason is related to those 2 senior brothers and sisters you just saw. Lu Xianshui took out a piece of cloth, his hands forming a hand seal. Searching breath technique. At this moment, Lu Xianshui looked around, but found no movement. Could it be that he really left Yingqing City overnight? Lu Xianshui muttered. Chen Guan said, senior brother, he probably has a technique to conceal his aura. Let me use this clumsy method. Alright, I'll stay by your side. Chen Guan's gaze had already locked onto a figure whose aura was completely different from everyone else's. A demonic cultivator. He had only seen similar auras during goo worm encounters and patrol missions. Senior brother, stay close, Chen Guan said. Lu Suanshui's expression was strange as he followed Chen Guan. Has junior brother been found? Should we notify John Janai? Lu Xianshui asked softly. Chen Guan said, isn't that unnecessary? Senior brother, I'll enhance your heavenly gang sword formation later. Lu Xianshui smiled wryly, I'm not good at swordsmanship. Chen Guan frowned, senior brother, just hold him off. I'll unleash the sky-piercing flower later. There's no one around him right now. A rare opportunity. Lu Xianshui followed Chen Guan, and the two arrived outside a small thatched hut. The two didn't exchange words, but Chen Guan pointed to a corner inside the hut, signaling to attack together. Chen Guan and Lu Xianshui exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. Fireball technique. Flying sword technique. The fireball landed on the hut first, followed by Lu Suanshui's flying sword. In an instant, they caught their opponent off guard. Blood transformation technique. A thick stream of blood flowed out, and a cultivator, his face contorted in flames, with sword wounds on his abdomen and legs, leaped out. How did you find me? I'll drag you down with me even in death. The demonic cultivator's gaze fell on Chen Guan. Another flying sword struck, and he dodged, but his hand was still severed. You lecherous thief, don't run. Lu Xianshui stepped forward. Chen Guan unleashed a burst of energy. Boom! Fireworks exploded in the air, drawing the attention of all the cultivators in the city. The demonic cultivator was already in front of Chen Guan, seemingly unaffected by the pain. Even with severed bones, he still possessed strength. Die! A stream of blood spurted from the demonic cultivator's mouth. 9 spirit steps. Chen Guan dodged away, giving his opponent no chance, and countered with a fireball. Another burst of flames exploded on the demonic cultivator's body. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lu Xianshui used his flying sword to sever both of the demonic cultivator's legs in one strike. Ah! The demonic cultivator screamed in pain, then collapsed to the ground. However, he braced himself with one hand, raising his head and glaring angrily and fiercely at Chen Guan. Chapter 31. You chose it, idol. The demonic cultivator slightly opened his mouth, then suddenly turned his head, his gaze fixed on Lu Xianshui. Section 36. A blue thread shot out of his mouth. Not good, Chen Guan thought to himself. The blue thread was aimed at Lu Xianshui, but Lu Xianshui didn't notice. Senior brother, get out of the way. Chen Guan unleashed a fireball spell around Lu Xianshui. Lu Xianshui was also stunned. Seeing Chen Guan suddenly launch a fireball at him, he quickly dodged. Whoosh! The fireball flew out rapidly. Boom! The fireball landed on a thatched hut and exploded in flames. Junior brother, what are you doing? Lu Xianshui was furious. Chen Guan breathed a sigh of relief. Senior brother, I'm saving you. Damn brat. The demonic cultivator gritted his teeth, and a blood-red light instantly shot towards Chen Guan. Chen Guan moved a few steps further, dodging the attack. Clang! Clang! Two crisp sounds rang out in succession, and the demonic cultivator's hands were pinned to the floor by two swords. He looked utterly wretched. Fellow deist Lu, junior brother, thank you for your trouble. Zhang Jinai arrived, his face calm, but his eyes were fixed on the demonic cultivator. His anger was about to explode. Heh! Seeing this, the demonic cultivator didn't hesitate for a moment, intending to sever his own meridians and kill himself instantly. Lu Suanshui's flying sword pierced the demonic cultivator's dantian. The demonic cultivator screamed in pain, but all his strength was gone. The demonic cultivator's blood energy dissipated, and blood gushed from his body. If the bleeding wasn't stopped quickly, he would die within 3 to 5 minutes. Fellow deist Zhang, if we don't cripple his cultivation, what if he commits suicide? Lu Xianshui stepped forward with a smile. The flying sword embedded in the demonic cultivator's dantian quickly returned to Lu Suanshui's side. How cunning! The phrase popped into Chen Guan's mind. Senior brother Lu had crippled the man with a smile, like a cunning, sly monster. Zhang Jinai grabbed the demonic cultivator. Thank you, but we haven't confirmed if it's him yet, so please continue searching for suspicious individuals in the city. Lu Xianshui looked at Chen Guan. Junior brother, that fireball technique you just used was quite close. If I had been hit, I would have been finished. Chen Guan smiled wryly. I had no choice. If it weren't for the fireball technique, would you have dodged it? The demonic cultivator spat out a blue thread, but you didn't dodge it either. I had no choice but to force you to dodge. It's better than senior brother Lu being hit and regretting it, isn't it? Lu Xianshui sighed. It's done now, I won't pursue it further. He hadn't noticed anything, and didn't know if Chen Guan was telling the truth. He only thought Chen Guan was lucky to have such keen eyes. Chen Guan glanced at the surrounding fire and said anxiously, oh no, senior brother, put out the fire. Fire? Lu Xianshui also saw the flames. If it continued to burn, the entire slum would likely be homeless. Oh no! The two began firefighting. Many disciples who had arrived joined the firefighting efforts. At the cost of several houses being destroyed, they managed to capture a demonic cultivator. Lu Baran arrived and asked, did you find him? Lu Xianshui nodded. Fellow deist Zhang arrived first and captured him. That's good. Lu Baran breathed a sigh of relief. No, leave senior brother Zhang alive. I need to interrogate him and report back to the section. Lu Baran quickly ran back. Zhao Kaiqing looked at Lu Xianshui, then glanced at Chen Guan. She said seriously, we don't know if the lecherous thief is real or not. Go back and continue the defense. We'll judge after we get news of Lu Baran. To avoid capturing a fake and letting the real one escape. Everyone, let's go back first. After everyone left, Zhao Kaiqing approached Lu Xianshui and Chen Guan. You two are quite capable. You actually found the demonic cultivator hiding here. I wonder who deserves the credit? Lu Xianshui smiled, naturally. Naturally, it's senior brother Liu's doing. Chen Guan interjected. That demonic cultivator was caught off guard and didn't use his concealment technique, allowing senior brother Lu to find him. Lu Suanshui's expression was strange, but he quickly realized he was indeed careless, and I happened to track him down. Everyone was an old fox, they clearly sensed something was wrong. Fellow deist Liu's technique is profound, and the timing was perfect. Junior brother Chen is also quite good, he managed to escape unscathed in actual combat. After praising him, Zhao Kaiqing prepared to leave. The city still needs to be on guard, and I need to continue my reconnaissance. I'll take my leave first. After he left, Lu Xianshui asked, Junior brother, why did you let this credit go? I felt it would be better for senior brother to take it. As the ancient said, the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be felled by the wind. I thought I'd keep a low profile. Lu Xianshui asked curiously, do you know how many spirit stones are offered for this? I don't know. Lu Xianshui chuckled. Fellow deist Zhang offered 200 spirit stones for this lecherous thief. In addition, the 3 major families in the city also offered several hundred spirit stones, making the total reward nearly 1,000 spirit stones. Chen Guan's face hardened. No way, so many spirit stones? He seemed to have lost out big time. But then he thought, what's the use of regretting what's already said? It's my own choice, I'll stick with my idol even through tears. It's all right. If that demonic cultivator is truly a lecher, then take it, senior brother. It'll be helpful for your foundation establishment later, won't it? Junior brother, I've only just begun cultivating. I don't even know where my spirit stones went. Chen Guan explained with a smile, quite nonchalant. Lu Xianshui shook his head and smiled. Junior brother is certainly straightforward. If he really is a lecher, what's wrong with sharing with you? But I won't take too much. I, senior brother, also have to bear the consequences of his accomplices seeking revenge. Chen Guan said, senior brother, just take it. I only came to catch the lecher because of my own selfish reasons. Chen Guan didn't want to cultivate peacefully on the mountain, only to return to the city and find himself cuckolded and all his men killed. That would be too terrible. Let's travel around. Things aren't settled yet, we can't let our guard down. On the way, Lu Xianshui talked a lot about sect matters and how to earn spirit stones faster. Lu Xianshui felt that after joining the sect, it would be best to quickly learn to identify medicinal herbs, so he could find a long-term job. A shop assistant at a pharmacy, or managing a medicinal garden, would both be suitable. There were many medicinal gardens on 100 Herbs Peak that needed tending, and the seniors provided plenty of spirit stones. Staying to tend a small plot of land was the most foolish thing to do. He also mentioned that learning alchemy was actually the best thing to do on 100 Herbs Peak, as disciples there seemed to receive preferential treatment when purchasing herbs. While searching for the lecherous thief, they chatted, and several hours passed in the blink of an eye. The two received news that the man was indeed the lecherous thief. On their way back to the city lord's mansion, they passed by the city lord's yamen, where the lecherous thief was already hanging at the entrance as a public spectacle. It was a gruesome sight. His limbs were severed, and several wounds on his body had not yet healed. He was bleeding and waiting to die. Section 37. Chen Guan was stunned. Dealing with demonic beasts was understandable, but witnessing a person being treated like an animal left a lingering shock in his mind. Even while dealing with the matter, on his way back to the Chen family home, Chen Guan was in a daze. The demonic cultivator's fate was too shocking, though he felt it was deserved. But just now, as he passed someone, Chen Guan stopped. That person, so familiar. Chen Guan's heart was filled with complex emotions. He got several hundred taels of silver. How come he's still so poor? He insisted on living in Qingcheng. Couldn't he have lived in that village? He doesn't even have a decent set of clothes. Thinking this, his steps changed direction, and he secretly followed. Chapter 32. Filial piety leads to strength. The person Chen Guan had just encountered was his adoptive father. But this man was unruly and he disliked him intensely. Self-righteous and a gambler. Chen Guan's hunger and cold were all thanks to him. If it weren't for his arrogance and gambling, Chen Guan wouldn't have suffered so much as a child. When he was 5, his adoptive father squandered the family's 100 acres of land. He began to suffer from hunger and cold at 6, his mother died when he was 7, and at 8, Chen Guan was diagnosed with spiritual roots. At that time, the Qingxuan Sect gave his adoptive father 500 taels of silver. Before leaving, Chen Guan advised him to stop gambling, buy back the land, and become a wealthy farmer. But unexpectedly, he ended up in Yingqing City. Some people just don't know how to enjoy their good fortune. Following the man to the slums, Chen Guan stopped following. He never learns his lesson. He's a damn scoundrel. Chen Guan was truly angry. There's a law of rotten to good. His father was rotten, which meant most of his siblings were good, otherwise, Chen Guan wouldn't have lived to this age. Chen Guan didn't care about his adoptive father. Chen Guan entered the city lord's mansion smoothly and found Lu Baran writing a book. Fellow deist Chen, you've arrived. I'm still writing the documents for the sect, Lu Baran said with a slight smile. Chen Guan sat down opposite him and sighed. I wanted you to help me investigate someone. Who? Chen Haoan, currently living in the slums. Hearing that he shared the same surname as Chen Guan, Lu Baran couldn't help but ask, do you need help? I can still help you with that now. Chen Guan shook his head, no need. I don't care about him. I only care if he has any relatives, like sons or daughters. Chen Guan disliked this adoptive father of his inexplicable father. He'd repaid the debt of birth, but the debt of raising? Come on, who raised whom is anyone's guess. With this man's character, his grandfather died, and he squandered the family fortune in less than a year. Fellow deist Chen, you can come find me tomorrow. I'm too busy right now. I've made a note of this person for you. Thank you for your trouble. Chen Guan stood up, bowed respectfully, and turned to leave. Chen Guan left the city lord's mansion. On his way back to the Chen family, he passed by the Wang family. Wang Chen was sitting at the entrance, seemingly waiting for Chen Guan. Not bad, junior brother Chen. The lecherous thief has been caught so quickly. Let's go out for a meal with your senior brother tonight, Wang Chen said with a hearty laugh. Forget it, senior brother Wang, I'm quite tired today, Chen Guan said, shaking his head. Alright, then I won't bother you any longer. Wan Chen was equally nonchalant, showing no intention of lingering. As Chen Guan entered, a maidservant bowed. Master. Has my friend left? Chen Guan asked. Friend, naturally referring to Ji Yuyu. No, the city is under lockdown today, the maidservant replied. Chen Guan nodded and left. The city is under lockdown, but Ji Yuyu hasn't left. That's fine. Prepare some food for me, I want to eat later. Yes. Chen Guan went to Runchun's room and saw Ji Yuyu inside, seemingly chatting with Runchun. Both of them had flushed faces and looked excited. What are you talking about? Chen Guan asked with a smile. Nothing, Ji Yuyu denied. You want to hear what the woman has to say? Chen Guan chuckled. If you don't tell, I'll have Runchun tell you tonight. No way, Ji Yuyu said firmly. You said you'd stay at my place tonight. But you're not at Qingxuan Sect. How about tomorrow night? Chen Guan said with a smile. No way. Ji Yuyu pouted, glaring angrily at Chen Guan. Seeing this, Chen Guan smiled and walked up to Ji Yuyu. Are you really sure? Ji Yuyu then became coy and softly murmured in MMM. You. Chen Guan tapped her forehead with a finger, shaking his head and smiling. Alright, I'll stay at your place tonight. Have you two eaten yet? If not, come with me later. Night. Chen Guan and Ji Yuyu were alone in a room. The two began their passionate encounter. Ji Yuyu's innocence, her contrasting figure, her voluptuous body, and her gentle, delicate air of a woman from Jiangnan. All of this aroused Chen Guan's interest. This was the epitome of a pure and alluring seductress. The next day at noon, Chen Guan had just left the Chen family home and was heading to the city lord's mansion. He couldn't help it, Ji Yuyu was too alluring, like a Jiangnan woman, she had touched his heart. Last night, he had even witnessed Ji Yuyu's divine beast physique well, the one from the west. Even after arriving at the city lord's mansion, Chen Guan's smile remained undisguised. Fellow Deus Liu, how is my matter? Chen Guan asked, bowing respectfully. No need for such formalities, fellow Deus Chen. I investigated for you last night. Chen Haoan did indeed come to Yingqing City with his children, 7 in total, 4 sons and 3 daughters. The men are all working as laborers. 1 daughter was sold, 1 married, and 1 went to work in a dyeing workshop. However, this fellow is not very good. He has frequented gambling dens multiple times, and his daughters were also sold due to debts. Lu Baran explained, placing the information on Chen Guan's desk for him to examine carefully. The more Chen Guan read, the angrier he became. What a hopeless case. Chen Haoan, you're truly something else. Section 38. Fellow Deus Liu, I need your help, Chen Guan sighed. Ha ha ha, what are you being so polite about? Lu Baran laughed. Didn't you help me before? Yesterday you even quickly caught the lecherous thief. Although I don't know if you were credited with the main contribution, I'm sure you played a part in it. I don't need to help Chen Haoan. I don't care about him, Chen Guan said calmly. As for the others, Chen Guan looked at the names on the paper and said, arrange good jobs for them. For those who have been redeemed, talk to their husbands' families. The girls from the dye house. He paused, deep in thought. The dye house was a good job, wasn't it? But something still felt off. Arrange for the girls who have been redeemed and the girls from the dye house to come to my Chen family, Chen Guan said. He could just support his own girls. As for his brothers, if they had good jobs, everything would be alright. Lu Baran smiled. Alright, I'll have someone arrange it. As for your sisters coming to visit, that's up to you. This is a classic case of one person achieving success, and their entire family benefiting. In Yingqing City, this kind of thing happens frequently, and Lu Baran is very adept at handling such matters. Arranging family members is his usual job. Okay, I'll take care of everything for you tomorrow. Your 2 sisters can arrive at your Chen family tonight. Thank you, fellow deist, Chen Guan said, cupping his hands. Lu Baran waved his hand, completely unconcerned, saying, it's just my duty. When I'm free in the future, fellow deist, come to my residence for a drink. I'll visit when I have time, Chen Guan said with a smile, then bid farewell to Lu Baran. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Chen Guan's face turned gloomy. He first returned to the Chen family, took a piece of clothing and tied it to his face to conceal his appearance, then left the Chen family again. The slums. As soon as Chen Guan appeared, he grabbed Chen Haoan and slapped him several times. Ouch, sir, stop hitting me. I'll pay off my debts. I have a daughter at a dye shop in the city. I'll sell her and pay off your debts. Stop hitting me. Hearing this, Chen Guan hit him even harder. You can't even be a proper rich man. You gambled. You gambled. You're not even human. Chapter 33 Incompetent? A capable husband. Chen family. After disciplining Chen Haoan, Chen Guan returned here. Young master. Runchun slowly approached Chen Guan. Runchun, I have 2 sisters coming to the Chen family tonight. Please take good care of them. Sisters. Runchun looked at Chen Guan strangely. Runchun pouted and asked, "Are they my sisters, or your own sisters?" Chen Guan sensed Runchun's jealousy and chuckled, flicking her head. "What are you thinking? They're my own sisters. As the mistress of this place, you should take good care of them both." Runchun asked doubtfully, "Young master, aren't you going to greet your sisters?" "No need." Chen Guan thought of something and said, "Here's another 1,000 taels of silver. Take good care of them and teach them to read and write. I'm leaving this to you." Chen Guan pinched Runchun's small nose. "Can you manage it?" Runchun smiled and said, "A small matter entrusted to me by young master, I can certainly handle it well." Chen Guan glanced at his residence and said, "I'm returning to the section. Tell Ji Yu when she wakes up. Remember?" "Yes. Have the servants make her some chicken soup to nourish her." After giving this final instruction, Chen Guan turned and left the Chen family. The Chen family was indeed well off, but he knew how he had acquired it. It was all because of his own cultivation. He didn't want to rest anymore. He would return to continue his cultivation. "I can't slack off, Chen Guan." After hurrying back to the sect, Chen Guan returned to the familiar courtyard at number 13 Yaishan and went inside to cultivate. Indeed, the spiritual energy within the sect is higher. Chen Guan first used up the spiritual energy within his body to improve his ice jade technique, then began cultivating the azure profound technique. The next day, Ji Yu found Chen Guan. "Who is it?" Chen Guan got up to open the door, displeased. Husband Ji Yu looked at Chen Guan with tender eyes. "What is it?" Chen Guan's tone softened as well. "I want to sleep with you tonight." Ji Yu's voice was soft. Could they sleep together? Chen Guan couldn't help but ask himself. He couldn't control himself. He would only struggle until dawn. Looking into her watery eyes, Chen Guan had no choice but to agree. "Okay, but we need to agree on a rule. I usually need to cultivate, so I can't come all the time." Ji Yu's lips curled up. "It's alright, it won't affect your cultivation. I need to cultivate, Yu, you should go back too, come to my place again tonight." "Okay." Ji Yu obediently left Chen Guan's courtyard. Beauty is a curse. Chen Guan slapped himself. "Honestly, I can't even resist this little temptation." He really couldn't resist. Ji Yu was too alluring. 3 days later, Ji Yu found Chen Guan again. "Husband, can you stay at my place?" Ji Yu clung to Chen Guan's arm, pleading. "No, it's not good if he steals my spiritual energy. But there's a senior brother who keeps coming to see me, and it's so annoying. He looks as old as my father." Chen Guan frowned. "Is that so? He comes every day?" "No, but he comes every few days. It's so annoying." Chen Guan frowned. "Aren't you going to tell him? He shouldn't bother you anymore." "I did, but he won't listen." "Husband, how about I stay here?" Chen Guan smiled. "I'll go and see him. He dares to bother my wife? He has to be taught a lesson." Ji Yu hugged Chen Guan, burying her head in his chest. "Don't go. I'll just avoid him. I don't want to cause you trouble. It's not good to bother a senior brother." "Damn it. What's going on here? Is the next step going to be an incompetent husband?" Section 39. No. Chen Guan is capable now, and he wants to be a capable husband. Humph. What are you afraid of? I've also met 2 senior brothers, both at the late qi refining stage. I'll stay at your place tomorrow. I want to see just how strong this senior brother who's been bothering you really is. Don't blame Chen Guan for being so assertive. Within the sect, outer disciples are all the same. There's no distinction between late qi refining and mid qi refining stages. If Ji Yu complains, the senior brother who's been bothering her will be under the sect's control and won't be able to harass her anymore. However, this is a last resort. After all, Ji Yu can't stay in the sect forever. Speaking so arrogantly, offending your senior brother, do you really want to never leave the sect again? Ji Yu said with a smile. Chen Guan laughed in exasperation. Looks like you don't know how powerful I am. I know. Let's try these diagrams tonight. Ji Yu blushed and handed a book to Chen Guan. Whatever you say. Chen Guan laughed heartily. Who could believe that such a cold and aloof woman possessed several books on traditional Chinese bedroom arts? The next day, Chen Guan and Ji Yu arrived at her coda. Coda is so much better, it faces the sun, I can bask in the morning sun for a while. Chen Guan felt much more comfortable in the sun. Compared to coda, Itsuda was much colder and more shady. Come in and sit down, Ji Yu said with a smile. Okay. Chen Guan had just stepped into the doorway. Stop. A middle-aged man quickly rushed over and shouted. His temples were slightly gray, making him look quite old. Chen Guan glanced at him, then pulled Ji Yu out and asked, Is it him? Yes, it's him. The most disgusting senior brother, I can't get rid of him. Ji Yu looked disgusted. Chen Guan smiled, pulled Ji Yu close, kissed her in front of the middle-aged man, and then pushed her inside. Senior brother, what are you doing? Shouting outside my deist partner's courtyard? Deist partner? How could that be? How could junior sister G have a deist partner? The man became angry, pointing at Chen Guan and shouting. His eyes widened, a hint of resentment in them. He had just seen his junior brother kiss junior sister G. Junior sister G hadn't even resisted. Is it any of your business? Calling her junior sister G all the time, do you think you're that close to her? What did you say? The man became angry, his cultivation level fully revealed late-stage qi refining. Get lost. Chen Guan was unfazed. Do I need to say one more word? The spirit sword at his waist was Chen Guan's strength, a perfected flowing water sword technique, plus a perfected 9 spirit steps and fireball technique. Why couldn't he fight him? If they fought, and the sect's enforcement team came and saw the stronger bullying the weaker, even if both sides were at fault, Chen Guan's fault would be minimized. Impossible. Junior sister G, junior sister G. The man hurriedly called out to Ji Yuyu. No need to come out and talk to him, Chen Guan said calmly. Seeing that Ji Yuyu didn't come out, the man's face turned ferocious. Boy, what's your name? How dare you offend me, Su Pingzhong? Chen Guan snorted coldly. Heh, my name is Chen Guan. So what if I offended you? A broken down old man, still clinging to Ji Yuyu. What kind of skill do you have? I think even a late stage qi refining cultivator like you couldn't beat me. An old man still lusting after women, you've probably ruined your health. Stay away from Yuyu in the future, don't annoy her. You! Su Pingzhong gritted his teeth. Chen Guan drew his sword and pointed it at him. If you've got the guts, come and fight. If you're not capable, get out of my way. Su Pingzhong's chest heaved, his eyes burning with rage, wanting to tear Chen Guan to pieces. Boy, sweet talk, junior sister G has definitely been fooled by you. No respect for your senior brother, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the section. Kneel down and admit your mistake. With that, he charged forward, sword in hand. Chapter 34 A Pyrrhic Strike? Chen Guan grinned, his eyes sharp. Bright eyes, 9 spirit steps. Old Deng, have I been too kind to you? Chen Guan charged forward, sword against blade. Clang, clang, ping. A spirit blade bounced away. The old man is indeed a liar. Chen Guan mocked. In just 3 rounds, Su Pingzhong's hand was bleeding, and the spirit blade had been deflected. Go! Seeing his own injury and hearing Chen Guan say he was no match, Su Pingzhong was furious. How could he possibly be no match for the person before him? The opponent's spiritual energy was only at the mid-stage of qi refining. A junior brother at the mid-stage of qi refining dared to challenge the prestige of him, a late-stage qi refining cultivator. Outrageous! Weapon control technique. The spiritual blade flew up, its tip pointing towards Chen Guan. Su Pingzhong made hand gestures, forming a magic seal, wind, and fire technique. A fiery serpent shot out. Chen Guan hadn't expected his opponent to go for the kill. The blade tip was aimed directly at his dantian. Ice Jade technique. Chen Guan deflected the spiritual blade with his sword, withstood the wind and fire technique for a second, and quickly used the 9 spirit steps to escape its range. But at that moment, the courtyard caught fire. Insolence! A majestic voice rang out. Chen Guan felt his hands and feet become heavy, unable to move. Foundation Establishment Cultivators. I am Zhang Zhong from the Qingxuan Sect Enforcement Team. Your actions violate the sect's rules. A young man stood in the void aboard a boat, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the 2 men. He waved his hand, and a gust of wind extinguished the flames. However, your actions have been recorded on the recording stone, which I will hand over to the elders of 100 Medicine Peak for judgment. Go to the main hall of 100 Medicine Peak to receive your punishment. Those who disobey will be punished even more severely. Their cultivation will be abolished. As the enforcement team left, Chen Guan and Su Pingzhong exchanged glances, their eyes sharp and piercing. You did this on purpose. Su Pingzhong's voice trembled, his eyes filled with a mixture of anger and fear. Section 40. Chen Guan said coldly, intentionally? I didn't ask you to cripple my cultivation, and you even tried to kill me. That old man is insidious and disgusting. Humph. Chen Guan scoffed disdainfully. Su Pingzhong's eyes filled with fear. What had he just done? On the sect's territory, he tried to cripple a disciple's cultivation and even tried to kill him? If he went to receive punishment, his current glory would be completely gone. Su Pingzhong looked at the sky, his eyes clearing. It's over. He left Ji Yuyu's courtyard, dejected. Chen Guan's clothes were scorched, and a large area of his skin was burned red. The matter was considered over. Inside the house. What do we do? Ji Yuyu searched for medicine, her eyes filled with tears. It's all my fault, I shouldn't have told you. Wah! Ji Yuyu's tears streamed down her face as she applied medicine to Chen Guan's wounds. Don't worry, what am I afraid of? Ji Yuyu angrily said, I'm going to report this to the elders, to complain about that senior brother. You can't be punished. Don't panic, I'm fine. It's better to be cautious and prudent than to act rashly for the sake of a beautiful woman. He chose the former, and he got angry, all for the sake of his beloved. Inside the main hall of 100 Herbs Peak, Elder Bai Chen Guan bowed respectfully. Chen Guan, I remember you. I didn't expect you to be the one who committed the crime. Your crime is relatively minor. Considering it's your first offense and you're a newly promoted outer disciple of the sect, this time you'll be punished by having to repeat the heart-searching formation, and you'll be confined to Wuki Peak for a year. Yes, the punishment is quite light. Chen Guan can bear it. Elder Bai, how will you punish the senior brother who tried to cripple my cultivation and kill me? Bai Mengxian explained, his crimes are more serious. He bullied the weak and attempted murder. He will be forced to repeat the heart-questioning formation and confined to Wuki Peak for 15 years. If you are dissatisfied, you can provide more evidence to make his sentence heavier and yours lighter. Otherwise, no matter how much you say, it's all empty talk. Chen Guan, are you willing to accept the punishment? Elder, this disciple is willing, Chen Guan said. 1 year is 1 year, it's just 1 year of cultivation in one place. He doesn't care. Come, follow me to the heart-questioning formation. Bai Mengxian led Chen Guan to the heart-questioning formation once again. This time, it was quite ordinary. He passed the heart-questioning. Then, he led Chen Guan to the summit of a mountain peak. Wuki Peak was originally a stone forest landscape. Each peak had a simple hut. You'll be given food daily, you'll remain in solitary confinement here. Elder, may I write a letter? Chen Guan asked. When someone brings you food, you can have them deliver it. Understood. Chen Guan bowed respectfully. Bai Mengxian left, and Chen Guan looked at the simple stone hut inside. At least they provide food, and the spiritual energy isn't too bad. Unexpectedly, isn't this equivalent to imprisonment? No, even imprisonment doesn't offer such good treatment, it's just solitary confinement. Early morning, inside the main hall of 100 Herbs Peak, the sun shone faintly into the hall. Ji Yuyu knelt on the ground. Elder Bai, Chen Guan didn't attack first. That's because my senior brother, who was fighting him, kept pestering me. He's my deist partner, so he came to help me. Who would have thought that senior brother would become enraged and attack Chen Guan? I have evidence to prove that senior brother has been harassing me. My lord. 5 people can testify for me. Ji Yuyu presented a piece of paper with the signatures of 5 people on it. Bai Mengxian picked it up and glanced at it. Words alone are not enough. However, these 5 people only guarantee that they saw you being harassed by Su Pingzhong. I have no connection with fighting Chen Guan and Su Pingzhong. In any case, internal strife is forbidden in the sect. No matter how angry or quarrelsome we are, internal strife is not allowed. Bai Mengxian said seriously. Therefore, Chen Guan's punishment will not change. However, Su Pingzhong's punishment must be changed. You may leave. Bai Mengxian waved his hand. Ji Yuyu was unwilling but helpless. Su Pingzhong, your punishment is increased. Your confinement is extended by another year for using your cultivation to intimidate others and harass sect disciples. A disciple read the announcement. Su Pingzhong, still in confinement, looked even worse. 15 years was already a long time, another year added. By the time he gets out, he'll be old and frail. He regretted his actions deeply. If only he had killed him outside the sect. A moment of folly led to a lifetime of regret. Sigh. If only I had killed him outside the section. Su Pingzhong regretted it. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape punishment, but if he escaped and was found, he would at least have his cultivation crippled, or at worst, die immediately. He valued his life. On the other side, Chen Guan had already written to Ji Yuyu, asking her to arrange things for him during this year. What did it matter if he only cultivated on Wuki Peak for a year? He would be happy even if he cultivated for 15 years. Will the next entry be Xian? Chen Guan wasn't sure. New Year. Yudon number 1 house. Junior sister Yu, why hasn't junior brother Chen come this year? Where's that guy? I've already brought out my aged wine, just waiting for him. Ji Ming asked suspiciously. Several fellow disciples nearby waited for Yu Miao Miao's answer. Yu Miao Miao whispered, I heard he's been put in solitary confinement. What? The whole room was shocked. What happened to junior brother Chen? He'd only been a disciple for 2 years and he'd already gotten into trouble. Song Haiming asked, that can't be right, junior brother Chen, he seems quite honest. Yu Miao Miao said irritably, I heard he's in solitary confinement because of his deist partner. He has a deist partner, and she's especially beautiful. She's a disciple of Jiutian from our 100 Herbs Peak. What? A group of old men were indignant. Section 41. He already has a deist partner so quickly, and a beautiful one at that? Good for him being confined. Let him experience the bitterness of loneliness. Even Song Haiming couldn't say anything nice, adding, yeah, this kid, let him suffer a bit. How many years is he locked up? 1 year. This guy should be locked up for 10 or 8 years. Everyone else said happily. Only a year, he didn't do anything too serious. If he can't drink this year, he can drink next year. The group happily stopped talking about Chen Guan. Chapter 35 Golden Entry, Resurrection. Checking that the host has reached the 5th level of Qi refining. Number of entries to be drawn times 1. Host, Chen Guan. Cultivation, 5th level of Qi refining, 0%. Spell, Ice Jade Technique, 61%. On Wuki Peak. Ha, Chen Guan laughed loudly. 7 months, Qi refining level 5. It's all because the spiritual energy here is so poor. Chen Guan was handsome and refined, with fair and smooth skin, a sturdy build like a pine tree, and an aura as pure as ice and jade. But a smile shattered this aloof demeanor. Extract. Chen Guan silently chanted. Mysterious. Chen Guan shouted inwardly. A golden light appeared, and Chen Guan smiled helplessly. Golden is not bad either. Resurrection. Resurrection. Even if the body perishes and the soul dissipates, one can be reborn after 3 days, with the heavenly secrets blocked for 3 days after rebirth. Holy crap. Awesome. Chen Guan laughed heartily, his laughter echoing around him, but no one heard him. This golden inscription is too awesome. Now I have no more worries. I wonder if I'll be reborn with my cultivation level. It's best to be cautious, lest I be reborn without it. Chen Guan felt much more at ease. He stared at the resurrection entry on the panel for a long time. A golden entry, so awesome. Heaven rewards diligence, allowing his cultivation to proceed smoothly. Resurrection relieved him of the fear of death. I can't let anyone know I can keep resurrecting. He can resurrect, but what if he resurrects on the spot? This is a very serious problem. 5 more months until I can leave this place. Continue. I refuse to believe I can't get a dark-colored entry. Junior sister Yu, where's junior brother Chen? Wang Chen was confused. Chen Guan hadn't appeared for a long time. Could he be dead? Fellow deist Chen has been imprisoned for a year, Yu Miao said. Hiss. Wang Chen gasped, unable to believe what his junior brother had done. How long will it take him out? Wang Chen asked. Probably another 5 months. Wang Chen sighed. He had a good mission, but his teammates weren't all there, so he had to abandon it. 5 months? Wang Chen could wait. Wang Chen left Yu Miao's room and headed to the 100 Herbs Peaks public notice board. Junior brother Chen really is in solitary confinement for a year. Looking at the names on the list, he noticed another person, Su Pingzhong, who had been put in solitary confinement on the same day as Chen Guan, but this person would be imprisoned for 16 years. For private duels targeting the Danshan, deliberately using a powerful technique to try and kill his junior brother, the evidence is conclusive. No wonder. Wang Chen nodded. Private duels usually didn't result in 16 years, but this guy had both targeted the Danshan and bullied his junior brother with a powerful technique. This kid's strength isn't bad, he can hold his own against someone in the late Qi refining stage. He thought for a moment. The 9 spirit steps at its peak, combined with that sword technique and those strange eyes, it seemed he really could. 5 months passed. Host, Chen Guan. Cultivation, Qi refining level 5, 26%. Spell, Ice Jade Technique, 85%. A faint sandalwood incense wafted from the main hall of 100 Herbs Peak. Chen Guan, are you repentant? Bai Mengxian asked. This disciple repents and knows his mistakes, Chen Guan said, bowing. Bai Mengxian nodded. Copy the sect rules once and submit them to me within 3 days. Go back. Yes, this disciple takes his leave. Chen Guan bowed and turned to leave. Free. After a year of confinement, his taste buds had gone bland. His only food during confinement was steamed buns and rice. Out of the main hall, Chen Guan found Ji Yuyu, Wang Chen, and others waiting for him. Even when the 6 men saw Chen Guan, they only glanced at him with amazement before looking back into the main hall, seemingly waiting for someone. Have I changed that much in the past year? Chen Guan's expression turned strange. So what? His skin was fairer, and his figure was a bit more upright. Nothing much, right? Chen Guan walked up to Ji Yuyu. Ji Yuyu stared at him strangely, as if trying to recognize him. What? You don't recognize your husband after only a year? Chen Guan said with a smirk. Ji Yuyu was startled. Wang Chen and the others all glanced at Chen Guan. Husband? Ji Yuyu asked uncertainly. I am Chen Guan. Chen Guan pointed a finger at Ji Yuyu's forehead. Only a year, and you don't recognize me. I regret trying to make you proud. No. Ji Yuyu, certain that the person before her was Chen Guan, threw herself into his arms. I missed you so much. Me too. Chen Guan whispered in her ear, let's try more things tonight. Ahem. Wang Chen coughed a few times, feigning a cough. Junior brother Chen, we've been waiting for you too. Senior brother Wang, you've all been waiting for me? Chen Guan was surprised and bowed to each of them. Thank you all for your kindness. Wang Chen patted Chen Guan on the shoulder. It's been a year, and you've become quite handsome. That's strange. Let's not talk about love yet. Section 42. I have important business. We haven't finished this year's mission yet. We're all waiting for you. Let's go choose a mission together. Okay. Chen Guan gestured for Gu to leave first. Go back, we'll come find you later. Okay. Gu was completely bewildered. After agreeing to Chen Guan, she left the sect square. A year had passed, and Chen Guan had become a handsome man. Who wouldn't be bewildered? The mission hall was constructed of dark hardwood, with vermilion pillars supporting a double-eaved roof. Wang Chen led Chen Guan and the others inside to choose missions. Many of the fellow disciples were looking at the mission list. Let's pick the easy one. This exorcism at Renjia village is suspected to be caused by a late-stage qi refining evil spirit. Chen Guan was puzzled. Senior brother, why is a late-stage qi refining evil spirit considered easy? Aren't there early-stage qi refining evil spirits here? It's because they were chosen. Look at the upper left corner, that herb-like circular mark. It means a team is carrying out this task. Zhang Hao said, that's not good. Late-stage qi refining evil spirits are too powerful. Right, Su Jingxiu quickly agreed. I didn't tell you guys, you're all less useful than junior brother Chen. Junior brother, what do you think? Wang Chen asked. Chen Guan thought for a moment and shook his head. I don't think that's good either. Too dangerous. Chen Guan looked around and pointed to the exorcism at Kangaroo Road. Senior brother, this demon-slaying mission seems alright. It appears to be a mountain lord in the late qi refining stage. At least we know it's a mountain lord, and we know where it appears. Let's go look for it, maybe we can even take it down. Wang Chen raised his hand to refuse. Hey, no! A mountain lord that becomes a demon is very likely to possess the ability to summon wind, which will be difficult for us to handle. The group continued looking at the mission list. Senior brother, how can we get a good mission that only requires dealing with early qi refining stage demons? Su Jingxiu asked. Yes, just wait in the mission hall. When the list updates, go check it immediately and grab the mission. Wang Chen said helplessly, I don't have that much free time to wait here. Besides, there's a group of people here who specialize in taking these easy missions and then reselling them to others. Senior brother, why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known, I would have waited here. Su Jingxiu said irritably. Wang Chen shrugged. We'll have to wait until everyone's here. Otherwise, what's the point of you taking on the mission? Chen Guan smiled. It's my fault for making you all wait 5 months, I apologize. Senior brother, how much does the mission to clear out mid-stage qi refining demons cost? Why don't I buy one? Why let others earn it? Su Jingxiu glared at Chen Guan, but after a glance, her face flushed and she turned away. Su Jingxiu whispered, I can stay here and watch the rankings update. Earning spirit stones for others is less desirable than earning some for myself. Chapter 36 Making Amends. Alright, we'll give the spirit stones to our teammate Jingxiu later. Chen Guan joked with a smile. No need. Su Jingxiu waved her hands. We're teammates, this is just to repay fellow deist Chen for saving me last time. Wang Chen clapped his hands in approval. Excellent. Then I'll trouble junior sister Su for help. Stay here for a few days, and you'll see new missions. Just accept any mission for the mid-stage qi refining realm. With your senior brother protecting me, I can easily handle any mid-stage qi refining mission. Chen Guan nodded and smiled, then I'll trouble fellow deist Su for help. No problem. Taking a good mission makes me safer. Su Jingxiu chuckled. Wang Chen said, there's a restaurant in the market west of the sect. Why don't we all go there to celebrate junior brother Chen's release? My treat. Great. Chen Guan's lips curled up. I'd be happy to take advantage of you, senior brother. Thank you. Seriously, junior brother, you're really not going to be polite with me? The group happily went to the market west of the sect. It was mostly filled with cultivators and looked quite lively. Qingfeng Tower? What a grand name. Jade-carved plaque, vermilion pillars supporting the entrance, green tiles, upturned eaves, and carved windows. Wang Chen patted Chen Guan on the back. Come on, let's go in. Okay. Wang Chen had already made a reservation at Qingfeng Tower, and the group smoothly entered a private room by the window on the 4th floor. 6 esteemed immortals, what would you like to order? Wang Chen pointed at Chen Guan, let junior brother Chen choose. He's been confined for a year, his palate must be quite dull. Chen Guan smiled wryly, senior brother truly understands confinement. Then, Chen Guan said to the waiter, give us some good dishes and some good wine, considering our numbers. Wang Chen asked, junior brother Chen, why did you fight with that Su Pingzhong? Chen Guan smiled and explained, he was harassing Gu Yu. How could I tolerate that? That's how the conflict started. Wang Chen sighed, junior brother truly has guts, daring to fight a late-stage qi refining cultivator while only at the mid-stage. Judging from the result, Su Pingzhong lost completely. Humph. Chen Guan snorted lightly, anyway, I can't tolerate it at all. If Ji Yuyu weren't his person, Chen Guan could have remained indifferent. But Ji Yuyu was his, how could he swallow his anger? Wang Chen smiled and said, it's good that you're out. By the way, fellow deist Lu Xianshui from Dan Dingpeak came to see me. He asked about your whereabouts. He also asked me to pass on a message, go find him after you're released from confinement. He's in courtyard number 142 in the Ding district. Chen Guan smiled and said, thank you for letting me know, senior brother. A short while later, the dishes were served. After everyone had a meal together, they returned to the Qingxuan Sect and then took their leave. Chen Guan returned to his Yaishan courtyard. It's just a little dusty. However, the spiritual energy here is actually being absorbed by the spiritual fields over there. No wonder they gave so many spirit stones, it turns out there was compensation. Chen Guan thought of Lu Xianshui, he had asked Chen Guan to go find him, probably to share the spirit stones. I said I didn't want them last time, and now a year has passed. I won't take this share of spirit stones. It wasn't that Chen Guan was generous, he had said he didn't want them, and he meant it. Lu Xianshui just needs to withstand the retaliation from his demonic cultivator accomplices. Never mind. It's difficult to cultivate here anyway, let's go to her place. A short while later, Chen Guan arrived at Ji Yuyu's courtyard. Yuyu, it's me, Chen Guan called out. Bang! Section 43. The door opened. Husband. Ji Yuyu stepped out and embraced Chen Guan. I missed you so much. I missed you too. Chen Guan hugged her back and went into the room. A short while later, soft, sweet voices drifted from inside, lingering from noon until nightfall. The next morning, birdsong filled the air. Chen Guan gradually awoke, still holding the sleeping Ji Yuyu in his arms. This girl. Chen Guan pinched her smooth, white nose. Yesterday, Ji Yuyu had held out for 2 hours, and then continued until midnight. If Chen Guan hadn't possessed some skill, his ice jade technique perfected, he probably would have been disarmed by her, she was practically a succubus. Chen Guan then fell asleep again, holding his beauty in his arms. Around noon, Chen Guan and Ji Yuyu finally got up to tidy their clothes. Have you made arrangements for the Chen family in Yingqing City? Chen Guan asked. For the past year, Chen Guan had been too busy to care for the Chen family, leaving Ji Yuyu to look after them. All arranged. I've given them enough money. Great. Chen Guan patted Ji Yuyu's plump buttocks happily. You're so naughty. Ji Yuyu laughed and playfully scolded him. Chen Guan embraced her and whispered in her ear, what's so great about mundane bedroom arts? Let's find some dual cultivation methods so we can practice later. Okay. Ji Yuyu's eyes lit up, she thought Chen Guan's suggestion was excellent. Judging by her excitement, Ji Yuyu was practically a succubus. But I like it. Alright, I'm going to Yingqing City. Do you want to come with me? Chen Guan asked. Ji Yuyu shook her head, no. You should spend the day with Run Chun. I want to go check out the library. Chen Guan smiled helplessly, alright, I'll be going now. Ji Yuyu was truly a succubus. He had just told her about collecting dual cultivation methods, and the next second she wanted to go check out the library. Everyone knew what she was up to. Ying Ching Cheng. A year later, Chen Guan stepped into the city again and entered the Chen family residence. Master! Master! The servants bowed and greeted him. Before Chen Guan could even look for Run Chun, she ran towards him and threw herself into his arms. Young master, I missed you so much. Chen Guan laughed and carried Run Chun towards her room. Come on, I missed you too. Chen Guan and Run Chun cuddled together and then entered Run Chun's room. Late at night, Chen Guan and Run Chun rose to eat. One was composed and at ease, the other's face still flushed. How have my two sisters been this past year? Chen Guan asked. Young master, they are doing very well. They've learned quite a few characters and several poems this year. That's good. Have you eaten and drunk your fill? Chen Guan hugged Run Chun again. Run Chun looked at Chen Guan with eyes full of spring. Young master, I'm full. Chen Guan hugged Run Chun tightly, making up for the year's neglect. The next day, Chen Guan entered the main hall refreshed. He glanced at his sisters, they resembled him by about 5 points. After all, Chen Guan had changed a lot, the ice jade technique had reshaped his bones. Chen Sanya, Chen Xiaoa, Chen Guan said. For a moment, Chen Guan's superior demeanor made the two sisters uneasy. How has this year been? Chen Guan asked gently, noticing the unease in his sister's eyes. Yes. Very good. The two nodded vigorously, speaking in unison. Chen Guan smiled gently. That's good. Sister, younger sister, if there are any men in the city you fancy, you can tell me. I can arrange marriages for you, provided the man is an ordinary person. Alright, don't be so formal at home. Go on out. I just came to get to know you, and you should get to know me too. Chen Guan left the Chen family, and after observing that his brothers were doing well, he returned to the Qingxuan Sect with peace of mind. Chapter 37 Demon Slaying Mission. Back so soon? Ji Yuyu asked doubtfully. Of course, Chen Guan said with a smile. I'll stay here another night. Okay. Ji Yuyu's lips curled into a smile. I found a dual cultivation technique. It cost 10 spirit stones. Found it so quickly? Chen Guan hadn't expected Ji Yuyu to acquire a dual cultivation technique so rapidly. Dual cultivation isn't like the evil cultivation methods of yin-yang cultivation, it's sold within the section. Chen Guan chuckled. Come on, let's study it carefully today. Okay. The dual cultivation technique was called the same Qi method. This method required both people to cultivate the same technique to successfully engage in dual cultivation. Next, Chen Guan and Ji Yuyu began to try it out. However, progress wasn't smooth at first because Ji Yuyu's understanding of dual cultivation was insufficient. Later, with Chen Guan taking the lead, progress was very smooth. The next day, Chen Guan undressed and washed, his gaze fixed on his interface. Spell, Qi-based spell, 24%. Such rapid progress, this spell seems rather mediocre. A moment later, Ji Yuyu also undressed and came to his side to wash up. Husband, help me wash my face. Gently wiping Ji Yuyu's face, Chen Guan asked, You've taken care of Run Chun and the others for me for a year, it must have cost a lot of spirit stones, right? I'll make it up to you. You probably don't have many spirit stones either. Ji Yuyu immediately refused. No. Is husband drawing a line between us? Her watery eyes stared at Chen Guan, as if saying he was a heartless and ungrateful person. Chen Guan smiled and ruffled her hair. Good, my Yuyu is the best. Knowing how to share the burden with her husband. Ji Yuyu was overjoyed, a smile curving her lips. I'm very useful. Chen Guan himself still had several dozen spirit stones. After all, Senior Shen had also paid the rent for the year. Go cultivate now, you should work harder too. Our dual cultivation is progressing too slowly, Chen Guan said with a smile. Section 44. Alright. You have to come to my place the day after tomorrow. No problem. Chen Guan smiled and left. Just as he reached the shady side of 100 Herbs Peak, Chen Guan ran into Wang Chen. Wang Chen's eyes lit up when he saw Chen Guan. Junior brother, I was just looking for you. Senior brother, what is it? Chen Guan asked with a smile. I've received a mission, and we're setting off tomorrow. That's why I was looking for you to tell you. Okay, what's the mission? Chen Guan asked. This mission is very easy. There's a town called Big Bull Town south of the sect. Someone said a rabbit demon has appeared in the town. The sect judges that the rabbit demon is at the early stage of Qi refining. Junior sister Su is lucky to have received this easy mission. Chen Guan was also happy and said, It's indeed a good mission. Alright, tomorrow at 9 a.m., 100 Herbs Peak Square. Okay, see you tomorrow. Another day passed, and it was early morning. Chen Guan left his courtyard. The spiritual energy here has been absorbed by that spirit field. It's even less than Wuqi Peak. Chen Guan first went to explain the situation to Ji Yuyu, then waited in the Peak's plaza. How come someone else got here before me? Wang Chen smiled as he walked up to Chen Guan. Wang Chen put his arm around Chen Guan's shoulder. Junior brother, how have you been these past few days? Not bad at all. Chen Guan nodded. My wife has a distant relative. Chen Guan raised his hand. Stop, senior brother Wang. I think 2 wives are enough. More than that would interfere with my cultivation. Wang Chen smiled helplessly. I knew I shouldn't have invited you to Chunfeng Pavilion. Seeing your smug look on your face already annoyed me. I still prefer the young, naive junior brother Chen from back then. Too late, Chen Guan chuckled. Senior brother, I'd like to ask, in our sect, is it easier to learn weapon crafting or alchemy? Easier to learn, Wang Chen said irritably. You think alchemy and weapon crafting are simple? You're overthinking it. Those who can craft pills and weapons all have innate talent and comprehension, and they also need to spend a lot of spirit stones to buy spiritual materials as consumables. You're from 100 Herbs Peak, don't you learn to cultivate spiritual herbs? Chen Guan said with a smile, I was just asking. Anyway, learning anything is difficult. Wang Chen shook his head. Chen Guan and Wang Chen chatted idly, and gradually everyone arrived. Wang Chen said, Let's go, we should thank junior sister Su for helping us get this mission. The 6 of them descended the mountain. At this moment, Zhao Yide asked, Senior brother Wang, can't the cloud boat reach Big Bull Town? We can't go, we have to ride there. The group descended the mountain and continued on their way. Several days passed. Dawanzan is nestled against the mountains and beside the water, and it looks prosperous. There is a semicircular mountain next to this town, which looks like an inverted bowl, hence the name Big Bowl Town. Once inside the town, Wang Chen began to introduce the town in a slow and deliberate manner. A short while later, the six arrived at a post station and stopped. My name is Tang Fangan. Welcome, six esteemed immortal masters. A plump middle-aged man greeted them with a smile, even taking the reins for Wang Chen's horse. It's been almost half a month, is that demon still there? Wang Chen asked. Tang Fangan replied earnestly, yes, it is. We keep a close watch every night. We're afraid the demon might harm people. 3 days ago, that monster ate half a cow. Immortal Master, you must be tired after traveling for several days. Let's rest inside the station first. I've prepared food for everyone. Wang Chen chuckled and patted Tang Fangan on the shoulder. You're quite sensible, having gained so much weight. Junior brothers and sisters, let's go inside and rest. The group followed. Chen Guan activated his bright eyes, glanced around, and then followed the others. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Wang Chen's energy had almost fully recovered. Junior brother Chen, did you discover anything just now? Chen Guan said, I definitely saw something different. I'm not entirely sure. Chen Guan's judgment based solely on the aura might be inaccurate. With outsiders present, he wouldn't reveal any information. Seeing something different is enough. This will make it easier to find. Hopefully, we can kill that rabbit demon in a day or two, Wang Chen laughed. Junior brothers and sisters, let's rest for a while today. We'll go find the rabbit demon tomorrow when we're feeling better. Yes, senior brother. Afterwards, Wang Chen let Tang Fangan leave first. At night, insects chirped softly outside the window, and everyone was resting. Junior brother Chen, shall we go take a look tonight? I knew senior brother would look for me. Chen Guan said helplessly. When doing a mission, of course we need to be quick. What did you see today? Chen Guan moved nimbly and left the post station. Following me, senior brother. Several militia patrolled the town at night. Wang Chen followed, but asked suspiciously, Junior brother Chen, why are we acting so suspiciously? We're immortal masters. I didn't want to. Chen Guan sighed. He followed the aura and led Wang Chen to a large house. The aura I saw is inside. Do you think I should act suspiciously? Chen Guan asked softly. Wang Chen frowned. I'll go see whose house this is. They actually dare to raise a demon? They don't want to live? Chapter 38 First Glimpse of Evil Arts. The Tang Family. Wang Chen returned after circling around, his face grim. A thief crying stop thief. Is anyone really that stupid? Junior brother Chen, are you sure you're not mistaken? In the whole town, only this wealthy family's house seems suspicious. If I'm mistaken, it means the demon isn't in town. Chen Guan said, senior brother, now it's up to you. With our combined strength, taking down this family shouldn't be a problem. Wang Chen said irritably, they treated us so well this afternoon, and this is how we repay them tonight. Don't I have any dignity? Go ahead, you have the 9 spirit steps anyway, sneak a peek. If it's really a demon, kill it on the spot. If you make a commotion, I'll come help you. Section 45. Chen Guan nodded. Alright, I'll take a look. To be honest, Chen Guan was most curious. What if it wasn't a demon, but a treasure? Chen Guan moved silently to a secluded corner. There stood a windowless wooden house, and the aura he sensed emanated from within. Squeak! The wooden door opened, and Chen Guan met the gaze of a gray rabbit. It really was a rabbit demon. The rabbit demon instantly pounced on Chen Guan, then swiftly crashed into the tip of his sword. Deliberately delivering food? Interesting. The rabbit wasn't quite dead yet, letting out a sharp cry. It struggled on Chen Guan's blade, only causing a larger wound. Creak! A faint sound came from the southeast side of the wooden house. Chen Guan wanted to investigate who lived in that house, but Wang Chen arrived first. Ho! Wang Chen exclaimed happily. We've caught him. Chen Guan pointed to the house to the southeast. Something's wrong. Ho! Wang Chen revealed a sinister smile. I'll go meet him. Daring to raise a demon, his crime deserves death. Wang Chen strode over and kicked open the wooden door. Damn it! Get out here! Wang Chen shouted, and a thin man emerged, trembling. He knelt on the ground, pleading, Immortal Master, spare me. Immortal Master, spare me. Do you know your crime? Wang Chen asked sternly. I know. I don't want to die, spare me. Chen Guan slowly entered, a rabbit resting on his spirit sword. He asked, you raised this rabbit? It was indeed raised by me. The man's eyes darted around, but he finally admitted it. Thud! A dull thud sounded as the kneeling man was pierced through the throat by a sword. The man's eyes widened in disbelief as he gripped the spirit sword. With 2 sharp whoosh sounds, it fell silent. Humph, he deserved to die. Wang Chen drew his sword and wiped it clean. He searched the house and indeed found 2 books. The 3-yin demon raising technique. The 3-yin soul needle technique. Senior brother, there's a technique. What does it say? Chen Guan's eyes lit up. Seeing Chen Guan's interest, Wang Chen sighed, take a look, but remember, you're a disciple of the Qingxuan Sect. Uphold your principles. Yes, Chen Guan nodded. Wang Chen said, I'll go talk to the Tang family. Wang Chen left. Chen Guan lit a candle and waited. He first glanced at the 3-yin demon raising technique. After a while, Chen Guan frowned. This method violated human ethics. It actually required the blood of a child born on a yin year, yin month, and yin day to awaken the demon's wisdom. Seeing this, Chen Guan put down the manual and picked up the 3-yin soul needles. The 3-yin soul needles were a weapon refining technique, requiring the blood sacrifice of a child born on an unlucky day, month, and year. Evil magic. Chen Guan was furious. Both of these techniques were bad. He had thought he'd get free techniques tonight. Wang Chen returned and, seeing Chen Guan's angry expression, asked curiously, what's wrong? Did that man rise from the dead? No, it's because of these 2 evil techniques. Chen Guan pointed to the books on the table. Wang Chen chuckled. Junior brother, there's no need to be so angry. The techniques and methods used by common people are all unorthodox and heretical. Then, Wang Chen pointed to the corpse on the ground. Generally speaking, those who raise demons in the mortal realm are not of the righteous path. I killed him, naturally because he was inherently problematic. If not dealt with, he would inevitably become a heretic even a rogue cultivator would despise. Tang Fangan walked in at this moment. Greetings, 2 immortal masters. This man is my cousin. I truly had no idea he was raising demons. Tang Fangan pleaded with a bitter face, please, 2 immortal masters, give me a chance. Wang Chen said, alright, we know you didn't do it. That's settled then. You dispose of the corpse. Wang Chen picked up 2 books from the table and waved them in front of Tang Fangan. If your Tang family still possesses such evil practices, the next time it's discovered, it won't be as simple as eliminating 1 person. Yes, I understand. Tang Fangan breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Chen said to Chen Guan, junior brother, let's go. Oh, and take the rabbit demon's corpse with you. Okay. Chen Guan took the rabbit corpse and followed Wang Chen away. Senior brother, is the Tang family really alright? Chen Guan asked. Wang Chen smiled. Whether there are problems or not, our mission is complete. Don't create any unnecessary complications. Chen Guan nodded in agreement. Senior brother, are we going back tomorrow? Yes. Everything's resolved. Don't you want to get back to Qingxuan Sect to cultivate? Wang Chen stretched. Going back to sleep. We have to travel tomorrow. Just thinking about it is annoying. The next day, Tang Fangan waited for Chen Guan and the others early. He offered each of them a lot of things, but they all refused. Because these things took up space and weren't very valuable, there were better items nearby Qingxuan Sect. Su Jingxiu, riding her horse, was full of energy. Great! This is the easiest mission I've ever done. Much better than the last mining patrol. It's just a bit tiring traveling. Wang Chen said, thanks to junior brother Chen, we found the rabbit demon in 1 night. Just a bit lucky. Big Bull Town. An old Taoist priest, dressed in tattered clothes, his hair disheveled, stood in front of the Tang family's gate for a long time before finally leaving. The seed didn't even grow. Section 46. Looks like we'll have to go somewhere else. The old man sighed inwardly and slowly departed. Several days later. Ying Qingcheng. Back in familiar surroundings, Chen Guan relaxed. Let's go back to the sect, and get our share of contribution points, Wang Chen said. Chen Guan had no choice but to follow the others back to the Qingxuan Sect, where he received his contribution point reward in the mission hall of 100 Herbs Peak. Wow! Contribution points can actually buy beauty pills. Su Jingxia pulled you meow meow to look at the exchange list. Wang Chen chuckled. What's so special about that? The Foundation Establishment pill is the most valuable. Too superficial. Su Jingxia said irritably, Senior brother, I don't need the Foundation Establishment pill, but I really need the beauty elixir. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Chen Guan and couldn't help but ask, fellow deist Chen, is it because you took the beauty elixir that you've changed so much? No. I have a body refining method called the Ice Jade Technique, which can be purchased at the book pavilion. Wang Chen looked at Chen Guan in surprise. No wonder your appearance has changed so much, it's the Ice Jade Technique. Junior brother's comprehension has broadened my horizons once again. Chen Guan shrugged, a smile playing on his lips. I can't help it, I'm a genius. Look at you, so easily flattered, Wang Chen said, amused. Chapter 39 Liver Qi Method. Wang Chen, you're here too. Have you finished your mission? Interested to do a mission with us? A dashing woman approached their group and asked. Wang Chen was surprised. Big sister, you're back. Yes, the woman nodded. She looked around, paused for a few seconds after seeing Chen Guan, then looked back at Wang Chen. Not bad. You have a handsome young man in your team. Wang Chen smiled helplessly. Big sister, don't joke around. Wang Chen extended his right hand to the woman and smiled. This is my big sister, a qi refining perfection expert. Her name is Li Yuzhuang. You can just call her Senior Sisterly. Senior Sisterly. Chen Guan and the others greeted her one by one. Li Yuzhuang waved her hand. Alright, I don't want to stand on ceremony. I'm only looking for Wang Chen. Is the mission over? If it's over, come with us to do another mission. The contribution points are huge. Wang Chen said, okay, let's go with big sister. Wang Chen said to Chen Guan and the others, you guys go ahead. I'll take you on one last sect mission next year. Chen Guan left first. Then I'll be going now, everyone, farewell. And so, the scattered group dispersed. Li Yuzhuang watched Chen Guan's retreating figure until Wang Chen teased, big sister, you've been watching for almost 10 breaths. Is this junior brother really that handsome? Li Yuzhuang said, he is handsome, but the problem is I can't see through his cultivation level. Junior brother cultivates a concealment technique, and he's been examined twice by the elders. After all, he was previously confined for committing a crime. Li Yuzhuang laughed, a newly initiated disciple, committing a crime? This guy is dishonest. Wang Chen shrugged helplessly, maybe I'm the one who harmed him. Junior brother Chen was very well behaved at first. Just revealing her true nature, Li Yuzhuang said indifferently. Let's go, I'll tell you about this mission. Chen Guan arrived outside Ji Yuyu's courtyard, but he saw the spiritual energy from Ji Yuyu's courtyard slowly drifting into her house. She was cultivating. I'll come find her again tonight. Chen Guan returned to his own courtyard, Yaishan. The spiritual energy here was a little thinner, but still much higher than at the foot of the mountain. Cultivation. At night, Chen Guan found Ji Yuyu. Husband, you're back. Of course. Chen Guan grinned mischievously and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Wife, our dual cultivation technique still needs improvement. Ji Yuyu's face lit up with excitement. Hold me. Chen Guan hugged her and pounced onto the bed. The night passed. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 5, 31%. Spell, Qi-based spell, 51%. My cultivation level actually increased quite a bit after using Qi-based spell. 1% increase in cultivation progress overnight. That's quite a rapid increase. Chen Guan, holding the soft and fragrant Ji Yuyu, said, Good morning, my wife. Ji Yuyu, still sleepy, lay completely in Chen Guan's arms, wanting to find a comfortable position to continue sleeping. Chen Guan chuckled and turned over. Ji Yuyu's eyes widened. Spell, Qi-based spell, 53%. After a while, Chen Guan got up. Your cultivation level has really improved a lot. Chen Guan kissed Ji Yuyu. My wife, I'll come to see you again tonight. Ji Yuyu closed her eyes, her face flushed, and she also felt a little tired. Chen Guan left her house and returned to his own courtyard. The dual cultivation technique is crude, but it's useful. Much faster than me cultivating the Azure Profound technique alone. The dual cultivation technique involves two people cultivating the Azure Profound technique together, but they connect using the Qi sharing method, achieving a 1 + 1 greater than 2 effect. 2 more nights, and I should be able to perfect it, but Yu isn't very good at using the Qi sharing method. But it's enough already. Chen Guan was full of anticipation for the 6th level of Qi refining. Green, blue, and profound haven't appeared yet, and the white attribute is terrible. Hopefully, I won't get a white one next time. He refused to believe it. Wasn't this just like a game of Ludo? He'd roll a 6 sooner or later. I can cultivate tonight. I'll cultivate the Ice Jade technique for now, hoping my internal organs can reach perfection. The Ice Jade technique's progress slows down the further you progress, especially in the internal organ refinement stage. He's currently exhausting his spiritual energy every day, relentlessly cultivating the Ice Jade technique, and it might take him over 10 days to gain even 1% progress. Night. Chen Guan found Ji Yuyu again. Section 47. Husband, you're back. Ji Yuyu's eyes lit up. Let me tell you, dual cultivation improves cultivation so quickly. I feel like if we cultivate together for 2 months, I can break through to the 3rd level of Qi refining, Ji Yuyu said excitedly. Chen Guan hugged Ji Yuyu, inhaling her faint fragrance. Of course. I also feel my cultivation improving. Let's keep going tonight. Chen Guan breathed into Ji Yuyu's ear. Ji Yuyu suddenly felt weak, lying limply in Chen Guan's arms. You bad man. Ji Yuyu's eyes sparkled with desire. Chen Guan laughed and carried her to the bed. Why don't you go back to your house? Ji Yuyu invited softly. She had invited him several times before, but Chen Guan had refused each time. This time, however, Chen Guan agreed. Okay. The spiritual energy around me has been acting up lately, so I'll be staying with you for a while. That's wonderful, Ji Yuyu said with a smile. Husband, I took a contraceptive pill. You won't mind, will you? Ji Yuyu whispered. What does this pill do? Chen Guan asked. It will prevent me from getting pregnant for 10 years. She glanced away fearfully, but her eyes lingered on Chen Guan's expression. Will it harm your body? Chen Guan hugged Ji Yuyu tightly, sensing her worry and fear. No, it cost me 10 spirit stones, Ji Yuyu whispered. It's all right. I don't want children right now, Chen Guan said. Ji Yuyu smiled. With Runchun here, he can help you carry on the family line. I want to take advantage of my youth and cultivate for a few more years. I understand. Wife, it's late, we should rest. Same chi technique plus 1%, plus 1%, plus 1%. For several days in a row, the same chi technique was perfected. Chen Guan could feel his progress rapidly every time he cultivated together. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy here was limited, and his and Ji Yuyu's cultivation progress could only be maintained at a certain rate. My cultivation increases by 1% per day, she should break through faster than me. Chen Guan now only wanted to finish the Ice Jade technique and break through to the 6th level of Qi refining as soon as possible. If the obtained attributes were poor, he would have to consider earning spirit stones. However, now, he had to go down the mountain. He couldn't forget his concubine and the Chen family. A month later, Ji Yuyu read a letter and handed it to Chen Guan with a dissatisfied expression. I'm so annoyed by this letter from home. I clearly told them I didn't want them to make any more arrangements. Chen Guan glanced at the envelope and saw it was from Ji Yuyu's father. He demanded that she befriend a disciple surnamed Zhang within the sect in half a month, otherwise, he would cut off her source of spirit stones. Chapter 40 The Visitor. Chen Guan looked at the letter in his hand and asked, Your father doesn't know about you and me? Ji Yuyu blushed and nodded. He doesn't know. I don't know how to say it. Just tell your father that we're together. If he insists on his idea, we'll make other plans. Chen Guan thought he should first communicate with Ji Yuyu's family. Okay, I'll try. Ji Yuyu decided, let's just say we've consummated our marriage. That way, my father won't say anything to me. Chen Guan smiled helplessly and asked, How many spirit stones does your father give you a month? He gives me 20 spirit stones a year, which is much higher than the income from renting out my fertile land. In the secular world, it might take over 600 taels of silver to exchange for 1 spirit stone, right? However, Ji Yuyu's family is exceptionally wealthy, they actually give her 20 spirit stones a year. That works out to 10,000 taels of silver spent on her every year. That's incredibly generous. However, for cultivators, 20 spirit stones a year is only enough at first. For someone like Chen Guan, either he doesn't use them at all, or he quickly runs out of spirit stones once he starts using them. Husband, what do we do now? If father cuts off my source of spirit stones, I'll lose so many. Chen Guan chuckled and hugged Ji Yuyu. What are you afraid of? With our cultivation speed, why should we care about those few spirit stones? We cultivate together, and we're faster than others using spirit stones. That's true. Ji Yuyu suddenly realized. It seemed she rarely used her spirit stones for cultivation, except for buying things. Because using spirit stones for cultivation consumes one every few days, which is far from enough, and progress isn't very fast, since the sect's spiritual energy is already sufficient. Then when our cultivation is higher, we can do sect missions to earn spirit stones and contribution points. I don't want father to control me. Ji Yuyu laughed happily. Chen Guan asked, Yuyu, are you strictly controlled at home? Ji Yuyu nodded. Yes, I was diagnosed with spiritual roots very early on, and came to the sect to study when I was 11. Back then, I was so lonely. But it's much better now, my husband. Husband. Ji Yuyu called out twice more, her face radiating happiness. I'll figure out how to get the spirit stones, Chen Guan said. He glanced at his interface. Host, Chen Guan. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 5, 63%. Entries, Heaven rewards diligence, gold, fusion, purple, drunkard, white, spiritual eyes, purple, resurrection, gold. Fusion has business opportunities, but getting a heaven-defying item is difficult and requires a lot of luck. Spiritual eyes understands changes, knows the timing of heaven, and knows the advantages of the terrain. Using spiritual eyes to learn formation should be twice as effective. However, formations are generally private and not easily sold to others. At Qi refining level 5, there are still too few entries that can earn spirit stones. If I cultivate with her for a while longer, I can break through to Qi refining level 6. This means new entries. Several days later. Section 48. In the capital of the Tianheng dynasty, at the Ji residence, a middle-aged man held a letter, his hand clenched tightly. He stared at the letter, unable to calm his emotions. Seeing the name Chen Guan on the letter, his heart choked with even more tears. His carefully nurtured daughter had been ruined by this pig, and she was the pride of the entire household, a person with spiritual roots. Master, a beautiful woman approached him. Ji Qingxuan handed her the letter. Take a look. What has your good daughter done? She's ruined everything for us. Sigh. Now, how can we get close to the Zhang family? The beautiful woman read the letter for a while, unsure what to do. Master, our daughter is already like this. Let's just forget about the Zhang family. It's too late. What else can we do? Ji Qingxuan glared at the beautiful woman. Look at the good daughter you've raised. She's usually very well behaved at home, the beautiful woman said, sounding aggrieved. Ji Qingxuan sighed. Give me ink and brush, I'll write back to her. I also need to inform the Zhang family later. Several days later. Qingxuan Sect, 100 Herbs Peak. Ji Yuyu jumped up happily upon receiving the letter. Great. Father agreed. Husband, my father agreed. There's no need for me to befriend that Zhang family. Chen Guan smiled slightly. Your father is quite open-minded. He. Ji Yuyu laughed smugly. If Ji Qingxuan heard Chen Guan say he was open-minded, he would definitely want to fight Chen Guan. He'd already taken his little white cabbage, what could he do? How could he not be open-minded? Innocence is extremely important to a woman. If the Ji and Zhang families were to truly unite through marriage, and it were later discovered that Ji Yuyu was not virgin, it would ruin the reputations of both families. At that point, the two families would be considered enemies. Husband, I feel that after a few more days of cultivation, I'll be about to break through, Ji Yuyu said, nestled beside him. Good, then we too must work hard, Chen Guan said with a mischievous smile. But not long after. A cultivator arrived outside Ji Yuyu's courtyard. The man wore a sect uniform, his expression was calm, and he looked quite handsome. But compared to Chen Guan, his looks were 3 points less striking. You are Ji Yuyu's deist partner, he asked. Chen Guan nodded. Yes, what brings you here? My surname is Zhang Yunqing. You should have heard of me. Zhang Yunqing looked at Chen Guan, his eyes completely indifferent. Zhang? Could this be the cultivator Ji Yuyu was originally going to befriend? His cultivation level seemed similar to Chen Guan's, nothing to fear, both were at the mid-stage of Qi refining. If you're looking for my deist partner, you can leave. You're not welcome here. Chen Guan stared at him. Zhang Yunqing smiled. No, I'm not looking for her, I'm looking for you. Let's get acquainted. I'm from the Zhang family of the Tianheng dynasty. My father is a second-rank minister. You're very capable. I'd like to be your friend. He took out a bottle and handed it to Chen Guan. A Qi nourishing pill, which can improve Qi refining efficiency. Chen Guan laughed. I can't accept this. We're complete strangers. Giving a gift upon first meeting is too deliberate, isn't it? It's better to be deliberate, Zhang Yunqing laughed. I'm just afraid you don't understand my feelings. Chen Guan asked, why did you take a liking to me? Zhang Yunqing sighed, I didn't want to either. Do you know? Ji Yuyu was supposed to be engaged to me, our family elders had already made the arrangements. But who would have thought you would appear? I had to investigate you. But during this investigation, I discovered that something was completely wrong with you, because your cultivation speed was too fast. 3 years, from Qi induction to the mid-stage of Qi refining. The unintentional won't know, but the observant will find out after an investigation. Let's make friends, setting aside the relationship between the Zhang and Ji families, it's just you and me. Chapter 41 Blue Super Reply. Chen Guan frowned and said, what do you want to get? No one is kind to someone for no reason. Chen Guan also made his point clear. There is something. Me and my Zhang family. Zhang Yunqing smiled. Chen Guan sighed, I don't think I really need your things. If you can investigate me, you can find out how I've spent money these past few years. In the past 3 years, my spirit stone expenditure has been minimal. Chen Guan smiled faintly, do you really think I need your help? Or perhaps help from your mortal family? Zhang Yunqing nodded, I know, but perhaps you really do need a little help? I'm not here to create bad karma, just to tell you that if you ever encounter difficulties, my Zhang family can lend you a hand. With that, Zhang Yunqing cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, fellow deist, I'll be taking my leave now. Chen Guan watched Zhang Yunqing leave. At first, he thought Zhang Yunqing had come to provoke him, but now, it seemed this guy was a smart man. It seems my cultivation level still can't be hidden from certain people in the section. Chen Guan smiled helplessly. His information had been completely sold out, which made him a little unhappy. Squeak! The door opened. Yu peeked out and glanced around before stepping out. I heard everything. I thought he was coming to cause you trouble. It's all my fault, I've caused you trouble again. It's alright, Chen Guan said with a smile. After all, Yu was a beauty, so he could understand. Yu had already broken through to the 3rd level of qi refining. Host, Chen Guan. Cultivation, 5th level of qi refining, 87%. Chen Guan was also about to break through. The qi refining technique was really powerful. Nearly 20 days later. Late at night. Chen Guan lay in bed, the beauty in his arms fast asleep, checking that the host has reached the 6th level of qi refining. Section 49. Number of times to draw an entry times 1. Chen Guan let out a breath, thinking, finally, I've broken through. A week ago, he had already reached 99% of his cultivation progress, but that 1% took him a whole week to break through. Low spiritual root aptitude really does lead to bottlenecks. Drawl. Chen Guan silently chanted, let's get a xian. He'd never even seen a xian before. Suddenly, a bright blue light shone in his eyes. Chen Guan felt only disappointment. Blue entry. Super recovery, your status recovers 0.01% per second until fully recovered. Suddenly, Chen Guan felt a tingling, numb sensation throughout his body, as if he were receiving a full-body massage. After obtaining this entry, Chen Guan found himself unable to sleep. Recovered to full strength in nearly 3 hours? That's insane. That's practically conceptual level, and it's only blue. Recovered to full strength in 10,000 seconds. Oh no, I can't sleep. Chen Guan stared at the ceiling, seemingly troubled by a terrible problem. He couldn't sleep. His mental energy was recovering every second. The percentage-based stats were just too powerful. I wonder if my spiritual energy can recover too. Chen Guan gently pulled away from Jiyu's arm, laid her on the bed, and covered her with a thin blanket. If his spiritual energy could recover, his ice jade technique could be perfected faster. The night passed without incident. Bang! At dawn, the door to Chen Guan's cultivation room suddenly opened. Jiyu's previously disappointed expression returned to a smile. Husband. She came over and hugged Chen Guan. I thought you went back to your courtyard. Chen Guan patted her back helplessly to comfort her. It's my fault. I'll let you know when I'm cultivating. Okay. If you want to go back to your courtyard, you have to tell me too. Jiyu was incredibly dependent, but she was sensible and left Chen Guan's embrace after only a few breaths. Husband, you cultivate. I'm sorry for disturbing your cultivation. I'll apologize to you tonight. Jiyu obediently left and closed the door. On average, I can condense a wisp of jade qi every 6 minutes. If I don't eat or drink for a day, I can nourish my internal organs with more than 200 wisps of jade qi. With the super recovery ability, Chen Guan felt like he was about to become an immortal. He just didn't know if the complete state included his physical functions, keeping him at his peak. If that were the case, combined with resurrection, wouldn't he have achieved half of the eternal realm? Why only half? Because his strength wasn't enough. My progress in the ice jade technique has accelerated. I should be able to perfect it in less than a month. Then, Chen Guan and Jiyu became extremely disciplined. She cultivated hers, and Chen Guan cultivated his own. They cultivated together again that evening. 1 month later. Host, Chen Guan. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 6, 17%. Spell, Ice Jade Technique, 100%. Chen Guan looked at the 100% on the panel and smiled with satisfaction. His arduous cultivation had not been in vain. At this moment, his skin was fair and smooth, without a single flaw. His features were well proportioned, and his posture was upright. The description, Jade Tree in the Wind, would not be an exaggeration. Ice Jade Technique. After casting the Ice Jade Technique, his entire body skin resembled white jade. Chen Guan took the spirit sword and forcefully slashed at his hand. With the super recovery ability, he wasn't afraid of losing his hand at all. Clang! A soft sound rang out. Chen Guan's hand was unharmed, and his spirit sword was undamaged. To be able to withstand the sharpness of a spirit sword, this body refining technique is correct. Chen Guan went outside to bask in the sun, pondering, I have the fireball technique for ranged attacks, the ice jade skill for my body, the 9 spirit steps for running, and my swordsmanship is nearing perfection. All I lack is mastery of the 4-season sword technique. The Heavenly Gang sword formation is a team-based combat system, although it provides an amplification, it's not quite my strength. What I lack is practical experience and spirit stones. I won't bother with unorthodox methods. The unorthodox methods Chen Guan had encountered were poison, demon raising, hidden weapons, and goo worms. These methods are used to surprise opponents in actual combat. I have the Heaven Rewards Diligence principle, but what I lack now is practical experience and spirit stones. Learning to draw talismans requires few materials and doesn't require accumulating much knowledge. Once you learn it, you can sell the talismans. Spirit stones are more important than practical experience. Chen Guan is in the Qingxuan Sect, so he won't face much danger. He can put practical skills aside for now, earning spirit stones is the priority. I'm going out. Chen Guan said this and headed towards the 100 Herbs Peak Market. Book Pavilion. Chen Guan's goal was clear. Basic talismans. 10 spirit stones. The price isn't too expensive. Chen Guan left the book pavilion and found Zhao Xianhua, who had set up a stall nearby. Senior brother Zhao. I want to buy the book basic talismans, Chen Guan said. So it's junior brother Chen, Zhao Xianhua said with a smile. You should buy these books from the bookstore. To avoid blaming me for selling you fake knowledge if you can't learn them. Chen Guan was surprised and asked, why are you selling magic techniques? Aren't you afraid of that? Zhao Xianhua smiled and said, magic techniques have their own methods, but learning immortal arts relies more on comprehension. Junior brother, please go to the bookstore to buy them. Chen Guan nodded. Zhao Xianhua seemed to be trying to avoid trouble. Chen Guan went to the bookstore and bought basic talismans. Opening the thin book, he saw introductions to 10 basic talismans and 3 methods for drawing them. Fireball talisman, Earth Shield talisman, Swiftness talisman. Essential items, wolf hair brush, spirit ink, and talisman paper. A wolf hair brush cost 5 spirit stones, and a bottle of spirit ink cost another 5 spirit stones. A stack of talismans contains 20 sheets. Chen Guan bought 5 stacks, spending 5 spirit stones. Chapter 42 Ying Qingxuan's martial arts tournament for a bride? Husband, do you want to learn to draw talismans? Yes. Chen Guan nodded. Ji Yuyu sat at Chen Guan's desk, quietly watching him adapt to the newly bought wolf hair brush. After Chen Guan had written several hundred characters and felt he was ready, he tried drawing a fireball talisman pattern on ordinary paper. Section 50. However, to familiarize himself with the pattern, Chen Guan drew until nightfall. A jade-like leg accidentally draped over Chen Guan's thigh. Husband, it's late. Chen Guan calmly massaged his leg, then got up to tidy the table. Tomorrow, I'm going down the mountain. I know. Ji Yuyu smiled. I'll go with you tomorrow too. It's been so long since I've gone down the mountain. The next day. At the foot of Mount Yingqing, Chen Guan strolled around as usual, accompanied by Runchun and Ji Yuyu. It's lively over there, let's go see. Ji Yuyu pointed to a crowd not far away. There was a fighting arena, seemingly for a performance. Chen Guan nodded and led them to join the fun. Come, take a look. Whoever can defeat my daughter can marry her. Plus, my family's inheritance. A middle-aged man shouted, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman, voluptuous and tall, with sharp eyes. Late-stage qi refining. Chen Guan was surprised. The middle-aged man was also at the late-stage qi refining stage. A father and daughter at the late-stage qi refining stage? Ji Yuyu pinched the soft flesh of Chen Guan's waist. Husband, you haven't fallen for someone again, have you? She smiled at Chen Guan, her small hand still pinching his waist. Chen Guan smiled helplessly, his eyes flickering, and joked, yes, Yuyu, are you going to be sad? Husband, I fall in love with every girl I see. Ji Yuyu didn't even bother to pinch him, but instead nestled into his arms and squirmed. Runchun watched dutifully, a hint of envy in his eyes. Watching the show, Chen Guan laughed. Don't you want to go up and defeat her? Marry her? Ji Yuyu asked. Chen Guan laughed heartily. I have you and Runchun, that's enough. Any more, and Chen Guan wouldn't be able to handle it all. Things were just right now. 2 beautiful women wouldn't waste Chen Guan's time, and he could even take care of them. He'd only been looking at them for a short while. Chen Guan's shoulder was patted. Junior brother, you're here too, Wang Chen said with a smile, looking at Chen Guan. Chen Guan looked at Wang Chen in surprise and laughed. Senior brother, I didn't expect us to meet here by such a coincidence. Wang Chen laughed. Ha ha ha. Are you here with your sister? I'm different. I heard a friend set up this kind of stall, so I wanted to come and see. What if I could win the heart of a beauty? Chen Guan laughed upon hearing this. Then I'll wait for senior brother's wedding feast. Wang Chen nodded and said confidently, I'll go and meet this fellow deist. Anyone want to challenge me? Me. Wang Chen stepped forward. Will you bring a weapon, or not? The woman said, either is fine. As long as you can defeat me. Swords have no eyes, so let's use our fists and feet. Wang Chen chuckled. The woman said calmly, come up. All right. Wang Chen moved swiftly, like a phantom. The woman kicked out, and Wang Chen blocked with both hands, taking the blow head-on, but was sent flying backward. Damn! Wang Chen spun in the air, landing smoothly, but still slid back a meter. Your strength is divine, young lady. I admire it. Wang Chen bowed respectfully, turned, and walked into the crowd, his hands still trembling slightly with pain. Chen Guan smiled at Wang Chen. Senior brother Wang, how about it? Can we take this beauty home? Wang Chen smiled wryly. I'm making a fool of myself in front of you, junior brother. Anyone who can set up a challenge is certainly capable. This young lady is probably a body refinement cultivator. Chen Guan laughed. Then let's watch the fun here and see who has the good fortune to take this beauty away. Wang Chen smiled. All right. Afterwards, Chen Guan and the others watched several fellow cultivators from various sects challenge her, but unfortunately, they all lost. Wang Chen said, I knew she was really capable. Her strength doesn't seem like that of a qi refining cultivator. Who else? After a while, no one responded. The woman smiled. It seems there's no one else. It seems the disciples of the Qingxuan Sect are not my match. I'll go. A disciple at the peak of qi refining stepped forward. He was broad-shouldered and tall, with a square face that looked honest. Wang Chen exclaimed in surprise, it's him. Junior brother, we're in for a good show. Oh, Chen Guan asked curiously, who is this person that has you so excited, senior brother? Let me tell you, this person is one of the top-ranked outer disciples, a dark horse in the sect's grand competition 2 years from now, named Guyu, and a body-refining cultivator. As Wang Chen introduced him, Guyu and the woman began to fight. After several rounds, neither could gain the upper hand. In fact, Guyu was no match for the spirited woman in terms of strength. This Miss Song's body refining method is quite remarkable, Chen Guan said. During their exchange, a deep voice rang out, and Guyu was sent flying. Miss, your strength is divine, why not fight with weapons? Guyu was clearly unconvinced. All right. The woman surnamed Song nodded, and 3 small flying swords appeared in her hands. A family heirloom, the 3-chi flying sword. Please enlighten me. 3 flying swords attached themselves to her head in both sides of her body. Guyu's expression changed. Controlling 3 flying swords? Such formidable skill. Guyu cupped his hands and said, Miss Song, please enlighten me. Immediately, a large saber appeared in Guyu's hand, and he charged forward. After several rounds, before Guyu even got close to the woman surnamed Song, he already had 3 flying swords at his neck. Hiss. When the cultivators in the audience saw the scene, they all gasped. Incredible skill. Controlling 3 flying swords at the qi refining stage too terrifying. Wang Chen, standing next to Chen Guan, also gasped, utterly shocked. Chen Guan asked curiously, Senior brother, why are you so surprised? Junior brother Chen, don't you find it terrifying? Wang Chen countered. Terrifying? Chen Guan asked doubtfully. Section 51. The 3 flying swords weren't incredibly fast, they could be dodged. Isn't that scary? Wang Chen stared wide-eyed at Chen Guan. I don't know, Chen Guan smiled. The young woman surnamed Song on the stage laughed. Who else? Her eyes suddenly turned to Chen Guan, then she pointed at him. This fellow deist from the Qingxuan Sect, after watching for so long, would you be willing to come up on stage and spar with me? You're quite handsome, I can hold back a bit. She's after him? Chen Guan cupped his hands in refusal, saying, Miss Song, I already have a deist partner, so I'll pass. Thank you for your high regard, miss. Looking at Chen Guan, his appearance was indeed exceptionally handsome. No wonder Miss Song had asked that question. The middle-aged man glanced at Chen Guan with surprise and laughed. Kid, you're not impotent, are you? It's normal for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Look at you, impotent with just 2 people by your side. Clearly a provocation? Who would fall for that? Wang Chen patted Chen Guan on the shoulder. Go up there, a casual exchange wouldn't hurt. Alright, Chen Guan nodded. Chapter 43 Winning the Beauty's Heart. Chen Guan grinned and jumped onto the arena. I'll exchange a couple of blows with Miss Song. My cultivation is still shallow, I'm afraid I can't handle it. Miss Song laughed, she made the first move, then let's not waste any more words. 3 shadows of Fu Fang. The woman's speed instantly increased, she appeared in front of Chen Guan in a flash, striking with a palm. Chen Guan reacted immediately. 9 spirit steps. He dodged the direction of the palm strike, quickly shifting several body lengths. Not bad, but all you can do is dodge? Miss Song laughed, then stuck close to Chen Guan. After several rounds, Chen Guan hadn't taken a single blow from her, he was only dodging. Kid, all you can do is dodge? The middle-aged man, not finding the entertainment enough, chuckled and shouted, deliberately trying to embarrass Chen Guan. Chen Guan wasn't swayed by such remarks, he was already immune to them. Chen Guan knew his goal was definitely not to bring home a woman in the late qi refining stage. After dodging the woman's attacks for over a dozen rounds, Chen Guan exchanged a blow with her. Bang! Chen Guan staggered back several steps before regaining his balance. This woman's strength was undeniable, even with his ice jade skill at its peak, he was no match for her. I can't beat you, I concede. Chen Guan's expression was calm as he cupped his hands in a polite gesture, treating it as a mere friendly spar. My name is Song Gantang. I've taken a liking to you. I said you can beat me, and you can beat me, Song Gantang said, pointing at Chen Guan. Chen Guan remained calm. I had no ill intentions. Please choose another suitable husband. Furthermore, I am from the Qingxuan Sect. Before Chen Guan could finish speaking, Song Gantang said, a dowry of 3,000 spirit stones, 3 cultivation techniques from my family, 1 qi cultivation technique and 1 body refining technique. The middle-aged man said, yes, that's our sincerity. You decide. I'll give you some time to consider, otherwise you won't be able to find us after today. 3,000 spirit stones was an enormous sum for Chen Guan at this point. I agree. Ji Yuyu shouted excitedly. Just another sister, husband, please agree quickly. Chen Guan watched Ji Yuyu shout excitedly and smiled nonchalantly. All right, gentlemen, let's go somewhere else to talk. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. That's more like it. I thought you wouldn't even agree to such conditions. Then, he addressed the surrounding audience. I, Song, have found a worthy son-in-law today. Thank you all for your support. Chen Guan stepped down from the arena and said to Ji Yuyu and Run Chun, you two go back first. I'll talk to them. Husband, you must win her over. So many spirit stones. Enough for us to cultivate to the late qi refining stage. Ji Yuyu encouraged Chen Guan. Chen Guan smiled helplessly. While the benefits were great, there were also downsides. For example, he would need to look after another person. Chen Guan followed the Song father and daughter to a private room in another restaurant to discuss matters. Brother Chen, what's your full name? How should I address you? Chen Guan. The man laughed. Haha, my daughter is Song Gantang. I just introduced her to you. My name is Song Jingui. Chen Guan nodded. Let's get down to business. Song Jingui glanced at his daughter. Song Gantang's expression was gentle as she said, the conditions remain the same, a dowry of 3,000 spirit stones, and 5 cultivation techniques and incantations. Chen Guan tapped his fingers lightly on the table, pondering for a moment. I know I have an outstanding appearance. But Miss Song shouldn't only be after my looks, right? Let's be clear about things, it'll be easier to get along in the future. A mutually beneficial arrangement. Song Gantang sighed. You take on sect missions, and I'll carry out yours, to earn Qingxuan Sect contribution points to exchange for Foundation establishment pills. It's that simple. Chen Guan was slightly surprised. This meant Song Gantang possessed Foundation establishment cultivation techniques but chose this path because she couldn't obtain Foundation establishment pills. Foundation establishment pills were extremely expensive on the market. Chen Guan didn't care much, as he didn't need them right now. Song Jinggui's face was serious. Brother Chen Guan, as long as you agree, my daughter will be your deist partner. Whether she breaks through to the Foundation establishment stage or not, she will still be your deist partner. Chen Guan pondered. For him, a rogue cultivator like Song Gantang was simply a transaction. Who could know what would happen after Foundation establishment? But he would gain a considerable fortune in 3 cultivation techniques. The qi cultivation and body refinement techniques were secondary. Agreed. The matter was settled immediately. The wedding was set for 3 days later, and the dowry was presented. Chen family. Husband, how did it go? Did you give me the 3,000 spirit stones? Ji Yuyu asked curiously. No, the dowry will be given to me after the wedding in 3 days. What? We still have to get married. Ji Yuyu pouted unhappily upon hearing this. She and Chen Guan weren't even married yet. How could this be? No, I don't want the 3,000 spirit stones anymore. Let's annul this engagement. My husband, we're not even married yet. Ji Yuyu embraced Chen Guan, intoxicated by his scent. Marriage. This distant concept had actually appeared in her husband's life. Then what was she? Just a deist partner without a formal title? It's just a formality. We've discussed it. We won't invite outsiders. We'll just have a simple heavenly marriage ceremony and then consummate the marriage. Section 52. Chen Guan smiled and said, if you'd like, remember to go to the fabric shop and have someone prepare your red dowry. We can get married together then. Okay. Ji Yuyu agreed without hesitation. 3 days later, the Chen family was brightly decorated, with double happiness characters pasted on the walls and red silk hanging. Chen Guan wore a red groom suit, with Song Gantang and Ji Yuyu standing beside him. Run Chun accompanied Ji Yuyu, both dressed in red and exuding elegance. First bow to heaven, Song Jingui called out. The 4 of them bowed to the sky. First bow to earth, bowing to each other. The 3 women formed a circle facing Chen Guan, and Chen Guan bowed to them in return. The heavenly marriage is complete, enter the bridal chamber, Song Jingui called out with a smile. Song Jingui looked at his daughter's red dowry, his eyes glistening with tears. Chen Guan bowed to Song Jingui, saying, with our parents alive, I must also bow. Alright, stop being so formal. It's all an exchange of interests. Song Jingui waved his hand. Night. Upon lifting the red veil, Song Gantang lost her sharpness, replaced by shyness and unease. Husband, please be gentle. Chen Guan smiled slightly. Wife, relax. Chen Guan lowered his head and kissed her red lips. A gentle breeze blew, and the candlelight in the room went out. Spring flowers, untouched by the frost's sharp edge, suddenly accompany the summer moon with the cicada song. The next day, Song Gantang asked Chen Guan to return to the sect to receive the mission, and she bid farewell to Chen Guan to go and do the mission in his place. Back in Ji Yuyu's courtyard, Ji Yuyu looked at Chen Guan resentfully. You bad man. I didn't have a wedding night. Chen Guan hugged her and said softly, how about we get married again today? No, who gets married every day? Wait until we reach the late stage of qi refining, then come back to the Tianheng dynasty with me to get married. In front of my father and mother. Your parents must be with you too. Chen Guan said nonchalantly, I don't have a mother anymore, and my father, he's gone too. Chapter 44 Beginner Talisman Drawing Perfected. It's all right. After we get married, my father will be your father. Ji Yuyu smiled, my mother will be your mother too. Chen Guan smiled, Yuyu is so considerate of me. Ahem, I need to learn talisman drawing now. I'll keep you company tonight. Humph, keep me company now. Miss Song, you're enjoying yourself, aren't you? Ji Yuyu asked resentfully. That's definitely better. Long, slender, and toned thighs, a fuller figure, and even more strength. Chen Guan wrapped his arms around Ji Yuyu's slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. Nothing compares to my Yuyu. Ji Yuyu gave a soft hum, a smile spreading across her face, clearly satisfied with Chen Guan's answer. Come inside. Night. Ji Yuyu slept soundly in bed. Chen Guan sat at the table, a wolf hair brush in his hand, slowly drawing talismans on paper. After some time, Chen Guan picked up the talisman paper, transferring his spiritual energy into the spiritual ink at the tip of the brush. His first attempt at drawing a talisman. A short while later, the talisman paper tore due to the spiritual energy. Failure is the mother of success. Continue. Chen Guan continued drawing talismans, and the next few times, he failed more than 10 times in a row. Each failure had a different reason. He continued drawing until he had drawn over 60 talisman sheets. Chen Guan successfully completed the talisman drawing. Crooked and uneven, but it actually worked. Skill, beginner talisman drawing, 1%. I've gained another skill. Phew. Chen Guan exhaled the frustration of dozens of consecutive failures. Now that I'm on the panel, there's nothing more to say. Keep drawing. He slowly drew the clumsy fireball talisman. Although there were still failures along the way, Chen Guan successfully drew 12 talismans out of the remaining 30-odd sheets. Skill, beginner talisman drawing, 5%. It's done already. Chen Guan put away the 12 fireball talismans. Then, he took out 5 books. 1 Soul, 3 Thoughts, 3 Souls Fire, Rock Poison, 9 Qi Technique, Dragon Claw Technique. These were the 5 books Song Gantang had given him, 3 techniques, 1 for Qi cultivation, and 1 for body refinement. Among them, 1 Soul 3 Thoughts and 3 Soul Fire are a set, while Rock Poison is a separate technique. 3 Soul Fire and Rock Poison are relatively insidious techniques. The former is a path of the soul, the latter a path of poison. Chen Guan picked up 1 Soul 3 Thoughts and began to examine it. Compared to the others, 1 Soul 3 Thoughts was more suitable for Chen Guan. This was a technique for tempering the soul, divided into 3 levels, 1 thought per level, culminating in perfected 3 thoughts, allowing for free movement. This seems to be more than just sword control. Song Gantang and my father-in-law are not simple. First, Song Gantang's ability to control 3 flying swords indicates she has perfected 1 Soul 3 Thoughts. Second, her ability to surpass Chen Guan's perfected Ice Jade skill suggests her Dragon Claw skill is at least at a high level. Third, Song Gantang is currently 11 years older than Chen Guan, around 29 years old. Perfected Qi refining before 30, she was considered a minor genius in the Qingxuan Sect. As a rogue cultivator, Song Gantang only needed one opportunity to obtain a foundation establishment pill to break through to the foundation establishment stage. This girl just picked someone she liked to marry, and then I'll use that identity to get the foundation establishment pill. The martial arts competition is fake, being handsome is the real deal. Even if Chen Guan can't win, he'll still win the beauty's heart, right? Her talent is truly remarkable. Chen Guan watched for a while, focusing on the 3 thoughts of 1 soul, before finally putting down the book. I currently have plenty of spirit stones, I can easily master the beginner talisman drawing technique. Chen Guan took the fireball talisman and went out to the market. Set up a stall. Section 53. At market price, 1 spirit stone could buy 2 fireball talismans. Chen Guan just wanted to sell them quickly so he could buy more talisman paper. 1 spirit stone for 3 fireball talismans. Chen Guan had barely called out when the vendors at nearby stalls all looked over. The senior brother next to Chen Guan asked doubtfully, really that cheap? Yes, Chen Guan nodded. The senior brother picked up a set of talismans to examine. I'll buy them all, give them all to me. The senior brother tossed over 4 spirit stones and took all the talismans from Chen Guan's stall. Chen Guan smiled and stood up, saying to the senior brother, thank you for your patronage, senior brother. For spirit stones could buy 80 talisman papers. But Chen Guan wanted to buy 2,000 talisman papers this time. He wanted to master the beginner talisman drawing technique. 100 spirit stones made a large bag, and Chen Guan bought 2,000 talisman papers. Back in the courtyard. Hearing the commotion, Ji Yuyu went out to investigate and her eyes lit up when she saw Chen Guan. Husband, where did you go? The sect market. I bought some talisman paper. Some. Ji Yuyu pointed to the bag in his hand. That's a lot, isn't it? Only 2,000 sheets, not much. Chen Guan put his arm around her waist and kissed her. You go about your business, and I'll do mine. If I learn to draw talismans, why would I worry about not having enough spirit stones? Ji Yuyu said obediently, husband, just do your best. Immortal arts require talent. If you don't succeed, don't be discouraged. We still have plenty of spirit stones. You can use them as you please, husband. This is all earned through your hard work, husband. Ji Yuyu said with a smile. Chen Guan understood her meaning and patted her bottom. Go, practice your incantations. I know. During the day, Chen Guan used his super recovery ability to draw talismans continuously. He spent the evenings accompanying Ji Yuyu in her cultivation. 20-odd days later. Host, Chen Guan. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 6, 34%. Skill, beginner talisman drawing, 100%. Phew. Chen Guan looked at the table full of talisman papers and exhaled. Fireball talismans and swiftness talismans were the most numerous. Earth shield talismans were completely unpopular in the Qingxuan Sect and were also the cheapest. Chen Guan didn't choose to draw them, and besides, when Chen Guan's beginner talisman drawing skill reached 50%, he could draw fireball and swiftness talismans without fail. Over 1,000 talisman papers. I'll go down the mountain to see Runchun first. Chen Guan went out and glanced at Ji Yuyu practicing her incantations in the courtyard. I'm going down the mountain today, so I won't accompany you, Chen Guan said. Understood. Chen Guan instructed, by the way, regarding the talismans on the table, leave me 100 of the 3 types. You can decide how many you need. Sell the rest for spirit stones. No problem, I can handle these talismans now. Ying Qing Cheng. Chen Guan returned to the Chen family home. Runchun and Song Gantang were chatting privately in their room. He's finally come down the mountain. Song Gantang had been waiting for him for several days. She pushed open the door and bumped into Chen Guan. Chen Guan recognized her and smiled. The mission is complete? Yes, hurry back to the sect to hand in the mission. I still have more missions to do. Song Gantang nodded. No rush. I'm going to spend today with my concubine. Chen Guan placed his hands on Song Gantang's shoulders. If you want me to spend a day with you, that's not impossible. Song Gantang pursed her lips, her face resolute. No need. I don't want to waste another day. By the way, where's your father? Chen Guan asked. Song Gantang replied, he has his own things to do. Marrying was his request, and I also need an opportunity to obtain the foundation establishment pill. Chen Guan smiled, took her hand, and led her into the house. Relax. Our relationship isn't just about exchanging benefits. Chapter 45 I am the nephew of a foundation establishment elder. Chen Guan entered the house, and Runchun poured him tea. Young master, please. Chen Guan nodded, picked up the teacup on the table, and took a sip. He looked at Song Gantang and said, you're practically my wife now. You can settle down here in peace from now on. Song Gantang simply sighed, of course I know. I'm going to the Qingxuan Sect tomorrow. I want to get to my next mission as soon as possible. At the current rate, it would take Song Gantang at least 3 to 5 years to obtain a sufficient number of foundation establishment pills. All right. Chen Guan smiled slightly. When you go out on your mission, could you keep an eye out for secret manuals on formations? Oh, and keep an eye out for talismans too. I'll give you spirit stones after I buy them, Chen Guan added. Song Gantang glanced at Chen Guan. He said they were family, but deep down he still felt she was an outsider. Understood, I'll keep an eye out for you. Chen Guan smiled, it's still early, let's stroll around the city together. He pulled Song Gantang along, and she followed him. Runchun, let's go for a walk. Yes, young master. Song Gantang, pulled along by Chen Guan, said nothing, but it was all there for her. The next day, Chen Guan brought Song Gantang to the sect's main hall to hand over the mission. Did you kill this? Yes. What's your cultivation level? Mid-stage Qi refining. The elder glanced at Chen Guan, then at Song Gantang beside him. Sigh. Alright, 50 contribution points. The elder handed Chen Guan's token back to him. Chen Guan took the token and left, saying to Song Gontang, go choose a mission. Okay. A short while later, Song Gontang chose a demon-slaying mission with the highest contribution points. After carefully reading the mission requirements, Chen Guan escorted her down the mountain. At their parting, Song Gontang said earnestly, Chen Guan, I, Song Gontang, am not a heartless person. I will not fail you once I have achieved foundation establishment. Chen Guan smiled and nodded, pinching her cheek. Alright, I'll be waiting. Just come back safely. Section 54. She still doesn't believe me. Song Gontang felt a dark cloud hanging over her. This feeling of being genuinely distrusted, yet forced to protect, was truly unsettling. Chen Guan observed this girl couldn't even hide her emotions. This made him somewhat amused and exasperated. He immediately embraced Song Gontang, their hearts pounding together. Chen Guan patted her back and whispered in her ear, you are my wife. Return to Yingqing City unharmed, understand? Song Gontang's heart skipped a beat, a slight smile appearing on her lips. Okay. Chen Guan glanced at Yi Tian's courtyard. The senior was still cultivating spiritual herbs. The spiritual energy around his house was very low. Chen Guan left the courtyard and returned to Ji Yuyu's house. Husband, the talisman sold for 374 spirit stones. Ji Yuyu exclaimed happily, husband, you're amazing. I knew I shouldn't have let you marry Song Gontang. We'll earn 3,000 spirit stones eventually. Chen Guan smiled slightly, now you regret it. Too late. Ji Yuyu said, she's been on her mission for almost a month, is she not coming back? How could that be? She came back, but went out again. You don't need to worry about this. Now that spirit stones were no longer a problem, Chen Guan said, Yuyu, when we cultivate tonight, put a few spirit stones by the bed. Okay. Chen Guan said, I'm going to practice my technique now, you should work hard too. Chen Guan then began practicing his technique. One soul, three thoughts. The soul attaches to the qi, warming the soul qi in the danshan, nourishing the divided thoughts. Chen Guan sat cross-legged to cultivate, his internal spiritual qi slowly depleting. Spell, one soul, three thoughts, 1%. Half a month later. Fairy, beauty, why are you ignoring me? A lewd voice approached from outside the courtyard. Hearing this voice, Chen Guan frowned, activated his spiritual eyes, and pushed open the door. Fairy, is this your house? I'll be visiting you here from now on. A man chuckled and pestered Ji Yuyu. When Ji Yuyu saw Chen Guan come out, she quickly ran to his side. Husband, this man keeps bothering me. I told him I have a husband, but he still bothers me. I said I'd report it to the elders, but he said he has connections and isn't afraid. The lewd man stared at Chen Guan for a moment, his eyes wide. How could this person's appearance be so terrifying? Who are you? The man pointed at Chen Guan and shouted. Chen Guan's face darkened. And who are you? Your father is an inner disciple of Dan Dingpeak, the nephew of Elder Lu Guan of Dan Dingpeak. I am Lu Yahweh. Lu Yahweh arrogantly said, outer disciple, I advise you to give me your deist partner. Otherwise, things won't be peaceful after you leave the section. Oh, is that so? Chen Guan chuckled, calmly staring at Lu Yahweh. He memorized the man's appearance. If you can summon a foundation establishment cultivator, I'll accept it. But if you can't, I'll make all your good friends. Chen Guan made a throat-slitting gesture. Lu Yahweh snorted coldly, anyone can make threats. A beauty like you is rare, let's compete fairly. Chen Guan laughed angrily, my name is Chen Guan, an outer disciple of 100 Herbs Peak. I hope to see you after I leave the section. Lu Yahweh pointed at Chen Guan and said, I'd like to see what you're capable of, so arrogant. You just wait. Then, his gaze turned to Ji Yuyu, Fairy, I'll find you later. I'll come find you after your deist partner leaves the section. Wait for you, brother. Chen Guan said calmly, Yuyu, report to Elder by later that Lu Yahweh, an inner disciple of Pill Cauldron Peak, harassed you. A recording bead appeared in Chen Guan's hand. Lu Yahweh had originally intended to leave, but upon seeing the recording bead, his expression immediately darkened. Chen Guan, what do you want to do? Lu Yahweh shouted. Hand over the recording pearl right now. Otherwise, I'll be impolite. Chen Guan laughed, producing a stack of fireball talismans in his hand. Impolite? I'd like to see how you'll be impolite. The recording pearl represents literature, the fireball talisman represents martial arts. Chen Guan possesses both, he's skilled in both. Fireball talismans. Lu Yahweh looked at the nearly 30 fireball talismans in Chen Guan's hand and immediately dared not fight him. You! Lu Yahweh gritted his teeth and said, give me the recording pearl, and I won't bother your deist partner anymore. You should know that such harassment of women is strictly punishable by imprisonment in the Qingxuan Sect, and for at least a year. Even though Lu Yawei has a foundation establishment cultivator uncle, he's unlikely to stand up for him. If your foundation establishment cultivator's nephew can harass women in the sect, then my golden core cultivator nephew can openly kidnap female disciples? What's the difference between this sect and the demonic sect? Who would serve this sect? Kneel down and kowtow to me, Chen Guan said calmly. Weren't you very arrogant just now? I thought you didn't have to abide by the sect's rules. Chapter 46 must be pursued. Kowtow. Dream on, Lu Yawei chuckled. You just wait. Lu Yawei turned and left. Chen Guan said calmly, You will report this to the elders now, using the recording stone. Lu Yawei, who hadn't gone far, was furious. I'll remember you, Chen Guan. You just wait and see. I also recorded your threatening words with the recording stone. You can be confined for 2 years? Lu Yawei was even angrier upon hearing this, but he was powerless to do anything about it. He couldn't say anything, and after a long silence, he stormed off. Chen Guan showed him no mercy. He had to make this a big deal. Inside the main hall of 100 Herbs Peak, lamps still hung from the pillars. Elder Bai, this is what happened. Chen Guan stated the facts and then produced the recording stone as evidence. Bai Mengxian rubbed his temples. Chen Guan, I have the highest hopes for you, but why do you always seem to have trouble? This time, you even offended the nephew of a foundation establishment cultivator. Chen Guan glanced at Ji Yuyu beside him and said, Elder, it wasn't my intention. But what Lu Yawei did is a fact. Section 55. Bai Mengxian asked, Are you really going to pursue this to the end? Elder, is there another way? Chen Guan looked at Bai Mengxian suspiciously. He's a disciple of Dan Ding Peak, and he provoked a disciple of my Bai Yao Peak. I'll go and hold him accountable personally. Perhaps we won't have to make a big fuss. You and your partner can even get compensation. Bai Mengxian smiled. Actually, judging from your appearance, you don't need to be too afraid of the foundation establishment cultivators from Dan Ding Peak. Many people are thinking that you've been suppressed by the foundation establishment cultivators from Dan Ding Peak, and then they'll naturally step in to help you, and then collect a small reward. Chen Guan looked confused. Elder, I don't quite understand. Why is someone targeting me? Bai Mengxian laughed. Ha ha ha, do you think we can't see your growth? Bai Mengxian explained, besides the enforcement team, there's the sect's surveillance team. This team is composed of the geniuses from each peak, solely for monitoring for any demonic cultivators. At the same time, they also record the changes in their disciples' cultivation levels. Every 6 months, they investigate the situation in various parts of the peak. Your cultivation level changes are also recorded. Of course, I've already reported your sudden enlightenment of the Azure Profound technique, so we're not surprised how fast you've cultivated. It's just that you've already caught their eye. If you can reach the Qi refining perfection stage within 10 years, those people might come knocking on your door to take you as a disciple. Chen Guan raised an eyebrow, slightly pleased. He still had people vying for him, that was good news. Don't be too happy yet. There's a time limit, and you need to reach the Qi refining perfection stage. Chen Guan asked, Elder Bai, so should I not pursue the matter of Lu Yawei now? That would be best. Otherwise, some elders will give up the idea of taking you as a disciple. Chen Guan said, I'm going to pursue this matter. Really? Bai Mengxian's expression was strange. How about we compromise? Chen Guan countered, Elder Bai, after your partner has been targeted and threatened, you still want to downplay the situation? Bai Mengxian smiled helplessly. You're really putting me in a difficult position. Alright, I'll handle this for you. Chen Guan and Ji Yuyu bowed respectfully. Thank you, Elder. We'll take our leave now. Elder Bai waved his hand. Leave. Chen Guan and Ji Yuyu walked on the Sex Plaza. Husband, the talismans we sold earlier sold for over 500 spirit stones. Not bad. That's enough spirit stones for 2 months of cultivation. Using 5 or 6 spirit stones a day, with ample spiritual energy, the speed at which the perfected Qi shaping technique increases cultivation has increased considerably. Husband, I want to buy a beauty pill, Ji Yuyu asked softly. How many spirit stones? Chen Guan asked. 120 spirit stones per stone within the peak. Chen Guan smiled, of course, no problem. We have plenty of spirit stones now. We won't use them all in a short time. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuyu's eyes curved into crescent moons, making her look incredibly charming. Thank you, my husband. Chen Guan laughed heartily, put his arm around her slender waist, and said, I can earn spirit stones by drawing talismans, why should I care about these few? By the way, let's buy 3 beauty pills. Does my husband need some too? Faced with Ji Yuyu's curiosity, Chen Guan shook his head, smiling as he pinched her cheek. Of course not. It's for Runchun and Gontang. For Runchun? Ji Yuyu exclaimed in surprise. Run Chun was a concubine. It was unthinkable for a concubine to receive such expensive items. Ji Yu cautiously questioned Chen Guan. Because my husband has the ability to earn spirit stones, why wouldn't he buy them for you? Run Chun is a concubine, she hasn't cultivated yet, and I hope her youth can last forever, Chen Guan said. Ji Yu pouted, displeased. My husband is such a womanizer. How am I a womanizer? I love you both. Let's go buy beauty pills, and while we're at it, let's get some spirit stones too. I need to buy some things as well. The two of them, carrying a large bag of spirit stones, went to the market. Ji Yu first spent the spirit stones to buy 3 beauty pills. She accompanied Chen Guan with a smile as he purchased 2,000 talismans. At the stall, Chen Guan spotted a book on talisman drawing. Senior brother, how many spirit stones does this talisman book cost? Chen Guan pointed to a book on the stall. The middle-aged man looked up, slightly surprised to see Chen Guan and Ji Yu, the handsome couple. This book records the methods for drawing 4 types of talismans: insect repelling talisman, wind summoning talisman, disease curing talisman, and rejuvenating talisman. 50 spirit stones, I'll sell it to you. These were all talismans that Chen Guan didn't know how to draw. Okay. Chen Guan readily took out the spirit stones and took the book. The rejuvenating talisman was the most useful talisman during the qi refining stage. It could stop bleeding and heal. If it was a severed limb, as long as the position was reattached within half an hour, the rejuvenating talisman could reconnect the limb. Disciples going out on missions always carry a rejuvenation talisman for protection. However, these talismans are too expensive. On market, a single rejuvenation talisman costs 30 spirit stones. Disciples learning to draw talismans must also master the rejuvenation talisman. After browsing the stalls for a while, Chen Guan went to a spirit weapon shop and bought 6 ordinary spirit swords. Husband, why did you buy 6 spirit swords? Ji Yu asked curiously. Husband needs them. Chen Guan smiled. Let's go, I've almost finished buying. An ordinary spirit sword only costs 20 spirit stones. The 6 spirit swords were simply for Chen Guan to try fusing. He could fuse them once a month. With good luck, he could successfully fuse them once, and the quality of the spirit sword should change. After taking the beauty pill, Ji Yu kept pacing in front of Chen Guan. No need to walk around like that, I know you've become more beautiful. Go do your own thing. Chen Guan smiled helplessly. Ji Yu chuckled, walked to Chen Guan's side, and nestled against his back. Husband, it's getting dark. Chen Guan looked out the window, the sun hadn't completely set yet. Alright, it's dark. Chen Guan turned and hugged Ji Yu. Chapter 47. The Chen family encounters trouble. Several days later, Chen Guan heard the news that Lu Yawei had indeed been imprisoned for a year. Section 56. Heh, still threatening me. A year from now, I can defeat you with one hand. Chen Guan was overjoyed, this was good news for him. On his desk, there were now 20 rejuvenation talismans. With the power of his beginner-level talisman drawing skills, Chen Guan only failed a few times at the beginning, and then consistently succeeded in drawing rejuvenation talismans. So, in the past few days, he had drawn nearly 100 rejuvenation talismans. Let's start drawing other talismans. He also needed some insect-repelling talismans and wind-summoning talismans. He only needed to learn how to draw disease-curing talismans. He had almost finished drawing the rejuvenation talismans. He would continue drawing after selling some. He didn't want to interfere with the market, although it brought him some profit. It wasn't the right time for him to be exposed. On Wuki Peak, Lu Yawei gritted his teeth as he wrote a letter. On his desk was another letter about Chen Guan's family background, including his family's basic situation. Sees his concubine and his 2 younger sisters. Dare to play with me? I'll play you to death. As for his late-stage qi refining deist partner, that was beyond his control, but he'd heard she wasn't in the Chen family, making this a perfect opportunity. 2 days later, the Chen family was peaceful that night. But on this peaceful day, several mid-stage qi refining cultivators stormed into the Chen family. They concealed their identities and moved with swift speed. Help! A servant shouted, but a sword sliced half his throat, and he fell silently. Ruthless and cruel. Run Chun heard the commotion and quickly hid, but hiding was useless against cultivators. They quickly found Run Chun's location. As they made their move, a man watched them from the rooftop. Hey, do you want to die? Wang Chen, sword in hand, coldly stared at the group. The several mid-stage qi refining cultivators exchanged glances. Heavenly Gang sword formation. They instantly formed a formation and charged towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen was shocked. The Heavenly Gang sword formation? His own people? But there was no other way now, he could only fight. Wang Chen raised his hand and scattered some powder. Wind spell. Fireball technique. The powder was blown in front of the group. A fireball followed closely behind. Boom! An even larger flame exploded instantly. Wind blades, fireballs, and flying needles came flying at once. Wang Chen dodged hastily. Junior brother Chen, you can't blame your senior brother. There are just too many of them. After dodging the spells, Wang Chen tried to leave. Suddenly, a flying sword shot from behind the group, instantly piercing one of them's heart meridian. One person died, the sword formation broke, and the cultivators were distracted. Wang Chen exclaimed in delight, "What a skill! Fellow deist, please help me." "No need." A clear, cold voice rang out, and 3 flying swords swirled out. A woman, wielding a sword, charged into the formation. Within 3 breaths, all the mid-stage chi refining cultivators were dead. Hiss! Wang Chen gasped. This method was terrifying, but when he saw the woman's face and the 3 flying swords, Wang Chen recognized her. It was the woman his junior brother Chen had won over with his looks. "Greetings, fellow deist. I didn't expect you to return in time." Wang Chen cupped his hands and smiled. Song Gantang nodded. "It's too chaotic here, I won't keep you any longer. By the way, please tell my husband what happened here." Song Gantang didn't have the ability to tell Chen Guan what happened here, so she could only ask Wang Chen for help. "Of course you have to tell him. Don't worry. I won't bother you any longer." Wang Chen cupped his hands and left the rooftop. Song Gantang sighed, "I hope the person I've offended isn't a foundation establishment cultivator." Qingxuan Sect, 100 Herbs Peak. Early morning. "What?" Chen Guan exclaimed in shock. Wang Chen nodded. "That's how it is, junior brother. I'll go down the mountain to take a look. Thank you for your help, senior brother. I've been learning to draw talismans lately. Here are 2 talismans, senior brother, please take them." Chen Guan placed 2 rejuvenation talismans in Wang Chen's hands and quickly left. As soon as Chen Guan left, Ji Yuyu came out of the house and greeted Wang Chen, "Senior brother Wang. Why is my husband in such a hurry?" Wang Chen explained, "The Chen family was attacked by cultivators, and he's gone down the mountain now." Ji Yuyu was startled. "Thank you for informing me, senior brother." Ji Yuyu followed him down the mountain. Watching his junior brother and sister hurry away, one after the other, Wang Chen couldn't help but sigh, "This junior brother is a lucky man." He glanced down at the talismans and exclaimed, "Oh my god, 2 rejuvenation talismans." Wang Chen had thought they were fireball talismans, but he hadn't expected them to be such expensive rejuvenation talismans. This junior brother is no ordinary person. Wang Chen thought, since he had already helped, he might as well help him to the end. His junior brother had great potential. He would help him investigate who in the sect was responsible. Ying Qing Cheng. Chen Guan used the 9 spirit steps to travel as quickly as possible into the city. He arrived at the Chen family residence in just 3/4 of an hour. Chen Guan was expressionless, but the sight of the corpses lying on the ground nearly consumed his reason with rage. "It's good you're back. Get ready. Their targets are your concubine and your 2 younger sisters." Song Gantang crossed her arms and looked at him. "So you're back. Thank goodness for you and my senior brother." Chen Guan breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, things hadn't gotten to the worst. Section 57. Chen Guan walked up to Song Gantang and embraced her. "My wife, it's all thanks to you." Song Gantang said, "Don't be so touched. Go and clean up. All the servants have been killed. Run Chun is alright, he's fine." "Yes, I'll handle it." Chen Guan needed to appear composed as the head of the household, and couldn't vent unnecessary emotions. Investigating the assassin's face, finding someone to collect the bodies, and compensating the servants' families. These were all necessary. Yingqing City Lord's mansion. Chen Guan sat drinking tea. The city lord had changed. "City Lord Wei, I really didn't know you sent someone to harm my family." Chen Guan slowly sipped his tea. He had been running around all day, only just finishing up. Now he just wanted some peace and quiet to think. Wei Jinchen sighed, "How would I know? I've only been the city lord for a few months." Chen Guan took a sip of tea. "Even if you don't tell me, I know who it is. Who else could command several mid-stage chi refining sect disciples? Su Pingzhong was impossible, it could only be Lu Yawei." Chen Guan had clashed with these 2. Lu Yawei had a powerful background, so it was quite normal for him to have several mid-stage chi refining disciples willing to risk their lives for him. Information about Chen Guan's family wasn't something just anyone could know. Wei Jinchen, the Wei family. They must have leaked information about Chen Guan's family as well. But now wasn't the time to make enemies, his enemies were already strong enough. The Chen family. When Chen Guan returned, the place was much quieter. "Yuyu, why did you come down?" Chen Guan asked. "Of course, I'll stand by you through thick and thin. Senior brother Wang just came over and gave you a letter, saying it was for you." Chen Guan nodded and picked up the letter. Wang Chen first explained that the person behind it all was Lu Yue, and told Chen Guan not to pursue the matter further. Because the sect also knew about this matter, 4 outer sect disciples had died, and they couldn't afford to escalate it further. Chapter 48 Becoming an Inner Sect Disciple. Can't escalate it? Heh. Chen Guan sneered, clenching the envelope in his hand. If he were a foundation establishment cultivator, this matter would escalate even if it didn't. Chen Guan still placed the letter on the table. Sigh. Chen Guan had no choice. He found a seat and sat down. He needed to think of a solution. All solutions stemmed from his own lack of strength. What if a foundation establishment cultivator intervenes? Would they target my family? Or would they just target me? Chen Guan frowned. Even if he were killed, he wouldn't truly die. At least he would have a chance for revenge. What if they killed Chen Guan and his family as well? It was very likely that Song Gantang and Ji Yu would be implicated. Why not have Yu take on a sect mission and go out into the open? Gantang should go out with her, and I'll face the sect's foundation establishment cultivators alone. If they don't retaliate, I can still cultivate within the section. That's not right either. It's safe within the sect, but Yu can't go out. Chen Guan pondered for a long time. He decided to keep his people within the section. The likelihood of a foundation establishment cultivator intervening in the Qingxuan Sect was low. Song Gantang didn't need to take on any missions. With Chen Guan's current 100% success rate in obtaining runes, he could probably exchange them for foundation establishment pills within the sect, right? Let Song Gantang first become a foundation establisher. For Chen Guan, Song Gantang's attainment of foundation establishment was a turning point. No, I still need someone to protect me. After much deliberation, Chen Guan led his men up the mountain. As for his 2 sisters, it was best to leave them to his other brothers. Within a single day, the Chen family was emptied out. Chen Guan returned to the Qingxuan Sect with Runchan and Song Gantang. I didn't expect you to have a storage ring. Chen Guan was incredibly surprised. Song Gantang was actually so wealthy. It seemed he had seduced a wealthy rogue cultivator. Otherwise, what? She can give a dowry of 3,000 spirit stones. What's a storage ring? Yaishan number 13. Chen Guan led them to his courtyard. This is where I live. I need to report to the elders first. Yu, go help. After making the arrangements, Chen Guan left first. Chen Guan went to the main hall of 100 Herbs Peak. Elder Bai, I've arranged for my family members to stay within the sect, and I've come to report. All right. Go ahead, I'll write it down. Bai Mengxian picked up his pen. How many? 2. What's their relationship? Wife and concubine. Where are they settled? What are their cultivation levels? Perfected qi refining and no cultivation. Bai Mengxian looked at Chen Guan with surprise. You are indeed quite handsome. A woman at the perfected qi refining stage is willing to be with you. You have the youthful charm of an elder like myself. Bai Mengxian put down his pen and asked, Chen Guan, would you be willing to become my disciple? Chen Guan's eyes flashed with a sharp light upon hearing this. Master. Chen Guan bowed respectfully and changed his form of address. In any case, at this moment, he needed external assistance the most. Chen Guan felt his sincerity wasn't enough. Chen Guan took out a stack of rejuvenation talismans from his robes and handed them to Bai Mengxian. Master, this is my gift for becoming your disciple. Bai Mengxian raised his hand to refuse. No need. I saw that you have good character, and accepting you as my disciple was also out of personal consideration. In a way, you are my last disciple. I'm not young anymore, and I originally didn't plan to take on any more disciples. Bai Mengxian handed a storage ring to Chen Guan. A little something to mark our meeting. Starting tomorrow, you will study with me in the hall. Chen Guan put away the rejuvenation talismans and accepted the storage ring with both hands. Section 58. Thank you, Master. Bai Mengxian asked, Disciple, what do you wish to learn? Master is willing to teach, and this disciple is willing to learn, Chen Guan replied respectfully. He didn't care about the specifics of what Bai Mengxian would teach. What mattered was the background. A foundation establishment stage master. How could you possibly learn all the knowledge I possess so easily? Perhaps you should be more specific. Do you want to learn how to cultivate spiritual herbs, or alchemy, or perhaps combat techniques? Master, this disciple wants to learn combat techniques. Bai Mengxian looked at Chen Guan in surprise. He had assumed Chen Guan wanted to learn alchemy. Unexpectedly, he only wanted to learn combat techniques? The methods of combat are mostly concepts, and also the techniques one has learned. Since you wish to learn the methods of combat, you don't need to come to the main hall tomorrow. Come to my courtyard every 5 nights to study. The methods of combat naturally involve combat, do you understand? Understood. Bai Mengxian chuckled, alright, whatever you wish. Come to the main hall tomorrow, and I will take your inner disciple status. You will also receive new accommodations. Yes, master, this disciple takes his leave. Chen Guan bowed and left. On the way, Chen Guan performed a blood-binding ceremony and put the storage ring on his hand. So many books, and 3 sets of magic tools, a bottle of pills. Could it be filled with pills? It seems Elder Bai was well prepared. But Chen Guan had no choice. Having a foundation establishment cultivator as his master was a good deal. So many medicine illustrations, and alchemy manuals too, and even techniques. Chen Guan counted them. His master had given him far too much. Back at Yaishen's house, the 3 women had already tidied the courtyard. Husband Ji Yuyu called out. Husband, Song Gontang also called out. Only Runchun called out young master. Chen Guan hugged Ji Yuyu tightly, happily spinning her around, then hugged Song Gontang and Runchun in turn. This time, we don't have to worry about the foundation establishment cultivator's revenge. Tomorrow, we'll move to a different house. Chen Guan smiled. Husband, I've become an inner disciple, and the foundation establishment elder has accepted me as his apprentice. Really? Ji Yuyu exclaimed happily. That's wonderful, husband. Song Gontang then said, now that the trouble is over, I'll proceed according to the original plan. Chen Guan shook his head. No need. Just proceed according to my plan. Although contribution points cannot be bought and sold, items exchanged with contribution points can be bought and sold. As long as Chen Guan gives enough spirit stones, they will definitely be tempted. Song Gontang asked, why? Chen Guan looked at Song Gontang in confusion. Why help me? Chen Guan laughed. Why can't I help you? You're my wife. Song Gontang didn't speak. Even after I've reached foundation establishment, I'm still your wife. Chen Guan said, don't worry about it, help if you can. He understood this feeling of powerlessness. When family members can't be brought back to life, his actions could very well affect them. Lu Yawei was weak, but he had a foundation establishment uncle. Because of this connection, everything he did was justified, and the punishment he received wasn't fatal. Stay here for a day, there will be a new place to stay tomorrow. I'm going to Yuyu's house tonight. Song Gontang frowned. Why won't you come with me? I'm your wife too. Hearing this, Chen Guan smiled and looked at Ji Yuyu. Yuyu, you should agree, right? Yes, it's all right. Husband, go sleep with Sister Gontang. Chen Guan's gaze fell on Song Gontang's face. Song Gontang glared at Chen Guan. What are you looking at? Sleep here tonight. Chapter 49 Learning the Art of Combat. The next day, Chen Guan arrived at the main hall of 100 Herbs Peak. Good morning, master. Chen Guan bowed. Bai Mengxian nodded and handed Chen Guan the token. It was a token made of spirit iron, looking more advanced, with the words Chen Guan written on it. I've arranged for you to stay at number 20, Jiashan. I remember. The residence is protected by an array, you can't enter without your token. Yes, disciple remembers. Bai Mengxian said, I spoke to Commander Lu on your behalf regarding the matter. This is his apology to you. Bai Mengxian placed a bottle of pills on the table. Chen Guan cupped his hands and smiled. Since this treasure was obtained on my behalf by master, please take it. Disciple doesn't need it yet. Bai Mengxian laughed and shook his head. This is for you, won't you take it? I dare not refuse a gift from an elder. Chen Guan still picked up the bottle of pills. Bai Mengxian said, no need to be polite with me. My lifespan is nearing its end. I can only protect you for 3 more years at most. At that time, master will go into seclusion. Commander Lu's apology is 3 foundation establishment pills. I've checked them, there's nothing wrong with them. Foundation establishment pills from an enemy? Chen Guan opened the bottle with a strange and suspicious look. Master, may I exchange these 3 foundation establishment pills for the Sect's foundation establishment pills? Chen Guan asked hesitantly. Bai Mengxian said sternly, you don't even trust me? Not at all. It just feels too coincidental. Chen Guan said, I'm afraid he's added poison that even master wouldn't be able to detect. Bai Mengxian said irritably, would he dare? That would be poisoning a fellow disciple. Use them without worry. 3 foundation establishment pills are nothing, he has no reason to poison anyone. Your relationship with him isn't at a life or death level. Ultimately, this is a matter between you and his nephew. Bai Mengxian waved his hand, go. Wait for me in the hall 4 nights from now. Yes. Chen Guan took his leave, taking the token to find Jitian number 20. This is actually a spirit field. Even the courtyard is different. The benefits for inner disciples are amazing. The courtyard here is almost identical to the Chen family's courtyard down the mountain. After enjoying the abundant spiritual energy here for a while, Chen Guan returned to Yaishan to move. Section 59. Let's go, we'll go to a better place. With the storage ring, Chen Guan didn't need to carry much, spirit stones were enough. Ji Yuyu followed, exclaiming, husband, your inner sect status is too good. The land you were given is even spirit fields. And the courtyard is so luxurious. Chen Guan smiled. Of course, you can live here from now on. Really? Of course. You still want to go back to where you lived? Chen Guan asked back. No, we want to stay together. Song Gantang frowned and said, even with the spirit gathering array here, the three of us won't get much spiritual energy to cultivate. Chen Guan smiled and said, it's alright, we have spirit stones now. I can earn spirit stones too. Yu nodded, our husband is a master of talisman drawing. So good at earning spirit stones. Chen Guan smiled and nodded, just settle in comfortably. Chen Guan took out a pill bottle from his storage ring and handed it to Song Gantang. These are 3 foundation establishment pills that my master obtained as compensation from that foundation establishment cultivator. Here, use them. If it's not enough, I'll buy you more foundation establishment pills in a while. Song Gantang opened the pill bottle in surprise. Are they really foundation establishment pills? Of course, how could they be fake? Chen Guan smiled. Song Gantang, holding the foundation establishment pill, whispered, husband, thank you. Chen Guan patted her shoulder. Alright, we're all family now. Look at our new house. In the following days, Chen Guan lived his life as usual, not stepping out of his courtyard even once. He had collected 500 rejuvenation talismans, but didn't know how to sell them. I won't cultivate tonight. I'm going out to learn combat techniques from master. Okay, husband. In the main hall of 100 Herbs Peak, Chen Guan saw Bai Mengxian as soon as he arrived. He quickly walked over and bowed, saying, Master, I'm late. Not late, I just finished some chores. Bai Mengxian pulled Chen Guan and flew directly to a residence. The floor here was remarkably similar to white clouds. This is my residence, located on the peak. Remember this location, come here to learn combat techniques in the future. Yes. Chen Guan glanced around. Master, are we floating in the sky? Good eyesight, Bai Mengxian smiled. This is Cloud Stone. Cloud Stone floats in the sky. After being refined, it can withstand the weight of spiritual energy without falling. Bai Mengxian asked, are you ready? Ready, master. Bai Mengxian smiled. Attack me with all your might. I want to see where your limits are. Yes. A long sword appeared in Chen Guan's hand. 9 spirit steps. In an instant, he was in front of Bai Mengxian. His sword light swept across, but Bai Mengxian blocked it with a flick of his finger. Not bad strength. Continue. Yes. Chen Guan's expression was serious, and he followed with the flowing water sword technique. The sword moved like flowing water, the sword moves never ceasing. Bai Mengxian focused solely on defense, not making a move. Any other tricks up your sleeve? Fireball. Chen Guan suddenly threw a fireball, which Bai Mengxian extinguished with a flick of his sleeve. Anything else? Chen Guan activated 10 fireball talismans, sending 10 fireballs flying. Bai Mengxian blocked them with a wave of his sleeve. Not enough. Bai Mengxian shook his head. He raised his hand, summoning 3 fireballs himself. Chen Guan's face turned serious. One fireball hurtled towards him, another attacked from the side, and yet another circled around to attack from behind. 9 spirit steps. Chen Guan quickly jumped away. The 3 fireballs collided. Boom! A larger ball of flame exploded, impacting Chen Guan and nearly knocking him over. This is also a fireball spell, Bai Mengxian said. I see you can cast fireballs instantly, clearly you've mastered it. Try controlling your fireball spell. Yes, master. Chen Guan continued his attack, but stopped after a short while. The battle consumed spiritual energy too quickly. Even with his super recovery ability, he couldn't withstand the drain of combat. Master, my spiritual energy is exhausted. Bai Mengxian said, during battle, you should be thinking of running away when you only have half your spiritual energy left. So, you only have half your spiritual energy left for the battle. You need to use it wisely. Chen Guan asked, Master, what if I encounter another foundation establishment cultivator like you? Just wait to die. A foundation establishment cultivator already possesses divine consciousness, you won't get far. No matter how much you struggle, you'll still die at the hands of a foundation establishment cultivator. Bai Mengxian said, the combat techniques I teach you are to help you master and utilize your own techniques. If you don't know the techniques, no matter how much I teach you, it's useless. Tonight, I observed that your techniques are quite good. Talismans are external techniques. Unless you can draw talismans, don't waste spirit stones learning combat techniques from me. Your combat awareness is lacking. Come back in 5 days. Next time, I will spar with you at the speed and power of a chi refining perfection cultivator. Chen Guan cupped his hands and said, Yes, master. This disciple takes his leave. Chapter 50 Obtaining 2 more talismans. Late at night. When Chen Guan returned, he found Song Gantang sitting on the roof watching him. Why look at me like that? Chen Guan jumped onto the roof. Would you like to go out for a walk? Now that I'm protected by a foundation establishment cultivator, you can go out without any problem. No need. Song Gantang refused, her gaze falling on Chen Guan's face. Besides the 3 foundation establishment pills, I want 3 more. I earned 100 contribution points earlier. If I do 4 more demon-slaying missions, I can get 1 foundation establishment pill. Chen Guan shook his head and smiled, no need for that. Wait a month, I'll collect enough talismans and take you to exchange them for foundation establishment pills. Section 60. Prepare what you need for foundation establishment, and I'll hand this place over to you for your breakthrough. I've almost finished preparing, but what about you two if I borrow this place to cultivate? The spiritual energy here is quite good, Chen Guan said, but I'm not short of spirit stones either. Song Gantang handed Chen Guan 3 books. These are things you asked me to keep an eye out for. Oh, Chen Guan was surprised and took the books from Song Gantang. 1 book on basic formations, and 2 books on talismans. I didn't expect you to remember. Chen Guan smiled. Let's go inside, I'll take a look later. I'm your wife. Chen Guan was surprised, smiling as he looked at her. A strikingly beautiful woman with long, elegant legs. Chen Guan said, okay, tonight with you. But I'll look at the talismans first. Basic formations weren't urgent for Chen Guan, because formations couldn't be learned in a short time. Once inside, Chen Guan examined the talismans by candlelight. 2 types, a flame bullet talisman and a poison mist talisman. Both were chi refining stage talismans. The flame bullet talisman can damage late-stage chi refining demonic beasts. That's too expensive. Chen Guan was surprised. Flame bullet talismans weren't unavailable in the Qingxuan Sect's market, but the method to draw one cost 100 spirit stones. Chen Guan asked Song Gantang, how many spirit stones did you spend on the flame bullet talisman? I'll pay you back later. No need. Song Gantang said, I can afford that many spirit stones. Chen Guan closed the book, walked to Song Gantang's side, and put his arm around her waist. Chen Guan breathed into her ear, then I'll make it up to you tonight. Hearing such explicit words, Song Gantang blushed. Even a cold beauty had moments of shyness. A gust of wind blew, and the candlelight went out. The next day, Chen Guan was drawing talismans in his study, while Run Chun was grinding spirit ink beside him. Ji Yu ran over, pouting, and asked, did you sleep with me last night? You didn't even tell me. Of course, it was another lady. Chen Guan smiled. Don't worry, I'll go to your place tonight. Chen Guan continued drawing talismans. The rejuvenation talisman still needed to be made. This kind of talisman was excellent, it was never hard to sell. Chen Guan drew talismans for several days in a row, and it was time to practice his incantations with his master again. Night. Chen Guan arrived at Bai Menxuan's residence. Master. Bai Mengxian nodded. Since you're here, let's begin. Chen Guan cupped his hands in greeting, took out his spirit sword, and leaped forward. Good timing. Let me show you the strength of a chi refining perfection cultivator. Bai Mengxian began to exchange blows with Chen Guan. However, Chen Guan couldn't match Bai Menxuan's power in any of his moves. Master, is this truly the strength of a chi refining perfection cultivator? Chen Guan asked, puzzled. Bai Mengxian laughed heartily, of course. The power I've displayed is even less than that of a sect's top talent at chi refining perfection. Chen Guan found this absurd. A sect's top talent? Master, I must get serious. His spiritual eyes discerned the changes. Chen Guan attacked again. This time, he saw Bai Menxuan's every move clearly, even his variations. Bai Mengxian was slightly surprised. How had Chen Guan suddenly become a master of combat? Moreover, having learned from his mistakes once, he wouldn't repeat them. His learning ability was simply astounding. For quarters of an hour passed. Chen Guan's spiritual energy was exhausted. Master, my spiritual energy is depleted. Chen Guan sheathed his sword and bowed respectfully. Thank you for your guidance today, Master. Bai Mengxian waved his hand. Your combat skills are quite good. If you haven't learned any new moves, don't come looking for me again. I can't teach you either. Chen Guan hadn't expected to learn so much in just 2 visits. Disciple understands. Bai Mengxian said, come to the main hall tomorrow and learn about medicine from me. While the art of talismans is good, I don't know it, but I have considerable insight into alchemy. Go and learn it. I don't have much time left. Learn as much as you can. Yes. Chen Guan bowed. It seems the matter of drawing talismans will have to wait. Master, see you tomorrow. Back at his residence. I'll start learning alchemy tomorrow, there might not be enough time. With nighttime cultivation and daytime alchemy, how much time could he squeeze out for drawing talismans? Cultivation can wait, my current goal is to help Gantang break through to the foundation establishment stage. Regardless of whether she would run away, Chen Guan needed a foundation establishment wife as a status symbol. Chen Guan was afraid that he wouldn't have broken through to the foundation establishment stage in 3 years. Fine, I won't cultivate this month. I'll draw the talismans. So, Chen Guan went to his study. He could draw the talismans himself. The next day, Chen Guan arrived at the main hall and bowed to Bai Mengxian, Master. No need for formalities. I need to handle matters within the peak during the day. Read a few books first, and memorized the medicinal properties. Yes. Several books, each about 4 fingers thick, looked old, as if they had been read many times. Chen Guan found a table and sat down on the floor. This is giving me a headache. Chen Guan sighed and slowly began reading the books. He needed to memorize them. Becoming a cultivator didn't guarantee photographic memory. Even qi refining cultivators only had stronger memories. These thick books might take months to memorize completely. The day passed, and Bai Mengxian came to Chen Guan. Disciple, have you been reading? I've already memorized the first part of this book on medicinal herbs. Alright, let me test you. The medicinal effects of the lin grass? Section 61. Linko strengthens the body's foundation and nourishes the vital energy. It's a yang-natured herb that can strengthen muscles and bones, and invigorate the meridians. Chen Guan answered earnestly. Bai Mengxian asked several questions in succession, which Chen Guan answered one by one. Bai Mengxian nodded in satisfaction. You haven't wasted your time, your mindset is good. Continue tomorrow. Yes, master. As darkness fell, Chen Guan returned to his house. Husband, where did you go last night and today? Ji Yuyu looked at Chen Guan with a reproachful expression. Chen Guan smiled. Wife, we won't be cultivating for a month. I need to draw talismans at night, and I need to learn alchemy from master during the day. For Gantang's breakthrough, you'll have to make do for a while. We need someone to establish a foundation establishment. Chen Guan patted Ji Yuyu's head, then went to his study. Runchun hurriedly brought dinner to the study to serve Chen Guan. Young master, dinner is here, Runchun said softly. Put it here. Go back and rest, Chen Guan said with a smile. I'm not tired yet. I can serve you, young master. Runchun picked up a stick of spirit ink and helped him grind the ink. Chapter 51 Obtaining the Foundation Establishment Pill. 1 month later. Chen Guan felt mentally exhausted for the first time. For the first time, I want to sleep. It seems that super recovery isn't a panacea. At least right now, I want an environment where I can't think about anything or do anything. Chen Guan opened a drawer and took out talismans, counting them one by one. 1, 2, 1600. Phew, Chen Guan exhaled. He had enough rejuvenation talismans. The only costs were Chen Guan's time and a few spirit stones. If he sold them one by one, at 30 spirit stones each, he could get nearly 50,000 spirit stones. Chen Guan took the talismans and went out. He went into the main hall first and greeted Bai Mengxian. Master, I have something to attend to today. Go ahead. Then come back tomorrow. Chen Guan, your talent is good, and your comprehension is also excellent. Don't slack off on your talent. I understand. Chen Guan took his leave and went to the mission hall to find the contribution points exchange. 1 contribution point for 10 spirit stones? That's not expensive. 300 contribution points can be exchanged for a foundation establishment pill, quite cheap. Chen Guan glanced at it, standing there, thinking about how to exchange talismans for foundation establishment pills. An outer disciple approached Chen Guan. Senior brother, do you want to exchange something but don't have any contribution points? A man asked with a smile. Chen Guan looked at him in surprise. How did you know? Senior brother, do you want to exchange some contribution points? The man asked. How? Chen Guan became interested. Of course, whatever senior brother wants to buy, he can exchange it with spirit stones, and will buy it for you with contribution points. Chen Guan asked, what about foundation establishment pills? Of course, no problem, the other person said, patting their chest. Our Sword Edge Guild needs quite a few spirit stones, we can exchange them for spirit stones with contribution points. However, exchanging spirit stones for contribution points will be more valuable. 15 spirit stones for 1 contribution point, the other person said with a smile. Senior brother, do you want to exchange? Yes. Chen Guan said, I want you to exchange for foundation establishment pills in front of me. I need 6 foundation establishment pills. Senior brother, 6 foundation establishment pills are no small sum. Do you have that many spirit stones? The man asked, narrowing his eyes. Chen Guan took out a stack of talismans. Exchange them for talismans. A rejuvenation talisman costs 30 spirit stones on the market. I'll sell it to you for 25 spirit stones, and I'll exchange it for the foundation establishment pills as well. The man looked at the talismans in Chen Guan's hand, hesitating for a moment. He then said, Senior brother, do you have a residence in your possession? This transaction involves a large amount of spirit stones, so I need to report it to the Sword Edge Society. Chen Guan said, Number 20, Jitian, 100 Herbs Peak. If you can reply today, you can come to the main hall of 100 Herbs Peak to find me. The man cupped his hands and smiled. All right, senior brother, we will come to visit you then. We await your good news. Chen Guan finished speaking, took the talismans, and left. Chen Guan returned to the main hall of 100 Herbs Peak. Bai Mengxian, seeing Chen Guan return in less than half an hour, smiled and asked, Is the matter settled? Not yet, but you can wait a bit. Chen Guan picked up a book and began reading. Bai Mengxian said, Disciple, you've almost thoroughly read these books. Prepare to refine pills. Yes, master. Chen Guan nodded. Do I need to prepare anything for refining pills? No. Pills for the qi refining stage are generally crudely refined. Firstly, there's no divine sense, secondly, insufficient spiritual energy, and thirdly, it's impossible to observe the situation inside the cauldron. As long as the medicinal materials are fine, generally following the formula will suffice. Chen Guan gained a partial understanding of pill refining. So, one can only encounter true pill refining upon reaching the foundation establishment stage? Then learning talisman drawing was the right thing to do. Afternoon. A disciple arrived at the main hall of 100 Herbs Peak. Senior brother. The other person greeted Chen Guan upon seeing him. Chen Guan quickly got up and went over. Junior brother, are you willing to change your sword peak reception method? Of course. Junior brother's name is Chen Guangsheng. What is your name, senior brother? Chen Guan said. So we're from the same clan. Chen Guangsheng smiled. Senior brother, have you prepared the talismans? You need a total of 1080 rejuvenation talismans, and they can't be of inferior quality. Chen Guan said, Let's go, we'll talk on the way. So I can count my rejuvenation talismans. All right. On the way, Chen Guan divided the talismans into portions of 180 each. He counted 6 portions. Junior brother, you can count and examine my talismans. Section 62. I'll exchange the foundation establishment pills today. Chen Guangsheng smiled. No problem, senior brother, I've also prepared my contribution points. Contribution point exchange area. Chen Guangsheng took out several tokens and placed them on the table. Sister, it's our Sword Edge Society again. You're familiar with these tokens, right? We want to exchange for 6 foundation establishment pills. Foundation establishment pills? The woman's eyes lit up as she looked at Chen Guan. Congratulations, senior brother. This servant is Zheng Minzu. Chen Guangsheng tapped the table. Sister, we want to exchange for foundation establishment pills. Zheng Minzu then coldly asked Chen Guangsheng, tokens are no problem. How many? 6. Chen Guangsheng said calmly. 6. Zheng Minzu's eyes widened. In her eyes, Chen Guan was practically a man of exceptional talent and looks. Chen Guan remained calm. Exchange it quickly. Yes. I'll report to the elders right away. The transaction was complete, and the foundation establishment pills were in hand. As they parted, Chen Guangsheng smiled and said, Senior brother Chen, if you want to exchange contribution points in the future, you can continue to contact our Sword Edge Society. We have a base at number 5, Academy A, Sword Heart Peak. Alright, there will be opportunities in the future. Back at his residence, the sky was dusky. Chen Guan found Song Gantang. 2 bottles were placed in front of her. Don't take the foundation establishment pills the enemy gave you before. I'm afraid there might be something inside. These 6 foundation establishment pills were exchanged at the sect, Chen Guan said. Song Gantang was surprised and also touched. Thank you. Her voice was soft, her eyes watery as she looked at Chen Guan. Would you like to sleep here tonight? Chen Guan stretched. I really need to get some sleep. I haven't had much rest this month. Chen Guan stretched. Song Gantang leaned against Chen Guan and hugged him tightly. Husband, we're family, aren't we? Chen Guan smiled and asked, After all, you're my wife. Don't be so touched. I've already gained both wealth and beauty, maybe in a while, I'll have a foundation establishment wife. Yes, if you don't betray me, I, Song Gantang, will be your wife for life. Chen Guan laughed heartily, saying proudly, Alright, my good wife, I'm tired, give me a shoulder massage. Without a word, Song Gantang came behind Chen Guan and gently massaged his shoulders. The night passed without incident, and Chen Guan woke up at noon this time. He had unlocked the hidden tutorial on long legs last night. Wait, did I forget something? Chen Guan suddenly remembered that today was the day Bai Mengxian was teaching him alchemy, and he had gotten up so late. Oh no, I'd better get to the main hall quickly. Chen Guan hurriedly dressed and rushed off. Main hall of 100 Herbs Peak. Bai Mengxian, seeing Chen Guan rushing over, smiled and said, Get ready now, I'll teach you alchemy later. Chapter 52 Learning Alchemy. Bai Mengxian didn't blame Chen Guan. Chen Guan also breathed a sigh of relief. Master, I'm late. That's not important. Learning a day earlier or later is fine. Bai Mengxian smiled, the way of alchemy can't be rushed. Thank you for your understanding, master. Bai Mengxian smiled kindly, it's good that young people are hot-tempered. Alright, follow me into the inner hall. Chen Guan followed Bai Mengxian into the inner hall, and then into a room. Inside was an alchemy room, the earth fire still burning fiercely. Today I'll teach you your first recipe. The Bigu pill. 3 liters of spirit rice, supplemented with 1 stalk of gathering yuan grass, 3 qian of ganling ginseng. Before the lid is closed, use spiritual energy to knead and stir it evenly, then close the lid and cook for 3/4 of an hour. As Bai Mengxian spoke, he manipulated the alchemy cauldron with one hand, adding the ingredients required for the recipe. After 3/4 of an hour, Bai Mengxian lifted the lid of the cauldron and said, "The lid is open, the liquid has turned blue," then urged the earth fire to increase its power. Use spiritual energy to combine the medicinal liquid, and after 1/4 of an hour, it will become a pill. Bai Mengxian manipulated the medicinal liquid to combine the pill. After 1/4 of an hour, the pill turned an incomparably bright red in the high temperature inside the cauldron. Take the pill and let it cool. The Bigu pill is complete. Bai Mengxian said, looks simple, right? Try it yourself. I've prepared materials for 10 Bigu pills for you today. Yes. Chen Guan was slightly curious, it looked quite simple. Alright, try it here. I have other matters to attend to. Bai Mengxian placed some medicinal herbs on the table and left the room. Chen Guan didn't say a word, activated his spiritual eye, and selected the herbs. 3 liters of spiritual rice. He began refining, but failed at the final step of combining the medicinal liquid into the pill. It's still a bit difficult. I didn't get the heat right. Each pill refining consumes 20% of his spiritual power, how could he possibly use 10 portions? Chen Guan tried again, and succeeded on the second attempt. The Bigu pill. Not bad. Chen Guan smiled, holding the slightly hot pill in his hand. Looks like I really am a genius. Chen Guan refined the pill for the 3rd time, once again proving his talent for alchemy. Chen Guan thought to himself, the spiritual eye's attribute must be the most powerful one, right? Besides the gold attribute. The fusion attribute is too weak. Chen Guan had attempted fusion once this month, failing and losing 2 spirit swords. However, he already had a synthesized spirit sword, its sharpness and quality had changed, essentially transforming it from a low-grade spirit sword into a high-grade one. For refinements will suffice. I won't refine anymore. 2 successful pills are enough. Section 63. Chen Guan casually attempted to refine the pill once, without proper technique, the attempt failed immediately. Chen Guan left the alchemy room, found Bai Mengxian, and bowed, saying, Master, my spiritual energy is enough for 4 attempts, 2 failed, 2 succeeded. Bai Mengxian wasn't surprised. He nodded, not bad, you have the aptitude for alchemy. Now that you've learned how to refine the Bigu pill, take these materials and practice. Tomorrow we'll learn another kind. Yes, Master. Chen Guan naturally took the herbs and left the main hall of 100 Herbs Peak. Back in his courtyard, Chen Guan found the 3 women. Gantang, are you preparing to break through to the foundation establishment stage? Chen Guan asked. Anytime is fine, Song Gantang nodded. Chen Guan smiled and said, alright, this place is for your breakthrough. The 3 of us will go to Yu's courtyard. Song Gantang said, I don't need much spiritual energy, how about I break through to foundation establishment in Sister Ji's courtyard? Chen Guan waved his hand, no need, there's an array here, ordinary cultivators won't disturb us. You can break through in my courtyard. After explaining, Song Gantang officially broke through, and the 3 of them went to Jiu's courtyard. Husband, you're back so early today. Chen Guan smiled and said, yes, I was learning alchemy today, and my spiritual energy wasn't enough to support me for a long time. Besides, I don't need to draw talismans anymore recently. Chen Guan smiled and hugged Jiu. Jiu's eyes lit up. Then can we continue cultivating the qi sharing technique? Yes. Chen Guan asked with a smile, wife, I'm in a very good mood right now. Jiu pulled Chen Guan towards the room. Cultivation +1+1. Host, Chen Guan. Cultivation, qi refining level 6, 51%. The next day, Chen Guan got up early, first checking on the situation in Jitian's courtyard, then went to the main hall of Bao Peak. Come with me since you're here, Bai Mengxian said with a smile. Chen Guan nodded and followed Bai Mengxian into the alchemy room. The pill we're refining today is the qi cultivation pill. This pill is for stabilizing the body's meridians and strengthening the bones and muscles. It's only for disciples who are weak or injured and need to rest and recover. The formula is here, and you'll receive 5 portions of the medicinal herbs. Refine it like the Bigu pill. Yes, Master, Chen Guan addressed him respectfully. After giving his instructions, Bai Mengxian left the alchemy room. Chen Guan refined the pill, making 4 portions and taking one with him. Master, the qi cultivation pill was only successfully refined once today. Bai Mengxian smiled, that's already quite good. Come back tomorrow. I'll teach you new pills then. With Bai Mengxian's help, Chen Guan obtained 8 pill formulas. These are all the pill formulas I know for the qi refining stage. The rest of the formulas will be given to you when you reach the qi refining stage, or when I go into seclusion. Bai Mengxian asked, are you interested in cultivating spiritual plants? If Master teaches me, I'll learn. What's this talk of interest? Besides, it's all useful knowledge, of course I'm willing to learn, Chen Guan replied with a smile. Bai Mengxian smiled with satisfaction, well, you should rest now. It's almost the new year, come back to learn after the new year. Yes, Master, Chen Guan said, bowing. It was indeed time for the new year. Song Gantang hadn't broken through yet, she'd been staying in the courtyard for almost 10 days. With the help of spirit stones, Chen Guan's cultivation had increased by almost 1% every day. Half a month passed. The new year had arrived. On New Year's Eve, Chen Guan found Bai Mengxian. Master, may you come to my house on New Year's Eve? No, this old man still has family, Bai Mengxian chuckled. In the future, if I were to pass away in seclusion, please take care of my family for me. Yes, Master. This disciple takes his leave. Chen Guan left. This year, only Ji Yuyu and Runchun accompanied Chen Guan. The courtyard looked incredibly desolate. It's just the 3 of us celebrating the new year this year. Gantang isn't here, she's still breaking through, Chen Guan said with a smile. I used to spend New Year's alone, Ji Yuyu said. My home was too far away. To go home for the new year, I had to travel a long way. I don't want to travel for 2 months just to celebrate the new year. Chen Guan was slightly surprised. Is the Tianheng dynasty that far from our Qingxuan sect? Not very far. It's quite close. Ordinary dynasties would need half a year to travel to the Qingxuan sect, Ji Yuyu said. Chen Guan nodded, indicating he understood. He wasn't very familiar with the territories outside the Qingxuan sect. When I break through to the foundation establishment stage, my husband, I must travel all over this beautiful land. You must take me with you, Ji Yuyu said coquettishly. Of course, our Runchun must come too, Chen Guan laughed. Chapter 53 Song Gantang reaches foundation establishment. New Year. Chen Guan led his men to Bai Mengxian's courtyard to offer New Year's greetings. Master, Happy New Year. Elder Bai, Happy New Year, Ji Yuyu offered a reserved greeting. Bai Mengxian smiled. Still calling me Elder Bai? Since you are Chen Guan's deist partner, you should also call me Master. Yes, Master. Ji Yuyu beamed. After exchanging New Year's greetings, Chen Guan and Ji Yuyu arrived at Jitian's courtyard. The spiritual energy here seemed stable. Gantang should have successfully broken through. Chen Guan's spiritual eyes detected the situation inside. Foundation Establishment Cultivator. Song Gantang had become a Foundation Establishment Cultivator. Sister Gantang successfully broke through. Yes, she should come out tomorrow. Chen Guan smiled. Wife, shouldn't we also work harder? You've only broken through to the 4th level of qi refining, you still need to cultivate. Okay, let's go back. Ji Yuyu nodded. Dual cultivation is such a huge improvement. She didn't even want to slowly cultivate the Azure Profound technique. The next day, Chen Guan arrived at Jitian. Song Gantang quickly came to his side. Section 64. Husband, Song Gantang called out gently. Chen Guan smiled and nodded. Not bad. You've broken through to the foundation establishment stage. What are your plans for the future? Chen Guan asked. Now that I've become your wife, I naturally want to join the Qingxuan sect, Song Gantang said. Chen Guan looked puzzled. Can you join? Can't you join? Song Gantang countered. Chen Guan was confused, then said, I'll go ask my master. Don't rush this. Okay. To break through to the foundation establishment stage, I still need quite a few things. Cultivation techniques and spells become less useful at the foundation establishment stage, Song Gantang said. If I can't join the Qingxuan sect, I'll have to buy cultivation techniques outside to practice. Chen Guan nodded. How about this? I'll go ask my master later. Also, tell Yuyu to celebrate your foundation establishment breakthrough. In the main hall of 100 Herbs Peak, Chen Guan arrived and saw Bai Mengxian writing. Master. You've come to learn how to cultivate spiritual plants? Bai Mengxian smiled, but his pen didn't stop. No, my wife has broken through to the foundation establishment stage and wants to join the Qingxuan sect. Does your Qingxuan sect have a way to allow rogue cultivators to join? Chen Guan stated his purpose. Bai Mengxian smiled upon hearing this. Easy. First, pass the demon detection array, then the heart questioning array. Our Qingxuan sect is happy to recruit foundation establishment cultivators. Tomorrow, bring your wife to the main hall. Chen Guan was delighted and cupped his hands, saying, "Thank you for your help, master. Alright, take this book back with you to read as well." Bai Mengxian handed Chen Guan a thick book. "Take this back and take a look. It teaches you how to cultivate spiritual plants." "Understood. Master, I must take my leave." Bai Mengxian said, "Wait a moment. Your wife has broken through to the foundation establishment stage, so I'll also give her a gift." Then, he took out a red ginseng from his storage ring, about the size of an arm. A fragrant aroma wafted over, invigorating Chen Guan. Chen Guan asked, "What is this medicine?" "This medicine is red yuan ginseng. Foundation establishment cultivators can take it to consolidate their cultivation and stabilize their meridians. Only foundation establishment cultivators can take it, qi refining cultivators cannot withstand such effects," Bai Mengxian explained first. Chen Guan put away the red yuan ginseng, cupped his hands, and said, "Master, I thank you on behalf of my wife." "You're welcome. We're family. We'll still be fellow disciples in the future. Consider this a token of my appreciation." Bai Mengxian said, "Leave now. I have important matters to attend to." "Yes." Disciple takes his leave. Chen Guan bowed and departed. Jiation number 20 Courtyard. When Chen Guan returned, the aroma of roasted meat wafted from the courtyard. Chen Guan smiled at the three women. "Celebrating so soon?" Ji Yuya laughed. "I bought a late-stage qi refining green-haired ox at the market to congratulate Sister Gontang on breaking through to foundation establishment. But I didn't expect that I wouldn't know how to handle a green-haired ox, and I had to make Sister Gontang do it herself." Chen Guan stepped forward and gestured to Song Gontang, "Let me do it." "How can I let you do it yourself?" "No need, husband, it's all the same." Song Gontang smiled. Chen Guan took out a red yuan ginseng and handed it to Song Gontang. "What's this?" Song Gontang asked. "This is a congratulatory gift from my master. Congratulations on your breakthrough to foundation establishment." Red yuan ginseng, it's a spiritual medicine that only foundation establishment cultivators can take, Chen Guan explained. Song Gontang was surprised and put the ginseng away. "Thank you, my husband's master. My master said that it's very simple for rogue cultivators to join the Qingxuan Sect. They only need to pass the demon detection array and then the heart questioning array to join. Tomorrow, I'll take you to do it." "Okay." Then, the four of them happily celebrated with Song Gontang, and Chen Guan spent the night with her. The next morning, Chen Guan brought Song Gontang to the main hall. Chen Guan looked refreshed, and Song Gontang's face still had a rosy glow, like a ripe peach. "Master, I've brought my wife." Bai Mengxian nodded and cupped his hands, saying, "Greetings, fellow deist." "Greetings, fellow deist," Song Gontang returned the greeting. "Let's not delay, follow me." Bai Mengxian led the two to an array. "If you can't pass either the demon-detecting array or the heart-questioning array, you'll be estranged from our section. Please take this seriously." Bai Mengxian said solemnly, gesturing for Song Gontang to enter the array. Song Gontang entered, and the demon-detecting array lit up with a white light. Bai Mengxian said to Chen Guan, "In the demon-detecting array, white light indicates a righteous cultivator, gray light indicates an evil cultivator, and black light indicates a demonic cultivator. You will encounter similar arrays in the future, just remember that." This disciple understands. "Alright, your wife, go to the heart-questioning array." Bai Mengxian smiled and led the two to the heart-questioning array. Song Gontang entered the array. Bai Mengxian pointed to the heart-questioning array and said to Chen Guan, "This is the third time you've seen it, isn't it? What are your thoughts?" "This disciple actually doesn't want to see the heart-questioning array," Chen Guan said helplessly. "From now on, you must obediently follow the rules." Chen Guan smiled and said, "Disciple understands. Following the rules has its benefits, but breaking them might bring even greater benefits. One must learn to be flexible." A short while later, Song Gontang emerged from the formation. The heart-questioning formation was actually passed. Bai Mengxian was surprised and cupped his hands in greeting to Song Gontang, "Fellow deist Song, from now on we are fellow deists of the same section. If you have any questions about the rules, you can come to the main hall of 100 Medicine Peak to find me. At the same time, you will be a nominal elder of 100 Medicine Peak from now on." Song Gontang nodded, "Okay, I understand. Let's go. Tomorrow you can come to the main hall to pick up your token and clothes. You can use the token to choose a foundation establishment cultivation technique and a magic formula in the library." "Thank you for your help, master." Chen Guan cupped his hands in greeting. Bai Mengxian nodded. "Let's leave it at that. I'll take you away." Back to the main hall of 100 Herbs Peak. Chen Guan stayed in the main hall, while Song Gontang left first. "Disciple, you're quite lucky. You have a foundation establishment deist partner now," Bai Mengxian said with a smile. Chen Guan smiled and nodded. "Indeed, quite lucky. Perhaps it's because my appearance is better that my wife took a liking to me." Section 65. Inside the main hall of 100 Herbs Peak, the lights were bright, and many disciples were attending to important matters. Chen Guan and Bai Mengxian sat cross-legged on futons in the hall. Disciple, have you learned how to cultivate any spiritual plants? Gathering yuan grass, geng sui flower, sweet spirit ginseng. Chen Guan listed the cultivation methods for spiritual plants he had read in books. Bai Mengxian shook his head. Just talking isn't enough. Study for a few more days, and I'll take you to my herb garden. There's a huge difference between talking and doing. Bai Mengxian handed a book to Chen Guan. Here, read this book these next few days. Don't rush to learn the books I showed you before. Chen Guan was puzzled. He took the book and opened it. The first thing he saw was the cultivation method for red yuan ginseng. Red yuan ginseng? Chen Guan looked confused. Wasn't this a spiritual herb that only foundation establishment cultivators could consume? He was going to learn this? With curiosity, Chen Guan quietly began to peruse the book. This book contained 9 kinds of medicinal herbs for foundation establishment cultivators, along with detailed cultivation methods. Even if the herbs exhibited symptoms during cultivation, there were solutions. Chen Guan studied it all day. Until nightfall, only Chen Guan and Bai Mengxian remained in the main hall. Bai Mengxian chuckled and said, "Let's go, disciple. It's time to go back and rest. We'll learn again tomorrow." "Yes, master. Thank you for the inheritance, master." Chen Guan put away the book and bowed respectfully to Bai Mengxian. Bai Mengxian smiled and patted his shoulder. "I'm leaving. Our master-disciple relationship is best kept in mind, no need for constant thanks. Having received the inheritance, don't boast about it." "Yes." Seeing Bai Mengxian fly away on his magical artifact, Chen Guan also left the 100 Herbs Peak main hall. Jia Tian. Chen Guan stood outside his courtyard, looking at the spiritual fields, lost in thought. Such abundant spiritual energy, perhaps we could really plant a few foundation establishment level spiritual herbs. Otherwise, it would be such a waste. Chen Guan now had an opportunity to earn spirit stones, whether through alchemy or talisman drawing. He observed for a while, then pushed open the door to his courtyard. Run Chun heard the noise, came out, saw Chen Guan, and asked, "Young master, would you like some food?" "No, it's late, rest," Chen Guan said. He went to Ji Yuyu's room to rest. Another day passed. Chen Guan took Song Gantang to collect the token and clothes. Chen Guan handed the items to Song Gantang. "Come on, I'll take you to the library. You can choose the cultivation technique yourself." "Okay." But when they passed the market, Song Gantang saw a spirit sword by the roadside and was about to ask the price. "You want to buy it?" Chen Guan asked directly. Song Gantang nodded. "I wanted to buy it for you." Chen Guan smiled and took Song Gantang's hand. "No need. My spirit sword is better than this." "Never mind that, let's go to the library." Chen Guan led Song Gantang to the library, where he also selected spell techniques on the first floor. The wind spell might complement the sand spell. Both spells only cost 52 spirit stones, we can take them. And the 3-kill sword technique, to complete my main offensive sword technique. Maybe I can even comprehend the 4-season sword technique. The 3-kill sword technique was very cheap, only 5 spirit stones. Chen Guan bought 3 spell techniques and waited for Song Gantang to come downstairs. A moment later, Song Gantang appeared. She approached Chen Guan and said, "The cultivation techniques and spells have been chosen. Let's go." "All right." Chen Guan and she left the library. On the way, she asked, "I want to buy a spiritual weapon. Should I go to Dan Ding Peak?" "Yes." "Want to buy a spiritual weapon? I can go with you," Chen Guan asked with a smile. Song Gantang shook her head. "No need. I plan to familiarize myself with the cultivation techniques and spells these next few days." A short while later, Chen Guan and Song Gantang parted ways. Chen Guan went to the main hall of 100 Herbs Peak, while Song Gantang returned to her residence. Several days later, at the main hall of 100 Herbs Peak, Chen Guan returned to the place. Bai Mengxian put away the books in his hands and stood up, saying, "You've almost finished learning. Today, Master will take you to the herb garden to learn a skill." "Yes, Master," Chen Guan replied, bowing. Bai Mengxian led Chen Guan away from 100 Herbs Peak to the mountains near the sect. Upon landing, Chen Guan noticed the surrounding spiritual energy was abundant, with spiritual light emanating from the vegetation. Every breath exhaled and inhaled was imbued with spiritual energy. Bai Mengxian waved his hand, and a thin membrane of an array dissipated. "Come in." Bai Mengxian, hands behind his back, leisurely entered the herb garden. Chen Guan followed him into the garden. Inside, every spiritual herb exuded spiritual energy, lush and verdant. "How is it?" Bai Mengxian's lips curled into a smile. "This is the first time I've seen such a place. The spiritual energy here is abundant, the vegetation is lush, and every herb looks incredibly vigorous," Chen Guan answered truthfully. "Ha ha ha. That's right. This is the culmination of my life's research. Bai Mengxian stroked his white beard, his eyebrows beaming with laughter. You should know that these secrets to earning spirit stones and cultivating spirit herbs won't be passed on to you by others. They all require you to spend time and effort researching them yourself. Bai Mengxian pointed to an empty spirit field in the corner and said, "Start by learning to plant a red yuan ginseng. I know the cultivation of red yuan ginseng best." "Yes, master," Chen Guan replied. Bai Mengxian took out 3 seeds of red yuan ginseng and tossed them to Chen Guan, who quickly caught them. Seeds of this type of spirit herb can all be used as spirit herbs. But it's good for you to practice. Chen Guan, holding the red yuan ginseng seeds, went to the empty spirit field and planted them. "Plant 1 foot deep, water with a liter of spiritual spring water every 3 days, Chen Guan muttered to himself, then looked up and asked, "Master, where is the spiritual spring?" "In front of the small hut on the west side." Chen Guan quickly finished and said, "Master, am I done with my task of planting spiritual herbs for today?" "Not bad. You did a good job." Bai Mengxian nodded in satisfaction. Planting spiritual herbs requires perseverance, they cannot mature overnight. Disciple understands. Chen Guan nodded. "Let's go." Bai Mengxian led Chen Guan away from the herb garden. After moving from theory to practice, Chen Guan had much more time. He could tend to the spiritual plants for a short while each day before leaving the herb garden. More than 10 days passed. Host, Chen Guan. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 6, 82%. Spells, 1 soul 3 thoughts, 7%, 3 kill sword technique, 100%, wind summoning spell, 10%, flying sand spell, 11%. As night fell, crickets chirped in the shadows among the grass and trees. Knock knock knock. The courtyard gate was knocked on, and Chen Guan went to open it. "Oh, senior brother Chen." Wang Chen greeted him with a smile and a cupped fist salute. "I inquired for a long time before finally hearing about you. I always said senior brother Chen was a dragon among men, and look, you've already become an inner disciple." Chen Guan laughed, "Senior brother Wang, I'm just lucky." Section 66. What brings you here tonight? Wang Chen chuckled and teased, "It's just a sect mission. Although you're now an inner disciple, you're still a newly recruited disciple. The rule is that you're taken to complete the sect's trials. Now it's your 3rd year, and we still need to do one last sect mission. Complete the sect trials." Chen Guan was slightly surprised. He was already an inner disciple, and he still needed to do this mission. "In that case, does senior brother have any plans?" Chen Guan asked. Wang Chen said helplessly, "I haven't made any plans yet, and I was just asking for your opinions. Otherwise, I'll have to accept a relatively difficult mission." Chapter 55. Someone in the shadows. Chen Guan made way for him. "Please come in, senior brother. Let's talk in the inner courtyard." "All right." Wang Chen entered the courtyard and sat down on a stone bench with Chen Guan. "The spiritual energy here is indeed excellent. No wonder it's the environment where inner disciples live." Chen Guan smiled and said, "Senior brother, for the sake of safety on the mission, I think we should just buy a Qi refining early stage mission to complete. The last mission was quite good." Wang Chen shook his head. "Hard to say, not everyone has spirit stones to spend here. Should I talk to them?" Chen Guan smiled and took out a rejuvenation talisman. "Senior brother, can this talisman be used to buy a mission?" "Sure. I won't stand on ceremony then." Wang Chen smiled and picked up the talisman. "I truly envy geniuses like you. You wanted to learn talisman drawing, and you actually mastered it. Even such a difficult rejuvenation talisman. Leave the mission to senior brother Wang." Wang Chen waved his hand. "Don't call me senior brother Wang anymore. You're an inner disciple now, I should be calling you senior brother." Wang Chen cupped his hands in greeting and stood up, saying, "I'll go arrange the mission now. I expect to receive it tomorrow and set off the day after." "All right, I'll see you out." "No need." Chen Guan still saw him off. "I didn't expect I'd have to do a mission." The next day, Chen Guan went to the herb garden with Bai Mengxian to tend to the spiritual herbs. "Master, I might have to go out for a sect mission in the next few days," Chen Guan reported. Go ahead." Bai Mengxian nodded. "I'll take care of the spiritual herbs here." Wang Chen came to Chen Guan's courtyard again. "Senior brother, the mission has been assigned. I spent 15 spirit stones, here are the remaining 14, Wang Chen said with a smile. "Today, a rejuvenation talisman costs 29 spirit stones," he added. "No need, consider it a gift." Chen Guan smiled and asked, "Is the distance far?" Wang Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Riding a horse, it should take 7 days. To slay a fox demon that appears to be in the early Qi refining stage." "Tomorrow?" Chen Guan asked. "The sooner the better. After completing the mission, I'll get my contribution points and be able to say goodbye to you all." Wang Chen laughed heartily. "All right. On Danding Peak, a Foundation establishment cultivator held a letter with Chen Guan's name on it. This man had a few strands of white hair, several crow's feet at the corners of his eyes, and his hair was disheveled. Chen Guan, his talent is astonishing, advancing from Qi refining level 1 to Qi refining level 6 in 3 years. His family was bullied by Yahweh, and now he's remained silent. Furthermore, his wife broke through to Foundation establishment, clearly not having taken the inferior Foundation establishment pill I gave her. He's already wary of me. If we don't eliminate him, he'll become a major threat. Do this thoroughly. This man is none other than Lu Yahweh's uncle, Lu Guanchang. Kill him. Lu Guanchang picked up a brush and wrote a letter detailing Chen Guan's whereabouts and the mission he was to undertake. Send at least 3 late-stage Qi refining clan elders, suspected prodigies, to suppress and kill him. Leave no trace. After finishing, he called out, "Wugu!" A black eagle flew to the wooden window, placing the envelope into a small bamboo tube at its feet. Send it to the Lu family. The next day, Chen Guan rose early. Song Gantang waited in the courtyard, giving Chen Guan a jade pendant, its 2 sides carved with orchids and lotuses. This is my protective talisman for the Qi refining stage. I entrust it to you for your protection. Chen Guan took the pendant and hung it at his waist. Thank you, my wife. I will definitely return safely. What danger was there in this mission? Just a demonic beast at the early Qi refining stage. Chen Guan, dressed in a green robe, waited in the plaza within the peak. Wang Chen arrived first as usual. Senior brother Chen, still so early. Aren't you the same? Chen Guan smiled. I'm used to getting up early. Having a beauty in your arms and still getting up early every day takes real willpower. I couldn't do that. I made a tough decision and settled all my beautiful wives and concubines in Yingqing City, Wang Chen said with a smile. After chatting for a while, the group assembled. This time, when everyone looked at Chen Guan, they couldn't help but feel inferior and dared not meet his gaze. Compared to Chen Guan, the difference between them was truly like the moon and starlight. Even Zhao Yide looked at him with fear, addressing him as senior brother. Wang Chen laughed. Let's go, let's set off. Senior brother Chen funded a demon-slaying mission for us at the early Qi refining stage. This journey is easy, don't forget senior brother Chen's contribution. Chen Guan smiled helplessly. There's no need to elaborate on this. I just wanted to make my last sect mission a little easier. They left the Qingxuan Sect. Chen Guan and the others each mounted a horse and set off from Yingqing City. 7 days later, Chen Guan and the others arrived at a post station. The mission is right here. A fox demon appeared on this road and ate 3 people. We're now searching along this road to find the fox demon. Chen Guan nodded, but suddenly a thought struck him. He turned to look at a window, only to find nothing there. Strange. Chen Guan activated his spiritual eyes and looked again. This time, he saw a ray of light rapidly disappearing into the distance. It seems someone really was watching me. Chen Guan's heart sank. Senior brother Chen, what's wrong? Wang Chen asked. Section 67. Chen Guan snapped out of his reverie and smiled. It's nothing. Let's rest at the inn for the night. We'll go searching for the demon again tomorrow. Wang Chen laughed. Yes, we'll go searching for the demon again tomorrow. Everyone, rest well, don't be shy. Chen Guan took out 5 rejuvenation talismans, 1 for each person. Here you go. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they bowed in gratitude. Thank you, senior brother Chen. This time, even Yu Miao Miao was overjoyed. 1 rejuvenation talisman, worth 30 spirit stones. In the stone building of the inn, Chen Guan knocked on Wang Chen's door. Who is it? Wang Chen called out. It's me, Chen Guan said. Wang Chen quickly opened the door. Come in. Chen Guan nodded, entered his room, and closed the door behind him. Have you made a discovery? Wang Chen asked. Chen Guan's expression turned serious. I've indeed discovered it. But it's not good news. Wang Chen's expression also grew grave. Tell me, and we'll figure something out together. Someone's watching me, probably another cultivator. Chen Guan said, right now, I don't know who wants to harm me. Someone just glanced at me. Wang Chen looked puzzled and asked uncertainly, a misperception. I hope it's just a misperception. Check again tomorrow. If anything seems amiss, you should leave. They're targeting me. Wang Chen frowned. That's not a good habit. Why don't we leave? If we sense danger, we can run. There's still a year to go. We can still take on missions. We can always sell this one to someone else. Chen Guan shook his head. No need. It's just a guess. We need to complete the mission first. Chen Guan wasn't afraid. He had the resurrection skill and the perfected 9 spirit steps. His escape route was clear. If the target was Chen Guan, he could separate from Wang Chen and the others and face the danger alone. Alright, Wang Chen sighed. I think it's best to run away first. If it's really the situation you think, then right now the enemy is in the dark while we are in the light, and we're most afraid of being ambushed. Chapter 56 1v3 Life or Death Battle. Chen Guan showed no fear, saying, "Senior brother, I just want you to be more careful. If there's danger, you take them and run first." Wang Chen frowned. "Can you handle it?" Chen Guan shook his head. "If I can't handle it, do you think just a few of them can handle it? Just take them away to avoid being affected by me." With that, a stack of fireball talismans appeared in Chen Guan's hand. "Look, I can handle it myself." Chen Guan put away the talismans. "Wow, he even has a storage ring. I'm so envious," Wang Chen said enviously. "Since you have so many talismans, if there's any other danger, we won't bother you." Chen Guan nodded. "That's settled." After giving these instructions, Chen Guan left Wang Chen's room. Chen Guan didn't return to his room to rest. He went to the roof of the inn and sat down, his spiritual eyes constantly activated, observing his surroundings. The night passed, and there was no movement around him. Could it be a fox demon observing me? Chen Guan was surprised. If it really wanted to deal with him, wouldn't it be watching him? Why hadn't he seen anyone suspicious all night? "Senior brother Chen? What are you doing on the roof?" Wang Chen called out. Chen Guan replied, "I couldn't sleep. Since you're up, let's go find the fox demon." Chen Guan climbed down from the roof. Suddenly, Chen Guan sensed a gaze, turned his head, and saw a crow perched on a treetop staring at him. Chen Guan's expression immediately darkened. Chen Guan took out a flame bullet talisman from his storage ring, instantly activating its spiritual energy. A flame bullet flew swiftly and landed on the crow. Boom! A loud explosion rang out, startling Wang Chen and the others into looking at Chen Guan. Chen Guan, his heart heavy, let out a sigh. "Wang Chen, you all go find the fox demon. I'll go alone." With that, Chen Guan left the inn. Wang Chen, watching his retreating figure, quickly called out, "Senior brother, if there's danger, we'll return to the sect. It's just a mission, nothing serious." "No need." Chen Guan remained resolute. Yu Miao Miao asked worriedly, "Senior brother Wang, is it really alright for him to leave like this?" Zhang Hao said, "Let's just go with him. Senior brother Chen seems off. More people means more strength." Wang Chen said irritably, "Get out of here. Don't you know what you're capable of? More people means more strength. It's good enough if we don't go and make things worse." After Chen Guan walked away, he saw 3 clusters of spiritual energy approaching him, and even an eagle circling overhead. 3 people, looks like late-stage qi refining. Chen Guan felt he could handle them. Chen Guan put his storage ring on his left hand and held his spiritual sword in his right, waiting. Seemingly seeing that Chen Guan wasn't moving, they didn't approach either. Not approaching? 9 spirit steps. Chen Guan smiled inwardly and quickly rushed towards the nearest person. Not good. The 2 hidden figures, watching the direction of the eagle, hurried over. "That's where the third brother is. This kid knows us." Chen Guan used the 9 spirit steps, his speed no less than that of a late-stage qi refining cultivator. In 9 breaths, he found a person standing in the tree. Flame bullet talisman. Without a word, Chen Guan activated 3 flame bullets that flew out. "How did he know I was here?" The person paused for a moment, then a spirit shield appeared in his hand, blocking the incoming flame bullets. The tree was shattered by the aftershock, and the person jumped down. "Who are you?" Chen Guan asked. Lu Wenzheng didn't speak, but threw out an array flag. Chen Guan took out another flame bullet talisman and unleashed a flame bullet, shattering the array flag. Just then, a blue light rushed towards Chen Guan's left, and as Chen Guan noticed it, a flying sword came from his right. The guy in front had already thrown out a sphere. A pincer attack from both sides, and an unknown hidden weapon in front. Section 68. Chen Guan instantly shifted his position, his body spinning twice to evade the attack from both sides. Boom! The spherical spiritual weapon before him suddenly exploded in a burst of fire. Chen Guan couldn't dodge in time. Ice Jade technique. His body resembled white jade, yet his form was as hard as iron. Buzz! The fire surged forth, and the jade pendant at Chen Guan's waist shone brightly, a thin film of azure spiritual light appearing on his body. He wasn't injured. Having blocked the attack, the jade pendant at his waist dimmed, and the film quickly disappeared. While the fire was still burning, Chen Guan flung out 3 flame bullet talismans and used the 9 spirit steps to charge forward. Breaking through the fire, Chen Guan faced the person in front of him. 3-kill sword technique. A decapitation strike. Lu Wenzheng was stunned for a moment, but with the reflexes of a late-stage qi refining cultivator, he leaned back and dodged the fatal blow. Chen Guan remained expressionless, sheathing his sword and thrusting downwards. Lu Wenzheng reacted quickly, his spiritual shield swiftly blocking his chest. Clang! Chen Guan's spiritual sword was blocked. Using the recoil from the strike, Lu Wenzheng dodged 3 body lengths away. The 3 talents formation. But at that moment, a 3-person formation formed, trapping Chen Guan. The 3 talents formation, an evil formation. When 3 people formed, it would seize the essence, energy, and spirit within. Chen Guan felt a momentary dizziness. Puffed. A flying sword pierced Chen Guan's chest from behind. Chen Guan regained consciousness with pain, glancing down at the sword tip. This guy is a qi refining cultivator. My flying sword is stuck and can't move. Chen Guan coughed up blood, his eyes filled with resentment as he glared at the 3. He had underestimated the strength of 3 late-stage qi refining cultivators. A potential prodigy? Looks like he's not a prodigy. He's definitely going to die in this state. Chen Guan gripped the sword tip, his heart hardening, and forcefully pulled the flying sword from his chest. His hand was pierced by the sword's sharpness, drawing blood. The wound on his chest widened. Chen Guan circulated his spiritual energy to seal the wound, his spiritual eyes discerning the formation. Then, he hurled the flying sword with all his might at a person. Whoosh! The person instinctively dodged the sword, but the 3 talents formation suddenly developed a flaw. Chen Guan used the 9 spirit steps, swiftly teleporting away. Chase! The 3 late-stage qi refining cultivators also used their footwork, but they could only chase Chen Guan. None of them could catch him. Isn't he at the 6th level of qi refining? His speed is too fast. Lu Wenzheng was puzzled. Lu Wenmao calmly said, his heart meridian is damaged, we'll catch up sooner or later. Keep following, his spiritual energy isn't as abundant as ours. Chen Guan continued on his way, a rejuvenation talisman appearing in his hand. Once activated, a spring-like light enveloped his body, and the wound on his chest rapidly shrank. Not enough. Chen Guan used several more rejuvenation talismans, and the wound on his chest fully healed. However, Chen Guan's rejuvenation talismans were powerless to heal the wound in his heart, not even a fraction of it. It's a little better, though. Chen Guan looked back. Why are we still chasing? Chen Guan gritted his teeth. He had been overconfident this time. He thought that with talismans, perfect swordsmanship, and footwork, dealing with 3 late-stage qi refining cultivators would be no problem. The reality was quite different. He was only at the mid-stage qi refining, and fighting 3 against 1, facing their spiritual weapons and formations. He couldn't even injure one of them. The eagles in the sky were also tracking his trajectory. Swiftness talisman. Chen Guan took out another talisman and affixed it to his body, increasing his speed slightly. 3/4 of an hour later, Chen Guan suddenly stopped, dozens of fireball talismans appearing in his hand. Whoosh! 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 Fireballs flew out continuously. The 3 hurriedly dodged, eventually each grabbing a spirit shield to block. After releasing the talismans, Chen Guan continued running. No need to chase him. Lu Wenda raised his hand to stop the 2. Why? Lu Wenzheng asked, puzzled. The spirit pet can keep an eye on him, isn't that enough? His heart meridian is already damaged, and we've chased him for so long, he's already at his limit. When his spiritual energy is exhausted, that's when we'll catch up with him. We can catch up with him even if we walk slowly, Lu Wenda said. Chapter 57. How is he still alive? Not chasing anymore? Chen Guan's spiritual energy was almost exhausted, but the cultivators behind him stopped chasing him. He looked up at the eagle in the sky. Too high, we can't move it. Avoid its line of sight. Chen Guan didn't want to die, even with his life-saving abilities, he didn't want to die. His super healing system was constantly repairing his heart meridian injuries. He ran into the forest, constantly moving and gathering leaves to hang on his clothes. In no time, his clothes were covered in leaves. He crawled forward for a while after entering a grove of trees. The eagle in the sky, however, circled in one place and didn't move. Good job. Chen Guan breathed a sigh of relief, slowly moving forward. After entering the dense forest again, he found a secluded spot to rest and recover his spiritual energy. Lu Wenzheng was surprised. Sigh, little sparrow isn't moving. Ha ha ha, Lu Wenda laughed. That kid's dead. He ran really fast. So much spiritual energy at the 6th level of qi refining? Half a prodigy is dead at our hands. Let's go check on that kid's body and clean it up. The 3 set off, quickly running towards where the eagle had been. But when they arrived, they only saw trees and branches, not a soul in sight. Little sparrow was shaken off? Lu Wenzheng was even more shocked. How is that possible? How could he still have the strength? Search, we need to find him alive or dead. Lu Wenmao frowned. The Chen Guan they were looking for was already far away. In a shallow stone cave, Chen Guan, his clothes stained with blood, sat leaning against the stone wall, his chest heaving. His face was exhausted, but every now and then, his eyes would warily scan his surroundings. An hour passed, and he gradually regained his focus. They finally escaped. Next time, I won't be so careless. Next time, I'll prepare 200 talismans with me. Chen Guan had learned his lesson. Bai Mengxian hadn't taught him these underhanded tactics. When fighting against cultivators, they use nothing but underhanded tactics. In a life-or-death battle, all underhanded tactics are employed: formations, talismans, pills, poison, spirit pets. Nothing is off-limits. I need to be more careful in the future. Chen Guan began to ponder who exactly sent these assassins? Section 69. Their spiritual energy seems righteous. Who have I offended? Chen Guan doesn't seem to have offended anyone recently, does he? Could it be Lu Yaowei's uncle targeting him? I already have 2 foundation establishment cultivators protecting me, one of whom is my wife. Does he still dare to touch me? For a moment, Chen Guan fell silent. His master is about to enter seclusion, and his wife has just entered foundation establishment. Thinking about it this way, does he really dare to touch him? If he kills Chen Guan, the initiative actually lies with Lu Yaowei. My backer isn't strong enough, nor powerful enough, Chen Guan said bitterly. Never mind, I'll return to the sect first. Chen Guan set off back to the sect, running towards the sect under the cover of night. He only regretted that his legs weren't as strong as a horse's, and he had to take a detour. It took him 11 days to return to Yingqing City. Finally back. Safe now. On the mountain road back to the sect, Chen Guan encountered Wang Chen and his group. They were chatting and laughing. Chen Guan quickly stepped forward. Senior brother Wang, how did the mission go? Oh. Wang Chen looked at Chen Guan in surprise. Why are you back even slower than us? This matter is related to Lu Yaowei, Chen Guan said cryptically. Only he and Wang Chen knew this. Yu Miao Miao and the others were unaware. Wang Chen was even more surprised, but laughed. You're really lucky. It's good that you came back. Come with us to hand in the mission. Okay. Chen Guan nodded and followed the group. After handing in the mission, Wang Chen said to everyone, all right, the mission my senior brother led you through is over. 3 years have passed. I believe you have all grown in yourselves. Farewell, everyone. Wang Chen cupped his hands to everyone and left first. Chen Guan also quickly left, returning to his residence in Jiashan. Young master, you're back. Run Chun heard the commotion and quickly came out to greet him. Chen Guan asked, where are they? Sister Gontang can choose a place in the mountains near the sect to build a cave dwelling. The 2 sisters are currently settling into their cave dwellings. They won't be back until tonight. All right. Chen Guan went to the study. Run Chun, give me an inkstone and ink. Yes, young master. Chen Guan's idea was to prepare the talismans first. The losses this time were too great. That night, a small cloud boat descended from the sky. The 2 jumped off the cloud boat. My husband is back, he's in the study, Song Gontang said. Ji Yuyu said excitedly, I'll go see. Ji Yuyu went first, opened the study door, and happily exclaimed, husband, you're back. She saw Chen Guan carefully drawing talismans, meticulous, his mind completely focused on them. Ji Yuyu then quieted down. Song Gontang followed closely behind into the study, and seeing Chen Guan drawing talismans, she also quieted down. After Chen Guan drew a talisman, he caught sight of the 2 women out of the corner of his eye. He put down his brush, turned, and smiled. Gontang, Yuyu, you're back. Husband, how did the mission go? Ji Yuyu asked. Chen Guan sighed and shook his head. The journey was extremely dangerous. I was pursued by 3 late-stage qi refining cultivators. Song Gontang frowned, clenching her fists angrily, and asked, or was it the foundation establishment cultivator surnamed Lu who sent someone to assassinate you, as you said? Chen Guan nodded. Besides him, I haven't offended anyone recently. There's a 90% chance it's him. The other one is only at the late qi refining stage himself. He couldn't possibly have so many spirit stones to hire 3 late qi refining stage cultivators to kill me. Within the sect, he'd only offended 2 people. Hearing this, Ji Yuyu felt incredibly guilty. It's all my fault, I'm the one who caused my husband to be implicated. Chen Guan laughed heartily, stepped forward, and embraced Ji Yuyu's slender waist. It's not your fault. Should I be weak and hand you over to someone else for the best outcome? So what if I offended him? What's there to be afraid of? At worst, I won't leave the section. Chen Guan thought to himself, I won't leave the sect until I reach the foundation establishment stage, it's too dangerous outside. Song Gontang frowned, we can't deal with that foundation establishment cultivator surnamed Lu right now. Husband, you shouldn't leave the sect anymore, I can guarantee your safety. You're right, that's exactly what I was planning, Chen Guan said with a smile. At least, he wasn't willing to take any more risks. Death wasn't the answer, but it would be incredibly frustrating. He'd already experienced that frustrating feeling, he didn't want to go through it again. A secluded dwelling atop Dan Ding Peak. Moonlight streamed through the window, falling on an envelope. Lu Guanchang stared at the letter, both angry and bewildered. He muttered, how is he still alive? His heart was pierced. How could he return to Qingxuan Sect unharmed? Was it a lie told to me by your Lu family disciples? Or is there really something wrong with him? Or perhaps, he wasn't actually stabbed in the heart? 3 late-stage qi refining cultivators managed to get him to escape. A flame erupted from Lu Guanshang's hand, burning the letter to ashes. The firelight illuminated his grim face. If he isn't eliminated, the consequences will be endless. Once he reaches Foundation establishment, the Lu family will be destroyed. Chapter 58 Profound Grade Fantasy Medicinal Soil. The next day, Master Chen Guan arrived at the main hall of 100 Herbs Peak and bowed respectfully. Bai Mengxian nodded. We haven't cultivated any spiritual herbs yet today. Let's go to the herb garden together. With that, Bai Mengxian led Chen Guan to the herb garden. It's been over 20 days since you last visited the herb garden. Are you still familiar with it? Bai Mengxian asked with a smile. This disciple remembers. Let's go see the spiritual herbs you've cultivated. Chen Guan arrived at several red yuan ginseng plants and discovered that they all had problems. Master, this ginseng isn't right. Bai Mengxian chuckled and said, yes, it's not right. You haven't tended to it for over 20 days. What should you do now? Chen Guan smiled helplessly. I thought Master would take care of it for me. Bai Mengxian shook his head. It's not important. I'm teaching you how to cultivate spiritual plants now. You need to solve the various problems that have arisen with the spiritual herb. Chen Guan exhaled and examined the herb. The new shoots are withered and yellow. Master, in this situation, is watering it with spiritual spring water the only option? And then? Bai Mengxian asked. Chen Guan replied, if it can still survive, add new soil, cut off the old shoots, and wait for new shoots to appear. Good. Bai Mengxian nodded in satisfaction. Section 70. What are the chances of them surviving? Bai Mengxian asked again. 20%. Such a small chance. If you really are cultivating red yuan ginseng, wouldn't you give these seeds a chance? Chen Guan shook his head. Saving these shoots is less valuable than cultivating new red yuan ginseng. They're taking up spiritual soil. I'd rather uproot them and cultivate new, healthy red yuan ginseng. Bai Mengxian nodded in satisfaction. Good, practical. But in reality, if any red yuan ginseng survives, it will rarely have new problems later. Spiritual herbs also have their own resilience and vitality. Therefore, keep these spiritual herbs and wait for them to survive on their own. Those that survive don't need your meticulous care. Chen Guan's pupils contracted. He sensed a hidden meaning in Bai Mengxian's words. Did Bai Mengxian also know about Chen Guan's assassination attempt? Disciple understands, Chen Guan replied. Bai Mengxian walked to a spiritual herb and plucked a green leaf. The spiritual herb itself doesn't need to be cultivated with all your might. Continue looking at the red yuan ginseng. I'll take you back after I've finished with the herb garden. Leaving the herb garden, Chen Guan returned to his residence. Outside the courtyard, the summer sun blazed and the wind blew. Only robust weeds grew on the spiritual field. Such a large spiritual field, it's time to plant something. Chen Guan wanted to plant the sweet spirit ginseng. This spiritual herb has a high potential but a low potential, but it's easy to cultivate. Farming is fine, but don't waste too much time. This time I'm breaking through from the mid-stage of qi refining to the late stage. There might be a bottleneck. I should cultivate with you for a while longer. Chen Guan was still thinking about drawing a good affix. If he could get a good one, it would be a great help. I don't need a profound affix, just one as useful as super recovery or spirit bright eyes will do, Chen Guan thought. He pushed open the door and entered, intending to cultivate the one soul three thoughts technique. Every day thereafter, Chen Guan's cultivation level increased by 1%. Chen Guan also spent his days learning to cultivate foundation establishment stage spiritual herbs. Nearly a month passed. Host, Chen Guan. Cultivation level, qi refining level 6, 99%. Spell, one soul, three thoughts, 16%. My cultivation has been stuck for over 10 days, but I feel like I can break through in the next couple of days. Chen Guan glanced at his one soul, three thoughts technique. This technique was too difficult to master. He hadn't even managed to cultivate a single thought yet. I'll go into seclusion to cultivate the Azure Profound technique. I feel like I'm close. Chen Guan told Run Chun and then went into his room to cultivate. 2 days passed. The room was filled with spiritual energy. Within Chen Guan's dantian, spiritual energy surged like a tide, repeatedly colliding with the invisible barrier. After an unknown amount of time, a faint but clear crack was heard, and the bottleneck shattered. Spiritual energy surged in, cleansing his marrow and meridians, instantly dispelling the stagnation throughout Chen Guan's body. At this moment, Chen Guan finally broke through his bottleneck. Host has reached the 7th level of qi refining. Number of terms to be drawn times 1. Immortal music filled his ears. Chen Guan felt he was about to attain immortality. All my hard work over the years, wasn't it all for this moment? Drawl. Chen Guan silently recited draw. A multicolored black light appeared in Chen Guan's mind. Profound grade term. Fantasy medicinal soil, an infinitely large medicinal soil space, only suitable for plant-based items. Regardless of grade, any seed planted will mature in an instant. If not harvested, its medicinal effect will increase 10,000-fold each day. Plants in this medicinal soil have infinite lifespans. Profound, profound, Chen Guan shouted inwardly, his joy at this moment unshared with anyone. Too powerful. Master, you said spiritual herbs require persistent cultivation? Sorry, mine don't. Chen Guan grinned, incredibly excited, almost ready to dance and celebrate. After calming down, Chen Guan exhaled a breath of stale air. I didn't expect to get a profound grade attribute. I'm about to take off. Feeling sticky all over, Chen Guan went outside and wiped himself off at the well. Next time, let's buy a method for drawing a cleansing talisman. With a cleansing talisman, why wash with water? A woman in a blue robe looked over in surprise. Young master, you're out. Yes. Chen Guan nodded. How long have I been in seclusion? 2 days, Runchun replied. Are my 2 wives here? My 2 sisters have gone to their cave dwelling. Sister Gontang said that we need to prepare some materials before we can move to the cave dwelling. Chen Guan shook his head. The cave dwelling is inconvenient, it's only convenient for foundation establishment cultivators. No need to move, Gontang can move. I'm going to the market. Is there anything I need to buy? Runchun blushed and said, Young master, could you please buy some mooncloth? Sure. Chen Guan nodded, took out a set of clothes, slowly put them on, and then headed to the market. Spirit Medicine Pavilion. This is the largest pavilion on 100 Herbs Peak. Upon entering, the room was bathed in a warm, yellow light. Rows of spirit wood shelves lined the walls, displaying jade bottles, boxes, and gourds, each engraved with cloud patterns and seal script, faintly shimmering with spiritual light. A delicate medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. Chen Guan watched as his disciples busied themselves with chores. He walked to the counter. Senior brother, are you here to purchase some pills? A woman in a blue blouse with flowing cloud patterns approached hastily, her face flushed, her gaze slightly averted, avoiding Chen Guan's eyes. Chen Guan smiled. Yet another junior sister captivated by him. His charm was too great. I would like to purchase the seeds of Ganling ginseng, yunbei grass, and chuzhou flower. Give me 100 portions of each. These 3 were the main ingredients for the beauty elixir. Okay, senior brother. A total of 54 spirit stones are needed. Chen Guan placed the spirit stones on the table. Quickly, go and give me the seeds. Yes. 100 portions of each of the 3 types of spiritual herbs. Senior brother, junior sister is in Jiation. No need to say anything. Chen Guan took the seeds and left. Back in the courtyard, Chen Guan went to his study, closed the door, and placed all the seeds into his fantasy herb soil space. In an instant, the Ganling ginseng, yunbei grass, and cuzhou flower all matured, continuously emanating spiritual energy. His Chen Guan gasped. Section 71. Unlimited resources activated. I'm cheating. Chapter 59. Your family matters need discussion. Chen Guan was overjoyed. This is awesome. The medicinal effects of the Ganling ginseng are 10,000 times stronger. Isn't it like a 10,000-year-old Ganling ginseng? Chen Guan went out, intending to continue cultivating the one soul 3 thoughts technique. Young master, my moon cloth. Run Chun approached and asked softly. Chen Guan slapped his forehead. He'd completely forgotten. His mind had been completely preoccupied with the seeds. I forgot. Wait a moment, I'll go buy you some now. After saying this, Chen Guan ran to the market again. First, he bought some mooncloth for women, then purchased the meat of a demon beast, and then went to the spirit medicine shop, buying 10 portions of most of the seeds. He spent over 100 spirit stones. Anyway, it's all unlimited, let's plant them first. After sowing the seeds, Chen Guan didn't care about anything else. Night. The 2 women returned, and Ji Yuyu exclaimed with delight, my husband is out. Have you broken through to the 7th level of qi refining? Of course. Chen Guan said proudly, I reached the late stage of qi refining in just 5 years, all thanks to Yuyu's help. Ji Yuyu blushed, husband, I'll help you more in the future. I think you're a little glutton. Chen Guan pinched Ji Yuyu's cheek. Regarding the fantasy medicine soil cheat, he didn't dare to overstate it. It was a spiritual herb he had cultivated, and he didn't know what to do with it. He couldn't just conjure it up out of thin air, could he? Song Gontang smiled and said, congratulations on your breakthrough, husband. In a few more years, I should prepare for foundation establishment. Wife, besides foundation establishment pills, do we need anything else for foundation establishment? Chen Guan asked. Song Gontang pondered for a moment, then said, husband, you need to know how to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Furthermore, you need to prepare at least 3,000 spirit stones in case the external spiritual energy is insufficient. Chen Guan smiled, these 2 things are easily achievable. Song Gantang added, "Husband, you must be at the peak of qi refining. If you haven't reached that, the success rate of forcibly establishing the foundation is very low. I have no problem with what you're saying. Today, to celebrate my breakthrough to the late stage of qi refining, let's buy some meat and cook it. Have a bowl and try it." The next day, Chen Guan was still in high spirits. He collected 10 portions of 10,000-year-old Ganling ginseng, leaving the rest to continue growing. 3 days later, he would extract the medicinal liquid from the Ganling ginseng to use as a poison as a hidden weapon. In the main hall of 100 Herbs Peak, Chen Guan bowed to Bai Mengxian, "Greetings, master." Bai Mengxian glanced at Chen Guan with her spiritual eyes. "Not bad. You've reached the late stage of qi refining, and your comprehension can also help you establish your foundation. After establishing your foundation, it will be up to you. Let's go. I haven't been to the herb garden for several days. The red yuan ginseng you've been cultivating is growing well. The one that survived doesn't need your personal cultivation. What kind of spiritual plant do you plan to cultivate next?" Chen Guan hesitated for a long time before saying, "This disciple wants to cultivate yellow yuan root." Yellow yuan root? This kind of spiritual herb is difficult to cultivate. How do you have the mind to cultivate it? Besides, I don't have any extra seeds. Bai Mengxian refused Chen Guan's request. He took out a bag of seeds. "These are lotus seeds from the water lotus. You can try planting them." Chen Guan took the bag with both hands and asked, "Master, may I keep a portion of the seeds?" "Whatever you want," Bai Mengxian said nonchalantly. "Go ahead and try it. Water lotus is different from red ginseng." Chen Guan understood. "Master, water lotus requires a lot of spiritual spring water. Won't that affect your herb garden? The land you planted with red ginseng is fine." "Understood." Chen Guan picked up the bag of seeds and counted them. There were 6 lotus seeds in total. These lotus seeds were considered top-grade foundation establishment herbs. Chen Guan thought to himself, "This master is quite generous." He took out 3 portions of seeds and buried them 3 inches deep in the soil. It wasn't that he didn't want to plant more, but water lotus had a limited planting area, and this was the only small area he could plant it in. Chen Guan had 3 extra portions of lotus seeds. After dealing with the herb garden, Chen Guan watched Bai Mengxian tend to it. To cultivate spiritual herbs, one must understand their habits and know their growth process. With persistent cultivation, one can obtain a spiritual herb. Bai Mengxian said this again to Chen Guan. "Disciple will remember." "I can't remember, master." After returning to 100 Herbs Peak, Chen Guan went to Pill Cauldron Peak, the spiritual artifact pavilion. The pavilion was simple and elegant, with a faint spiritual light flowing above the door. Just looking at the door, one could tell it was a spiritual artifact. Inside, wooden shelves held several spiritual artifact ornaments, looking grand and imposing. A woman approached and asked, "Senior brother, do you have any spiritual artifacts you'd like to buy?" "I'd like to purchase a pill refining cauldron." "No problem, senior brother. How many spirit stones would you like for a pill refining cauldron?" "We have cauldrons priced at 200 and 300 spirit stones. If you want to buy a dedicated pill refining furnace, it might cost 500 spirit stones." Chen Guan pondered for a moment. "A cauldron for 300 spirit stones will suffice." "All right, senior brother, I'll take you there." The woman led Chen Guan to another hall, where several types of pill refining cauldrons and other cauldrons were displayed, along with several different types of pill refining furnaces. She led Chen Guan to a pill refining cauldron, nearly a meter in length, width, and height, appearing square. "Senior brother, this is the alchemy cauldron that costs 300 spirit stones. It's named Gathering Wealth, meaning that using this cauldron will bring you wealth and success in your alchemy journey." Faced with the woman's aggressive sales pitch, Chen Guan impatiently replied, "This cauldron is fine. I'll take the cauldron, you take the spirit stones." "Yes, senior brother is a straightforward person," the woman said with a smile. Chen Guan took out the spirit stones and placed them on the table beside him, then used his storage ring to carry away the alchemy cauldron. Chen Guan's storage ring had a capacity of 3 cubic meters, more than enough to carry the cauldron. Having purchased the cauldron, Chen Guan left Pill Cauldron Peak and returned to his residence. But upon reaching his courtyard gate, he saw a letter placed on the muddy ground. Chen Guan picked up the letter, opened the envelope, and read the letter. "Fellow Deus Chen, there may be a situation regarding your family. We need you to come to Yingqingchang for a meeting Wei Jinchinj." Chen Guan crumpled the letter into a ball. Still not giving up. The Lu family has reached foundation establishment. Chen Guan thought of Wei Jinchinj's letter. He sneered, entered the courtyard, and went straight to his study. Chen Guan wrote a passage. "If you dare touch my family, I'll send my foundation establishment wife to greet your Wei family." Not yet satisfied, Chen Guan added, "I won't let the Lu family off either." He slipped a new envelope into the envelope, thought for a moment, and said, "The Wei family also has members within the sect. I think their name is Wei Jianfa." Seeing that it wasn't dark yet, Chen Guan went out again. Section 72. He went straight to the main hall of 100 Herbs Peak and found his master. Master, I have something to ask you. Tell me. Bai Mengxian asked earnestly. How can I inquire about a disciple within the sect? Chen Guan asked. Bai Mengxian's earnest expression turned calm again. He said casually, go to the side of the library. There's a disciple there who sells cultivation techniques and spellbooks, named Zhao Xianhua. He knows a lot. Thank you for the guidance, master. Chen Guan bowed and cupped his hands. I'll be going now. Upon hearing Zhao Xianhua's name, Chen Guan knew who he was. He went to the market and arrived at the library. Junior brother, are you here to buy spellbooks? Zhao Xianhua chuckled. Chen Guan shook his head. I came to ask my senior brother about someone. Chapter 60. Unable to reach an agreement, alchemy accident. Asking about someone? Zhao Xianhua waved his hand. Go away. Senior brother, I don't know anything. Chen Guan said, Master told me to find you. Also, I can give you spirit stones. It should be an outer disciple named Wei Zhenfa. Zhao Xianhua pulled Chen Guan back, whispering, there are too many people around now. What are you saying here, you idiot? Go away, go away. Come find me again after I close up shop tonight. Chen Guan smiled helplessly. He hadn't expected to do this kind of thing secretly. Okay. Chen Guan sat down next to Zhao Xianhua and waited silently. Half a day passed. At dusk, the afterglow of the setting sun fell on the two of them. Zhao Xianhua glanced at Chen Guan. Junior brother Chen, let me pack my things, and we'll talk as we walk. A little while later, after Zhao Xianhua finished packing, Chen Guan followed him. You want to inquire about Wei Zhenfa? Yes. Chen Guan nodded. All I need is his address. Zhao Xianhua was slightly speechless. That's it? You've been waiting all this time? You could find out in an hour at Danding Peak, right? Why wait half a day? I'll give you 10 spirit stones, and I can tell you about his strength. Having already waited so long, Chen Guan naturally wouldn't go to Danding Peak to inquire about Wei Zhenfa. He took out 10 spirit stones and handed them to Zhao Xianhua. Here you go. Zhao Xianhua accepted the spirit stones, put his hands behind his back, and said, Junior brother Chen, Wei Zhenfa entered the Qingxuan Sect 28 years ago. His current cultivation level is Qi refining 8th level. He is skilled in swordsmanship and lives at number 98, Ding Yuan, on Danding Peak. Chen Guan nodded, stopped, and cupped his hands, saying, Thank you for informing me, senior brother. Then, Chen Guan turned and left. Danding Peak. The vegetation was sparse here. Chen Guan searched for a while before finding Wei Zhenfa's residence. Number 98, Ding Yuan, this is it. Chen Guan impatiently knocked on the door. Who is it? Coming to me so late at night. Wei Zhenfa impatiently opened the door and saw a pair of bright eyes staring at him. He subconsciously asked, Who are you? Chen Guan said calmly, Wei Zhenfa, I don't believe you don't recognize me. After Chen Guan said this, Wei Zhenfa looked at Chen Guan more carefully. His eyes shifted, clearly recognizing him. Chen Guan pulled an envelope from his pocket and handed it over. Give this to Wei Jinshinj. Of course, if it involves me, you can open it and take a look. Furthermore, if your Wei family also wants to get involved in this matter, you'd better be prepared to be wiped out. Chen Guan saw that the other party didn't take the envelope, casually tossed it into the air, and then turned to leave. Wei Zhenfa quickly grabbed the envelope as it floated down. Do I even want to get involved? Both sides have foundation establishment cultivators, I don't want to court death. Wei Zhenfa clutched the letter in his hand, his heart filled with resentment. But Wei Zhenfa couldn't refuse a foundation establishment cultivator's request. Late at night. Inside Danding Peak, Lu Guanchang already had Chen Guan's letter to the Wei family in his hand. Lu Guanchang let out a heavy sigh. He's even threatening the Lu family now? Lu Guanchang understood that his situation had now become public. Either he would insist on his own way and kill Chen Guan's family, or he would use Chen Guan's family as leverage to secure the Lu family's continued existence. This child, Yahweh, is not suited for the Qingxuan Sect. Master Lu rubbed his temples. To have provoked such a promising young man, it's too late now. Even 3 late-stage Qi refining cultivators couldn't kill him. If he doesn't emerge from the Qingxuan Sect, would Master Lu personally intervene? Impossible. If he did, the Lu family would be finished. Before he breaks through to foundation establishment, someone else in my Lu family must also break through to foundation establishment. The next day, Chen Guan pushed open the door, intending to buy some materials for his alchemy room, when he saw a middle-aged man waiting there. His hair had a few strands of white, and he wore a dark brocade robe with subtle patterns. Chen Guan, let's talk. Foundation establishment cultivator. A glint flashed in Chen Guan's eyes, and he chuckled, "So you're a foundation establishment cultivator from the Lu family. My apologies. Let's go inside and talk in detail." Chen Guan was at the Qingxuan Sect, his wife still in her room, so he had no reason to fear the person before him. "I don't really want to get involved in matters of importance. But what can I do? He's family." Lu Guanchang said, "How about I give you some foundation establishment items, and we can call it even?" Chen Guan chuckled, "Senior Lu, do you think we can just let it go like this? Or do you think that if I listen to you and put aside my grudges, I'll be perfectly comfortable leaving the sect to travel and enjoy life?" Lu Guanchang asked with a smile, "Is there no room for negotiation?" Chen Guan said calmly, "If you hadn't tried to assassinate me, but had come to apologize, there would still be room for negotiation." He, a foundation establishment cultivator, was going to apologize to a qi refining cultivator? Ridiculous. Lu Guanchang chuckled angrily, "Heh, your luck is good, but will it last? I won't touch your family, but if I find out you've harmed anyone from my Lu family, I'll slaughter your entire clan." With that, Lu Guanchang flew away on his magical artifact. Song Gantang appeared beside Chen Guan. "It's alright, I'll keep an eye on him." Chen Guan said with relief, "My wife is the best." Section 73. Give me a kiss. Chen Guan said, smiling as he leaned in and kissed Song Gantang. Song Gantang blushed after the kiss. "It's daytime, and we're still outside. Aren't you ashamed?" Chen Guan chuckled. "Ashamed? We're husband and wife. What's wrong with a kiss? You're shameless." Before that, Chen Guan kissed her again. He ran off after the kiss. "Wife, I have to go to the market." With that, Chen Guan was already far away. After purchasing some spirit wood and charcoal, Chen Guan returned to the alchemy room. "This time, my sword must deliver a tetanus." Chen Guan took out a ganling ginseng that had grown in medicinal soil for 2 days, possessing 1,000,000,000 times the medicinal effects of other ganling ginseng. As soon as he took it out, the room filled with its fragrance. Chen Guan quickly placed the ganling ginseng into the alchemy cauldron and closed the lid. Chen Guan flicked his fingers, and a ball of fire landed in the spirit wood charcoal beneath the cauldron. The spirit fire ignited, and Chen Guan amplified its power. A moment later, Chen Guan quickly stored the cauldron in his storage ring. He was dizzy, his body limp and weak, the spiritual energy within him making his body incredibly sluggish. Not good. Chen Guan used his last remaining strength to push open the door and rush out. Wind spell. A gust of wind blew, dissipating most of the medicinal power in the alchemy room, and Chen Guan, unable to hold on any longer, collapsed to the side. Some time passed. Run Chun, who was passing by, noticed Chen Guan's collapsed figure and hurriedly called out, "Sister Yu, young master has collapsed on the ground." Ji Yu, hearing this, rushed over. Chen Guan was thus moved to the bed. Ji Yu examined Chen Guan's pulse, her face filled with confusion. How could her husband's pulse contain so much spiritual energy? He seemed to have taken a powerful tonic. Ji Yu withdrew her hand, puzzled, and said, "Husband, he should be all right. We can deal with it when Sister Gantang returns." She thought for a moment and went to Chen Guan's alchemy room. At the door, she could feel a lingering, rich medicinal power, also filled with abundant spiritual energy. Standing at the door, Ji Yu looked at the still-burning spirit charcoal inside the alchemy room. After taking a few breaths, she felt refreshed. Such a strong medicinal power. What kind of pill is my husband refining in the alchemy room? Chapter 61 Fusion of the Powerful Spirit Sword. Nearly an hour passed. With his super regenerative abilities, Chen Guan sat up from the bed. Ugh. He rubbed his head. "I almost crashed. Where is this?" Judging from the layout, he had clearly returned to his room. It seemed he had been discovered. The alchemy cauldron can't be made perfectly. What a poor quality cauldron, it almost tipped over. Chen Guan stood up and bumped into Run Chun. "Young master." Chen Guan said, "Run Chun, did you bring me to the room?" Run Chun shook his head. "I don't have the strength. I called Sister Yu for help." "Where is Yu?" Chen Guan asked. "Sister Yu seems to be in young master's alchemy room." Chen Guan was slightly surprised, then went to the alchemy room. He saw Ji Yu sitting cross-legged in his alchemy room, cultivating. The surrounding medicinal energy was only 1% of what it was when he was refining pills, its efficacy less than that of a mature and complete ganling ginseng. Never mind, Chen Guan thought, let her absorb and cultivate. The medicinal power must not leak out. Next time, seal the cauldron lid with spiritual energy. Chen Guan wanted to use the medicinal liquid of the ginseng to soak the blades of the 2 spirit swords, and then try to fuse them using the fusion technique. If successful, the fused sword would be incredibly powerful. Once it broke through an enemy's skin, it would be as potent as poison, if not real poison. Luckily, I only used ginseng. If I had used real poison, the 3 of us would have had to start over. This cauldron is truly rubbish, it actually leaks medicinal power and cost me 300 spirit stones. Chen Guan left the alchemy room to cultivate the one soul, three thoughts technique. Night fell. The four sat at the dining table. Thanks to the two of you these past few days, Chen Guan praised. Yu said, husband, be more careful next time you refine pills. The residual medicinal energy inside is truly potent. Song Gantang asked, puzzled, what happened today? Chen Guan smiled helplessly and explained, I made a mistake refining pills today. It's nothing serious. Seeing that Chen Guan was alright, Song Gantang nodded and added, husband, please be more careful next time. Chen Guan smiled helplessly, this was an accident, it won't happen again next time. Song Gantang asked, husband, are you really not going to my cave to cultivate? Chen Guan shook his head, I can't. There's no way down the mountain from your cave, and it's too far from 100 Herbs Peak. I don't have the strength to walk. Only those who have reached the foundation establishment stage can move freely. The next day, Chen Guan first went to the main hall of 100 Herbs Peak to cultivate the water lotus with his master. Afterwards, Chen Guan returned to his alchemy room. This time, I won't make a mistake. Spiritual energy sealed the cauldron lid, and the fire intensified. 3/4 of an hour later, Chen Guan lifted the lid of the cauldron, and spiritual energy enveloped it. The medicinal liquid inside was a bluish-yellow color, its flow exuding a rich medicinal power. Just let my spirit swords touch it. Chen Guan coated 2 new spirit swords with the medicinal liquid and then stored them directly in his storage ring. Chen Guan first processed the medicinal liquid, pouring it directly into the fantasy medicinal soil. Just one last step. 2 spirit swords appeared, and a rich medicinal aroma wafted out. Chen Guan held his breath and concentrated. Fuse! The 2 spirit swords in his hands transformed into a ball of spiritual light and then merged together. Snap! The hilts landed in Chen Guan's hand. The blades now possessed a bluish-yellow sharpness, and the medicinal aroma no longer leaked out. It's done! Chen Guan looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Is this considered a perfect fusion? The purple attribute really does have unique abilities. Wind spell. After dispersing the remaining medicinal fumes in the alchemy room, Chen Guan drowsily leaned against the corner of the wall again. During the fusion, some of the medicinal fumes seeped into his skin, which was still too nourishing for Chen Guan. An hour passed, and Chen Guan was completely awake. Section 74. Super recovery is so useful. Fully revived. Next, I need to really get some poison. In battle, a sprinkle of poison followed by a wind spell would surely bring those 3 late-stage chi refining cultivators to the ground in no time. Poisoning requires careful consideration to avoid triggering resurrection. Chen Guan's current focus is on cultivating the 1 soul 3 thoughts and 3 soul fire. He'll cultivate with Yu again tonight, aiming to reach the 8th level of chi refining. The Ganling ginseng also needs some preparation. But whether Yu and I can withstand 10,000 times the potency is a question. Mature Ganling ginseng isn't very effective for Chen Guan's cultivation, while 10,000-year-old Ganling ginseng is too potent. Refining it into a medicinal liquid and diluting it 100-fold might be helpful. Thinking this, Chen Guan went to buy Ganling ginseng seeds, and also bought 10 portions of corrosive grass seeds. The corrosive grass is considered a poison for those in the chi refining stage. It contains potent toxins that can stagnate a cultivator's spiritual energy, potentially leading to chaotic energy flow, physical collapse, and death. Chen Guan needs this poison. Another day passed. Chen Guan went to Bai Mengxian's herb garden to tend to the water lotus, as usual. Disciple. Bai Mengxian, tending the garden, addressed Chen Guan. Master, what is it? Chen Guan asked, puzzled. What are your thoughts on the sect grand competition? Bai Mengxian asked. The sect grand competition? This year? Chen Guan asked, Master wants me to participate in the sect grand competition? Bai Mengxian said, this is your opportunity. I don't have much time left. Take this opportunity to show yourself to the sect elders. If you have the ability. Bai Mengxian briefly processed a spiritual herb before speaking again. Although I don't have high expectations for you, after all, you're only at the 7th level of chi refining. It'll be difficult to compete with those senior late-stage chi refining and chi refining perfection disciples. However, you need to catch their eye first. Chen Guan asked, can talismans be used in the sect competition? Yes, but you'll be looked down upon, Bai Mengxian said. Basically, it's all about understanding your own techniques in battle. Bai Mengxian smiled, of course, if you're using talismans for rewards, you can make a profit if you use them appropriately. Chen Guan frowned, do you mean foundation establishment cultivators? More than that, Bai Mengxian shook his head. And Golden Core seniors. The sect competition is held once every 10 years, and 1 or 2 Golden Core seniors will be present. Want to be accepted as a disciple by a Golden Core cultivator? Chen Guan knew perfectly well that he didn't have that ability unless he revealed his own attributes. With his 3 elemental roots, how could he possibly catch the eye of a golden core cultivator? Catching the eye of a foundation establishment cultivator seemed unnecessary. My wife is already at the foundation establishment stage, why should I bother with her? Chen Guan asked. Master, do you want me to participate in the sect competition? It's best to participate. Place in the top 10, and you'll receive a foundation establishment pill. The top 3 will receive 10 foundation establishment pills as a reward, and the first place winner will also receive a dragon blood pill, which can temper your meridians, strengthen your bones, and nourish your blood, indirectly improving your aptitude. Top 3? Chen Guan felt that using talismans, he probably couldn't make it into the top 3. If he really used talismans, the consumption would be too great. Chen Guan shook his head. Master, I'd rather not go to the sect competition. I'm not good at combat. Bai Mengxian smiled. Whatever you say. 2 years from now, I'll definitely be in seclusion. At that time, your only support will be your wife. 2 years is more than enough. That night, Chen Guan emerged from the alchemy room, clutching several jade bottles containing a potent Ganling ginseng elixir, 10,000 times stronger than the original. You can cook medicinal dishes daily. Just add a drop, and the broth will dilute the elixir 1,000-fold. After you and I take it, our nighttime dual cultivation will progress much faster. Chapter 62 Medicinal Dishes. Late at night, a busy figure appeared at the stove. Gradually, the aroma of meat wafted from the kitchen. A simple stew of pork bones. Add some salt. Finally, add a drop of the elixir. Chen Guan took out a jade bottle and added a drop of Ganling ginseng elixir to the pork bone broth. Instantly, a fragrant aroma filled the air. It smells so good. A beast bone from the early qi refining stage, plus 10,000 times the amount of Ganling ginseng broth, I should be able to eat it. Chen Guan picked up a large bone for himself and ladled out a bowl of soup. Just as Chen Guan was about to drink, Ji Yuyu entered the kitchen. It smells so good, I'm so hungry. Husband, you're up so late just to cook, Ji Yuyu said irritably. Chen Guan straightened his back and said confidently, husband is cooking medicinal food. I'm doing this for our sake. Don't move yet, let me test the medicine first. Chen Guan ate the large bone, then drank a bowl of bone broth. Burp. Slightly full. Chen Guan was very satisfied with his cooking skills. As his stomach continued to absorb and digest, spiritual energy began to overflow from his blood. Chen Guan sat cross-legged, focusing his mind on his stomach, accelerating the refining of the soup and meat within. Soon, his body was filled with the medicinal power of the ginseng. You can eat a little more. Chen Guan thought the medicinal food was acceptable. With only a drop of medicinal liquid in the pot of soup, the ginseng's effects didn't seem particularly potent. You should try some too, Chen Guan said, pointing to the meat and broth in the pot. Me too. Ji Yuyu's eyes widened. Chen Guan said, this is bone broth with my husband's medicinal liquid added. Try it. It will accelerate our cultivation. Hearing this, Ji Yuyu took action. She ladled out a bowl of soup and some meat, chewing slowly and savoring it. Not bad, very delicious, Ji Yuyu said happily. It's a pity that Sister Gantang has gone to her cave to cultivate and won't be able to enjoy your medicinal meals anymore. Chen Guan said, we'll eat them every day from now on, so she can too. However, they won't be very effective for her. Chen Guan wanted to help her, but although he possessed powerful spiritual herbs, how to obtain them and how to help Song Gantang was a problem. Husband, I have a medicinal power within me, very similar to the one I absorbed in the alchemy room. Ji Yuyu's face was rosy, as if she had eaten a highly nourishing food. A mid-stage qi refining cultivator would have such a strong reaction? Chen Guan was surprised. He quickly put away the earthenware pot to prevent Runshan from eating it. He pulled Ji Yuyu, come on, let's go back inside and help me digest the medicinal power. Section 75. Husband, are we going to cultivate? Ji Yuyu's face flushed from the medicinal effects. Yes. 1 night passed. Cultivation plus 1%. Great. Chen Guan was full of energy. Especially when he saw that his cultivation had increased by 1% overnight, he was even happier. After reaching the 7th level of qi refining, he discovered that dual cultivation's growth slowed down. Basically, it increased by 2% every 3 days. Ji Yuyu's comprehension of the qi sharing method was also stuck. No matter how Chen Guan taught her, she couldn't grasp it. Now, relying on external forces to accelerate cultivation was a good option. Husband, your medicinal cuisine is very effective. Ji Yuyu leaned against Chen Guan, her fair skin partially hidden by a light veil, glowing with a rosy hue. It's good that it's effective. Eat it every day from now on. Chen Guan got up and went to the courtyard to stretch his body. Young master, our earthenware pot is missing. Runshan asked in confusion. I took it. Didn't eat anything? Chen Guan asked with a smile. Runshan nodded. Come on, young master will take you to the market for a meal. Thank you, young master. Runchun beamed. With the young master by her side, anything was fine. Chen Guan took Runchun out for a meal, then brought the food back to Jiuyu. He then left the courtyard and went to the main hall of 100 Herbs Peak. Master. Chen Guan bowed respectfully. Bai Mengxian nodded. Let's go to the herb garden. By the way, are you really not planning to participate in the sect competition? Chen Guan shook his head with a smile. Most of his methods were underhanded. How could he compete? He only had a few perfected techniques, and they weren't very powerful. Even if he competed against others, he would hardly be able to get into the top 10. Master, I really won't participate. Never mind. Bai Mengxian sighed. Let's go. He led Chen Guan to the herb garden. Having only nurtured the water lotus for a few days, he had Chen Guan cultivate a new spiritual herb. Today, I'll cultivate the yellow origin root for you. Yes. Chen Guan received the yellow origin root seed, a black seed embryo. The medicinal power of the yellow origin root is entirely concentrated in its root system, hence its name. Its medicinal properties neutralize most of the yin and yang elements. It is an essential material for alchemy. The larger the yellow origin root, the better its medicinal effect. My lifespan cannot outlive the yellow origin root. Chen Guan asked, Master, are there any extra yellow origin root seeds? No, only one yellow origin root seed appears each year, the remaining few are sold to other fellow deists. Chen Guan felt helpless. It seemed he had no choice but to plant it in this herb garden. Master, the water lotus has only just sprouted, should I remove it? Chen Guan asked. Bai Mengxian said calmly, just uproot one. Leave the rest of the water lotus to me to cultivate. Yes. Chen Guan pulled out a water lotus that had just sprouted. Yellow origin root, mild in medicinal properties, possesses the power of earth element, nourishes the internal organs, and can extend lifespan by 1,000 years. Chen Guan thought of the medicinal properties of the yellow origin root, carefully planted it, and then watered it with the spiritual spring. Extending lifespan. This was Chen Guan's real purpose in wanting the yellow origin root. Faced with the prospect of extending lifespan, all other temptations were nothing but fleeting clouds. Unfortunately, he couldn't obtain it now. There was only one seed. Following Bai Mengxian in cultivating herbs, they returned to the main hall of 100 Herbs Peak. Huan Yuan Zhen is extremely useful, it's just a pity I can't obtain it. Chen Guan, filled with regret, returned to his courtyard to cultivate the one soul three thoughts technique. Night. Chen Guan prepared a medicinal meal. Why did you cook today, husband? Song Gantang asked curiously. Chen Guan smiled, medicinal meal. I added a little of the medicinal liquid that Jiuyu and I used to enhance our cultivation. You can also take it. But Runchun won't have the pleasure of tasting it. Giving it to Runchun would only make him lie flat. What about the other one? Song Gantang pointed to another pot of meat soup. Chen Guan said, I added a little ganling ginseng, yinbei grass, and cuzwo flower to this. These three herbs are the main ingredients of a beauty-enhancing pill, for your beauty and health. Runchun can also take it. Upon hearing this, the three women's eyes all fell on the pot of meat soup. Things that could beautify and nourish the skin were practically divine to them. Even if Song Gantang didn't need them at this stage, she would still quietly take a sip. 1 month later. Host, Chen Guan. Cultivation, Qi refining level 7, 27%. Spell, 1 soul, 3 thoughts, 39%. Chen Guan had already cultivated a single thought, allowing him to control a flying sword with his own great repair sword as a hidden weapon. The sect competition registration has begun. Husband, do you want to participate? Jiuyu asked. I'm not going, are you going? Chen Guan asked. No. Yesterday, senior brother Lu came and said we're going to carry out our final mission. We're leaving tomorrow. Chapter 63 by Mengxian in seclusion. Tomorrow. Yes. Jiuyu nodded. Chen Guan thought for a moment and said, I've recently drawn some rejuvenation talismans. Take them and sell them to buy a storage ring. I'll give you 20 of each type of talisman for your own protection. With a storage ring, retrieving the talismans will be much easier. Chen Guan took out 200 talismans and handed them to Jiuyu. 200. How you want to sell them? Chen Guan said with a smile. Jiuyu happily said, Thank you, husband. Section 76. We're family, no need for thanks. Go deal with these talismans. Okay. Jiuyu took the talismans and skipped away. Chen Guan watched Jiuyu's retreating figure with a smile, a helpless one. Husband. Song Gantang appeared beside him at some point. Chen Guan turned to look at her. What's wrong? I want to go out and search for treasures, Song Gantang said. I've spent all my spirit stones and obtained 4 magic techniques. I want to go out and train for a while to earn spirit stones to forge my magical weapon. Chen Guan fell silent for a moment. After a while, Chen Guan said, "Why bother? I don't want to owe you anything forever." Chen Guan rubbed his temples. He respected her choice. Come back safely. Song Gantang hugged Chen Guan from the side. "Husband, I'll be back in 6 months." "All right." Song Gantang also left. Ji Yuyu also had a mission to complete. For the next month, Chen Guan could only cultivate on his own. Yuyu isn't here, so use the evenings to practice one soul, 3 thoughts. Let's go to masters first. Chen Guan easily found his way to the main hall of 100 Herbs Peak. Bai Mengxian asked, "Registration for the sect grand competition has begun." The sect grand competition officially begins in a month. Disciple, even if you don't participate, you must come with me to watch the sect grand competition. Disciple understands. Chen Guan nodded. These past few days, you've basically learned how to plant the spiritual herbs I've been planting. You don't need to go to the herb garden. Bai Mengxian took a bag from her waist and handed it to Chen Guan. Seeing you constantly seeking the seeds of these spiritual herbs in the herb garden, I presume you're trying to cultivate them for your wife. Here are the seeds. Whether you can cultivate them or not depends on yourself. Chen Guan was overjoyed, bending down to accept the seeds with both hands. "Thank you for your generous gift, master." Bai Mengxian waved his hand, then took out 3 more books and handed them to Chen Guan. "I originally intended to give them to you during my secluded cultivation, but now I'm giving them all to you. These are pill formulas, along with a medicinal classic I compiled, and the last one is my alchemy technique, which I call Cotton Hands. These pill formulas are my lifelong collection, and I'm entrusting them to you all at once." Chen Guan was overjoyed. "Thank you, master." Cough, cough, cough. Bai Mengxian suddenly coughed rapidly. Chen Guan's joy turned to worry. "Master, are you all right?" Bai Mengxian sighed. "I'm getting old. I'm afraid I'll have to go into seclusion sooner rather than later." Bai Mengxian looked at Chen Guan kindly. "Disciple, don't worry. Everyone must die eventually. If you can't escape your lifespan, you'll die sooner or later. Golden core cultivators die, nascent soul cultivators die, let alone someone who's only at foundation establishment? A few days ago, my alchemy furnace exploded, and I was injured. Now it seems I need to go into seclusion sooner, otherwise I really won't have a chance to break through to the golden core stage." Chen Guan cupped his hands. "I wish master a breakthrough, that you attain the golden core Deo, and extend your lifespan." Bai Mengxian said, "My Bai family no longer needs your care. Recently, our clansmen have lived up to my expectations, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Take care of yourself." "Yes." Chen Guan was filled with complex emotions. His mentor, a senior who had cared for him, was in seclusion, yet he couldn't help him. Should he hold up a Huang Yuan root with 10,000 times the medicinal efficacy, saying, "Master, I have a top-grade Huang Yuan root, can you use it?" He feared that if he took it out, the news would leak out, and it would be instantly refined by a cunning senior. Chen Guan didn't leave, remaining seated to accompany Bai Mengxian. "What are you sitting there for?" Bai Mengxian glanced at Chen Guan. "Looking at me?" "Yes." Chen Guan nodded. Bai Mengxian smiled and took out a recording stone. "Let me leave a record of this memory. I know the difficulty of seclusion, it's a matter of life and death." Chen Guan picked up the recording stone, thinking it would record his last meeting with Bai Mengxian. Unexpectedly, Bai Mengxian recorded many scenes, the process of accepting him as a disciple, their magical duel, alchemy, and the cultivation of spiritual herbs all were recorded. Chen Guan was speechless for a moment. As one grows old, one inevitably wants to leave a mark on this world. "Don't be offended, disciple," Bai Mengxian said earnestly. "Master." Chen Guan looked at him. "Serve me a cup of tea." "Yes." Chen Guan, his face etched with sorrow, brewed and served tea to Bai Mengxian with a heavy heart. Bai Mengxian smiled and picked up the teacup, slowly savoring it. "Let's go," Bai Mengxian said to Chen Guan. "Yes." Chen Guan cupped his hands, exhaled a sigh of frustration, and turned to leave slowly. Until Chen Guan returned to the courtyard, his mood was agitated. Sigh. "I've only been a disciple for less than a year." Chen Guan looked at the scene recorded by the recording stone, suppressing the tears in his eyes, and thought, "I must cultivate. My strength is too weak, I can't offer any precious items." However, Chen Guan took out a seed bag and stored it in his imaginary herbal soil. 1 month later. Host, Chen Guan. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 7, 33%. Spell, 1 soul, 3 thoughts, 81%. Chen Guan has cultivated 2 thoughts, enabling him to control 2 swords. Unfortunately, the fusion of the great poison sword Chen Guan crafted this time failed, otherwise, he would have had 1 great healing sword and 1 great poison sword. With 2 thoughts, Chen Guan can refine poisons without leaking medicinal vapors. He has basically refined the poisons safely. Sect Grand Competition. Forget it, I won't go. I'll grind the one soul, 3 thoughts to perfection. Even without cultivating, Chen Guan has been grinding the one soul, 3 thoughts every day and night for the past month. His cultivation level has increased by 5% due to the daily consumption of medicinal food. 2 days later, Gu returned. Husband, I'm back. He. Gu ran directly to Chen Guan and hugged him. I miss you so much. I miss you too. Chen Guan reached out and hugged her waist. Section 77. This time we eliminated a mid-stage chi refining demon beast. My husband gave me so many talismans, and I only used a few to kill it. Well done. It's good that you were willing to use talismans. Chen Guan pinched Gu's cheek. Husband, I want to cultivate tonight. Chen Guan smiled at her. Okay. We haven't cultivated in a long time. 1 night passed. Cultivation plus 1%. The next day, Gu got up early. Husband, do you want to go with me to watch the sect competition? No, I have things to do. Disappointment in Gu's eyes. Then I'll ask Runchun to come with me. There will be a lot of people, be careful, Chen Guan said. Okay. Gu nodded repeatedly. Chen Guan got up, quickly tidied himself up, and began cultivating one soul, 3 thoughts. A dozen days later, the sect competition had ended, and Gu had no intention of going out to watch the matches every day. Husband, how about you spar with me? Gu asked, clinging to Chen Guan's arm. What's so good about sparring? Chen Guan said helplessly. Too much sparring isn't good. Battles between cultivators are often life or death struggles. Husband means I need to hunt demonic beasts to practice my sparring skills, Gu said, a sudden inspiration striking her. Chapter 64 Sparring, The Difference in Realms. Hunting? Why are you interested in fighting? Chen Guan asked, speechless. Isn't it better to just cultivate honestly in the Qingxuan Sect? Gu pouted. But people who fight are really good to watch. Chen Guan rubbed his forehead. Look at you. Are you really planning to go hunting demonic beasts? Chen Guan asked. No way. Gu said with a smile, I was just saying. I don't want to hunt demonic beasts. I just feel like I've been practicing my spells a lot, and I'm a bit rusty from the last demon hunting experience, so I want to spar with my husband. Chen Guan smiled helplessly. Go to Sword Heart Peak. They have a special arena there for dueling. Maybe you can try it out. Gu asked in surprise, is it safe? If I'm not careful and get stabbed in the heart or other vital areas, I'm doomed. Chen Guan hadn't thought about that yet. It should be safe, otherwise, how could that dueling arena be so famous? Chen Guan didn't dare go there to duel. Although it could hone his skills, in his current state, the possibility of him being attacked in a dirty trick was high. It's normal for a foundation establishment cultivator to have a few chi refining cultivators willing to risk their lives for him. Just like those Qingxuan Sect disciples who broke into the Chen family in Yingqing City last time, even those who weren't assassins became assassins. Gu pondered for a moment, then smiled. Husband, I'll go take a look at Sword Heart Peak. Go ahead. Chen Guan nodded with a smile. Night. Gu returned. Phew. Husband, are you still practicing your techniques? Chen Guan nodded. What's wrong? Today I went to Sword Heart Peak for a duel. I fought 2 matches. Gu said happily, you've improved so much, I don't feel so nervous anymore. After the matches, I stayed to watch their duels. Chen Guan nodded with a smile. Runchun prepared dinner. Remember to eat that bowl of meat soup. I know. Husband, the dueling arena is quite impressive. A foundation establishment elder guards it, so we'll be fine. Gu finished speaking and happily went to eat dinner. A duel? Chen Guan smiled and shook his head. Nearly 10 days passed. Spell, 1 soul, 3 thoughts, 100%. Finally done. Chen Guan controlled the 3 thoughts, manipulating 3 flying swords that circled continuously. Let's try the flying swords. Chen Guan was overjoyed. He stepped directly onto the flying swords and flew around the courtyard for a while before landing on the ground. It can still fly for 3/4 of an hour while carrying me. The spiritual energy is actually quite good. Chen Guan put away the 3 flying swords. There's still one more technique. The Soul Dao technique. Chen Guan will definitely master it. Only half a day later, 3 dark flames appeared above Chen Guan's head and on his hands. The flames were still and could burn the soul. Spell, 3 souls fire, 1%. Quite a lot of energy, but not difficult. The next day, Gu got up early with Chen Guan. Husband, I want to spar with you. Gu said. With me? Chen Guan smiled helplessly. I want to test the difference between myself and a late-stage chi refining cultivator. Chen Guan recalled his last battle with a late-stage chi refining cultivator. Their reaction speed was truly astonishing. I'll let you experience the power of a late-stage qi refining cultivator. Chen Guan put one hand behind his back and beckoned to Ji Yuyu with the other, a hint of smugness in his eyes. Come on. Ji Yuyu looked at Chen Guan's smile and said angrily, look at you, underestimating me. Take this. A bamboo sword appeared in Ji Yuyu's hand, and she thrust it towards Chen Guan. Chen Guan could see Ji Yuyu's movements, and reacted instantly, twisting his body to dodge the thrust. Ji Yuyu's thrust turned into a sweeping attack. Chen Guan took a large step back, dodging again. Her movements were too obvious. Chen Guan could see Ji Yuyu's movements and react accordingly. No, she was significantly slower than me. Chen Guan pondered. It seems there really is a huge difference between the late-stage and mid-stage qi refining realms. How could this be? Ji Yuyu felt incredulous. How could the difference be so vast? Fire howl. Her sword suddenly burst into flames, then attacked Chen Guan with a single strike. Chen Guan had already used the 9 spirit steps to move 3 zhang away, watching her swing her sword in midair. The flames vanished from her sword. Ji Yuyu stood there, stunned. How could the difference be so great? She murmured to herself. Chen Guan smiled. Otherwise? Alright, don't be discouraged. It's good to understand the difference. Ji Yuyu said, does having higher cultivation necessarily mean you can defeat someone with lower cultivation? Many factors, Chen Guan said. For example, you have some powerful techniques that you can activate without anyone noticing. Section 78. Dejected, Ji Yuyu asked Chen Guan, husband, should I still go to Sword Heart Peak for the duel? I don't feel like I've made much progress. Chen Guan chuckled, weren't you going there to familiarize yourself with the techniques? I'll go if I want, it won't waste any time. Alright, I want to rest for a few days. Ji Yuyu sighed. After the duel, she realized the gap between herself and the late-stage qi refining realm. After being discouraged by Chen Guan, Ji Yuyu still went to Sword Heart Peak, but only every few days, spending her time practicing techniques in the courtyard. More than 10 days passed. Spell, 3 Soul Fire, 100%. This technique is really easy to practice. Chen Guan controlled 3 soul fires, each as big as his head, as they moved. Similar to controlling a flying sword. It's not what I imagined. Chen Guan thought that after reaching perfection, the power of the soul fires would increase, but he didn't expect it to be even easier to control. I've almost perfected all my cultivation techniques. What should I do next? Chen Guan stretched, seemingly having nothing to do. Cultivate. His cultivation hadn't even reached the peak of qi refining yet, how could he slack off? And so, he cultivated during the day and at night. Chen Guan's cultivation was rapidly improving. He was utilizing the medicinal properties of the ginseng to its fullest potential. 1 month later. Host, Chen Guan. Cultivation, qi refining level 7, 99%. Another bottleneck. Chen Guan sighed inwardly. His aptitude was too poor, every small realm was a hurdle. No wonder others lived to old age only to reach the mid or late qi refining stage. Let nature take its course. At this stage, only persistent, grinding effort would suffice. Chen Guan got up, left his courtyard, and headed towards the market. How much for the Vajra talisman drawing method? 50 spirit stones. I'll buy it. How much for the blood replenishing pill recipe? 30 spirit stones. I'll buy it. In the market, Chen Guan began his shopping spree. He bought quite a few talisman drawing methods and some pill recipes. A large shopping spree cost him over 1,000 spirit stones. Chen Guan also bought several spirit swords. His great poison sword had failed to fuse twice in a row, and the original spirit swords were already exhausted. I bought the roots of green spirit bamboo and purple stone bamboo. I wonder if the 10,000-fold medicinal effect will make the bamboo harder. Chen Guan placed both types of bamboo into the fantasy medicinal soil. They matured instantly and continued to expand, becoming a bamboo forest. Chen Guan frowned. Still growing? Although the space is infinite, can't it stop? He didn't want to see a vast bamboo forest. As soon as Chen Guan uttered his idea, the bamboo grove instantly stopped multiplying. It's still controllable, that makes things easier. This scale will do. Chapter 65 Lai Fang. 3 days later. Chen Guan took out a tall purple stone bamboo. The purple stone bamboo is quite hard, at least it will harden. Does the green spirit bamboo really only enhance medicinal effects? Chen Guan held a spirit sword in one hand and the purple stone bamboo in the other. Merge. Chen Guan silently chanted merge, and the originally tall purple stone bamboo disappeared. This time, the 2 orbs of light merged together, transforming into a single ray of light. Then, a purple bamboo sword appeared, even the hilt was shaped like bamboo segments. Incredible! Chen Guan was incredibly surprised, the bamboo sword had fused together so perfectly, truly of purple grade quality. He touched the blade, the bamboo-shaped blade was surprisingly sharp. He lightly touched the sword's edge, and his finger was cut, drawing blood. A fine sword. Chen Guan was a body cultivator, and this sword easily pierced his skin, clearly possessing the quality of a spirit sword. The two fused together, truly powerful. Chen Guan performed a blood oath, deciding to nurture the spirit sword first. The purple bamboo, nourished by 1,000,000,000 times the medicinal potency, was incredibly tough. Ordinary spirit swords couldn't cut it. Chen Guan now possessed the perfectly fused purple bamboo spirit sword, so he had no fear of it being destroyed. I'll try the great poison sword next month. Chen Guan returned to his study to learn how to draw talismans. The next day, two men arrived. One of them had long, narrow, phoenix-shaped eyes, giving him a cool and aloof appearance. He was over 8 feet tall and dressed in brocade robes. Is this the Jiutian number 20 courtyard? Yes, that talisman master is here, Chen Guan said. Qingxu looked around. The scenery at 100 Herbs Peak is much closer to nature. Junior brother, go knock on the door. Yes. Chen Guan knocked on the door. Who's visiting? A woman's voice came from inside. Qingxu asked, isn't it a man? Probably his female relatives. Jiu opened the door and saw two men. She had seen one of them during the sect's grand competition. Senior brother Qin. Jiu asked, why did you find your way here? Qingxu smiled and said, junior sister, we're here to see Chen Guan. Is he inside? Jiu was surprised. My husband actually knows senior brother Qin? Qingxu smiled. You'll meet him soon enough. We'd like him to draw some talismans. Jiu said, please wait here, senior brothers. I'll go find my husband. Chen Guan watched the door close again and couldn't help but sigh, senior brother, your influence doesn't seem to be working. You can't even wait inside. Qingxu remained calm and said indifferently, don't talk nonsense. This is junior brother Chen's deist partner. I suppose he has many female companions in his courtyard, it's normal that he won't let us in. Chen Guan was still learning new talismans in the study when Jiu entered. Husband, someone is looking for you. Do I know them? You should know them. They've asked you to draw talismans. Section 79. Chen Guan showed slight interest. Where are they now? Jiu replied, at the gate, they weren't let in. Chen Guan stood up. I'll go talk to them. Chen Guan went to the gate and saw two men waiting. One of them was the man Chen Guan had met before. The other had an extraordinary appearance and was at the 9th level of qi refining. Chen Guan smiled. So, you two are the ones who wanted me to draw talismans? Qingxu was also immediately struck by Chen Guan's extraordinary appearance. This man had an extraordinary bearing, yet he was unknown within the sect? If he were to travel more, he would definitely be famous within the section. Junior brother Chen, we'd like you to draw 500 rejuvenation talismans for us. Qingxu stated his purpose directly. Please come in, let's talk slowly. They couldn't very well discuss things at the gate, could they? The three entered the courtyard and sat on a stone bench. Since you want me to draw talismans, how many spirit stones will it cost to buy one rejuvenation talisman? Qingxu smiled and said, we've come with sincerity. It's 28 spirit stones per talisman. I can give you half the cost upfront, but you need to pay within a month. That's a bit low, Chen Guan said. I can sell 100 rejuvenation talismans in half a day at the market on your Sword Heart Peak. They're all 30 spirit stones each. Am I losing money here? Chen Guan retorted. We're buying in bulk, shouldn't we get a discount? Qingxu smiled. 500 talismans would earn him 14,000 spirit stones. Even if he earns 1,000 less, with so many spirit stones, he could only buy storage rings or use them for cultivation. Alright. However, I have rejuvenation talismans right now. Since you've given me half the spirit stones, let's exchange some. Chen Guan took out a stack of rejuvenation talismans from his storage ring and asked Qingxu, how many can I buy now? Qingxu's lips twitched. He suddenly felt that this junior brother Chen was putting on an act of generosity. Junior brother has actually gone to so much trouble to accumulate talismans, that truly surprises me. Qingxu calmed down. Then let's start with 200 rejuvenation talismans. 5,600 spirit stones, Chen Guan said. No problem. Qingxu and Chen Guan exchanged what they needed. As they prepared to part, Qingxu asked, do you have any Vajra talismans? Chen Guan shook his head. No, rejuvenation talismans are more profitable. He did have Vajra talismans in his storage ring, but they were all for survival. He had only drawn 100, selling them would only fetch 1,000 spirit stones, not worth it. Qingxu said politely, I'll patronize your business in the future. Chen Guan said indifferently, I don't think that's necessary. I don't need those spirit stones. Don't go around telling everyone about my talisman drawing skills. Qingxu was speechless. Chen Guan escorted them to the door. That's enough for now. Take care. Chen Guan closed the door. At this moment, Chen Guangsheng spoke up, "Senior brother, Chen Guan is too arrogant. Just like those alchemists and weapon refiners on Danding Peak. Does he think mastering a celestial art makes him so arrogant?" Qingxu said helplessly, "Otherwise, why do you think the sect leader established Danding Peak and Baiyao Peak? That's what our Jian Xin Peak lacks. Celestial arts aren't something you can just learn whenever you want. Let's go." Jian Xin Peak, Courtyard A, Room 5. Qingxu returned and encountered a woman. He bowed respectfully, "Senior sister." The woman was aloof. She asked, "When do you expect to have everything ready?" "It's ready. We've purchased 200 rejuvenation talismans. That should be enough." "So fast?" Qingxu nodded. A newly promoted disciple from 100 Herbs Peak. He must have a real talent for drawing talismans. He exchanged over 1,000 rejuvenation talismans with us. The woman exclaimed in surprise, "Over 1,000? Even a Qi refining stage talisman master might not obtain that many rejuvenation talismans even after 2 years of dedicated effort, right? Even if he could successfully draw 1 rejuvenation talisman a day, it would still take him at least 3 years. Does he not need to cultivate? Or can he draw rejuvenation talismans with a 100% success rate? This, I don't know either." Qingxu was speechless. This was her secret, how could he possibly know? Elmwood, you truly don't understand the difficulty of immortal arts. Send him some spirit stones every month to befriend him. If we ever need his help in the future, he certainly won't refuse. He doesn't lack spirit stones, Qingxu said. Investigate his situation, he'll always have something he lacks. Cater to his needs. Chapter 66 Suicide Attack. On the other side, Chen Guan was still troubled about where to store his spirit stones. "My storage ring is too small. That guy over there, his storage ring is quite big too. I'll go buy another storage ring." He first put his things in his study, then Chen Guan went to Danding Peak to buy a storage ring. On Danding Peak, a mid-stage Qi refining man saw Chen Guan passing by and couldn't help but be delighted. "Isn't this the Chen Guan the master spoke of? He actually dared to come to Danding Peak." The cultivator's lips curled slightly upward, but a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. "Spirit stones, a whole heap of spirit stones." He took out a circular object from his robes, which looked like a magical artifact. He approached Chen Guan. Chen Guan glanced at him, their eyes meeting. Chen Guan noticed something strange about the man's gaze. In the man's eyes, he seemed like an unparalleled beauty. The man ran towards him. Chen Guan thought to himself, "Oh no, he even has homosexual tendencies." He quickly got away. Just thinking about it made Chen Guan feel a chill. Chen Guan hurried away, but the man relentlessly pursued him. Then, Chen Guan started running, and the man started running too. "No, buddy. Just because you're gay doesn't mean you can expose it in public. Stop chasing me." Hearing such slanderous words, the chasing man angrily retorted, "You're talking nonsense. How could I be gay?" Chen Guan stopped, turned around, and said, "Then stop chasing me." The man's gaze shifted, and he smiled, "I'm chasing you because I have something to tell you." Chen Guan still looked frightened. "What is it?" "Just don't come near me." "Say it." "Wait a minute." Chen Guan suddenly realized, this guy knows him? The man smiled, "It's about some secrets, which aren't convenient to talk about here." Section 80. Chen Guan activated his spiritual eyes to observe, but he discovered a terrifying object in the man's hand. Spiritual energy was condensed within it. If it were to erupt, Chen Guan would have no way to defend himself at close range. If it's inconvenient to say, then don't. "I like beautiful women, don't bother me." Chen Guan sneered, taking a step back. "I'll tell you something and then leave." The man approached. Chen Guan moved back even faster. "Speak, you've been dawdling around me, isn't that just homosexuality?" "You're talking nonsense." The man became even angrier and charged forward. As he charged, Chen Guan saw his spiritual energy flow towards the magical weapon in his hand. Not good, this kid really intended to attack him in the market. 9 spirit steps. Run! Chen Guan turned and ran. Boom! The spiritual energy roared, and the man holding the circle was blasted to pieces, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Chen Guan was injured by fragments of the spiritual weapon that had been thrown at him. Many of the cultivators who had been watching the spectacle also suffered injuries. One man who was at the very front of the stage was dead. Chen Guan watched as the surroundings became chaotic, and Foundation establishment cultivators appeared from the sky. "Enforcement team member He Yang is here. Cease all movement." Chen Guan felt a heavy weight in his heart. The man from before had clearly been unaware of the power of the spiritual weapon, which was why he had used it so rashly. Chen Guan circulated his spiritual energy, clearing away the fragments from his body, and then used a rejuvenation talisman to heal his injuries. Someone quickly came to clean up the mess, and the injured were taken for treatment. Those involved, like Chen Guan, were taken to the enforcement hall of Sword Heart Peak for a brief interrogation. Finally, Chen Guan was interrogated once more. They all say you're one of the perpetrators. I don't know. I came to Danding Peak to buy a storage ring, but who would have thought a fellow deist would appear halfway there, looking at me like he wanted to devour me? You say a man like that isn't gay? Chen Guan argued. I know my own appearance very well. So I was terrified of this stranger, but who knew he would keep chasing me? During the interrogation, a Foundation establishment cultivator arrived. In Chen Guan's eyes, the two only exchanged a glance. The Foundation establishment cultivator said, "All right, you can leave now." Chen Guan was extremely puzzled, stood up, and bowed, yes. After Chen Guan left, Huang Xiaoyi, he's the last disciple of the Gen cultivator, we can't just let him go so easily, can we? It's not that simple. The reasons are very complicated, but it's definitely not his fault. Someone secretly wants to kill him, Huang Xiaoyi explained. Another Foundation establishment cultivator chuckled knowingly. Killing someone within the sect, quite the audacity. Looks like they couldn't wait any longer. Such a low-down tactic, could it be one of our fellow cultivators? Huang Xiaoyi shook his head. It's best not to know too much about such things. Their feud is none of our business. What happened? It must have been a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Lu family who sent someone to kill me. I'd better hide my face when I go out. Chen Guan was in a bad mood. He hadn't expected to be attacked like this after just a trip to Danding Peak. It was a suicide attack, and even the onlookers were caught in the crossfire. That person was truly wronged. Chen Guan, his heart heavy, didn't consider going to Danding Peak. Instead, he flew back to Baiyao Peak on his sword. In the courtyard, Ji Yuyu saw Chen Guan return, her face stern, clearly in a bad mood. Husband, what happened? Chen Guan's expression softened upon hearing Ji Yuyu's words. I was attacked at Danding Peak just now. I'm still thinking about it. My master has only been in seclusion for a short time, and the Lu family, at the Foundation establishment stage, dared to attack me like this. Ji Yuyu's face showed worry upon hearing this. She went to Chen Guan's side and began to feel around. Are you injured? Your clothes are torn in several places. Chen Guan shook his head and smiled. It's nothing. Just some fragments of spiritual artifacts hit me. Ji Yuyu breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. It seems the rejuvenation talisman you drew was correct. Chen Guan smiled helplessly. If you knew I was pierced through the heart by a sword back then, what would you think? However, the incident was too horrifying, and only Chen Guan knew whether he had been pierced through the heart. You, do your husband a favor. I was trying to buy a storage ring on Danding Peak, but I couldn't because of this. Buy me a storage ring. Chen Guan handed a storage ring to Ji Yuyu. The spirit stones inside should be enough to buy a new storage ring. Okay, don't worry, husband, I'll handle it for you. Ji Yuyu smiled and took the storage ring. She left the courtyard and headed to Danding Peak. A short while later, Ji Yuyu returned, handing both storage rings to Chen Guan. Husband, I bought them. Thanks. Chen Guan smiled and ruffled Ji Yuyu's hair. I'm going to cultivate now. You should also work hard. No problem. Having experienced this attack, Chen Guan's desire to break through his bottleneck grew stronger. Hurry up and get to the 8th level of Qi refining, then draw another entry. In the 5th courtyard of Sword Heart Peak, Qingxu picked up a piece of paper and began to read. However, after reading it, Qingxu's eyes were filled with surprise. Senior Sisterly. The cool-looking woman named Senior Sisterly looked at him coldly. What's wrong? Preparations are almost complete, we should set off. No. The news about the 100 Herbs Peak Talisman Masters is too unbelievable. Chapter 67 8th level of Qi refining, the power of the 5 tigers. How so? Qingxu sighed and handed the paper to Li Libing in front of him. Senior Sisterly, you'll understand when you see it yourself. Li Libing took the paper and began to read. First, Chen Guan's expression changed. He went from the 1st level of Qi refining to the 7th level in 5 years, becoming the last disciple of the Gen Foundation Establishment Sect. And he also has a nominal Foundation Establishment elder wife. Wow, this talisman master is too heaven-defying. Li Libing's eyes widened. Just the fact that he cultivated to the late stage of Qi refining in 5 years with only water, wood, and fire elemental roots is already incredibly exaggerated. How can his experience be so incredible? Qingxu said, Senior Sisterly, should we still be friends? Of course. Section 81. He bought quite a few seeds at the spirit medicine shop, clearly interested in cultivating spiritual herbs. Also, he acquired some cultivation techniques and spiritual artifacts. He can reach Foundation establishment, and so can we. Let's befriend him first. Send him some seeds, cultivation techniques, spiritual swords, and cauldrons. As for seeds, don't be stingy, send seeds of any Foundation establishment spiritual herbs you have. We don't lack these things. Li Libing said, let's set off. That Xian snake will surely die this time. Yes. Qin Su nodded. Chen Guan is currently in seclusion, constantly working on breaking through his bottleneck. The sooner he breaks through, the sooner he can obtain the attribute, and the sooner he can become a foundation establishment cultivator. The sun and moon alternated dozens of times. Ji Yuyu also encountered a bottleneck. Her aptitude was only slightly better than Chen Guan's, possessing dual elemental spiritual roots. One evening, Chen Guan went to the kitchen as usual, only to see Song Gantang cooking. You're back. Chen Guan smiled and walked over, picking Song Gantang up in his arms. He inhaled the delicate fragrance emanating from Song Gantang, raising an eyebrow with a smile. Yes, my wife is still as captivating and beautiful as ever. Song Gantang gently pushed his shoulder. You're so glib. Why do I feel like you're getting naughtier and naughtier? I just missed my wife, didn't hide my feelings at all. Song Gantang blushed. Stop it, I'm making something. What? I found a dragon blood grass, and came back specifically to nourish you all. I also collected the materials for a spiritual weapon. Good luck. Song Gantang laughed. Chen Guan also joined in the celebration. My wife is so lucky. I heard you were attacked at the sect? Yes. Chen Guan said helplessly, the guy who attacked me was blown up. Song Gantang frowned. Another foundation establishment cultivator from the Lu family? The dead can't prove it. What do you say? Chen Guan spread his hands, utterly helpless. Don't worry, I'm fine. Since he's so eager to kill me, if I reach foundation establishment, I'll definitely seek revenge. Originally, I had nothing to do with him. Chen Guan was helpless. It was originally a matter between him and Lu Yawei, but he unexpectedly tried to kill him after reaching foundation establishment. Couldn't he be a little more magnanimous? My husband is so generous, considering he's already tried to kill you. Chen Guan smiled. It's not about being generous, it's that I can't bring myself to cause trouble for someone at foundation establishment. Can't I help you? Song Gantang asked. There's no need. You've only recently reached foundation establishment. Song Gantang fell silent, then turned her attention to the kitchen. She said, the medicinal cuisine will be ready soon. You and Yuyu should both drink some. No problem, thank you for your kindness, my wife. The effects of the flood dragon blood grass seem less potent than my medicinal liquid? Chen Guan asked. Perhaps my husband ate too many highly nourishing foods. What a pity. Chen Guan lamented that the flood dragon blood grass had been consumed like that. Several days later, a foundation establishment cultivator arrived at a family's compound. This place housed over 100 people. The compound was situated halfway up a mountain. Although there was little foot traffic, the layout of the residences was quite grand. Is this the place? Every time my husband is harmed, your Lu family loses several members. Several flying swords shot off in an instant, returning a few breaths later, along with the foundation establishment cultivator. Upon learning of this, the Lu family immediately reported it to Lu Guanchang of the Qingxuan Sect. Lu Guanchang's face was grim. 4 young men from his clan had died the previous night, all beheaded with a single sword strike. Who did it? The late-stage Qi refining juniors have all been killed. Lu Guanchang gripped the envelope tightly, pondered for a moment, then sighed. Having lived most of his life, he had offended quite a few people. He wondered who wanted to exterminate his clan's juniors for amusement. Could it be Chen Guan's wife? That foundation establishment cultivator is avenging her husband. This was indeed possible, but why did it take so long to act? One family was attacked, the other lost several young men, but neither sought revenge. More than 10 days passed. Chen Guan had been in seclusion for several days. The spiritual energy within Chen Guan's body surged like a mighty river, relentlessly assaulting the bottleneck of the 8th level of Qi refining. Crack! The bottleneck shattered, and then spiritual energy surged and circulated within him for several cycles, the surrounding energy flowing towards Chen Guan like a tidal wave. Host has reached the 8th level of Qi refining. Number of times to extract terms times 1. Chen Guan heard this voice. However, he ignored it and continued to consolidate his cultivation. Chen Guan exhaled. I didn't expect to be stuck at the 8th level of Qi refining for almost 3 months. This is really frustrating. Extract. A green light appeared, much to Chen Guan's surprise. Looks like I've obtained terms of all qualities now. 5 tigers power. You will gain additional strength comparable to 5 tigers, including physical attributes. An unprecedented power erupted from the depths of his muscles and bones, constantly changing Chen Guan's physical state. His blood and qi surged forth. Awesome! His whole body felt much lighter, yet he also felt a tremendous increase in strength. With my current strength, I could definitely beat those 3 late-stage qi refining cultivators. With the strength of an 8th level Qi refining cultivator, combined with the combined abilities of 5 tigers, he was now a humanoid beast. Sure enough, white quality items are too useless. Chen Guan looked at the only white quality item, the drunken master. It could prevent him from getting drunk, but it didn't negate the effects of alcohol. Chen Guan went outside, feeling incredibly cheerful. Young master is out. Would you like something to eat? Run Chun asked with concern. No, young master, I'm not hungry. Is anyone in the courtyard? Chen Guan asked. Sister Gintang isn't here, and Sister Yu went out this morning. Jiyu usually goes to the dueling arena, so Chen Guan didn't care. Come on, young master will take you to the market for a meal. Young master, I've already eaten. Section 82. That's alright, young master is in a good mood today. Come eat with me. If you see anything delicious, have a bite or two. Chen Guan laughed heartily and pulled Run Chun out the door. Just as they stepped outside, they ran into two people. Fellow Deus Chen, long time no see, Qingxuan said with a smile. The other person was a cool and aloof woman who also greeted them. Hello, Talisman Master, my name is Li Libing. Qingxuan suddenly realized that he hadn't introduced himself last time. My name is Qingxuan, fellow Deus Chen. Chen Guan smiled helplessly. Since you two are here, let's go to the market restaurant to chat. Qingxuan smiled. It seems fellow Deus Chen has encountered some good news. How about I treat you to this meal? No need, Chen Guan shook his head. My purpose is the restaurant, not yours. Besides, I'm treating so I can order the dishes I like. I don't mind having two more people. Chapter 68 Receiving Gifts. In the restaurant. After selecting his preferred dishes, Chen looked at Qingxuan and Li Libing. Do either of you have any dishes you'd like to order? If you don't want to, I'll just order what's on the menu. Qingxuan said with a hearty laugh. Whatever you prefer, host. Li Libing nodded. Yes. Their purpose in coming here wasn't actually to eat. All right. Chen Guan dismissed the waiter and asked, You two came to see me, not again to draw talismans, are you? I haven't been in the mood for drawing talismans lately, and I'm not short of spirit stones. Li Libing smiled. We came to visit fellow Deus Chen and bring some small gifts. Chen Guan was extremely surprised. Why gifts? I don't think I can help you in any way, do I? Li Libing smiled. Fellow Deist has excellent talent and comprehension, and is a rare talisman master in the Qingxuan Sect. Our Sword Edge Society simply wants to make friends with you. Chen Guan smiled and said, Then, what are these small gifts? Qingxuan immediately took out a storage ring and handed it to Chen Guan. Here you are, fellow Deist Chen. This is from our Sword Edge Society and our heartfelt wishes. Chen Guan unexpectedly accepted the storage ring. A storage ring? How thoughtful. I happen to be lacking something. Chen Guan first infused it with spiritual energy to see if there was anything inside. He was shocked by what he saw. His hands froze. Did you forget to take the things out? Chen Guan asked. There was a 5 cubic meter space inside, already filled with many things. A cauldron, a spirit sword, spirit herbs, and quite a few books. At this moment, Qingxuan took another bag from his waist and handed it to Chen Guan. This bag contains seeds. If you put them in your storage ring, the seeds will die. Chen Guan looked at Qingxuan, who was also puzzled as to why Chen Guan didn't take it. It's too valuable. Chen Guan sighed, placing the storage ring on the table. If it were just a storage ring, he would definitely take it, but it contains so many things, he felt it was very valuable. He felt uneasy taking it. What if the other party asked him to do something bad? To refuse or to agree? Li Libing said calmly, This is the sincerity of our Sword Edge Society. We enjoy making friends. Even if you are not a Foundation Establishment cultivator now, we are willing to treat you with the gifts befitting a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Chen Guan said, Such a big gift for me. What am I supposed to do if you ask me for favors in the future? Help or not? Chen Guan sighed with a bitter face, You're tempting me to do something bad. Li Libing calmly said, We're on good terms. Whether you help us or not is your choice. In short, this is the sincerity of our Sword Edge Society. We just want to make sure we don't get turned away when we ask you for help in the future. Chen Guan chuckled and picked up his storage ring. Oh, why bother? I'm very easy to talk to. Come, what are these seeds? Chen Guan got up and took the bag from Qingxuan, then opened it. Wow, so many Foundation Establishment spiritual medicine seeds. Just looking at their aura, they're all excellent spiritual medicines. 7 kinds of Foundation Establishment spiritual medicine seeds. Chen Guan was naturally surprised. There were 2 of each kind. Li Libing smiled and said, How's this sincerity? Are you satisfied? Satisfied. Chen Guan nodded. Freebies are free, why not take them? We can't let an investor like this lose money later, right? Helping her out a little is no problem. At this moment, the waiter brought in several dishes, and then a whole host of other dishes. Come and eat. Chen Guan put food on Run Chun's plate. Eat more, it's good to gain some weight. Yes, young master. Having accepted the gift, Li Libing and Qin Su also felt at ease eating with Chen Guan. After the meal, everyone dispersed. After taking Run Chun back, Chen Guan went back to his study. I'm rich. Sure enough, a genius will be discovered. I didn't expect someone to befriend me so quickly. Chen Guan chuckled. Nothing else mattered. What mattered was the seeds of the 7 foundation establishment herbs. There's a bit too much repetition. There are only 2 types of spirit herb seeds I don't have. He already had the seeds of some foundation establishment spirit herbs, given to him by Mengxian. The jade lotus and the azure cloudgrass were seeds Chen Guan didn't have. The jade lotus is good, and so is the jade lotus root. He wondered if the infinite medicinal soil could provide him with a body of water to cultivate these kinds of spirit herbs. Chen Guan only thought for a moment, and a body of water actually appeared in the imagination medicinal soil, enveloping the water lotus. No way. This works too. No acting at all. Imagination? Chen Guan thought for a moment, give me a magma area to cultivate spirit herbs. In an instant, magma actually appeared. Chen Guan gasped. Is this the power of imagination? Truly terrifying. Looks like I'm in luck. The jade lotus root is a rare and precious spiritual material. Edible and nourishing. Section 83. Chen Guan sowed the jade lotus seeds. They matured in 1 breath, multiplied in 2, and after 5 breaths, Chen Guan decreed that they must not multiply. Let's get a lotus root first. Tonight, I'll give my wife an extra meal. Humph. Usually, Song Gantang only ate with him, but this time, he wanted her to participate. Night fell. The aroma of food wafted from Chen Guan's residence. Husband, tonight's dishes are very sumptuous, there's even lotus root. This lotus root smells so good. Chen Guan smiled helplessly. That's not for you. It's for Gantang. This is a foundation establishment spiritual material, jade lotus root. It took me quite a bit of spirit charcoal to cook it. Husband is biased, making a separate dish for sister Gantang. Gu pouted and complained. I'm eating what you're eating, and you're still being biased? Stop being petty, sit down and eat. Song Gantang entered the room and smelled a fragrant aroma. Looks like I'm in for a treat today. She sat down next to Chen Guan and saw the dishes on the table. That's jade lotus root. Is it for me? Song Gantang couldn't believe it. Yes, my husband cooked it personally for me, I haven't even had any. Gu nudged Chen Guan's shoulder with her head. Song Gantang smiled. You're joking. Your husband cooks for you every day. The medicinal liquid I use daily probably sells for dozens of spirit stones outside. My husband is so thoughtful, willing to spend so many spirit stones to cook me dinner. Chen Guan smiled. I'm a talisman master, it's only natural to be good to my wife. Come and eat, everyone. Chen Guan pinched Gu's cheek. I'll make you a separate meal tomorrow, I guarantee you'll like it. That's more like it. Husband, you must be fair. Gu finally smiled happily. Yes, I understand from now on. Chen Guan thought for a moment, then decided to make fried chicken tomorrow. He hadn't had it in a long time and was craving this junk food. If only there were cola. What a pity. Chen Guan felt a pang of regret, but then a sudden inspiration flashed in his mind. Fantasy herb soil, I need a pool of cola water to cultivate my spiritual herbs. Chapter 69 Fusion of the Great Poison Sword. Damn it, why can't I get the cola out? It's just for show. Chen Guan stared at the cola pool in the fantasy herb soil, unable to even scoop out a bowlful. Why can I only take out plants? I can pour my medicinal liquid into it. So annoying. Chen Guan tried everything, but still couldn't get the cola out. Fine. This is pointless. Chen Guan left the study and entered Song Gantang's room. The next day, Chen Guan arrived at the alchemy room. This cauldron seems quite good. Thump. A huge cauldron was placed on the ground, and Chen Guan replaced the original cauldron. This cauldron should fetch a good price. Chen Guan put away the cauldron he had bought. Let's test if the medicinal power leaks out first. Chen Guan used this cauldron to refine pills and found that his spiritual energy could be manipulated very smoothly inside the cauldron. This cauldron is truly powerful. The medicinal power hasn't leaked out, this is a genuine cauldron. Chen Guan took out the azure jade lotus, its medicinal power increased tenfold. A fragrant aroma wafted to his nose, and he quickly placed it into the alchemy cauldron. The azure jade lotus's healing abilities are quite remarkable. Even a top-grade azure jade lotus can heal injuries to the heart meridian, surely my 10,000-fold potent one can too. Chen Guan lit some spirit wood charcoal and waited for the azure jade lotus inside to melt. 3/4 of an hour later, Chen Guan's spiritual eyes detected that the azure jade lotus had melted. Almost there. Condense the pills. Under Chen Guan's spiritual energy manipulation, the internal medicinal liquid turned a deep red, then condensed into a primordial state. He extinguished the spiritual fire. He waited for it to cool. He opened the lid, and a medicinal fragrance wafted out. Chen Guan immediately held his breath. 33 pills, each the size of a soybean. Azure Jade Lotus pills. He had simply transformed the Azure Jade Lotus into pills and stored them away. Chen Guan didn't need it, but others would. His wife, Song Gantang, needed this bottle of life-saving pills. And my great poison sword, I hope it works this time. He took out a corrosive grass with a potency a billion times greater than the medicinal power of the other herbs. Chen Guan used his spiritual energy to seal the air around it, preventing the medicinal power from leaking out. He placed it in the alchemy cauldron and began refining. 3/4 of an hour later, Chen Guan held 2 swords in his hands. Merge. The spiritual swords transformed into a ball of light and merged together. Immediately afterward, a sword appeared in Chen Guan's hand. The blade was dark, giving it a terrifying appearance. The thought that this blade had been tempered with the corrosive grass liquid with a potency a billion times greater than the medicinal power of the other herbs filled Chen Guan with fear. He performed a blood oath, binding the sword to his master, and put it away. He cleaned the alchemy cauldron. Night. Chen Guan made fried chicken for Jiyu. This is chicken? It doesn't look anything special, Jiyu said. Golden yellow, looks quite good. Chen Guan smiled. This is spirit bird fried in oil. It tastes good. Dipped in a little chili and with a glass of plum juice, it's quite delicious. Jiyu tried a bite and nodded in satisfaction. It has a unique flavor. Seeing Jiyu's satisfaction, Chen Guan took out a bottle of pills and handed it to Song Gantang. This bottle contains 3 pills made from top-grade Azure Jade Lotus. They can heal injuries to the heart meridian and are very useful for foundation establishment cultivators like you. Chen Guan said, if you are truly injured, take 1 pill first to test its effects. Song Gantang smiled helplessly. Thank you for your kindness, husband. However, husband, you don't need to spend so many spirit stones on me. Chen Guan smiled. Take it. Having a treasure on you makes you feel more at ease, doesn't it? What about me? Jiyu asked. Aren't all those rejuvenation talismans you have enough? Chen Guan countered. Section 84. The rejuvenation talisman can't restore the heart meridian. Chen Guan rubbed his temples. I'll find a way to deal with this. You can't afford the Jade Lotus pills. Me neither. You don't even leave the sect, how could you encounter danger? You're being biased again. Fine, here you go. Chen Guan reluctantly took out a jade bottle. The pills inside are the same as Gantang's. But don't eat them. Eating them will only cause your body to collapse. Chen Guan said seriously. Jiyu pouted again and said, does my husband want to give me poison? Looks like you don't love me anymore. Chen Guan pulled Jiyu into his arms, making her lie on his lap. Slap, slap, slap. After a few slaps, Jiyu became obedient. Humph, you dare tease your husband? Jiyu, her face flushed, propped herself up, saying in a coquettish voice, my husband hit me so hard, it hurt so much. Chen Guan gave her a light tap on the head. I'm not letting you sleep tonight. Okay. Jiyu's eyes lit up, seemingly waiting for Chen Guan to say that. Another day passed. Dan Ding Peak. Fellow Deus Lu, what is it this time? Fellow Deus Song, I've already forged 2 Flood Dragon Bone swords for you, but the Flood Dragon Bone shield is difficult. You used a Flood Dragon skull to forge it for me, but its ferocity is too great, it's very troublesome for me to forge. You should ask someone else to forge the Flood Dragon Bone shield. Lu Daolan waved his hand and shook his head, handing the Flood Dragon skull and 2 Flood Dragon Bone swords to Song Gantang. Why is it ferocious? Song Gantang asked, puzzled. I don't know about that. If it needs to be forged, how can it be successfully forged? Song Gantang asked. Lu Daolan smiled and said, it needs the addition of Ningxiang marrow to suppress its ferocity. It also makes the forging easier. I remember there's an auction at Wanbeizai in the south of the sect next month, and Ningxiang marrow is being auctioned. You can ask other weapon refiners. Anyway, I need Ningxiang marrow to forge the Flood Dragon Bone shield for you. Song Gantang frowned. Although he didn't know if what he said was true, now he needed to add Ningxiang marrow to forge it. This was tantamount to changing his mind and altering the price at the last minute. In that case, I will only give you the Flood Dragon Bone sword as payment. What do you mean, fellow deist? Lu Daolan asked, slightly annoyed. And what do you mean, fellow deist? Song Gantang asked coldly. If I force you to forge the Flood Dragon Bone shield, it will only make your spiritual weapon inferior, Lu Daolan said, frowning. Song Gantang said displeasedly, how do I know this isn't just an excuse? Lu Daolan's face was icy. He waved his hand and said, leave the spirit stones for forging the Flood Dragon Bone sword. I won't forge any more spiritual weapons for you in the future. Song Gantang threw down the spirit stones and flew away. she found another weapon refiner's cave. Master John, are you there? Could you help me forge a spiritual weapon? No, I have other matters to attend to. I won't entertain you any longer, fellow deist. The voice was extremely arrogant, with a hint of disdain. Song Gantang remained silent for a long time before flying away from the cave again. Song Gantang returned to Chen Guan's residence and found him cultivating. Sigh. What should I do? I wonder if the Flood Dragon Bone Sword is any good. She looked at the two dragon bone swords, picked one up, and spiritual energy flowed continuously across its surface. Seems fine. Night. Chen Guan and the others had dinner together. Song Gantang said, Husband, I need to leave the sect to find a weapon refiner to help me forge a spiritual weapon. It might take quite a while. Chen Guan asked, Where do you plan to go? Wan Beizai. The weapon refiners there aren't arrogant, they only charge spirit stones. Chapter 70 Song Gantang attacked. Thank you for your help, fellow deist Lu. You're welcome. We'll wait here for several days, she will surely come. Lu Guanzhang clasped his hands and took out a spiritual herb from his robes. This is 100-year-old golden cloud grass. Where's the other spiritual herb? Lu Daolan asked, frowning. I'll present it to you with both hands after the deed is done, said Guanchang with a smile. I hope so, said Lu Daolan. I've prepared everything and am waiting for her to come, Guanchang laughed. With our strength, dealing with a cultivator who has just entered the foundation establishment stage should be very easy. Indeed, said Lu Daolan. The two spiritual weapons I forged for her have a fatal weakness. If touched, they will instantly shatter. I told her about Wan Beizai. After her setback at the sect, she'll definitely come out to find a weapon refiner to forge weapons. Wan Beizai perfectly suits her ideas. Ha ha ha. The two laughed and waited for Song Gantang at Wan Beizai. As expected, Song Gantang indeed arrived at Wan Beizai. She had already made arrangements with a weapon refiner. Although the price was high, it didn't involve Ning Xian Sui. They really lied to me, they just wanted Ning Xiang Sui. Song Gantang was furious. The weapon refiners of the Qingxuan Sect were disgusting and arrogant. This weapon refiner said I have to wait 2 months. I'll go back to the sect and wait. Song Gantang piloted his cloud boat and flew away. But he had only just left Wan Beizai. A flying sword shot towards him in the blink of an eye. Song Gantang couldn't dodge in time and summoned the Flood Dragon Bone Sword from his danshan. Clang! The two flying swords collided, one flying sword bouncing several meters away. But at that moment, Song Gantang instantly lost contact with his Flood Dragon Bone Sword. The spiritual weapon had lost contact. Song Gantang frowned, forming hand seals, trying to leave immediately. Where do you think you're going? A beam of spiritual light struck, forcing Song Gantang to summon another Flood Dragon Bone Sword to defend. This time, Song Gantang, wielding the Flood Dragon Bone Sword, blocked the beam of spiritual light. Thump! A dull thud landed on the sword. It was a cloth bag. Section 85. The bag burst open due to the sudden, forceful blockage, and a black mist enveloped Song Gantang. Song Gantang, her body brimming with spiritual energy, thought that mere poison powder couldn't possibly have any effect on her. However, when the poison powder landed on her spiritual energy, it corroded it. Not good. She quickly jumped off the cloud boat, a leap that saved her from a deadly flying sword. The cloud boat landed, catching her. 7 stars heavenly array. An array plate, controlled by Lu Guanchang, displayed 7 stars high in the sky, fixed in the 4 directions. A heavy pressure instantly descended upon Song Gantang, who was trying to escape. Song Gantang felt a weight on her, and 3 spiritual swords appeared around her, heading towards the one who had cast the array. Golden sword technique. Another golden sword flew out, and instead of running, Song Gantang chased after the one who had cast the array, seemingly trying to break it. Ha, you think you can seize the formation? The formation is in my hands, I am the formation's eye, I am the king within it. The opponent remained unmoved, several starlight barriers appearing, blocking Song Gantang's spells and 3 flying swords. Bang! Song Gantang also crashed into a starlight barrier. At this moment, the spiritual energy on her body was almost completely corroded by the poison powder. Almost there. Thunder sword technique. A mocking laugh rang out, and a flying sword, wrapped in lightning, arrived. Whoosh! Song Gantang raised her sword to block, but a flash of fire came from her side. Caught between 2 attacks, she instinctively blocked the fire dragon she had seen to the side. Poof! Song Gantang was pierced through the chest by the thunder sword in front of her, the powerful lightning instantly scorching her skin black. Just when she thought she was going to die, a green light shone from the jade pendant around her neck. In the blink of an eye, Song Gantang actually broke through the array's restrictions and vanished in an instant. Seeing his target escape, Guanchang hurriedly gave chase, but found he couldn't catch up at all. Damn it! Guanchang gritted his teeth in anger, gripping the array plate tightly in his hand. Fellow Deus Lu, this isn't my fault, Lu Daolan said. It's your array that's ineffective. I used my methods. His incantations and poison powder were extremely effective. Guan Chang was furious, but still took out a spiritual herb from his storage ring. Guan Chang felt a pang of heartache. Here you go, 100-year-old forest leaf Lingzi. Hee, you're too kind. Lu Daolan smiled and took the spiritual herb. Cough, cough, cough. Song Gantang was transported to an unknown forest. Her chest was pierced, her heart meridian damaged, and the poisonous powder was corroding her body. She was on the verge of death. Mother! Song Gantang clutched the jade pendant in her chest, her eyes closed, awaiting death. She hadn't carried any antidote with her on this trip. She hadn't brought any medicine to treat her injuries either. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she took out the azure jade lotus pill that Chen Guan had given her. She originally intended to take all 3 pills to try and recover. But remembering Chen Guan's instructions, she tried 1 pill first. As soon as she swallowed the pill, a powerful medicinal force surged through her body. Puffed. She instantly coughed up blood. The medicinal power was too overwhelming. Before Song Gantang could even control the medicinal effects, her body was already being washed away by this force, making her injuries even more severe. The poison powder has been neutralized by the medicinal power. There's still hope. Song Gantang closed her eyes, sat cross-legged, and circulated her internal energy to regulate her breathing and recover from her injuries. In a short while, all her injuries were healed, and her skin even became more radiant and fair. However, Song Gantang dared not relax, because the medicinal power of this pill was too concentrated. If she didn't cultivate to consume its power, she herself would be overwhelmed by the pill's spiritual energy and her body would explode. Half a month later, on the dueling platform where the crowd had gathered at the sword heart peak of the Qingxuan Sect, Ji Yuyu, carrying her spiritual sword, arrived at the dueling platform. Who will fight me? I will. A Danding Peak disciple in the late Qi refining stage stepped onto the platform. Junior sister, I am at the late stage of Qi refining. You should step down. I need to find someone to duel with. Why? Ji Yuyu frowned. How could this person not understand the rules of the dueling arena? Whoever steps onto the dueling arena must at least fight a cultivator of the same level before stepping down. Why? Of course, I'm stronger than you. Either fight me, or step down. What could Ji Yuyu do? She already knew the difference between the late stage and the middle stage of Qi refining, so she simply stepped down from the dueling arena. Just bear with it. Ji Yuyu comforted herself with this thought. But what happened next? Every time Ji Yuyu wanted to go on stage to duel, a late stage Qi refining cultivator would stop her. That day, she had a very uncomfortable time, and when she returned to Chen Guan's residence, she was still sulking. Chen Guan, as usual, brought over a pot of medicinal food. What's wrong? It seems like you're holding back a lot of anger, Chen Guan asked, puzzled. Ji Yuyu complained bitterly, 2 senior brothers kept causing trouble today, and I barely got to engage in any duels. Chen Guan asked suspiciously, are those 2 late-stage Qi refining cultivators? Yes. I'm so angry, husband. I wish I could reach the late-stage Qi refining realm and then beat them up. Chen Guan smiled helplessly, then you should cultivate during the day instead of engaging in duels. I'm so angry. I'm going to cultivate longer tonight. Chapter 71 Crushing Late-Stage Qi Refining Cultivators. A few days later, Ji Yuyu returned during the day. She was very angry, but noticing Chen Guan cultivating, she angrily went into the house to cultivate as well. At night, Chen Guan came out to cook medicinal food, and Ji Yuyu also came out. She quickly came over and hugged Chen Guan with a pitiful expression. Husband, I'll never go to the dueling arena again. They bullied me. Those 2 senior brothers from Danding Peak deliberately suppressed me when I went to the dueling arena. Chen Guan smiled, hugged her, and patted her back. Section 86. Don't be sad, just cultivate here. Wait, you said they're cultivators from Danding Peak? Chen Guan asked doubtfully. Yes, they're deliberately targeting me. Chen Guan frowned, it seemed they had ill intentions. The Lu family's foundation establishment cultivators are disgusting, they even target you for this. This matter concerns you. They're probably targeting you because of Lu Yaowei's affair. Ji Yuyu said, I'm never going to the dueling arena again. Chen Guan smiled. Let's eat. I'll go to the dueling arena with you tomorrow. Some things need to be taught a lesson. The next day, Chen Guan and Ji Yuyu went to the dueling arena. Chen Guan asked Ji Yuyu, they're here too? Ji Yuyu nodded, pointing to the 2 men over there. It's these 2. I didn't expect them to come so early. Chen Guan looked at the foundation establishment elders beside the dueling platform, smiled, and said to Ji Yuyu, watch me teach them a lesson. Chen Guan jumped onto the dueling platform, giving the 2 men a disdainful smile. If you've got the guts, come and fight me. The 2 men exchanged a glance, and one of them jumped onto the platform. Chen Guan, you can't beat Elder Lu. The man laughed. Chen Guan smiled faintly, if I can't beat him, surely I can beat you. Arrogant. A mere mid-stage qi refining cultivator thinks he can teach me a lesson? Chen Guan smiled, taking out an ordinary spirit sword. Defeating you is a piece of cake. Xia Zhongliang. The man called his name and came forward with a sword. Dragon-slaying sword technique. The opponent unleashed a sword strike, its roar like a dragon's cry. Chen Guan, watching the attack, calmly raised his hand to block it. Clang! The powerful sword strike was easily deflected by Chen Guan, and Xia Zhongliang's expression changed. Light wind shadow. The ethereal footwork made Xia Zhongliang move so fast he became a black shadow. A thrusting sword came, which Chen Guan blocked with his own, then he swung his sword in a flourish. Chen Guan's strength was so great that Xia Zhongliang's sword was entangled in Chen Guan's spiritual sword and fell to the ground. 9 spirit steps. The perfected 9 spirit steps, combined with Chen Guan's cultivation and physical prowess, resulted in a punch delivered right in front of Xia Zhongliang. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as Xia Zhongliang was sent flying off the dueling platform, rolling several times on the ground. After Xia Zhongliang regained his balance, his chest was numb with pain, and he felt internal injuries to his internal organs. Blood was in his mouth, and even though he forced it back, blood was still seeping from the corner of his mouth. This speed, this strength, was simply not what one would expect from a qi refining stage cultivator. Chen Guan calmly said to the other man, "Do you know the consequences of offending me? My wife is at the foundation establishment stage. You two, both at the late qi refining stage, dare to get involved in my affairs?" Humph. The other man sneered, "I am Li Danhuan. Xia Zhongliang may be weak, but that doesn't mean I am weak." Li Danhuan leaped onto the dueling platform. "As for your wife? We're not afraid. I bet you'll be waiting for 10 or 5 years, and your wife still won't be back." Chen Guan's face darkened. What was this guy talking about? It seems you know something. But unfortunately, I can handle you all without my wife. With that, Chen Guan used the 9 spirit steps, instantly appearing before Li Danhuan, ready to throw a punch. But Li Danhuan revealed a triumphant expression, something had appeared in his hand. The alert Chen Guan reacted immediately, opening his fist, and 3 talismans appeared in his palm. Earth Shield Talisman. Wood Shield Talisman. Vajra Talisman. The 3 talismans were activated simultaneously. Puft! The spiritual weapon in Li Danhuan's hand unleashed a long-blade hidden weapon. Thud! The 3 talismans activated, only enough to block one blow for Chen Guan. The long blade pierced through instantly. But it was still enough. Chen Guan dodged the hidden weapon by sidestepping. Chen Guan threw a punch. Stop! The foundation establishment cultivator released his aura, ordering the two to cease their match. A gust of wind swept through, and Chen Guan's fist stopped an inch from Li Danhuan's face. The foundation establishment cultivator's fingers held the long blade of the hidden weapon. "You!" The other man pointed at Li Danhuan. "You'd better not move. Harming a fellow disciple, and possessing a powerful spiritual weapon. The evidence is conclusive. If you resist, kill without mercy." Li Danhuan's face turned grim, and he knelt on the ground. He failed. How could he fail like this? Wasn't this spiritual weapon supposed to possess the power of a foundation establishment cultivator? He couldn't even hit him at close range. It's laughable. Heh. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, his expression becoming dazed. Xia Zhongliang, who had been taking a pill to recover from his injuries, turned to leave. He never expected Chen Guan to be so strong. His earlier underestimation of his opponent had actually helped him. Chen Guan stepped down from the dueling platform and called out to Xia Zhongliang, "Xia Zhongliang." Xia Zhongliang paused, then continued walking without turning his head, slowly saying, "Don't ask. I know nothing. I was just doing my job." Hearing this, Chen Guan's heart sank. He turned to look at Li Danhuan, who chuckled, "How would I know? I'm finished, and so are you." Chen Guan asked, "What happened to my wife?" Li Danhuan didn't want to say another word. A moment later, he was taken away by the foundation establishment cultivators of the enforcement team. Chen Guan said to Ji Yuyu, let's go back first." The two returned to their residence. Ji Yuyu asked, "Husband, that person just said Sister Gontang isn't coming back." Chen Guan remained calm. "Very likely, otherwise 2 late-stage qi refining cultivators wouldn't dare to touch us. Either the foundation establishment cultivators from the Lu family are deceiving them, or Gantang has truly been tricked by the foundation establishment cultivators from the Lu family. Whether it's the case or not, we have no way of knowing right now." Section 87. We both need to calm down now. Wait a month, Chen Guan said. Going out to find Song Gantang now would mean certain death. Yu, can the sect issue bounties internally? Chen Guan asked. I don't know, Ji Yu shook her head. Chen Guan said, I'll go check right now. But Chen Guan stopped as soon as he stood up. His bounty was for finding a foundation establishment cultivator. Would anyone accept something for qi refining cultivators? If he offered foundation establishment elixirs as a bounty, how could he, a cultivator without a herb garden and who hadn't left the sect, obtain them? He knew Bai Mengxian hadn't given him any elixirs. For a moment, Chen Guan was at a loss. Right now, he couldn't help Song Gantang, nor could he know her situation. Husband, aren't you going? Gu asked doubtfully. Chen Guan sighed, the person we're looking for is a foundation establishment cultivator. Can a qi refining cultivator even find Gantang? Chapter 72 Purple Bamboo Shield. 7 days passed. A cloud boat landed in Chen Guan's courtyard. This person was Song Gantang. You're back. Phew. Upon returning, Song Gantang eagerly sensed Chen Guan's location. With a single sensing, she knew Chen Guan was cultivating in his cultivation room. My husband is still here. Song Gantang felt much relieved. She calmed herself and waited at the door of Chen Guan's cultivation room. A short while later, Run Chun strolled over. Sister Gantang. Little sister Run Chun, how have you been? Song Gantang smiled and pulled Run Chun into her arms, playfully teasing her a few times. Ah, sister, please stop touching me. Song Gantang said sternly, what? You won't even let me touch you? Okay. Run Chun blushed, timidly standing there as Song Gantang touched her a few times. Chen Guan, however, heard the commotion and stopped his cultivation to come out. Gantang, it's good you're back. Chen Guan's eyes lit up. The Lu family's foundation establishment cultivation was indeed a lie. Song Gantang returned unharmed. Song Gantang stopped teasing Run Chun. Seeing Chen Guan come out, she threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. Husband, I missed you so much. Chen Guan, faced with Song Gantang's sudden tenderness, also hugged her tightly. Sigh. I dragged you into this too. Chen Guan sighed, it seems you really were attacked. It's good you're back. Chen Guan gently stroked Song Gantang's back to comfort her. It's all right. My father always said, a woman follows her husband wherever he goes, meaning that your affairs are my affairs. Song Gantang said, it's all thanks to my husband's elixir. But your elixir is too potent. As long as it works. I dare not use the elixir, I don't know its potency. My wife has suffered an injustice. Song Gantang said, once I obtain my spiritual weapon, I will slaughter the Lu family. I've inquired about Lu Guanchang in the Qingxuan Sect, he's a foundation establishment level 3 cultivator. However, he no longer has the ability to break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Even if I slaughter his entire family, he can't do anything to me. Humph. Song Gantang said, I must make the Lu family pay the price. Chen Guan frowned. That's not appropriate. If you slaughter his entire family, my family will be in danger too. With no worries about the future, he'll kill my family as well. We'll discuss this after I reach foundation establishment. Song Gantang gritted her teeth. Then what should we do? I can't beat Chief Lu right now. Endure for a while, Chen Guan said. Why is Chief Lu in such a hurry now? It's because he's afraid I'll also reach foundation establishment. Once I reach foundation establishment, it won't be a problem for us to join forces against him. He's already afraid. Song Gantang said angrily, the whole thing started with the Lu family making the mistake first. Why should we endure it? Chen Guan said firmly, because we're weak, he looks down on us, and that's why he keeps trying to kill us. We must endure until I reach foundation establishment. Then I'll kill Lord Lu, and his family can be wiped out as soon as they want. Song Gantang sighed, I'll listen to you, my husband. Chen Guan said, show your face. Lord Lu thinks you might be dead now. He recently attacked me, having a fellow disciple use a hidden weapon against me. To be honest, I feel the blade of that hidden weapon was poisoned. Song Gantang said, my husband, wait for me for a month. I'll show myself and support you after I retrieve the spiritual weapon from Wan Beizai. That's not important. What's important is that you're still alive. Chen Guan said, be careful when you leave the sect, avoid being followed. Don't worry, I'll be very careful when I return to the section. By the way, have you finished the Qingyu Lotus pills? No, there are 2 left. Chen Guan handed her a jade bottle. These are the last 5 pills. Do what you need with them. Good, as long as they're useful. Song Gantang nodded. 1 month later. Host, Chen Guan. Cultivation, Qi refining level 8, 48%. Cultivation technique, Qingxian technique, 100%. In another 2 months, I should be able to reach Qi refining level 9. However, the bottleneck at Qi refining level 9 will require a long time to overcome. Song Gantang left the sect to retrieve her spiritual weapon. The fusion has cooled down. Let's get another spiritual sword. The purple stone bamboo has grown for several months now, its hardness is unimaginable. A shield, perhaps. 2 flying swords, 1 shield. That combination will do. The hardness of the purple stone bamboo is perfect for making a shield, which can help Chen Guan block some fatal attacks. Thinking of this, Chen Guan went out to the market. In the market, some people were selling magical artifacts. Chen Guan saw an iron shield and asked, "How much is this shield?" "A shield made of luo sang iron, I'll sell it to you for 30 spirit stones." "Okay." Section 88. Chen Guan, too lazy to haggle, casually tossed out some spirit stones. With a thought, the shield flew into his hand. Back home, Chen Guan took out a purple bamboo stalk from his study. Since the last time he took out such a large purple bamboo stalk, Chen Guan had deliberately limited its height. Now, this one was only 2 meters tall. Chen Guan held the bamboo in one hand and the shield in the other. Fuse. The two merged into a ball of light, followed by a burst of light. "It's done." Chen Guan was overjoyed. The purple bamboo patterned shield felt incredibly high quality. Chen Guan forced out a drop of blood and dripped it onto the purple bamboo shield. After the blood binding, Chen Guan felt a connection to the purple bamboo shield. He stored the shield in his storage ring. Both the purple bamboo sword and purple bamboo shield can be used up to the foundation establishment stage. My great poison sword and great healing sword can only be used up to the chi refining stage. But Chen Guan felt he wouldn't leave the sect, so he wouldn't need these 2 swords. 2 days later, Song Gontang returned. Her appearance infuriated Lu Guanchang, who was still plotting against Chen Guan. Why didn't she die? She withstood Lu Daolan's poison powder and lightning sword. How could someone who has just entered the foundation establishment stage do that? Lu Guanchang's face was extremely grim. Last time, the Lu family told him that Chen Guan had survived being stabbed in the heart meridian. This time it was the same, even with his personal intervention, and he still managed to return alive. Lu Guanchang was filled with extreme regret. If he had handed Lu Yawei over to apologize back then, would none of this have happened? But back then, Chen Guan was only at the mid-chi refining stage, and even Chen Guan's wife was only at the chi refining stage. If he had to choose back then, he would still have chosen to eliminate Chen Guan. There's no turning back now. Lu Guanchang closed his eyes, trying to calm himself. But the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. First, his subordinates were defeated by Chen Guan, and then Song Gontang actually returned. This situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable for him. Yet Chen Guan hadn't made a move against his family yet. This kind of guy was the most terrifying. He was too patient. Run! Lu Guanchang thought for a long time. Even if he killed Chen Guan, he wouldn't be able to stay in the Qingxuan Sect. His family might be wiped out by Chen Guan's wife in the next moment. He had only one thought: take the Lu family and run. If they ran far enough, even if Chen Guan reached the foundation establishment stage, he wouldn't be able to find his family. He could still protect his family for decades. If he couldn't kill that disgusting couple, couldn't he at least hide? Lu Yawei is useless now. He's more trouble than he's worth. Lu Guanchang immediately got up and quickly flew to the Lu family. Chapter 73: Poisoning. Several days later, the Lu family was busy tidying up their home and calling back their wandering sons. Night. Lu Guanchang was studying a formation in his study. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows. Who? Lu Guanchang was startled, holding the formation plate in one hand and forming a hand seal to control his sword with the other. Where is Elder Lu going? The figure chuckled, emerging from the shadows, a black cloth covering his face, only his eyes visible. Rumor has it that the Heavenly Moon Demon Sect has many spies within the Azure Profound Sect. I didn't expect it to be true. This is the first time I've ever seen the Moon Demon escape technique. Lu Guanchang's expression turned grave. What do you want with me? A mere inner disciple and a newly established foundation establishment cultivator, and you let Elder Lu leave with his family? Isn't that giving them a bit too much credit? The other party asked in a hoarse voice. What's it to you? Elder Lu sneered. Even if I run off elsewhere, I won't join your demonic sect. I can help you kill them. The foundation establishment cultivator from the Heavenly Moon Demonic Sect chuckled. Them? You can kill any foundation establishment cultivator? What about in the Azure Profound Sect? Elder Lu laughed. I don't believe you. Exposing one's foundation establishment power within the Azure Profound Sect to kill another foundation establishment cultivator, that's ridiculous. I have a poison, colorless and odorless. I can hide it in the food that inner disciple bought. Once they consume it, they'll suffer a backlash of spiritual energy within a day, ultimately dying instantly. Do you think that foundation establishment cultivator would eat ordinary food? Elder Lu sneered. Ridiculous. Once you kill someone, it doesn't matter who you kill, it's still killing, the other party said with a laugh. Lu Guanchang asked, do you want me to do something, or is it for what I have? I recently heard you obtained a 100-year-old forest leaf Lingzi? As far as I know, there are never fewer than 2 of these spiritual herbs found each time. I want one. Lu Guanchang said indifferently, there aren't any left. How could I keep spiritual herbs unused? I also heard you obtained a damaged ancient magic weapon. Lu Guanchang's eyes shifted, and he said, I can give it to you, but what will you do for me? Why would I do something for you if I don't have something to offer? The Tianyu Demon Sect cultivator retorted. Lu Guanchang pondered for a moment, then took out a small short sword from his storage ring. The dark gold blade was covered in scars, but the edge still gleamed coldly. Here. The small short sword flew to the Tianyu Demon Sect cultivator. The other party picked up the sword and laughed. Elder Lu, you'll know they were poisoned the day after tomorrow. The following evening, Chen Guan went to the kitchen to cook as usual. Is today's ingredient a 3-feathered chicken? The chicken soup looks pretty good too. After inspecting the ingredients, Chen Guan glanced at them with his usual spiritual eyes and prepared to start cooking. But what he saw startled him, and he examined them more closely. What's going on? The spices, the 3-feathered chicken, and the spirit pork bones all have black residue on them. Chen Guan's expression turned grave. Is it Elder Lu's doing again? Chen Guan was furious. He'd even tamper with the ingredients? He'd really stop at nothing. Chen Guan tossed everything aside. Young master, what's wrong? Run Chun asked curiously. After calming down, Chen Guan pointed to the food on the ground and said, these ingredients have been poisoned. Section 89. Don't use them anymore, throw all this away. Chen Guan got up and left. I'll go buy some more food. Chen Guan went to the market and found a shop selling spirit beast meat. Senior brother Chen, didn't I send someone to deliver meat to you today? Do you want to buy some more? Inside the shop, a middle-aged cultivator at the late qi refining stage asked with a smile. Chen Guan shook his head and said, Meng Fang Zheng, there's something wrong with today's ingredients. My ingredients have been poisoned. Who delivered the ingredients today? Chen Guan inquired. Upon hearing this, Meng Fang Zheng was stunned for a moment. Senior brother Chen, my meat is absolutely fine. Zhang Bingsheng delivered the meat to you today. He hasn't been seen yet. As Meng Fang Zheng spoke, his eyes widened, and suddenly his voice rose, oh no, senior brother Chen's ingredients have been poisoned. Will junior brother Zhang be in trouble? Senior brother Chen, I need to go find someone. Wife, come and serve senior brother Chen. After saying this, Meng Fang Zheng hurriedly took off his apron and left the shop. Meng Fang Zheng's wife looked young, efficient, and tactful. Senior brother Chen, you ordered 3-feathered chicken and spirit pork bones today. I'll get you another portion. Chen Guan shook his head. Just give me some more meat, at the original price. Chen Guan looked at the meat on the stall, none of it had any black aura, at least it was harmless. He paid with spirit stones and went to the market to buy some seeds. Spice seeds. Goods from outside are never as good as what we produce ourselves. Fortunately, Chen Guan remained vigilant, always checking anything bought from outside first. Night. Everyone gathered together. Song Gantang asked, did something happen today? A minor matter, I saw the food was poisoned, Chen Guan said. Upon hearing this, Song Gantang's face darkened. Chief Lu actually dared to attack us. He's truly insane. Chen Guan said, he only knows these petty tricks, he wouldn't dare to act openly against us. Don't worry about him. However, just as Chen Guan finished eating, 2 Foundation establishment cultivators from the enforcement team arrived. Gentlemen, we need to investigate something with you. The 2 Foundation establishment cultivators bowed respectfully upon seeing Song Gantang. Fellow deist, please cooperate. Chen Guan inquired, seniors, what brings you here so late at night? Please forgive us. We've discovered a spies from the demonic sect within our section. We've come to investigate. Today, Zhang Bingsheng, an outer disciple of 100 Herbs Peak, died in the mountains. Meng Fangjing said it's related to you. Chen Guan frowned. We have absolutely no connection to the demonic sect. Zhang Bingsheng died at the hands of the demonic path. Meng Fangjing said your ingredients today were poisoned, is that true? Chen Guan said helplessly, we haven't provoked the demonic sect, but the ingredients were indeed poisoned. I disposed of them. A cultivator from the enforcement team asked, have you offended anyone recently? Yes, Song Gantang said, Chief Lu. He has a grudge against us, perhaps he's connected to the demonic sect. The 2 Foundation establishment cultivators from the enforcement team suddenly exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with surprise. Lord Lu left the sect a few days ago. He has not returned yet. The enforcement team cultivator said, we'll keep an eye on this. Be careful lately. The 2 cultivators left, and Chen Guan frowned. My wife, it wasn't Chief Lu who attacked us this time. Song Gantang chuckled. What if he hired the demonic sect to attack us? They're really persistent, even cooperating with the demonic sect. Several days after this incident, Chief Lu received the news from Chen Guan. Is this the level of the Heavenly Moon demonic sect? Fortunately, I had other plans. Chief Lu looked out the window. Outside, all he saw were white clouds. He was currently sitting on a cloud boat he piloted, leading his family away from the Qingxuan Sect. He would never return. Chapter 74 Receiving Gifts. A dozen days later, Chen Guan received news within the section. Chief Lu had betrayed the sect? Upon hearing this news, Chen Guan thought it was just another rumor. He specifically came to the market at 100 Herbs Peak to find Zhao Xianhua. Junior brother Chen, Zhao Xianhua smiled. Are you here to buy a cultivation technique? No, I'm not buying a technique. I want to inquire about Elder Lu Guan of Danding Peak, Chen Guan replied. 1 spirit stone. Chen Guan casually tossed him a spirit stone. Zhao Xianhua caught it and laughed. It's true. Elder Lu Guan has betrayed the sect and disappeared with his family within the Qingxuan Sect's territory. Even the surrounding dynasties and cultivation forces haven't been able to find any news about Elder Lu Guan. The sect has already put a bounty on Elder Lu Guan. Junior brother, aren't you happy? Chen Guan smiled. Of course I'm happy. This guy has tried to get me time and time again. I wish I could become a foundation establishment cultivator immediately and then take revenge on him. But, now that Elder Lu Guan has disappeared, Chen Guan suddenly lost his goal and motivation. His original ambition was to cultivate quickly, reach the foundation establishment stage, and seek revenge against Lu Guanchang. Zhao Xianhua said, fate is so unfair. Junior brother. Even if you reach the foundation establishment stage now, you won't find any trace of him. Zhao Xianhua said, Lu Guanchang's betrayal of the sect is a fact, and he took the Qingxuan Sect's foundation establishment techniques and incantations with him. The sect is even more furious. Chen Guan cupped his hands in a respectful gesture. Senior brother Zhao, I'll be going now. Okay. After returning, Chen Guan found Song Gantang. Wife, Lu Guanchang has betrayed the sect and disappeared with his family. Song Gantang sighed upon hearing this. We're truly in a sorry state. He assassinated us, and he even ran away with his family. Chen Guan fell silent. His family was still alive, and it was precisely because of this that Song Gantang was willing to give Chen Guan face and not harm the Lu family. Both Chen Guan and Song Gantang had survived assassination attempts. Now, they could only swallow their anger. This served as a profound lesson for Chen Guan. When you provoke a cultivator stronger than yourself, it's best not to reveal your true identity. Section 90. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to express her suffering. Song Gantang said, that's good, this way we don't have to keep guarding against him. Chen Guan nodded. Wife, be careful of some people within the sect, they might be spies from the demonic sect, Chen Guan cautioned. Song Gantang retorted irritably, I've only been in the sect for a short time, how would I know anyone else? Chen Guan handed Song Gantang some books. Wife, these contain methods for alchemy and the cultivation of spiritual herbs, and there are also several formulas for foundation establishment pills. Take them and use them. If you learn alchemy, you won't lack spirit stones. Song Gantang asked doubtfully, these are your teacher's teachings, isn't it inappropriate for me to take them? It's alright, learn them first, Chen Guan said with a smile. If Song Gantang learns alchemy or the cultivation of spiritual herbs, she can establish herself in the sect, which is very good for Chen Guan. Song Gantang accepted them. Okay, thank you, husband. Several days later, 2 men arrived outside Chen Guan's residence. They knocked on the door and waited, but both wore expressions of regret. One was Wei Zhenfa of the Wei family, and the other was Xie Zhongliang, the man who had challenged Chen Guan in the arena. Who is it? Run Chun opened the door, puzzled. We're looking for senior brother Chen, the two said simultaneously, forcing smiles. Alright, please wait a moment. Run Chun closed the door again. Run Chun approached Chen Guan. Young master, there are 2 people outside looking for you. Oh, I'll go see. Chen Guan had only just woken up and hadn't even thought about cultivating yet. He went out and looked at the 2 men, raising an eyebrow before crossing his arms. Let's see how you 2 explain this. If you don't satisfy us, we'll kill you sooner or later. Oh, and your families too. Chen Guan specifically looked at Wei Zhenfa. His family had been threatened, and Wei Zhenfa and his family had definitely played a significant role. Wei Zhenfa broke out in a cold sweat and handed Chen Guan 5 storage rings. Senior brother Chen, this is all the wealth my Wei family possesses. I hope it will satisfy you. Pleading was less effective than offering substantial benefits. Chen Guan smiled faintly, picked up the 5 storage rings, and found that 4 of them were filled with spirit stones. Each storage ring contained 5 cubic meters of spirit stones. The last ring was filled entirely with qi refining stage spirit herbs. The value of the spirit herbs far exceeded the value of the pile of spirit stones. Chen Guan examined them for a long time before nodding. Not bad. But is this all it takes to gain my forgiveness? Wei Jianfa breathed a sigh of relief. Accepting the gifts meant there was a chance for a turn of events. What else does senior brother Chen want me to do? I don't want to see Wei Jinchinch when I go to Yingqing City. Also, collect all the herb seeds, including spirit herb seeds. As long as they're not valuable, find them no matter how rare they are. Wei Jianfa nodded quickly. No problem, senior brother Chen. This kind of thing sounds easy, but it actually takes a long time, which also shows that Chen Guan won't take action against his Wei family. Chen Guan waved his hand at the compliant Wei Jianfa. You can go now. After Wei Jianfa left, Chen Guan looked at Xia Zhongliang. What can you give me? Chen Guan retorted. Xia Zhongliang frowned. I've given you everything Elder Lu gave me, and all my things too. Please, senior brother, have mercy and spare my life. Chen Guan said, give it to me. Let me see what Elder Lu made you do to risk your life. It's nothing, just some spirit stones and breakthrough pills. Xia Zhongliang handed everything to Chen Guan. Please, senior brother Chen, spare me. Having a storage ring was a good thing for Xia Zhongliang. Chen Guan picked up the storage ring, glanced at it, and nodded. All right. Your abilities are far inferior to the Wei family's, yet you still dare to offend me? Chen Guan looked at him calmly. Xia Zhongliang knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. Please, senior brother Chen, spare my life. He kowtowed repeatedly, but Chen Guan remained completely calm. You're not allowed to leave the sect for 5 years. If I happen to catch you leaving, you're dead. Chen Guan finished speaking, took the other storage ring, and turned to close the door. Xia Zhongliang breathed a sigh of relief. At least he wouldn't die. It was just that the sect's mission required someone else to complete it. Chen Guan went to the courtyard and took some items from Xia Zhongliang's storage ring. These items were mostly pills and talismans. For Chen Guan, these weren't very valuable and took up space. Quite a lot of stuff. You can use these spirit stones to buy some spiritual herbs or pill formulas. As for why he didn't kill Xia Zhongliang, it was to leave him a way out and also to leave a way for Chen Guan's family to live. After all, Chen Guan and Song Gantang weren't watching Xia Zhongliang every moment. Chen Guan took out the medicine scripture and glanced at the spiritual herbs inside. I wonder what would happen if a mild medicinal herb were amplified 10,000 times, or even 100 million times. Even the mildest medicinal properties, after being amplified 10,000 times, would their potency still be mild? Chen Guan felt his imagined medicinal soil was too powerful, so powerful that he dared not use overly exaggerated medicinal herbs. If the herbs for a qi refining stage rejuvenation pill were amplified 10,000 times, could the resulting pill be used by a foundation establishment cultivator? Chapter 75 Qi Refining 9th Level, Water Transformation Entry. Licorice with 10,000 times the medicinal effect. Chen Guan forcibly shoved a pill into a spirit bird. After the spirit bird swallowed it, 3/4 of an hour passed, and it remained energetic, constantly struggling. It's actually not dead. Chen Guan was astonished. Although licorice was a common herb, its potency had still been amplified 10,000 times by the medicinal soil. Chen Guan caught the spirit bird and confined it in a room. He wanted to see how long the spirit bird could remain lively. 10,000 times the potency can withstand it, but what about 100 million times? Chen Guan was genuinely curious. Wouldn't the spirit bird die? To be honest, Chen Guan wouldn't dare consume licorice with 100 million times the potency. Another day passed, and the spirit bird that had consumed the 10,000-fold potency licorice was still alive. Chen Guan caught a new spirit bird and fed it a licorice pill with 100 million times the potency. 2/4 of an hour later, the spirit bird let out a loud gag and died from bleeding. Death from bleeding. Indeed, the potency shouldn't be too strong. The spirit bird couldn't eat anymore either. The 100 million times potency was in its blood, and Chen Guan dared not consume it. Chen Guan silently resumed his cultivation, hoping to reach the 9th level of qi refining as quickly as possible. Several days passed. Wei Jianfa visited again. Chen Guan stood at his doorstep, looking at Wei Jianfa, and asked, "How much have you collected?" Section 91. Almost all collected. We've collected almost all the seeds of common worldly herbs, and we also have the seeds of ordinary spiritual herbs for the qi refining stage. Wei Jianfa placed a large bag at Chen Guan's door. Chen Guan opened the bag and found smaller bags inside, each labeled with the name of a herb. He touched them, they were all filled with herb seeds. Well done. Chen Guan took the bag into his residence, waving to Wei Jianfa to leave. After closing the door, Chen Guan directly stored the bag in the imaginary herbal soil. Placing it in the herbal soil would at least prevent the seeds from dying. Test the medicinal properties slowly, aiming for the 9th level of qi refining first. Host, Chen Guan. Cultivation, 8th level of qi refining, 71%. Time passed. 3 months went by. Host, Chen Guan. Cultivation 8th level of Qi refining, 99%. Chen Guan was already stuck at the bottleneck of the 8th level of Qi refining. My aptitude is really this bad? 2 months have passed, and I still haven't broken through the bottleneck. Chen Guan had been diligently cultivating these past few days, without a moment slackening, but he was stuck at the 8th level of Qi refining. Chen Guan didn't want to wait any longer. Go for it. What am I afraid of? Break through. I must break through. Chen Guan took out a 10,000-year-old sweet spirit ginseng from the medicinal soil. He felt that if he continued like this, time would be wasted. As for the breakthrough pill Xie Zhongliang had given him, Chen Guan didn't know its properties and dared not take anything given by Lu Guanzhang. What if Lu Guanzhang wanted to poison Xie Zhongliang? He would be finished if he took it. After all, some poisons are just pure herbs, which Chen Guan couldn't distinguish with his spiritual eyes. Chen Guan wanted to take a gamble. That night, Chen Guan, while eating with the 3 women, said, "I'm going into seclusion. It might take a few days to break through to the 9th level of Qi refining." Song Gantang exclaimed in surprise, "So fast?" "Yes, so fast." Ji Yuyu also exclaimed in amazement. How could her husband's cultivation improve so quickly? She was only at the 6th level of Qi refining. Chen Guan smiled slightly. "I feel my bottleneck is loosening, so I plan to go into seclusion to break through to the 9th level of Qi refining." After telling the 3 women this, Chen Guan went into seclusion in his cultivation room. He sat cross-legged on a futon, calmed his mind, and took out a 10,000-year-old Ganling ginseng, taking a bite. He swallowed it, refining it. The medicinal power of the Ganling ginseng instantly flowed into Chen Guan's meridians, and his bottleneck began to loosen at that moment. Chen Guan took another bite of the Ganling ginseng, closed his eyes, and began cultivating the Qingxuan technique. His meridians were surging with spiritual energy, so much so that the excessive nourishment caused blood to flow from his 7 orifices. Chen Guan was unfazed and continued his cultivation. With his super recovery ability, he knew his limits. The spiritual energy from the outside world gathered, shimmering with 5-colored light in the night, and was continuously absorbed into Chen Guan's body. Several hours later, crack! Chen Guan heard a shattering sound. His bottleneck instantly broke through. The spiritual energy within his meridian surged, countless streams of energy flowing into his body from all directions, constantly converging. Host has reached the 9th level of Qi refining. Number of entries to be drawn x1. Half an hour passed. The absorption of spiritual energy ended, and Chen Guan circulated the Azure Profound technique, the speed of energy flow in his meridians returning to a normal, steady pace. After stabilizing for several hours, Chen Guan exhaled a long, thin breath. Finally reached the 9th level of Qi refining. Chen Guan's mind was calm as he silently chanted, "Extract." A blue light entered his mind. Transform into water. You can transform between water and your true form, granting you extremely high water affinity. You will not drown. Buzz. Chen Guan felt his ears suddenly become incredibly clear. At the same time, he could sense a great deal of water-based spiritual energy around him. After a long while, this sensation gradually disappeared. The blue attribute is too overpowered. No, it's all overpowered. Chen Guan exclaimed in amazement. Just one blue attribute can significantly enhance his survival ability. After transforming into water, he can be immune to most physical damage, right? Extremely high water affinity. It's not too late now. Chen Guan really loved attributes that improved his aptitude. Chen Guan transformed into water to cleanse himself of the grime, then reverted to human form. Awesome! If I use water escape later, how will they find me? No, that's not right. Foundation establishment cultivators possess divine sense, so even in water, they can't hide. Chen Guan went outside, where someone was already waiting. "Congratulations, husband, on breaking through to the 9th level of Qi refining," Ji Yuyu said with a smile. Song Gantang nodded as well. "Congratulations, husband. After reaching the 9th level of Qi refining, one can already consider the matter of breaking through to foundation establishment," Song Gantang said. Chen Guan nodded. "I think it's about time. Wife, do you have any books about foundation establishment that I can look at?" Song Gantang handed Chen Guan a notebook. The method for foundation establishment is contained within. However, you must cultivate in accordance with the Qingxuan Sect's techniques. Choosing the wrong method will lead to endless troubles. Chen Guan smiled and accepted the book, saying, "Thank you, my wife." Ji Yuyu was incredibly curious. "Husband, I want to read it with you." Chen Guan smiled. "Then let's go, let's read it in the study." In the study, Ji Yuyu had no interest in reading the book. She sat on Chen Guan's lap, her back to him, constantly squirming. Chen Guan helplessly ruffled her hair. "Let me read this book first, don't move." "Okay." Ji Yuyu smiled mischievously, turned around, sat on Chen Guan's lap again, and then hugged him. She was very clingy. After Chen Guan finished reading the foundation establishment method, he looked slightly strange. Foundation establishment involves breaking through the body's shackles, using spiritual energy as a foundation, reshaping the meridians in Danshan, and condensing true qi. 100 strands of spiritual energy are comparable to a single strand of true energy. This is why foundation establishment cultivators can live to be 200 years old and can fly on magical artifacts. Section 92. There are many types of foundation establishment. One is ordinary foundation establishment, which requires exceptional talent. Another type involves using external aids to break through physical limitations, resulting in the foundation establishment pill. A third type uses the essence blood of a demon beast, supplemented by a foundation establishment pill. If one successfully establishes foundation establishment, their physical body becomes even stronger, and those with exceptionally high comprehension may even comprehend the innate supernatural abilities of the demon beast. Chapter 76, Duel on the Battle Arena. There is also the righteous virtue foundation establishment. This type has no special characteristics. At most, it allows for an easy breakthrough. If a cultivator with sufficient talent successfully breaks through to the golden core stage, the righteous virtue mark will be inscribed on their golden core, granting them the blessings of heaven and earth and a significant increase in fortune. A righteous virtue golden core is even more powerful among cultivators of the same level, and if killed by a cultivator, the other party will also suffer a loss of fortune. It's practically a protective talisman bestowed by heaven and earth. However, the righteous virtue mark needs to be linked to one's thoughts and actions. If, at some point, the heaven and earth do not approve of it, the righteous virtue mark will gradually disappear. This gen is incredibly powerful in the late stage, but I myself am also powerful in the late stage. As long as Chen Guan continues to cultivate and break through, he will have numerous attributes in the late stage, and it's possible he might even obtain one or more Xian grade attributes. Why need the gen mark? The last method of foundation establishment is to build a foundation for the immortal path, such as using the Dao of alchemy, the Dao of swordsmanship, the Dao of weapons, or the Dao of talismans. This type of foundation establishment is far more powerful than other foundation establishment cultivators, and after achieving this, they will receive the infusion of heaven and earth, gaining a deeper understanding of their own foundation establishment Dao. However, this type of foundation establishment has a major drawback: immortal path competition. If they encounter other cultivators with the same immortal path foundation establishment, they will inevitably fight to see who is superior. The loser's Dao heart is easily shattered, and their Dao foundation is likely to be unstable. Of the four types of foundation establishment, the second is the most mediocre, but also the most comfortable for breaking through. Chen Guan closed the book and stroked the person in his arms. "Why are you so clingy?" Chen Guan asked with a smile. "It's because my husband is so good, I'm afraid of being abandoned by him." Ji Yuyu hugged Chen Guan tightly, burying her head in his chest. Warm breath flowed on Chen Guan's chest, and his thoughts stirred. Ahem. Chen Guan patted Ji Yuyu's bottom. "Wife, the study is a good place. Let's try it in the study." Ji Yuyu exclaimed, "No, we'll be discovered." Chen Guan chuckled mischievously. "What are you afraid of? At most, it'll be Gan Tang who finds out." Ji Yuyu blushed instantly, and Chen Guan kissed her. With her foundation establishment cultivation, Song Gan Tang quickly heard the embarrassing sounds. She activated her divine sense following the sounds, and her face quickly turned red. "Shameless! You did this in the study during the day. Your cultivation has improved faster." After dual cultivation, Chen Guan discovered his cultivation had increased by 1%. Such rapid improvement even at the 9th level of Qi refining. After carrying the disheveled Ji Yuyu out, Chen Guan quickly ran into Song Gantang. Song Gantang looked at him and spat lightly. "Shameless." Chen Guan chuckled and leaned in to kiss Song Gantang. "Mwah. I'm coming to your place tonight. Go if you want, don't." Song Gantang snorted and left, blushing. After letting Ji Yuyu rest in her room, Chen Guan took out the four-season sword technique again. Should I pursue the immortal foundation establishment, or a more stable one? Chen Guan pondered for a moment, then chose the most common method. Although the immortal foundation establishment is powerful, it doesn't mean invincibility. If one's Dao heart is shattered, an unstable Dao foundation will be even more difficult. For now, I'll just break through to foundation establishment normally. Powerful demon beast essence blood is rare. If I had water-type demon beast essence blood, combined with my talent, could I comprehend the innate supernatural abilities of water-type demon beasts? Chen Guan thought of Wan Beizai. That was a nascent soul cultivators organization, and their auctions had many items. But was demon beast essence blood suitable for Qi refining stage cultivators too scarce? Should I have my wife go out and buy some essence blood? But Chen Guan didn't know if Wan Beizai auctioned anything. Ordinary foundation establishment, and demon beast essence blood foundation establishment. If possible, I'll use demon beast essence blood to assist the foundation establishment pill's breakthrough. Night. Chen Guan found Song Gontang and explained his idea. Song Gontang nodded, no problem. Husband, Wan Beizai should be able to obtain the demon beast essence blood usable by qi refining stage cultivators without an auction. If you want it, I can help you find some. Wan Beizai won't do, but there are plenty of cultivators selling essence blood in the markets over there. Chen Guan smiled, thank you, my wife. I need a water-type demon beast, the stronger the bloodline, the better. Song Gontang nodded and said, it's late, let's go to sleep. The next day, Song Gontang left to buy water-type demon beast essence blood for Chen Guan. Chen Guan went to the dueling arena on Sword Heart Peak. He wanted to comprehend the 4-season sword technique before reaching foundation establishment. Currently, he had the 3-kill sword technique for offense and the flowing water sword technique for defense. Comprehending the 4-season sword technique would be a great benefit. When he arrived at the dueling platform in the afternoon, a considerable crowd had already gathered, and 2 mid-stage qi refining cultivators were already battling it out on the platform. Chen Guan watched for a while, then saw the 2 step down. A late-stage qi refining cultivator stepped onto the platform and called out, Lu Kuang, an outer disciple of Sword Heart Peak, challenges you all to a duel. Late-stage qi refining? Perfect. Chen Guan jumped directly onto the dueling platform. Chen Guan, a late-stage qi refining cultivator from 100 Herbs Peak, requests to fight. Chen Guan cupped his hands and then drew an ordinary spirit sword. A late-stage qi refining cultivator using a standard spirit sword? Lu Kuang said unhappily, fellow deist, are you looking down on me? Chen Guan said calmly, this duel is for the purpose of breaking through my swordsmanship, not for the advantage of the sword. Lu Kuang smiled and drew a standard spirit sword. Alright, I'll spar with you. Chen Guan attacked first, unleashing the 3-kill sword technique, which was enveloped in layers of killing intent. Lu Kuang's eyes widened, instantly becoming serious. This was actually a perfected sword technique. Clang, clang, clang. 3 sword strikes in an instant. Lu Kuang blocked them all, but his hand ached. Chen Guan's strength was immense. Good sword, come on. Lu Kuang abandoned his initial contempt. Chen Guan attacked again, single-mindedly. Dragon-handed strike. The sword in Lu Kuang's hand emitted a dragon's roar in an instant as he flicked it upwards. Chen Guan's standard spirit sword was instantly deflected, a huge gash appearing in its surface. Dragon-slaying strike. Seeing Chen Guan's sword broken, Lu Kuang immediately unleashed another sword move. Like a dragon's claw descending, its sharpness fully revealed. Whoosh! Chen Guan exhaled, holding the chipped sword. Reverse flow. Using the flowing water sword technique, he thrust his sword forward, catching up with his opponent's blade. Then, following the opponent's momentum, Chen Guan steered the sword technique aside. Dragon-slaying strike. Section 93. A flying sword instantly shot out from Lu Kuang's storage ring, hurtling towards Chen Guan in a flash. Chen Guan drew his sword, deflected the attack, and swiftly retreated, dodging Lu Kuang's strike. He then pulled the flying sword back to Lu Kuang. Lu Kuang sidestepped, and the flying sword returned to his control. Impressive technique, fellow deist. Lu Kuang unleashed a series of sword strikes, wielding one sword while simultaneously controlling another. Chen Guan was forced to dodge repeatedly. 2 dragons. Chen Guan was caught in a pincer attack, forced to defend against both swords simultaneously. Clang! He blocked with his sword, but Lu Kuang's flying sword shattered Chen Guan's standard spirit sword, breaking it in 2. The flying sword continued its thrust towards Chen Guan. 9 spirit steps. Chen Guan dodged the attack in an instant. What? This 9 spirit steps is outrageous. An audience member exclaimed. At least a fully mastered 9 spirit step. Lu Kuang was also shocked. Chen Guan's strength was too exaggerated. Had he not even used his full strength yet? Chapter 77. Another sparring. Fellow deist sword techniques are powerful, I admire them. Chen Guan put away his standard spirit sword and took out the purple bamboo sword. Continue. Chen Guan took a step forward, but did not use the 9 spirit step. Decapitation. The 3-killing sword, primarily for killing, consists of 3 sword techniques: decapitation, heart-piercing, and meridian shattering. Lu Kuang focused on exchanging blows. It seemed that the fellow deist Chen before him was truly practicing sword techniques, yet he hadn't used a fully mastered footwork to overwhelm him. He also exchanged blows with him, learning from his experience in combat. The 2 fought like this for 3/4 of an hour. Lu Kuang sheathed his sword first, cupped his hands, and said, fellow deist, your spiritual energy is stronger than mine. I admire you. Chen Guan cupped his hands and said, thank you for your guidance, fellow deist. Today's duel has greatly benefited me. If you're willing, let's continue tomorrow. Lu Kuang readily agreed, sure, let's fight again tomorrow at Shenxi, 3 to 5 p.m. Chen Guan smiled and said, tomorrow. The next day, Chen Guan returned. Lu Kuang was also waiting there. After the two on the stage finish their duel, we'll go up and spar again, Lu Kuang said with a smile. Chen Guan nodded, all right. After the two on the stage finished their duel, Lu Kuang quickly went up to the stage, Chen Guan following closely behind. Come on, let's see how much you've improved today. I've thoroughly figured out your swordsmanship. Chen Guan smiled and said, don't worry, I can still fight you even without improvement. Chen Guan took out his purple bamboo sword and began to attack. A flash of cold light, and Lu Kuang raised his sword to parry. A fine sword. Two dragons roar. Lu Kuang had just drawn his flying sword when Chen Guan struck it, a flowing force traveling from his sword to his hand. Puffed. A wound instantly appeared on Lu Kuang's hand. The flying sword came, but Chen Guan swiftly parried, deflecting it. The flowing water sword technique can be used like this. Lu Kuang was astonished. Was Chen Guan's swordsmanship comprehension so high? Decapitation. A horizontal slash, the sword arriving before the cold light. 8 sword steps. Lu Kuang swiftly dodged, the chill on his neck still lingering, when he felt a chill in his heart. He tried to move away again, but Chen Guan's sword tip pressed against his heart first. Chen Guan's sword hadn't harmed him in the slightest. Stop, that's too much, the Foundation Establishment cultivator said calmly. Chen Guan sheathed his sword and smiled, Elder, this disciple knows how to behave. The Foundation Establishment elder waved his hand, saying, of course I know. Chen Guan finally looked at Lu Kuang, cupped his hands in greeting, and smiled. Thank you for sparring with me, fellow Deus Lu. My swordsmanship has improved slightly. Alas, Lu Kuang sighed, cupping his hands in greeting, my cultivation is still insufficient, I haven't allowed fellow Deus Chen to have his fill. Lu Kuang jumped off the dueling platform. Chen Guan cupped his hands to the surrounding people, saying, everyone, would you be interested in sparring with me? I'll go. A swordsman jumped onto the dueling platform. So Linfen, an inner disciple of Sword Heartpeak, seeing your superb swordsmanship, wishes to exchange a few blows with you. A man nearly 1.9 meters tall said with a smile. So Linfen had a jade crown and blue hair, looking spirited and exuding an air of pride. Chen Guan, an inner disciple of 100 Herbs Peak, Chen Guan introduced himself, then drew his sword, gesturing for the other to make the first move. Then I won't stand on ceremony. So Linfen took out a golden spirit sword. Dragon soaring step. Azure lotus solo. A beam of azure light flashed, and Chen Guan squinted to see clearly. 100 waters entanglement. Chen Guan's sword clashed with So Linfen's, and So Linfen's golden spirit sword trembled instantly. So Linfen was extremely surprised. He forcefully grabbed his spirit sword, pulled it back, and then took several steps back. Impressive technique. 100 streams of energy flow through my spirit sword. Chen Guan said, be careful. Chen Guan's sword came at him. Before the sword arrived, a chilling aura preceded it. Seeing Chen Guan's bamboo sword coming, So Linfen was so frightened that he quickly used the dragon soaring step to retreat several steps. He dodged the first sword strike, but the second sword struck. The cold glint of the sword struck first, and he quickly retreated several steps, reaching the edge of the dueling platform. The next moment, Chen Guan sheathed his sword. Fellow Deus Su, this isn't a friendly spar, you're just trying to dodge my sword strikes, aren't you? So Linfen breathed a sigh of relief and cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. A defeat is a defeat. Fellow Deist, your swordsmanship is excellent. Before your sword even touched me, I felt a chill in my neck and heart. In swordsmanship, you surpass me. So Linfen stepped down from the platform. Seeing this, Chen Guan also stepped down from the dueling platform to recover his spiritual energy. Section 94. A woman in black, standing in the audience, smiled upon seeing this. You've got some skill, Chen Guan. Chen Guan didn't leave, instead, he watched the fight. They could sense my sword strikes, that's not right. Autumn conceals winter's brilliance, conceal first, then brilliance. His mind wasn't on the dueling platform, he was constantly reflecting on the weaknesses he'd revealed during the battle. A delicate fragrance wafted over, and a woman sat down beside him. The woman wore a black dress, and a scar on her face made her look somewhat unsightly. Who are you? Chen Guan asked, his expression puzzled. From her eyes, it was clear she recognized him. A chi refining 9th level cultivator, just like Chen Guan. Chen Guan, I remember you. My name is Du Yunlin. Chen Guan asked, why do you recognize me? I don't recall being particularly famous. With your face, you should be somewhat famous, right? Chen Guan smiled. Even with my face, I'm still not famous. There are plenty of handsome men in the sect, why should she remember Chen Guan? Du Yunlin asked with a smile, I'm just curious, how did you manage to avoid the poison the Heavenly Moon Demon Sect used on you? The Heavenly Moon Demon Sect poisoned him? Chen Guan thought of the black aura surrounding the ingredients last time. Luck, Chen Guan said calmly. Do you hate the Heavenly Moon Demon Sect? Du Yunlin asked. All righteous cultivators hate them, Chen Guan said. You came here because of this? Is it some kind of revenge alliance, specifically targeting the Heavenly Moon Demon Sect? If that's the case, I'm not interested. The Heavenly Moon Demon Sect, this kind of demonic sect, is beyond Chen Guan's reach. He doesn't even have the inclination to hate them. Hating the Heavenly Moon Demon Sect would only make him appear more insignificant and powerless. Chen Guan only wants to cultivate now, waiting until his cultivation reaches a point where he can hate the Heavenly Moon Demon Sect and put it into practice before he does. Do you know what kind of poison you avoided? Chen Guan smiled faintly. If you're interested, you can share it with me. With your late-stage qi refining cultivation, even a little bit would be fatal without an antidote. Even with an antidote, your meridians would atrophy, rendering you unable to cultivate for the rest of your life. I've heard that the Heavenly Moon Demon Sect's poison powder is made from the bone marrow of children born on unlucky days and months, incredibly cruel and extremely toxic. Just poisoning you killed at least one child. Chen Guan said calmly, even if they didn't target me, the child would still die. It's just that the poison powder wasn't used against me. You know so much about the Heavenly Moon Demon Sect, yet you come to me with these words. And what is your purpose? Dylan smiled helplessly. Of course, I want to form an alliance with you. I'm extremely ruthless towards the Heavenly Moon Demon Sect, even annihilating the sect wouldn't be too much of a deal. Chen Guan said, that's your business. Thinking about destroying a sect at the 9th level of qi refining? You'd be better off focusing on your cultivation. Wait until you reach Foundation Establishment or Golden Core before thinking about this, Chen Guan said helplessly. Chapter 78, The Battle with the Puppet Master. Du Yunlin sighed, of course I know. I was also poisoned by the Heavenly Moon Demon Sect and can no longer cultivate. Chen Guan laughed, then don't even think about revenge. That's what happens when your cultivation is weak. Chen Guan didn't want to talk to Du Yunlin anymore. He got up and left, departing from Sword Heart Peak. Chatting with Du Yunlin was pointless. This woman was still thinking about revenge. Her cultivation had stagnated, yet she still coveted such a powerful force. Wishful thinking. Unless she could create a nuclear bomb in the cultivation world and plant it on the Heavenly Moon Demon Sect's territory to detonate, that would be her way of getting revenge. But Chen Guan didn't think she could do it. Even if Chen Guan knew about nuclear bombs, how could he possibly create one? Passing through the market, Chen Guan picked up some fresh ingredients to take back. Young master. Chen Guan smiled and said, Runchun, I'll come to your place tonight. Runchun nodded, slightly shy, yes, young master. Go prepare dinner. Ji Yu asked while eating, husband, did you gain anything from the dueling arena today? Yes, a lot. I have some new ideas. Where did Sister Gontang go? Ji Yu asked curiously. She went out to buy some things for me. She should be back in a few days, Chen Guan explained. Ji Yu chuckled happily, finally, I can leave the sect. Ji Yu pleaded, husband, could you ask Sister Gontang to take me to the Tianheng dynasty? I want to go home and see it. Chen Guan smiled, you'll have to ask Gontang about that. If it's not far, she should take you. Ji Yu laughed, not far at all. With Sister Gontang's Foundation Establishment cultivation, we only need to fly for a few days to reach the Tianheng dynasty. Okay, let's eat. The next day, Chen Guan arrived at the dueling platform again. This time he came in the morning, there were very few people, and no one was dueling. Chen Guan jumped onto the dueling platform. Chen Guan, late-stage qi refining, challenges you all to a duel. Although there were few people in the morning, it didn't mean there was no one. Shortly after Chen Guan stepped onto the platform, a woman jumped up. Fellow Deus Chen, I will fight you. It was none other than Du Yunlin from yesterday. Du Yunlin said, although I don't understand swordsmanship, I can definitely help you improve your combat skills. Chen Guan smiled and said, no problem, come on. But Du Yunlin walked up to the Foundation Establishment elder, produced something in her hand, and said a few words to the elder. The Foundation Establishment elder shook his head. Disappointed, Du Yunlin returned to the dueling platform. Du Yunlin of Danding Peak, please enlighten me. After Du Yunlin cupped her hands, an iron lump appeared on the platform. The iron lump transformed into a pentagonal star-shaped object, each point extremely sharp. Puppet technique. This person is actually a puppeteer. Someone below the platform exclaimed in surprise. The previously sparse crowd began to gather. They rarely witnessed puppeteers in combat. Chen Guan stared at the pentagonal object. Was that a puppet? Aren't puppets supposed to be humanoid? Chen Guan took out the purple bamboo sword and charged forward. Section 95. Before he could even get close, a fireball hurtled towards him. 100 waters entanglement. Chen Guan cleaved the fireball with his sword. The force of the impact extinguished it instead of exploding. But the iron pentagram was already blocking Du Yunlin's path. Then, a horn suddenly flew out from the puppet, chained to it, its sharp point aimed straight at Chen Guan. Damn, is this a puppet? This is a magical weapon. Chen Guan thought to himself, speechless. Chen Guan had no choice but to parry with his sword. Thud! A crisp sound rang out as the puppet's horn was deflected, but Chen Guan also sensed the puppet's immense strength. Chen Guan was about to continue his attack when he saw all 5 of the puppet's horns fly out. The 5 horns struck Chen Guan in succession. Chen Guan had no choice but to defend. Du Yunlin stood with her arms crossed, calmly watching Chen Guan deal with the puppet. Fellow deist Chen, is one puppet already so difficult for you to handle? After Du Yunlin finished speaking, she released another puppet. It was still a metallic pentagram. The 2 puppets attacked. With as many as 10 attack directions, Chen Guan was forced to use the 9 spirit steps to dodge. Chen Guan also used his spiritual eyes to observe the puppets' attack directions. Too difficult. 2 puppets are making me so uncomfortable. Chen Guan's face was grave, his clothes were torn from dodging, and his skin was a brad. I can only defend. Calm his mind, Chen Guan used every move of the flowing water sword technique, solely to defend against the attacks. The 3-kill sword technique can defend too. Once the iron chains are broken, the puppet's horns are useless. Shatter meridians. Chen Guan unleashed the 3-kill sword technique, the surging sword energy penetrating the puppet's body, instantly causing one of the puppets to lose control. Now, decapitation. 2 horizontal slashes severed 2 of the puppet's iron chains, but Chen Guan began to dodge again. Fellow deist Chen, do you really think you've won? A beam of azure light appeared in Du Yunlin's hand. Spiritual light finger. A beam of azure light struck, combined with the attacks from the 8 puppets. Chen Guan had no time to dodge, even retreating continuously. He reached the edge of the dueling platform. A purple bamboo shield appeared, blocking many attacks for Chen Guan. Flying sand spell. Calling wind spell. The 2 spells combined, creating a biting sandstorm on the dueling platform. A shield appeared in front of Du Yunlin, blocking the sandstorm. The puppets, however, continued to attack Chen Guan. How do these puppets do that? It's unbelievable that they could lock onto him even with such a strong sandstorm. Decapitation. This time, with the purple bamboo shield protecting Chen Guan, he quickly dealt with the 2 puppets. Too difficult. Chen Guan sighed. I lost. Du Yunlin asked in surprise, fellow deist Chen, aren't you going to continue? I want to continue too. Chen Guan sighed. He only had 50% of his spiritual energy left. What could he do if he continued fighting? Although he had super regeneration, he couldn't fully recover his spiritual energy in a short time. My spiritual energy won't allow it, and it's difficult to fight multiple opponents at once. Your puppets have truly opened my eyes. Faced with the 2 puppets locked in combat, Chen Guan couldn't break free and get close to Du Yunlin. Du Yunlin smiled and released 3 more puppets. What if I had used 5 puppets to fight you from the start? Chen Guan's lips twitched. Looking at the 3 intact pentagram puppets, a sense of powerlessness washed over him. The puppeteer is indeed very strong. Chen Guan came to practice the 4-season sword technique, not to use immortal arts to aid in combat. Fellow deist, has your swordsmanship improved in today's duel? Du Yunlin asked with a smile. It has improved. Chen Guan jumped off the dueling platform. A very frustrating battle, but it also gave Chen Guan a new understanding of swordsmanship. Human strength has its limits, more help is needed. Even 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. I still haven't grasped the 4-season sword technique. Why can't I even get a panel? Chen Guan sighed inwardly. Could it be that even with effort, he couldn't grasp it? He didn't believe it. To be continued tomorrow. Chapter 79, Introduction to the 4-season sword technique. Several days later, Chen Guan continued his dueling on the arena, his swordplay becoming increasingly unrestrained. Although he only possessed the 3-kill sword technique and the flowing water sword technique, Chen Guan wielded them with uncanny skill. Song Gantang returned. Husband, I bought the water-type demon beast essence blood you requested. Chen Guan smiled. Thank you, my wife. What kind of demon beast's essence blood? I bought you 2. One is the essence blood of a water dragon, and the other is the essence blood of Lin Chen. Chen Guan understood the water dragon, but what was Lin Chen? I don't think I've ever heard of the name Lin Chen. Lin Chen is one of the descendants of the water Kailan. His innate ability is water control. It's not as good for improving physical strength as the water dragon essence blood. Husband, you can choose. The innate ability of the water dragon essence blood is to draw water into the mist. Lin Chen's is water control. If you want to comprehend Lin Chen's innate ability, you can choose this one. My affinity for water shouldn't improve my comprehension, right? Chen Guan thought to himself. Lin Chen was good, but all he needed was to improve his physique. Just give me the essence blood of the water dragon, Chen Guan said. My wife can sell Lin Chen's essence blood and get some spirit stones in return. Song Gantang smiled and said, no rush, perhaps you wants to use it? She'll be gone for a long time. Will Lin Chen's essence blood still be usable then? Chen Guan asked doubtfully. Keeping it in a storage ring won't contaminate the essence blood, so why can't it be used? Song Gantang asked, puzzled. Chen Guan smiled and said, that's fine then. After returning, Song Gantang went to cultivate. Chen Guan went to the dueling platform as usual. Section 96. However, Du Yunlin had challenged Chen Guan several times. These challenges were more like sparring sessions for Chen Guan. A man carrying a spirit sword arrived at the dueling platform. Senior brother Kong, it's him. He's been dueling for over half a month. From what I've observed, he seems to be trying to comprehend the four-season sword technique. A lovely girl stood beside the handsome and aloof senior brother, speaking. The girl looked at senior brother Kong with a hint of affection in her eyes. Junior sister Yan, thank you for reminding me. This person is indeed trying to comprehend the four-season sword technique. Kong Siji felt like he had met a kindred spirit. He must be aiming for foundation establishment in the immortal path. I'll go and meet him. Unfortunately, Kong Siji wanted to duel with Chen Guan, but after one fight, Chen Guan jumped off the platform. He walked directly to Chen Guan. Kong Siji of Sword Heart Peak greets fellow deist. Kong Siji bowed. Chen Guan returned the greeting and asked, fellow deist, is there something you need? Kong Siji asked, fellow deist seems to be practicing the four-season sword technique. Yes, Chen Guan nodded. Is it for sword foundation building? Kong Siji asked. Chen Guan shook his head. I only choose the most common foundation building method. Immortal foundation building has shortcomings for me. Kong Siji looked slightly disappointed, but smiled and said, fellow deist, I am actually also comprehending the four-season sword technique. How about we have a duel tomorrow? No problem, Chen Guan said with a smile. So it was for a duel. Chen Guan was more than happy to oblige. How about tomorrow at Chen Shi, 7 to 9 a.m.? That way there will be fewer people, Kong Siji asked. That's fine. Chen Guan felt that after a few more duels, he would be able to successfully comprehend the four-season sword technique. This was the enlightenment that heaven rewards diligence. He was absolutely certain he could succeed. The next day, Chen Guan arrived at the dueling platform at Chen Shi, 7 to 9 a.m. Kong Siji stood beside the dueling platform, a woman chatting with him. A devoted woman, a cold and aloof man. Chen Guan felt this pair was doomed. Kong Siji smiled upon seeing Chen Guan, fellow deist Chen. Sorry to keep you waiting. Chen Guan nodded, leaping onto the platform and bowing respectfully to the foundation establishment elder. Kong Siji also jumped onto the platform. He held an exquisite spirit sword, its blade silver with a purple center. Please enlighten me. Chen Guan also drew his purple bamboo sword. Please enlighten me. The battle began instantly. A bolt of lightning flashed towards them. Chen Guan dodged it using the 9 spirit steps. Heart piercer. Chen Guan thrust his sword forward, his aura so concealed it was imperceptible. Kong Siji watched the sword draw ever closer. Zi Shui. His sword strike was light, yet he immediately deflected the attack. Chen Guan's eyes lit up. His opponent truly possessed the essence of the four-season sword technique. He launched a series of attacks to counter. His opponent also frequently countered while maintaining his defense. The two exchanged blows, their offense and defense shifting in an instant. The rudimentary form of the four-season sword technique. The foundation establishment elder watching the battle showed envy in his eyes. This sword technique was incredibly powerful even at the foundation establishment stage. At the golden core stage, it could unleash even more terrifying power. However, comprehending this sword technique was no easy feat. 4 quarters later, the battle in the arena changed in an instant. For different realms of understanding manifested with each sword strike. The 4 seasons flowed in succession. The purple bamboo sword was suddenly pressed against Kong Siji's neck. Chen Guan also awoke from his dazed state of enlightenment. Chen Guan sheathed his sword, cupped his hands in a salute, and said, "Thank you for sparring with me, fellow deist Kong. I have already comprehended the 4 seasons sword technique." Host, Chen Guan. Cultivation, Qi Refining Level 9, 12%. Spell, 4 seasons sword technique, 1%. Kong Siji smiled, "If you wish to thank me, spar with me again tomorrow. It's rare to find a fellow deist who has comprehended the 4 seasons sword technique." "All right." Chen Guan nodded. His 4 seasons sword technique was only at the beginner level, he definitely needed to practice more. After the battle, Chen Guan also took his leave. After returning to his residence, Chen Guan thought of going down the mountain to see his brothers and sisters. "Yu, shall we go down the mountain?" Chen Guan asked. Ji Yu declined, saying, "No, Sister Gantang promised to accompany me to the Tianheng dynasty to see my family tomorrow." "All right. Runchun, come with me down the mountain for a stroll," Chen Guan said with a smile. Then, Chen Guan took Runchun and flew down the mountain on his sword. Although it consumed a lot of spiritual energy, the advantage was the speed of descending the mountain. In just a short while, Chen Guan brought Runchun to Yingqing City. "Haven't you been here in a long time?" Chen Guan asked, holding Runchun's hand. "Yes, young master," Runchun said with a smile. "Come with me to see my family first." Upon arriving, Chen Guan learned that all his sisters were married, his brothers were all married, and one of his brothers even had 2 children. "It's amazing how much has changed since we last met." Chen Guan sighed, went to the money exchange, exchanged some spirit stones for silver, and then sent some to his brothers and sisters. "Just live a good life." "Young master, the Chen family." Runchun pointed to the Chen family's plaque. Chen Guan laughed, "It's all empty inside, what's so great about it? Let's go, let's get something to eat and then go back to the section." He bought what he needed to buy, visited his loved ones, and it was time to return to his section. Unconsciously, Chen Guan had developed a sense of belonging to the Qingxuan Sect. One night passed. At Chen Shi, 7 to 9 a.m., Chen Guan arrived at the dueling platform. "Since you're here, come up on the platform, fellow deist Chen." Qingxuan was already standing on the platform. Chen Guan jumped onto the platform, cupped his hands, and said, "Please enlighten me, fellow deist Kong. The 4-season sword technique versus the rudimentary form of the 4-season sword technique." Chen Guan defeated his opponent almost in one move. But the duel continued. After several defeats, Qingxuan said bitterly, "Stop." Section 97. "I didn't expect the gap to be so large." Chen Guan cupped his hands and said, "Thank you." Then, Chen Guan asked the few people below the stage, "Fellow deists, would you like to have a match with me?" Chapter 80. The envelope contains poison. Unfortunately, having witnessed Chen Guan's swordsmanship, they were unwilling to come up for a duel. Chen Guan eventually left the dueling platform. Back at his residence, only Chen Guan and Runchun were there. Chen Guan thought for a moment and then practiced the 4-season sword technique in the courtyard. That night, Chen Guan spent the night with Runchun. Afterwards, he practiced in his own residence, practicing both the 4-season sword technique and the Azure Profound technique. Nearly half a month later, Song Gantang returned with Ji Yuyu. Host, Chen Guan. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 9, 22%. Even without Ji Yuyu to cultivate with him, Chen Guan's cultivation speed was still very fast. Ji Yuyu brought back some pastries from her family. "Husband, I missed you so much." "Then let's go inside," Chen Guan asked with a smile. "Okay." Ji Yuyu threw herself onto Chen Guan, wrapping her legs around his waist. "Let's go inside, husband." Song Gantang said helplessly, "I'm still here." "Thank you for your hard work, Gantang." Chen Guan carried Ji Yuyu to Song Gantang, taking her hand and squeezing it. "Humph." Song Gantang said irritably, "Since you think I've worked so hard, come to my place first tonight." "Okay, I'll take her to your place first." "No way." Song Gantang refused firmly. The thought of doing that kind of thing with Ji Yuyu made her face turn red. Chen Guan smiled, okay, I don't want to think about that. "Thank you for your hard work. Let's go to your place first tonight." Upon hearing this, Ji Yuyu tightened her legs around Chen Guan's waist. "What about me?" Ji Yuyu pouted unhappily. Chen Guan chuckled and carried Ji Yuyu into the room. Whispers rippled through the room, making Song Gantang's ears turn red. Shameless. Practicing lewdness in broad daylight. Chen Guan was famous on Sword Heartpeak because he had mastered the 4-season sword technique. However, no one bothered his daily life. He cultivated until New Year's Eve. Host, Chen Guan. Cultivation level, Qi refining 9th level, 100%. Phew. The bottleneck has indeed changed, it's become easy to break through. Chen Guan looked at the 100% on his panel with satisfaction. Finally, he could reach foundation establishment. The blue attributes are really great. Let me get another attribute to improve my wood and fire affinity. He hadn't reached Qi refining perfection, only Qi refining 9th level, which was the limit. However, another way to put it is Qi refining perfection. Now that Chen Guan had reached this stage, he could begin preparing for foundation establishment. Foundation establishment. Chen Guan wasn't short of spirit stones now. Firstly, his wife had some, and secondly, he could easily obtain a considerable amount by casually showing off his skills. Out of seclusion. Breakthrough to foundation establishment. Chen Guan happily went out. Runchun saw Chen Guan and hurriedly ran over. "Young master, someone knocked on our door an hour ago. And left a letter." After saying this, Runchun ran off, undoubtedly to retrieve the letter. "Who came looking for me? Leaving an envelope and then leaving, how strange." Chen Guan was puzzled, waiting for Runchun to return with the letter. Just in case, Chen Guan activated his spiritual eyes. He was shocked to see that the envelope in Runchun's hand was completely shrouded in black spiritual energy. Hiss. Chen Guan gasped, quickly using his spiritual energy to envelop the letter. Run Chun, you didn't open this envelope, did you? No, young master. Chen Guan's expression was grave. That's good. Fearing the contents of the envelope might be dangerous, Chen Guan took a ceramic jar, placed the envelope inside, closed the jar, and buried it in the soil. Chen Guan had just finished dealing with the envelope. At this moment, Run Chun approached Chen Guan and said, "Young master, a woman is looking for you outside. She has a scar on her face." I know. Chen Guan finished speaking and went to the door. A woman, a scar. Chen Guan immediately thought of Du Yunlin. Upon opening the door, Chen Guan indeed saw her. "Happy New Year." Du Yunlin said calmly, "Although I really didn't want to bother you, the demonic sect spy I was tracking recently passed by your residence. Did you find anything unusual?" Chen Guan said, "There really was something unusual. You can share it with me, and I can tell you how to deal with it. I have many methods for dealing with the Heavenly Moon demonic sect spies. Someone left a letter at my door." Du Yunlin's eyes lit up, and she asked excitedly, "Where? Did you see what it said?" "Let me see." Chen Guan said, "Don't rush. That letter is poisoned. It looks exactly like the letter I saw when my food was poisoned." Du Yunlin looked at Chen Guan in surprise. "You actually know I techniques? Then take out the letter. We'll examine it carefully." Chen Guan nodded. "Come in with me." Du Yunlin followed Chen Guan into the courtyard. She looked around inside. The accommodations at 100 Herbs Peak are still the best. It's so comforting to look at. Chen Guan ignored her sentimentality and led her to a patch of freshly turned soil. Chen Guan dug out the pottery jar again. "The envelope is inside. I don't know what the poison is for. I can only bury it in the ground." "You'd better handle it carefully," Chen Guan said seriously. Du Yunlin said calmly, "I've said before, I've handled this kind of poison. This 3-in poison can be identified with just a few simple methods." Du Yunlin held a golden needle in her hand and immediately inserted it into the envelope. The golden needle melted. Chen Guan was extremely surprised. Could there be mercury in this envelope? Section 98. Can mercury be in powder form? This is where Chen Guan's knowledge falls short. It really is the 3-in poison. This poison is terrifying. Once you open the envelope, you'll likely inhale some 3-in poison powder, causing you to be poisoned. Du Yunlin closed the lid of the earthenware jar. She asked, "Do you want the 3-in poison?" Although it's a demonic sect tactic, it could be a way to escape if you encounter danger. Chen Guan shook his head. "No need, take it." "All right." Du Yunlin smiled. "I'll take it. And I'll report this to the section. The Heavenly Moon demonic sect wants to target you. You'd better be careful. Over the years, they've harmed many disciples who could have become Foundation establishment cultivators. Be careful." Du Yunlin gave this instruction, then put away the earthenware jar and left. Chen Guan followed. "Let me see you off." "Why does the Heavenly Moon demonic sect want to target me?" Chen Guan asked curiously. "I don't know." "How many spies does the Heavenly Moon demon sect have in the Azure Profound sect?" Chen Guan asked again. "I don't know." Du Yunlin said irritably, "If I knew how many, I would have arrested them all. I'm leaving, no need to see me off, I'm at the door." Du Yunlin left. Chen Guan watched her retreating figure thoughtfully. It was a bit strange. Chen Guan even felt that Du Yunlin had orchestrated this herself. But he felt that Du Yunlin had no need to interact with him in this way. Why did the Heavenly Moon demon sect attack me? Chen Guan wondered. He had never offended the Heavenly Moon demon sect. How dare the people of the Heavenly Moon demon sect? They inexplicably provoked Chen Guan again. Weren't they afraid of adding another enemy? That night, Chen Guan explained the matter to Song Gantang. Song Gantang said, "I know about the Heavenly Moon demon sect. Rumor has it they infiltrated the Azure Profound sect to find the place where the Azure Profound ancestor passed away. As for other things, I don't know much." Chapter 81 Foundation Establishment. Chen Guan looked puzzled. The Azure Profound ancestor's place of death? Why would they look for that? If he passed away, he was definitely dead, leaving nothing behind. Why would they still be looking for the Azure Profound ancestor's place of death? Besides, could they even find that place? Even if they did, what difference would it make? You must know that the Azure Profound sect still has a nascent soul ancestor alive. And a young nascent soul ancestor at that, only a little over 600 years old, named Lin Yishan, with the deist name was Xian. Although he had never seen him in person, when studying at the Azure Profound sect, he had to recognize the portraits of Golden Core cultivators and nascent soul cultivators. There were 2 nascent soul cultivators and 9 Golden Core cultivators. Chen Guan recognized them all. She'd never seen him in person. Don't worry about the Heavenly Moon demon sect. Tomorrow I plan to buy Foundation establishment pills to break through to the Foundation establishment stage. Song Gantang said, "Just prepare, husband." Chen Guan smiled. Late at night, the Qingxuan Sect lit fireworks. Chen Guan also set off firecrackers and fireworks to celebrate. Another year has passed, how wonderful. Gu was overjoyed. This year I want to break through to the late stage of qi refining. You can do it. Chen Guan nodded with a smile. Gu was already at the 6th level of qi refining, just hitting a bottleneck. Song Gantang gazed at the fireworks in the sky, her expression dazed. She too had a new home, no longer traveling the world with her father. The night passed. Chen Guan took Runchun for a stroll within the section. Unconsciously, they arrived at number 5, Courtyard A, Sword Heart Peak. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Guan knocked on the door. Who is it? Coming here on the first day of the new year? We're on holiday. Chen Guan said, we're here to purchase items needed for contribution points. We're on holiday. The door opened, revealing a young man, who spoke with considerable dissatisfaction. Why can't you wait a few days during the new year? 10 foundation establishment pills, Chen Guan said calmly. Suddenly, the man's displeased expression froze, then he grinned obsequiously. Hee, senior brother, please don't be offended, I was blind to your greatness. Please come in, let's discuss this. Chen Guan smiled without speaking, pulling Runchun into courtyard number 5. Senior brother, my name is Zhang He. Is what you say true, senior brother? Yes. Chen Guan nodded. 10 foundation establishment pills. Just in case we don't have enough foundation establishment pills. This. What is your surname, senior brother? Chen Guan. Zhang Yi asked, could you show me some spirit stones to confirm? I'll need to find you, senior brother. Chen Guan said, I know Qin Su, Chen Gengsheng, and Li Libing. If you're looking for them, they'll come. Zhang He was incredibly surprised. Li Libing was once the leader of the gang, and now Qin Su was the head of the Sword Edge Society. I'll go find senior brother Chen right away. Please have some tea and snacks here, and wait a moment. Zhang He left. Chen Guan smiled and took Runchun's small hand. Are you cold? A little cold, Runchun said. Why doesn't it snow at our place? The snow here is already a foot deep. Chen Guan smiled, because we live on 100 Herbs Peak, which requires a spring-like climate all year round. The Peak Master used a grand formation to set the climate in springtime. Luckily, Chen Guan had brought some warm clothes, otherwise Runchun would have been frozen stiff after leaving 100 Herbs Peak. Some time later, Chen Gengsheng strode in. His eyes lit up when he saw Chen Guan. Greetings, senior brother Chen. I heard senior brother Chen is about to establish his foundation? Yes. Chen Guan nodded. How about our Sword Peak Society sponsors senior brother Chen with 10 foundation establishment pills? That's not necessary. Chen Guan said calmly, I have spirit stones. Section 99. Zhang He, standing to the side, was utterly surprised. His senior brother's abilities were so strong that he had earned senior brother Chen's favor? Chen Gengsheng said, how about this? 1 contribution point is worth 10 spirit stones. 30,000 spirit stones, and I'll exchange them for foundation establishment pills for senior brother Chen. Chen Guan was incredibly surprised. The difference between 15 and 10 spirit stones was significant. The other party was so generous. All right, as you say. Chen Guan took out 30,000 spirit stones from a storage ring at his waist. You too, please count them. Zhang He wanted to count them, but Chen Gengsheng gestured for him not to. Senior brother Chen can give as many as you like. Chen Guan smiled, alright, let's go exchange for foundation establishment pills. Zhang He, you stay here. I'll accompany senior brother Chen. Chen Gengsheng then led Chen Guan to the mission hall to exchange for foundation establishment pills. After exchanging the pills, Chen Gengsheng smiled and cupped his hands, saying, I wish you a successful foundation establishment breakthrough, senior brother. By the way, senior sister Li has already broken through to foundation establishment. Yes. Chen Guan put away the foundation establishment pill and nodded. Farewell, junior brother Chen. Back in his Jietian courtyard, Chen Guan stretched. Runchun, do you like this place? Chen Guan asked. Anywhere is fine as long as I can be with you, young master. Chen Guan laughed, ha ha ha. He said seriously, but it's inconvenient. If I break through to foundation establishment, it won't be convenient for you in your cave. We'll see. This place is not bad either. A few more days passed. During these days, Chen Guan searched for records describing foundation establishment breakthroughs in the library, striving for a smooth breakthrough. However, he was also worried about unforeseen circumstances and had a plan in place. After several days of researching foundation establishment methods, Chen Guan finally made up his mind to attempt foundation establishment. It's time. Chen Guan returned to his residence and found Song Gantang. Wife, I plan to break through. Good. Why don't you two stay at my cave for a while? Chen Guan smiled, no need, I'll go to your cave. When you reached foundation establishment last time, it only took about a month. I think I'll be about the same. Song Gantang nodded, okay. Have you prepared enough spirit stones? I remember I used almost 10,000 spirit stones. Chen Guan smiled, don't worry, I have more than enough spirit stones. Take me to your cave. Song Gantang asked, don't you need to say goodbye to them? Why say goodbye? See you in a month. Chen Guan smiled. Song Gantang didn't say much and led Chen Guan to her cave. The spirit gathering array is activated. After I leave, I'll cast a azure barrier array around it for your protection. Chen Guan grinned. See you next month. Okay. Song Gantang nodded, then left, a blue barrier appearing outside the cave. Chen Guan entered the cave, the door closing behind him. The interior was sparsely decorated, containing only a stone table and a futon, surrounded by traces of array formations. Chen Guan sat cross-legged on the futon, calming his mind. He took out the water dragon's essence blood and consumed it, then took out a foundation establishment pill and consumed it as well. He used the Azure Profound technique to circulate his spiritual energy, refining the water dragon's essence blood and the foundation establishment pill. Chen Guan channeled spiritual energy into his danchan, the power of his essence blood and the power of the foundation establishment pill continuously cleansing his meridians. Gathering spiritual energy from all directions, its shimmering light ceaselessly flowed into his danchan. The spiritual energy gradually seeped into his skin, permeated his blood, and nourished his bone marrow. Time flew by. A powerful wisp of true energy appeared in his danchan, followed by a surge of boundless spiritual energy, seemingly guided by heaven and earth, rushing towards Chen Guan's body. Heaven and earth cleansed, all things were renewed. Impurities continuously appeared on Chen Guan's body surface, the deepest acquired impurities being expelled. Chapter 82 Entry, True Source Granary. A flowing, water-like power appeared within Chen Guan's body, cleansing his entire being. This was the power transformed from the essence blood of the water dragon, reshaping Chen Guan's physique. Even the Azure Profound True Qi flowed within his meridians, making the meridians on Chen Guan's body clearly visible, like immortal runes. Until Chen Guan's Azure Profound True Qi was nearly full, a divine soul power instantly spread throughout the cave, surveying the surrounding area. Chen Guan successfully achieved foundation establishment. After stabilizing his cultivation, Chen Guan exhaled a long, thin breath of turbid air. He opened his eyes, spiritual light flowing within them. Host has reached the first level of foundation establishment. Number of terms to be extracted times 1. Chen Guan's lips curled into a smile, still accompanied by celestial music, pleasing to the ear. Extract. A purple light appeared, and Chen Guan breathed a sigh of relief, at least it wasn't a white term. True Source Granary perfectly absorbs everything in the Valley Palace to nourish the 5 internal organs, and possesses the ability to absorb impurities and eliminate stagnation. Isn't the Valley Palace just the stomach? Absorb impurities and eliminate stagnation. How come it feels like being immune to all poisons? Perfectly absorbs everything in the stomach? The term landed on him, and he didn't feel any discomfort. Perhaps it was because he had achieved foundation establishment, and there was no trace of acquired impurities in his body. Transform into water. Chen Guan transformed into water to cleanse himself of the grime, returning to human form. These clothes stink too much, I'll just burn them. Chen Guan threw a fireball, and the clothes immediately caught fire, emitting a foul stench. Disarm the formation first. Chen Guan located the formation's energy source, a pile of spirit stones. After removing the spirit stones, the Azure formation ceased to function. Summoning wind. A gust of wind swept through, blowing away all the stench in the cave. Wow! Chen Guan was surprised. He had only used a small amount of true qi, yet the power was so great? No wonder there was such a huge difference between foundation establishment and qi refining. True qi activation is completely different from spiritual qi activation. Foundation establishment stage, it seems I can nurture my purple bamboo sword now. Chen Guan took out the purple bamboo sword from his storage ring and then controlled it to store in his danchan. It works as expected. Chen Guan's lips curled into a smile. As long as it could be nurtured, that was enough. He just needed to make the purple bamboo sword even sharper. He was willing to bet that even a nascent soul cultivator couldn't damage the purple bamboo sword in his hand. The fusion seems to be working. Section 100. Let's combine another purple bamboo shield. One shield wasn't enough, it wasn't safe enough. Chen Guan needed shields on all 4 sides to feel secure. On Dan Ding Peak. Yes, I want shields made from unopened lotus buds, 4 or 5 that can be combined together. Senior, what kind of materials do you want? I don't have many materials available. Not too high grade, spirit iron will do. The important thing is the shape must be right, and it must be a spiritual weapon. That's easy, Senior Chen. I'll forge it for you for free. No need, just give me the normal amount of spirit stones. Thank you, senior. After speaking with a junior who had only reached the chi refining stage, Chen Guan's lips curled into a smile. Being called senior was truly a pleasant thing. Awesome. After finishing this matter, Chen Guan flew back to the main hall of 100 Herbs Peak on his sword. Senior Lan, I advanced to the foundation establishment stage yesterday. Before him stood a young woman named Lan Huanyu. She looked young, but was actually a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, over 180 years old, nearing the end of her lifespan, preserving her youth with beauty-preserving pills. Give me the token. Chen Guan handed over the token. Lan Huanyu glanced at the token, slightly surprised. So it's Chen Guan. I have bad news for you. Your master has passed away, and by Mengxian failed to break through to the golden core stage. Chen Guan was initially surprised, then his expression became complicated. With foundation establishment cultivation, you can report to the Peak Master. We are all under the Peak Master's jurisdiction. Let me think. The Peak Master seems to be out of the sect. I can report it to her, and she will contact you when she returns. You two meet, and if she needs you, she will call upon you. Understood. Chen Guan nodded. You are a foundation establishment cultivator nurtured by my Qingxuan Sect. Tell me, do you want a position outside the sect or within? Chen Guan asked, puzzled, what's the difference? Positions outside the sect are mostly guard duties, allowing for more freedom of action, and accumulating some spirit stones won't be a problem. Positions within the sect mostly handle routine matters, without any special features. If you're interested, I can arrange for you to join the sect's enforcement team. Chen Guan knew the choice between staying within the sect and staying outside. I'll stay within the sect, Chen Guan said with a smile. Then I'll arrange a position for you, Lan Huanyu said. How about the guardian elder of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion? Do I have to go every day? Chen Guan asked. Lan Huanyu didn't answer, then asked, how about becoming an elder instructor? He'll teach disciples once a month in the Peaks Plaza. The timing is up to you, but each instruction must cover at least 10 disciples. Furthermore, the content of the instruction needs to be reported to me for review. It must be useful to the disciples. Chen Guan nodded. Okay, I quite like the position of elder instructor. He had already perfected the Azure Profound technique. He could answer any questions the sect's disciples had. With the position of elder instructor, he could easily slack off. Alright, come tomorrow to pick up a new token. Also, you can take the token to the library tomorrow to obtain 1 cultivation technique and 5 magic formulas. Understood, Senior Lan, I'll be going now. Chen Guan cupped his hands in greeting. Go ahead. Chen Guan returned to his residence. Song Gantang rushed to Chen Guan's side, excitedly saying, Husband, congratulations on breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Chen Guan chuckled and picked Song Gantang up. Let's celebrate today, how about going out for some fun? Chen Guan said with a smile. Sure, I'll pilot the cloud boat, it reduces the consumption of true energy. Alright. Chen Guan smiled and found Ji Yuyu and Runchun to share the good news. Then, the family flew out of the Qingxuan Sect. This is my first time traveling so far. Chen Guan sighed. They strolled around a mortal city, then returned to their section. Night fell. Ji Yuyu chuckled, Husband, I want to absorb yang energy to replenish yin. Let's see how powerful you are at foundation establishment. Chen Guan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Besides this, what else do you think about? Well, Ji Yuyu said seriously, Husband, I need your help with my cultivation. Besides this, I also like cultivation. Dual cultivation. The next day, Chen Guan arrived early at the main hall of 100 Herbs Peak to collect his token. Senior Lan, I have one more thing, Chen Guan asked. Lan Huanyu calmly replied, Speak. How do I teach disciples within the peak? How will those disciples know I'm a teaching elder? Chen Guan voiced his doubts. Lan Huanyu replied, There's a special teaching area in the southwest corner of the square, where many disciples gather daily. Show them your foundation establishment cultivation, and they'll know you're an elder instructor. Chen Guan understood and cupped his hands, saying, Thank you for your guidance, elder. Then, Chen Guan went to the book pavilion in the market. He went to the second floor to look for cultivation techniques. I cultivate the Azure Profound technique. It seems there aren't many choices. The Azure Profound Scripture, Azure Profound Spirit Control Technique, Azure Profound Mystic Growth Scripture, Azure Profound Elixir Illumination Technique, Azure Profound Sword Scripture, and so on. Chen Guan saw these techniques and abandoned his previous thought. Chapter 83 Choosing a Cultivation Technique and Technique. Chen Guan looked for a long time. Finally, he chose the Azure Profound Scripture. This was the cultivation technique created by the Azure Profound ancestor. All the other techniques were modified from the Azure Profound Scripture. Since he had already cultivated the Azure Profound technique, he would cultivate the Azure Profound Scripture. Because the Azure Profound Scripture is divided into 4 chapters: Qi Refining, Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul. The Azure Profound Scripture is the Qi Refining chapter, and he can now choose the Foundation Establishment chapter for cultivation. Chen Guan, of course, chose the Foundation Establishment chapter of the Azure Profound Scripture without hesitation. 5 techniques, let me look at them. Among the complex system of techniques in the library, Chen Guan chose the Weapon Control Technique, the True Blood Scripture, the Wave Palm, the Fire Dragon Technique, and the Water Element Shield. The Weapon Control Technique goes without saying, learning this technique is best for Foundation Establishment. The True Blood Scripture is a body refining technique. Chen Guan needs it and has the resources to cultivate his physique. The Wave Palm is a close combat technique, but it also has considerable power at range.